"Daddy, you are so beautiful, just like a masterpiece from the Louvre," exclaimed Feng Laiye, her innocent and radiant eyes sparkling. A frown appeared on someone's forehead as he sipped his coffee, continuing to read the newspaper. "Daddy, a classmate of mine asked if you're my brother. If you don't have a girlfriend, can I introduce her to you?" Feng Laiye beamed with an angelic smile. The man remained silent. As dusk enveloped the sky, a series of piercing screams echoed through the tranquil villa nestled in the woods, each cry sharp and heart-wrenching. That night, dark clouds concealed the moon's face, as though unable to bear witness to the unfolding horrors within the villa. A roar, reminiscent of a wild beast, shattered the seemingly peaceful night. Tick-tick, crimson blood stained the exquisite carpet, dripping relentlessly as though it sought to saturate the entire fabric. A tall man gasped for breath, his chiseled features strikingly handsome, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His vigilant eyes were fixed on the shadow of a fallen figure before him. The eighth one. The man's gaze swept across the lifeless bodies strewn across the room, each a testament to lives extinguished by his own hand. Yet, his eye caught a glimpse of a man with a sinister smile, holding a trembling woman captive via breathtaking beauty whose pallor accentuated her fragility. Her tear-filled eyes reflected terror and concern as they mirrored the man's steadfast silhouette. Her quivering lips bit down hard as she stared at the man just a few paces away. "Truly, a first-class international special forces captain," remarked the nonchalant man on the sofa, puffing on a cigar, his mocking smile betraying no fear of the frenzied man before him, who seemed poised to snap his neck. His grin was one of audacious confidence, as if the fallen bodies at his feet were mere trifles. With a cold snort, the standing man curled his lip in disdain, his eyes brimming with wariness. He was acutely aware that the fate of his family rested in the hands of the man before him should he falter. His wife and more would face merciless slaughter. The cigar-smoking man tilted his head, and from the shadows behind him emerged a slender youth, his long black hair obscuring his face, leaving only his frail form and the prominence of his Adam's apple to hint at his age and gender. "You, entertain Captain's one," Zwan regarded the exceptionally slender boy, whose face remained hidden. The boy's movements were deliberate and slow, as if synchronized with the cadence of Zwan's heartbeat. He moved as stealthily as a cat, so much so that Zwan could not detect even the faintest breath from him. For the first time, Zwan felt the chill of death's embrace. This seemingly frail boy instilled an unprecedented terror within him. He clenched his fists tightly, summoning the resolve of a soldier to suppress his instinct to flee, his gaze fixed intently on the boy as he gradually closed the distance between them. A glint of silver flashed. Zwan barely had time to comprehend the unfolding scene before a sharp wind swept across his chest, a sudden chill enveloping him. By the time he regained his senses, he discovered a gleaming katana was plunged into his chest. Staring in disbelief, Zwan could hear his wife's heart-wrenching screams echoing in his ears. The beautiful yet weary woman watched, helplessly, as her beloved was harmed before her eyes, witnessing the sharp blade pierce his sturdy chest. She observed the boy coldly extract the sword, blood gushing forth from her lover's wound, the vivid crimson shattering her sanity as she screamed in madness, watching her cherished man collapse beside the bed. Beneath the bed, a pair of terrified eyes widened at the sudden appearance of a familiar face now sprawled helplessly before her. Dad, the hoarse voice could barely manage a sound. The figure beneath the bed silently calling out to her fading father, her large eyes brimming with fear and despair. "No, don't come out on the brink of death." So N.S. gaze fell upon his young daughter, hidden beneath the bed, her once innocent face now transformed by sheer terror. He silently moved his lips, wordlessly warning his beloved child to remain hidden. If only for a glimmer of hope, let her survive. Just as the little girl reached out to touch her father, his eyes suddenly widened, as if bursting with horror, causing her to retract her hand. Blood trickled down N.S. face as the boy's katana coldly pierced his skull, extinguishing his life in an instant. Dad, the little girl, trembled uncontrollably, her mouth instinctively trying to cry out, yet she swiftly covered her lips, tears of sorrow cascading down her cheeks. "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Sitting on the sofa, the man regarded the boy's swift and decisive actions with satisfaction, akin to a beast reveling in the demise of its prey, content to witness the final breath of life escape. His gaze shifted to the woman, now held captive by his subordinate, the once divine beauty now shattered by the loss of her beloved. He chuckled coldly, rising to grasp her hair forcefully, compelling her to look up at him. The sorrow etched on her face only heightened her beauty, tears and despair accentuating her allure. Lian Xiao, you are truly exquisite, as breathtaking as you were 5 years ago, stunning enough to steal one's breath away. The man laughed wildly, his frivolous gaze roaming over her form. Brother, why are you doing this? Why? The woman cried out, her voice breaking, uttering words that shocked all. Brother, Lian Xiao, I vowed that if I could not have you, no one else would either, the man growled, a hint of madness lacing his tone. With a fierce motion, he threw Lian Xiao onto the nearby bed. No, she struggled to rise, but was forcefully pinned down. Don't. Trembling uncontrollably, the little girl hiding beneath the bed listened as her mother's heart-wrenching screams pierced through the thin barrier. The mattress above her quivered violently, each scream growing louder, accompanied by the sounds of fabric tearing, anguished cries, and desperate howls. And the man's frenzied laughter echoed as he called out her mother's name. Lian Xiao, Lian Xiao. The little girl stared blankly at her father's lifeless face, marred by blood, his eyes wide open in death, fixed upon her. She saw her own reflection in his gazia, disheveled visage devoid of hope. Her once brazen, beautiful eyes now filled only with despair and terror. Time lost its meaning as silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, she heard a sharp clap, followed by the man's frenzied roar. Hiss! A knife pierced through the mattress, grazing her cheek, severing the hair near her ear. The pristine white mattress gradually became stained with vibrant red. Mom, the little girl wept silently. Damn it! Damn it! You wretched woman! Withdrawing the knife from Lian Xiao's chest, the man panted, his gaze fixated on the lifeless beauty whose lips bore a serene smile. He erupted in anger, a low growl escaping him. How could she? Did she prefer to die rather than be with him? Curse it! Burn this place to the ground. With a final disdainful glance at the beautiful face that would never belong to him, the man donned his clothes and strode out of the room. Everyone followed suit, tacitly leaving all the aftermath to the young boy standing nearby. Once the crowd had departed, the boy suddenly crouched down, pushing aside the corpse of Zhua and to peer beneath the bed. Will you leave, or will you be burned alive here? His cold voice carried no warmth, yet his words were directed at the little girl hiding beneath the bed. Startled, the girl gasped, not expecting to be discovered. However, his words quelled the scream that threatened to escape her lips. Did he mean to let her go? She could hardly believe that the very man who had so callously taken her father's life moments before now offered her a chance at freedom. 3 minutes, the boy coldly stated before rising and exiting the room, leaving the girl alone in stunned silence beneath the bed. It was only when she heard the door shut that she snapped back to reality, trembling hands slowly crawling out from her hiding place. She crawled past her father's body, her heart heavy with sorrow, nearly overwhelming her, yet she stubbornly bit her lip and rose. As she stood, she caught sight of her beautiful, gentle mother lying lifeless on the bed. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the floor with a thud. Mom, Dad, Mom, she whispered, her legs too weak to support her. She could only gaze at her parents' bodies while desperately inching toward the window. When she finally escaped the confines of her once happy home, a raging inferno consumed the beautiful villa, the heat and flames mercilessly devouring all her happiness. The firelight reflected off her tender face, igniting a burning hatred in her Aisa flame that would forever smolder within her. Desperately crawling away from her former bliss, she furiously wiped her tear-streaked face with her muddy hands, resolutely biting her lip and striving to move forward. She was Zhua Xiaoxia, and today marked her 5th birthday. She had anticipated it as the most joyous day of the year. However, the moment she heard the deafening explosion outside, her blissful existence shattered. She watched her mother, pale yet beautiful, scoop her into her arms, while her father braced the door with all his might. Her mother roughly tucked her beneath the bed, uttering a hurried, "Don't make a sound." Before she could utter a single word, the door was violently burst open. What transpired next was a nightmarish whirlwind around Heronly. The acrid scent of blood could pierce the delicate fragrance of her home, as crimson stains marred her mother's beloved white carpet. Strange men fell one by one, and her last sight was of her bloodied father. A nightmare how she wished it were all just a bad dream, and that upon waking, she would see her father's warm, steady smile and her mother's radiant, gentle face. Wake up! Wake up! Please, God! If this is a dream, let me awaken soon. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her elbow as it scraped against the stones on the ground, jolting Zhua Xiaoxia into stark reality. The pain was a silent testament that this was no dream. Everything happening was terrifyingly real. She had lost both her parents, and with them, her happiness. The dense woods obscured the faint moonlight. Zhuo Xiaoxia could not comprehend why her home lay in the depths of these woods, nor why there were no other souls nearby, only the chirping birds and frolicking creatures. In her world, there had always been just her and her parents' simple family that brought her immense joy. She had never ventured far from home, nor encountered unexpected visitors. All her knowledge came from the television and books within their home. She did not understand who the intruders were or why they had taken her parents' lives. All she knew was that they had shattered her idyllic existence in an instant. Hatred. For the first time, she experienced such profound hatred. In her tender years, Zhuo Xiaoxia tasted the bitter essence of hatred, a deep-seated loathing intertwined with sorrow and despair that seeped into her very bones. Her small body, fatigued and battered, struggled onward. She had lost track of time, only aware that her once delicate arms were now a bloody mess. Pain. She could no longer feel her nerves dulled. She moved mechanically, pushing through the underbrush, avoiding the small creatures of the forest, crawling deeper into the woods. When Zhuo Xiaoxia finally leaned against a tree to rest, her breath became erratic. Her trembling arms were stained with blood, and as she glanced at her mangled limbs, tears welled in her eyes, and she began to weep. The sound of her sorrow echoed hauntingly in the vast woods. Drip! A warm liquid fell onto her face, and instinctively, she reached up to touch it. Blood. It was blood. Zhuo Xiaoxia looked at the crimson liquid, still warm to the touch. This night had shown her far too much. As she gazed upward, her breath caught in her throat. An angel. Zhuo Xiaoxia stared, mouth agape, at the strikingly handsome man perched in a tree. His face bore a beauty she had never witnessed, surpassing even her mother's. Yet, his expression was frigid. The gentle moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow upon him. He held his chin high, his cold gaze fixed on the disheveled Zhuo Xiaoxia below. His eyes, a faint shade of purple, were mysterious and regal, as if they possessed a magnetic pull that ensnared her very soul. However, hanging from the tree branch above him was a limp body draped in a stunning evening gown. Its wide, unseeing eyes and gaping mouth silently conveyed the finality of death. Blood flowed from its neck, dripping incessantly onto Zhuo Xiaoxia's face. The droplets of blood bloomed upon her face like wicked flowers. Zhuo Xiaoxia stammered, catching sight of the faint traces of blood at the corner of the handsome man's mouth, blinking in disbelief. He gracefully leaped down from the branch, landing softly before her. With a long, pale finger, he wrapped it around her neck, his expression betraying no emotion. That hand tightened mercilessly. Ugh! Zhuo Xiaoxia's eyes widened as she looked at the beautiful man before her. She gazed into his purple eyes, devoid of any warmth, and met his indifferent expression. Breath became increasingly difficult, and she felt her strength waning rapidly. Yet, she smiled, her flushed cheeks blooming with an innocent, radiant grin, her eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the man poised to end her life. In that moment, a subtle ripple stirred in his otherwise tranquil gaze. The grip around her neck loosened abruptly. Why was this little girl smiling? Why, when faced with her imminent death, did she wear such a serene and brilliant smile? Fresh air rushed into her lungs as Zhuo Xiaoxia collapsed onto the ground, coughing violently, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she maintained her sweet smile. What's your name? For the first time, he inquired after her identity. I am Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia, she managed to respond, tilting her small face upward to meet the towering man's gaze. Oh, you wish to survive? Suddenly, an unexpected thought arose within him, one he had long dismissed. Perhaps, for this intriguing little girl before him, he could make an attempt. Consider it merely a game to pass the time. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoxia nodded emphatically, her resolute gaze fixed upon the enigmatic man before her. For reasons unknown, she felt that his words might indeed grant her the chance to live. The man observed her youthful face in silence, his gaze lingering on her eyes. Please, allow me to live, I beg you. In a moment of vulnerability, Zhuo Xiaoxia found herself imploring another for the first time, fully aware that this mysterious figure possessed the power to save her. Then the man's gaze deepened in mystery as he leaned closer, whispering softly into her ear. As time passed, Zhuo Xiaoxia's eyes widened in astonishment. After a deep breath, she clenched her battered hand tightly, and after a brief silence, she fixed her serious gaze upon the still indifferent man, summoning all her strength to declare, I am willing. The man nodded gently, taking her small hand in his and placing a tender kiss upon it. Xiaojia shivered involuntarily, like a butterfly caught in a chilling breeze. From this day forth, you shall be my daughter, Feng Laiye. I shall name you Feng Laiye. As Xiaojia met Feng Laiye's enchanting violet eyes, she saw her own reflection within them. Daddy's Xiaojia Feng Laiye raspingly uttered her first call of daddy, watching as Feng Laiye gracefully bent down to embrace her, cradling her soiled self within his arms. Volume 1, Chapter 3. 5 years. 10 years later, the sun shone brilliantly as the summer breeze danced through the white curtains. A black cat lay languidly on the balcony, basking in the warm afternoon sun. The sound of light footsteps echoed from the classical villa as a girl humming a tune, resembling a sprite, set down her backpack and turned to close the door behind her. Her face was exquisitely charming, a testament to divine craftsmanship. Her delicate features were framed by a flawless complexion, and her lips curved into a cheerful smile, while her crescent-shaped eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. She stepped onto the balcony, resting her hands on the railing and inhaling deeply the refreshing scent of summer sunshine. You know, if a master finds out you skip class again, you'll be in trouble. The black cat, now awake from its nap, lazily opened its eyes and glanced at the vibrant young girl beside it, speaking in a male human voice. The girl was unfazed by the cat's ability to speak. She bent down, her amber eyes sparkling as she regarded the slothful feline. "Daddy, is he coming back?" she asked, a mixture of surprise and excitement coloring her voice. The morning's message had informed her that her father would return that evening. The black cat stood up, shook its sleek fur, and gazed at the girl with its vibrant green eyes. "Really? I haven't seen Daddy in 5 years," the girl exclaimed, standing upright as a radiant smile illuminated her face. However, the black cat remained unaffected by her perfect smile, flicking its long tail as it leaped down from the balcony. "Before you celebrate, you should think about how to break the news to the master." With that nonchalant remark, the cat sauntered out of the girl's room. Once the cat departed, the girl's innocent smile abruptly shifted. "Damn it, why is he back so soon?" Irritated, she yanked the necklace from her neck and sat on the edge of her bed, pondering the cat's parting words. 10 years prior, her father had brought her to this elegant villa, filled with anxiety and defiance, embarking on a new life. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she could not deny the awe that washed over her upon first entering the villa. Yet, the father who adopted her had only appeared that one day 10 years ago. When she awoke the next morning, he had left behind only a talking black cat named Kay. This cat, who claimed to be the butler, had since dictated her life. The next time she saw her father was 5 years ago, in the dead of night. She had been awakened by sounds outside, and upon opening the door, a shadow enveloped her. When she looked up, a breathtakingly beautiful face loomed before her. That night, her father offered only a warning before vanishing, as mysteriously as he had first appeared. Now, 5 years later, she seemed to anticipate his return today. Clenching her fist, she glanced at the necklace that had been pulled off. It was a silver key, reminiscent of the current vintage trend. 5 years ago, her father had entrusted it to her, insisting she keep it close and never lose it. But she had misplaced the key 3 years prior, and this one was merely a replica made at her request. Kay was aware of this, but chose to remain silent on the matter. Thinking of that arrogant black cat, she felt a surge of frustration. Despite its role as her butler, its demeanor often struck her as haughty. What human would allow a cat to summon them, or regard them with disdain? The thought was maddening. Would her father choke her for this? She instinctively touched her slender neck, recalling the moment her father had nearly suffocated her, causing her to shiver. "I've made it to 15. I refuse to be easily dispatched." Taking a deep breath, she shook her head, deciding that as long as her father did not mention the key, she would not bring it up either. If he did inquire, she would simply adapt. After all, she, Feng Laiye, had an IQ tested at 190, and at just 15, she had advanced to university, consistently earning scholarships with outstanding grades. Although the scholarships were of little use to her, considering her father's irresponsible nature, appearing only once every 5 years, yet leaving behind an unlimited credit card, she had once attempted to purchase millions worth of goods within a month, only to find the card showed no signs of overdraft, leading to her disillusionment with material wealth. Every time, she returned home laden with bags. Kay would lounge lazily on the table, asking nonchalantly, "Does shopping make women happy?" And inevitably, she would stumble, perfectly directing her purchases towards Kay's soft form. She, Feng Laiye, was a girl who held grudges. Each time she saw Kay flailing to escape the heap of items, she would smile innocently, reminding herself it was the cat's repeated provocations that challenged her patience. Slipping the necklace back around her neck, Feng Laiye could only wait quietly for nightfall. Knowing her illustrious father would only arrive at midnight, she would patiently await the return of the stunning man who had left her 5 years ago, her father. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Father. As the moonlight cascaded upon the dark earth, cloaking the night in a silvery veil, Feng Laiye sat quietly in her room, her small feet playfully swinging. The clock ticked steadily, each second resonating with the rhythm of her heartbeat. Suddenly, she heard a gentle rustle of wind as the white curtains fluttered, allowing moonlight to flood the room. She rose and approached the window, her small hands anxiously gripping the key against her chest. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky, and the balcony was empty. Feng Laiye exhaled, scolding herself for her timidity. After all, it was merely a reunion with her long-lost father. Given his elusive nature, she suspected this encounter would be over in less than 5 minutes. "What are you looking for?" A melodious, magnetic voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Startled, she turned to find a stunningly beautiful face magnified before her. "D-Daddy." Finally regaining her voice, Feng Laiye struggled to keep her tone steady, though the effort was only partially successful. He replied softly, and Feng Laiye looked down at the petite creature she had adopted a decade ago. Now, the 5-year-old girl had blossomed into a striking beauty at just 15, her exquisite features hinting at the allure of her future. It seemed his judgment had been astute. Beneath that mud-streaked visage had emerged such a treasure. Swallowing hard, Feng Laiye kept her amber eyes fixed on her father's half-closed violet gaze, which seemed to shimmer with an enchanting dreaminess that captivated her very soul. However, the face before her had not changed in the slightest during the few encounters she had with her father. At 5 years old, at 10, and at 15, she had seen that same visage, an unblemished countenance that seemed to suggest that the decade she had lived through was merely a fleeting 10 minutes. The passage of time had left no trace on her father. He remained as handsome and elegant as he had been a decade ago when she first laid eyes upon him. "Little Sierre, what are you staring at? Do you not recognize your father?" Feng Laiye gently lifted Feng Laiye's chin, raising her increasingly lowered face. His peripheral vision caught the glint of the key hanging from her neck, immediately redirecting his focus to her intriguing expression. "Of course I recognize you, father. Your face is simply unparalleled." Feng Laiye beamed, her innocent smile radiant. Though she had no penchant for flattery, she found no harm in bending her principles when it came to this enigmatic paternal figure. After all, who could possibly rival her father's beauty? With a calm demeanor, Feng Laiye released his hold, observing the sweetly smiling Feng Laiye, the little girl who bore his name as her surname. He seemed poised to leave after letting go of her chin, and Feng Laiye felt a surge of relief, her smile brightening. Yet as moments ticked by, Feng Laiye remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on her without a hint of departure. Feng Laiye's smile grew increasingly strained. Was her father unusually idle today? He typically stayed for only 5 or 6 minutes before taking his leave. Why was he staring at her so intently this time, with no intention of moving? She couldn't possibly ask him, "Father, why don't you leave?" For the consequences of such a statement were all too predictable. She would be the one cast out. "Master." A light shadow descended between them, and Xiao Kei's fur glistened in the moonlight, appearing exceptionally sleek. With respectful emerald eyes, it gazed at its long-absent master, Feng Laiye. Feng Laiye nodded. "The master's room has been tidied up. Please rest early." With a marked contrast to its usual arrogant demeanor towards Feng Laiye, Xiao Kei spoke with utmost respect. It even extended its small front paw in a gesture of invitation, which nearly ignited Feng Laiye's impulse to kick the cat. She had only heard of sycophantic dogs. Where were the sycophantic cats? To her, this feline was more obsequious than any dog, haughty towards her, but utterly deferential to her father. The disparity was simply too pronounced. Feng Laiye bit her small silver teeth, glaring at Xiao Kei, who looked down upon her. Very well. She would remember to repay Xiao Kei's inconsistency. Wait, what had Xiao Kei just said? Tidy the room? For her father to stay in? Feng Laiye blinked, gazing up at her towering father, timidly asking, "Father, are you staying over today?" Oh my God, please tell her this was not true. Merely a figment of her imagination. Feng Laiye tilted his head slightly, observing the adorably expressive Feng Laiye, and said leisurely, "Little Sierra, where else would I stay if not in my own home?" Feng Laiye's mouth twitched incessantly, yet she maintained a facade of obedience and charm. Though her insides were tumultuous. Let go. He spent a single night at home in 10 years. And today he says such outrageous things. Xiao Ke, lead the way. Feng Laiye dismissed his foster daughter's charming expression. At his command, the black cat, Xiao Ke, dutifully guided the way, and the pair swiftly exited Feng Laiye's room. Once they were gone, Feng Laiye flopped down onto the floor, staring blankly at the open door. Oh no! Someone tell her this was not real. Her father was actually going to stay at home, although the house certainly belonged to him, and even she was his. Could he not give her some psychological preparation? It was utterly shocking to her, who had grown accustomed to living alone for a decade, for him to suddenly declare his intent to stay. Xiao Ke was not human. It could barely be considered a transformed cat. Despite having lived 10 years under the guise of his foster daughter, she had never felt a shred of fatherly affection between them. Their dynamic remained unchanged since a decade ago. With a dejected sigh, Feng Laiye lay back on the ground, releasing a long sigh from the depths of her heart. Please, could it not be so terrifying? She began to pray that her dear father was merely in a whimsical mood to stay for a day or two and had no intentions of settling down permanently. Chapter 5. The mystic eye. After leading Feng Laiye to his dwelling, Xiao Ke obediently stood by, awaiting Feng Laiye's instructions. Feng Laiye casually removed his outer clothing, revealing a white shirt underneath, then sat on the edge of the bed, observing the serious expression on Xiao Ke's face. Is the little one behaving well here? Feng Laiye insured nonchalantly. Reporting to the master, the young lady's activities at home have been normal, except. Xiao Ke paused, twitching its tail. Feng Laiye crossed his long legs, anticipating Xiao Ke's next words. He sensed that the stubborn and amusing little girl would not grow up to be as docile as she appeared. Sure enough, Xiao Ke's next statement caused the corners of Feng Laiye's mouth to lift slightly. According to the crow's intelligence, the young lady spent little time at school, preferring instead to frequent a CAF named Sanyue. Although the crows attempted to infiltrate and observe, they discovered a formidable barrier surrounding the CF, forcing them to watch from the outside. Xiao Ke squinted its eyes slightly, speaking with some embarrassment. If I had gone personally, perhaps that barrier would not have hindered me. But I cannot leave this room. Sanyue, is it? Feng Laiye's lips curled into a shallow, almost imperceptible smile, his alluring purple eyes reflecting a complex array of thoughts, leaving one uncertain of his intentions. Master, is there an issue? Why the sudden? Xiao Ke began, a hint of concern evident in its voice, but was met with Feng Laiye's icy gaze. Despite his expression being devoid of coldness, it made Xiao Ke tremble involuntarily. It realized it had overstepped. Swallowing hard, Xiao Ke steadied its voice. It was my mistake to speak out of turn. Please rest well, master. I shall take my leave. Bowing its head respectfully, it exited the room, and the door slammed shut with a gust of wind, shaking the ground. That was close. It nearly broached the master's taboo. As Xiao Ke left, it gazed at the firmly shut door and departed quietly. Feng Laiye languidly nestled in her blankets, blissfully lost in sweet slumber, the warm sunlight bathing her, making it difficult to open her eyes. Yet, her sensitivity detected a shadow obscuring the sunlight meant for her. Frowning, Feng Laiye remained lazily in bed, merely waving her hand in an attempt to shoo away the shadow. However, her hand brushed against an icy sensation, jolting her awake. She opened her eyes to meet a pair of eyes that seemed to smile mischievously. "Ah, little Sierra, good morning." Feng Laiye greeted her, observing her startled expression. Father. Gee, good morning." Feng Laiye stammered, finally managing to swallow her racing heart, hoping he wouldn't appear so suddenly and give her a heart attack. She gazed at the sunlight speckling Feng Laiye's casual attire, its golden brilliance captivating. Yet her gaze shifted back to Feng Laiye's nonchalant demeanor, filling her with confusion and irritation. "Little Sierra, are your arms not tired?" The words of Feng Laiye captured Feng Laiye's attention once more. "Huh? What?" Blinking her eyes, Feng Laiye donned an innocent facade to mask her earlier distraction. Feng Laiye shook her head, and it was only then that Feng Laiye realized her outstretched hand had inadvertently landed on her father's exquisitely handsome face. Startled, She withdrew her hand as if it had been burned, hastily sitting up in bed, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. How embarrassing to have slapped her father's face. Her intention of leaving a sweet and obedient impression had instantly shattered. She vowed she had not done it on purpose. She would dare provoke dragons and tigers, but not this impassive beauty known as her father. Shouldn't you be getting ready for school? Feng Laiye stepped back, hands casually tucked into his pockets, observing the blushing little girl. He was unaware that the once fearless child, who could smile in the face of death, had now learned to blush. Yes, thank you, Daddy, for waking me up, she replied, nodding fervently, her large, beautiful eyes blinking eagerly, as if a tail might sprout and wag behind her. How kind of her father to call her to get up for school. The more she thought about it, the more perplexing it became. Stealing glances at Feng Laiye, standing by the bedside, she mused to herself. All right, she had to admit, her father was extraordinarily handsome. Waking up to such a striking visage could indeed quicken one's heartbeat. However, the rapid heartbeat was also due to fright. She genuinely wished he would refrain from appearing so suddenly. In just 2 days since his return, he had startled her twice already. Seeing her awake, Feng Laiye shrugged and exited the room, closing the door behind him. At that moment, he twisted the ring on his right middle finger, and a faint purple light swiftly darted into Feng Laiye's room, settling quietly within her hair. Dressed, she descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, when suddenly, a shadow landed on her shoulder. Little K, what are you doing? She glared at the black cat that had never before ventured close to her. Squinting her eyes, she inquired with annoyance. If her memory served her right, this insufferably clean feline had not touched her in the decade she had been here. Not even once had it perched on her shoulder, let alone brushed against her. Now, this fastidious cat had inexplicably chosen to settle on her shoulder. It seemed her father's return had stirred something unusual in it as well. However, little K merely sniffed her face with utmost seriousness, its emerald eyes glinting momentarily before it gracefully leaped down from her shoulder. Breakfast is ready. With a flick of its tail, it casually announced, striding down the stairs with an air of elegance. Darn it, Feng Laiye poted, glaring at the overly self-important little K, struggling to suppress the urge to kick it. Where's Daddy? She asked, taking a seat at the dining table, eyeing the cat that was grooming itself. Little K licked its front paw, regarding her with a strange look. Your master has not yet risen. The milk she had just sipped nearly choked her, her face reddening as she coughed violently. Cough, cough. What nonsense is this silly cat spouting? Daddy, hasn't he gotten up yet? Is it lying? If that were true, then was what I saw merely an illusion? No, yo, I distinctly felt my father's cold skin and the faint smile in his brilliant purple eyes, casting an annoyed glance at the cat. She was too lazy to argue further. Glancing at the clock, she noticed it was still early. Smirking, she decided it was a good time for breakfast. After all, she hadn't attended school for an entire week. Since she had managed to wake up early today, she might as well stroll around school. If her father found out about her frequent absences, she would be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, little K quietly observed the little girl who was preoccupied with her meal. Typically, she wouldn't rise before 9, yet today she had awoken before 7. Quite a rarity indeed. All right, I'm off. Please tell Daddy goodbye for me. Feng Laiye grabbed her backpack and waved at the indifferent little K. Despite the cat's haughty demeanor, it had looked after her for most of her 10 years, so she chose to overlook its arrogance. Little K lazily lifted its eyes, acknowledging her farewell. Watching the slender blue figure vanish through the door, it then gracefully leaped down from the dining table. At that moment, Feng Laiye appeared in the room. Master, little K exclaimed, surprised to see Feng Laiye. Shouldn't he still be resting at this hour? Why was he occasionally rising early to bask in the sunlight is a fine decision, Feng Laiye replied, taking a seat on the sofa, his tone devoid of any hint that he found his statement unusual. Little K, who had been listening, moved its small mouth in confusion but remained silent. Master enjoys sunbathing? It thought bemused. This was more amusing than the most ridiculous joke. It had no idea when its master had developed a sense of humor. Miss seems a bit odd today, little K reported its observations to Feng Laiye, noting the peculiar aura it felt from Feng Laiye when she came downstairs. It had sensed a faint magical barrier surrounding her, prompting its close inspection. You mean the barrier around her? Feng Laiye asked calmly, taking a sip of the tea prepared by little K, his tone relaxed and unperturbed. Yes. It seems the master has long been aware, little K nodded, jumping onto the sofa beside Feng Laiye. That is a magic eye, Feng Laiye remarked after a sip of his tea. Little Kay stared at the composed Feng Laiye, realizing that this house had already been protected by a barrier. The only one capable of wielding such advanced magic within it was indeed the master. Could be? Little Kay pondered, suddenly enlightened as it gazed at Feng Laiye's inscrutable expression. Remember the permanent address of Kyushu Literature Station for easy future reading. Volume 1, Chapter 6, Academy Anbei Academy, an institution that gathers the offspring of all influential families, be they in business, politics, entertainment, or even the underworld. Any child from a powerful lineage would inevitably be sent to this academy for a specialized elite education. Anbei Academy offers a comprehensive educational system from kindergarten to university, and its regulations are uniquely stringent. Given the influential backgrounds of the students' parents, many of whom belong to rival factions, one notable rule is the absolute confidentiality of students' identities and backgrounds, with a firm prohibition against parents appearing on campus. The true identities of all students are known only to the principal. Even the teachers remain oblivious. All students are warned against mentioning their lineage or parents while at school, under threat of expulsion. Feng Laiye's enrollment in such an academy was entirely orchestrated by Little Kay. She had no idea how a cat could manage her admission. But the day after being notified, she found herself donned in a school uniform, entering the primary division. Over the course of 10 years, she had skipped 3 grades and smoothly transitioned into the university division. Gazing at the opulent entrance of Anbei High School, Feng Laiye sighed. Indeed, she still disliked the aura of academia. Lifting her gaze to the scorching sun, a flush crept across her face. Although she cherished the warm embrace of sunlight, her skin was infuriatingly uncooperative. Standing under the bright sun for 10 minutes would surely leave her feverish. Observing her fair complexion, she had no choice but to hasten her steps into the school. Hey, did I just imagine that? That is indeed Feng Laiye from the design department. Upon entering the university, Feng Laiye overheard the astonished voices of those around her. With a slight smile, she thought to herself, was it truly necessary to be so surprised by her mere absence from class, having spent 4/5 of the semester away? Yet, she had long grown accustomed to such reactions. It seemed that each time she stepped onto campus, she was met with a chorus of whispers. Most of these murmurs stemmed from her exquisitely delicate features and her notable truancy. It is said that every student at Anbei Academy is a paragon of beauty, yet Feng Laiye managed to stir a fervor among them, highlighting the extraordinary nature of her appearance. However, she herself did not perceive her beauty as extraordinary. After all, who could remain unaffected by a father whose looks could make women swoon? Her aesthetic sensibility had been irrevocably altered the day she laid eyes on her father, rendering her merely a homely duckling in his presence. Another reason for the incessant chatter surrounding her was, "Xiaoxia, sweetheart," a distant voice. A blend of a sultry female tone and an excited male exclamation reached Feng Laiye's ears. Without needing to glance up, she knew precisely where those captivating voices originated. "Xiaoxia, darling, where have you been?" A tall and handsome young man, clad in a pristine academy uniform, strode through the bewildered crowd. Captivating the hearts of many before arriving at Feng Laiye's side, his expression one of discontent as he looked down at her, who barely reached his chest. "Hanyu." Feng Laiye offered him a sweet smile and nodded, secretly grumbling. "Who is your darling? Please, take your leave and stop tarnishing my reputation." "Xiaoxia, sweetheart, don't pay any mind to this narcissist. Come, let's see if you've lost any weight." A stunning girl, resembling a delicate fairy, reached out her fragile hand to cradle Feng Laiye's face, her autumn-like eyes scanning it with endearment. Ah. Sha. I've only been gone for a week. I haven't lost any weight." Feng Laiye sighed as she felt her face being held, nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation. She truly wished for them to temper their exuberance, for each time she returned, their commotion drew the attention of the entire university. She was there to study, not to perform in a Shakespearean play. She longed to tell them to refrain from using such nauseatingly sweet words that sent chills down her spine. "People are worried about you." Long Sha released her grip and looked at Feng Laiye with an expression of concern. "I know." Feng Laiye shrugged, glancing at the 2 individuals standing before her, both radiating beauty and possessing remarkable figures, truly a pair that could be described as a match made in heaven. Yet, ironically, they were not a couple. In fact, they were somewhat adversarial. These 2, Han Yu and Long Xia were her only friends at Anbei Academy. Xia, what brings you back today? Han Yu, dismissing Xia's antics, led Feng Laiye towards the classroom, flashing a radiant smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. Hee hee. Feng Laiye offered a perfunctory smile, but just as she took a step, Long Xia tugged her back, possessively wrapping her arm around her own. Hey, don't touch my sweetheart. Long Xia shot Han Yu a disapproving glare, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Stop clinging to my darling. Han Yu retorted with a scoff, seizing Feng Laiye's other arm and pulling her towards himself without hesitation. Left and right, tugged and pulled. Feng Laiye felt like a toy being fought over by two children, helplessly smiling in resignation. Did these two derive endless amusement from their antics? Each time she arrived, it turned into a spectacle that drew the attention of the entire student body, while she, the innocent party, became the unwilling victim. Each time, it was either her sleeves torn apart or her emotions left in a state of bewildered laughter. This was one of the reasons she rarely came to school. With her rare return, most of her time was consumed by these two until the guidance director happened upon the scene, witnessing the chaos and calling for the class teachers to escort their students back to the classroom, while he took the culprits, Han Yu and Long Xia, to the office for some reflection. With a sigh, Feng Laiye could only shake her head at the two. As they were led away, cast her pitiful glances filled with reluctance. Checking the time, she was astonished to find it nearly 10 o'clock, having arrived before 8. She had allowed those two mischief makers to squander so much of her time. There would be no class for her today. In fact, she didn't even need to head to the classroom. Resigned, she adjusted her attire and decided to head to another location, the true destination of her visit. With an angelic smile, she departed Anbei Academy, leaving a trail of curious gazes behind her. Design department classroom. I heard Feng Laiye is attending class today? Asked the bespectacled teacher, flipping through his book with a smile. Feng Laiye, his brightest student, was exceptionally intelligent, and despite her frequent absences, her academic progress remained unaffected. He was determined to seize this opportunity to impart his latest teachings to her, unwilling to let such a gifted pupil slip away. The students exchanged glances, their eyes finally settling on the increasingly joyful expression of their teacher, and in unison, they declared, "She has already left." What? The teacher, filled with delight, was suddenly struck with disbelief, fainting at the podium. Feng Laiye, I will catch you next time. The door to Tsung F swung open roughly, revealing a rosy-cheeked Feng Laiye, her smile bright as she approached the bar counter. Xia has arrived. A handsome young boy, appearing around 13 or 14, looked up from polishing a coffee cup, his youthful face illuminated by a sunny grin. Call me Xia, not just Xia. Feng Laiye chided, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. How can you call me that when you're so much younger? She protested, tapping his forehead lightly. You're the one who's older. He mumbled, rubbing his forehead in annoyance. What did you say? Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, giving him a warning look. Nothing. He quickly replied, recognizing the thread in her gaze. Humph, satisfied. Feng Laiye surveyed the quiet CF, her amber eyes taking in the surroundings before inquiring, where's the master? The boy shrugged, busy with his tasks. My brother went out last night to check on some new coffee beans. Your master works so diligently. Feng Laiye plopped down onto a stool at the bar, resting her chin on her hand. You, on the other hand, are a bit late today. He placed a glass of iced tea before her, thoughtfully adding extra ice. Feng Laiye couldn't help but recall the blunder that occurred at school, and with a resigned wave of her hand, she dismissed the thought. Don't mention it. I returned to school only to find myself outside the classroom for over 2 hours. Wasting time is akin to wasting life itself. Surprisingly, you actually went to school on your own. The boy's tone was laced with unabashed teasing. It was always her older brother who had to coax her into going. This time, however, it was a rare occurrence indeed. Have you been dazed by the sun? After saying this, the boy genuinely reached out to touch her forehead. No fever. Get away. She swatted his hand away, casting him a sideways glance. The boy chuckled, ceasing his teasing and returning to his own tasks. The coffee shop in the morning was particularly quiet, with only a handful of patrons, creating an atmosphere of serene leisure. However, a charming young girl behind the bar captured the attention of the guests. With her perfect little face and a lazy, adorable expression, she resembled a bored kitten lounging on the counter, idly playing with her paws. Ding-ling. The bell at the entrance chimed as the door swung open, heralding the arrival of a tall, slender figure. Yin, please take the order of the Blue Mountain coffee beans to the gentleman outside, Shuo Li instructed, glancing at the documents he held. Understood. Shuo Yin obediently retrieved the order from behind the bar and made his way outside. Meanwhile, Feng Laiye, with a sweet smile, bounced over to Shuo Li, who was intently examining the documents in his hands. Master, she exclaimed, throwing her arms wide and leaping into Shuo Li's embrace, her voice bubbling with laughter. Xiaoxia? Startled by the unexpected hug, Shuo Li blinked in surprise before recognizing the playful girl. His initial astonishment melted away, replaced by a warm smile as he affectionately tousled her hair. When did you arrive? Just a little while ago. I didn't know you had work today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to disturb you. Feng Laiye playfully stuck out her tongue, her demeanor adorably mischievous. You're not disturbing me. I'm already done with my work. Shuo Li laughed heartily, his laughter as bright as the March sun. Hee, you're the best, master. Feng Laiye nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shuo Li's handsome, sunlit face. He was her master, Shuo Li, the owner of Sanyue Coffee House, a striking man who appeared to be around 23 or 24. He and his younger brother, Shuo Yin, operated a modest coffee shop not far from school. They had become acquainted 3 years ago through an unexpected encounter, and she had since taken him as her master. Flattery will get you nowhere, young lady. Are you trying to persuade me to go easy on you? Shuoditisit, genti topping hernose. Not at all. I wish for master to be strict and train me hard. Please don't go easy on me. She blinked playfully, her tone hinting an underlying seriousness. Shuo Li's expression softened slightly as he sighed. Then he smiled and patted her head. I know. You are such a stubborn girl. What are you two talking about? Shuo Yin, returning from outside, inquired with a teasing smile, noticing the contrasting expressions on his brother and Feng Laiye's faces. Nothing much. Just get ready to take Xiaoxia to the basement. I'll join you shortly, Shuo Li instructed, giving his brother a light pat on the back. Got it. Shuo Yin nodded and, as usual, led Feng Laiye towards the inner sanctum of the coffee house. They traversed a long corridor and pushed open the vintage clock at the end, revealing a concealed entrance behind it. It was dark and uninviting, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Feng Laiye followed Shuo Yin into the passageway. The sound of the clock shifting echoed behind them, and soon the light faded, leaving her to navigate the darkness. Before long, they arrived at the hidden basement beneath Sanyue Coffee House. Shuo Yin flicked on the lights, illuminating a spacious area filled with an array of weapons, from the most basic daggers to the most modern laser guns. The training ground included shooting ranges, wooden posts, and nets adorned with iron spikes, all exuding a chilling atmosphere. Here, Shuo Yin tossed a pair of weighted rings to Feng Laiye. She caught them with both hands, though she glared at him in discontent. Are you trying to crush me? 4 rings, each weighing 10 pounds, 40 pounds total. If they fall on my head, it would surely splatter my brains. She began to suspect that this impudent boy might be harboring malicious intentions. If you can't handle this little weight, then all my brother's efforts over the past 3 years will have been in vain. Shuo Yin shrugged, dismissing her protests with an air of nonchalance. Oof, you little philosopher. Even though he spoke the truth, Feng Laiye stubbornly stuck her tongue out at him. All right, warm up first. I'll go get my brother, Shuo Yin said, ignoring her displeasure as his expression remained cool and indifferent. Go on, you brat, she shouted after him, exasperated by his arrogance. Upon returning to the coffee house, Shuo Yin found Shuo Li seated at the bar, a glass of deep blue liquor in hand. Even Magic Eye has made an appearance, Shuo Li remarked, seemingly aware of Shuo Yan's return as he gazed at the drink in his hand. Brother, are you saying? Shuo Yan's surprise was evident as he observed the nonchalant demeanor of Shuo Li. Nothing much. I'm heading down, Shuo Li replied, setting down his glass and rising. The adversary certainly possessed some skill to have placed the magic eye on Xiaoxia, a surveillance spell that could penetrate any barrier. However, they had underestimated him. He had noticed the trick the moment Xiaoxia leaped into his embrace. As he ruffled her hair, he had captured that cunning magic eye and unceremoniously tossed it into his specially concocted drink to obliterate it. He had always despised the feeling of being spied upon. Chapter 1, Volume 8. Training. When Shuo Li descended into the basement, he found Feng Laiye already warmed up, expertly handling the weapons hanging on the wall. The moment he entered, she threw a dagger towards his face. Are you trying to turn my wall into a beehive? He slightly tilted his head as the flying blade whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into the wall behind him. Yet, Li's expression remained calm, devoid of surprise or anger. Master, Feng Laiye called sweetly, smiling as she sauntered up to him, her face beaming with excitement. What are you going to teach me today? Can we try something new? I'm getting tired of these old tricks. She clung to his arm, feigning a pitiful expression that was utterly endearing. You've already mastered the night raid techniques I taught you last time. Haven't you? Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. If he remembered correctly, he had imparted those skills to her just a week ago. Surely, she couldn't have mastered them that quickly. Master, those moves are far too simple to satisfy me. You really underestimate my abilities. Feng Laiye protested, her lips pouting in discontent. You've truly become more adept in your training. Li acknowledged with a hint of admiration. Li shook his head helplessly. The frail little girl from back then had transformed into a formidable little demon capable of both striking and killing. He recalled how she had spent nearly 3 months mastering the simplest horse stance and nearly half a year learning to wield a dagger. In just 3 short years, her capacity for absorbing everything he taught her had progressed at a miraculous rate. Regardless of the difficulty of the task, she consistently accomplished it in increasingly shorter periods, mastering each skill with remarkable proficiency. This left him, her mentor, astonished. This girl, who had grown before his eyes, had now become someone whose future development he could no longer foresee. Her innate talent and unwavering determination had rendered her future limitless. With such a disciple, he was uncertain whether to feel proud or anxious. Martial arts should not be rushed. You are still in your developmental phase. Overexertion could harm your growth. You are still young. These things can take time. Forcing progress can lead to adverse effects. He was genuinely concerned that she might be overly eager to achieve results and push herself too hard, which could ultimately backfire. Master, I can do it. I truly can. Feng Laiye said earnestly, fully aware of Li's concerns and that he was looking out for her. Yet, she found it impossible to live a leisurely life. She needed strength. She needed to become powerful, and time was not on her side. Little Xia, Li gazed at her youthful face, which bore an unwavering expression that belied her age, feeling a sense of helplessness. Every time he urged her to take care, she would dismiss his worries with resolute assurance. Master, no slacking off. Let us begin quickly. I must return home early this afternoon. I can't afford to be late. With a sweet, charming smile, Feng Laiye tugged at Li's arm. Understood, Li replied, concealing his worries with a smile. At noon, Xuan brought lunch for the 3 of them to the basement. But Feng Laiye insisted on practicing a little longer. Both Li and Xuan were well aware of her stubbornness beneath her sweet demeanor and chose not to press her. Instead, sitting by and watching her petite figure repeatedly fall only to spring back up, her determined little face showing no trace of retreat or fear. In her bright eyes sparkled a fierce resolve and an unwavering spirit. It was only when Xuan could no longer bear to watch that he stood up and pulled the panting and drenched in sweat Feng Laiye aside. Although Xuan was only slightly taller than Feng Laiye, being male endowed him with significantly more strength, and he easily guided her to a seat. Why are you pushing yourself so hard today? Xuan asked, noticing her reckless training pace. While Feng Laiye was always diligent and earnest in her practice, she seldom neglected to take breaks like she did today, even postponing her energy replenishment. She understood well that training while fatigued was often futile and counterproductive. Feng Laiye paused, slightly taken aback, and wiped the sweat from her face with a damp towel, responding somewhat dismissively. It's nothing. I just got carried away. Just wanted to get more familiar. Xuan could easily detect her evasiveness, but refrained from pressing further. Feng Laiye was inherently secretive, if she did not wish to share. No amount of questioning would elicit a response. For 3 years, aside from knowing her name and age, the 2 brothers had learned nothing more about her family or friends. Li simply sipped his coffee, observing Feng Laiye without uttering a word. After a brief intermission, Feng Laiye hastily finished her lunch and returned to practice. Brother, what is up with her today? Xuan inquired of Li, eyeing Feng Laiye's unusual demeanor. Not sure, Li shrugged, setting down his blanket and rising. I'll go give her some guidance. You head back to the shop. Okay, Xuan nodded, gathering his things and departing the basement. By mid-afternoon, Feng Laiye lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, her clothes soaked with sweat, her fingers trembling slightly from the exertion. Li crouched down to remove the weighted rings from her wrists and ankles, then carried the fatigued Feng Laiye into the adjacent bathroom. Wash off the sweat. I'll dry your clothes for you later, he said, placing the blushing Feng Laiye in the bathtub before stepping out and closing the door. Inside, Feng Laiye struggled to unbutton her shirt with trembling fingers, awkwardly shedding her clothes before turning on the faucet. As the cool water enveloped her, every taut muscle within her rejoiced, a wave of relief cascading through her body. Today was indeed excessive, she reflected as she soaked in the tub. Yet deep down, she knew that even if she acknowledged her overexertion, she would still push herself relentlessly in her training. Memories of her father would flood her mind, recalling that fateful night which forever altered her life. The acrid scent of blood and the piercing screams, the demonic flames that devoured her happiness, replaying vividly in her mind, almost overwhelming her with despair and terror. She needed strength. She needed to grow stronger. After an hour of rest, Feng Laiye's vitality and complexion returned to normal, and she once again donned her sweet smile. She bid farewell to the Shu brothers and, shouldering her backpack, set off for home. This was her daily routine. Every moment of skip classes was spent in the basement of this coffee shop. 3 years ago, she had made the decision to take Shuli as her master, determined to shed her previous weakness. Upon returning home, she found little Kay sprawled beside her father, who was engrossed in paperwork. Hearing the door open, Feng Laiye raised his head and spotted the adorable Feng Laiye standing obediently at the entrance. "Father, I'm back," she said sweetly. In truth, it felt quite unfamiliar to see her father upon returning home, as for the past decade, the vast villa had only housed her and little Kay. Feng Laiye nodded. Little Kay opened his eyes and glanced at Feng Laiye. "Master has prepared ice cream for you in the fridge. You can have it after changing," little Kay announced, shaking off his fur. Feng Laiye was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, "Thank Father." She had never anticipated that her incredibly irresponsible father would know that ice cream was her favorite treat, let alone prepare it for her in advance. His actions exceeded her expectations. Feng Laiye merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Feng Laiye pressed her lips together and dashed upstairs to change. "The demon eye is gone," Feng Laiye remarked leisurely after she had ascended. "What?" little Kay exclaimed, staring incredulously at Feng Laiye. "Does that mean the demon eye has been discovered and destroyed? Where did little Xie go today?" Feng Laiye inquired. Reporting to the master, the young lady was at school earlier, but there were no abnormalities. Afterward, she remained at Sung. Little Kay dutifully conveyed the information gathered by the crows. Feng Laiye smirked, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. The opponent seemed to possess some significance. The existence of the magical eye can be easily detected, allowing one to evade the attention of the mischievous spirit and extinguish it. The opponent possesses some skill. However, the magical eye, while a tool for surveillance, only reveals everything it has observed once it is retrieved from the monitored individual. Now that the magical eye has been destroyed, its insights remain forever unknown. "Master, do you need me to?" Little Kay began to inquire, but was halted by Feng Laiye's hand gesture. "There is no need for that yet. The origins and intentions of the opponent remain unclear. As it stands, there is no threat to the mischievous spirit. If they intended harm, they would not have waited so long. After all, little Kay has informed me that the spirit's movements have been suspicious for 3 years now. If there were any danger, it would likely have manifested by now. Remember, you must not leave this villa under any circumstances. Have you forgotten my words?" Feng Laiye's violet eyes regarded little Kay with cold indifference, prompting little Kay to lower her head, sincerely reflecting on her impulsiveness. "Yes, I understand." Chapter 1. Section 9. Wounds. The night was eerily quiet. Feng Laiye, clad in a white nightgown, tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber. Restless, she turned on the lamp and glanced at the clock beside her bed, which read 1 o'clock. Feeling parched, she decided to rise and head downstairs for a glass of water. Habitually barefoot, she treaded silently across the cool floor like a cat. Feng Laiye reclined on the living room sofa with her water cup, her beautiful eyes gazing serenely at the moon outside the floor-to-ceiling window, which shone brightly and beautifully. Still not sleeping at this hour? Little Kay's lithe form perched on the back of the sofa, her emerald eyes shimmering softly. "Well, neither are you," Feng Laiye retorted, initially startled by little Kay's sudden appearance. She soon regained her composure and shot a playful glare at the nocturnal creature, knowing she was equally awake at this late hour. "I am a cat." "You are a human," little Kay replied nonchalantly, highlighting their differences and how they should be treated accordingly. "I've never encountered a talking cat. Are you from Mars?" An extraterrestrial feline, perhaps? What other cat could speak? Perhaps little K is a spy sent from Mars to observe everything on Earth until the opportune moment arises to signal an invasion. Little K narrowed her eyes playfully. You met me 10 years ago, a decade prior, when a master had entrusted the tiny girl to her care. She had been taken aback by the child's disheveled appearance. Not due to filth, but because a radiant smile graced her face amidst the chaos. Yes, yes. Feng Laiye had no patience for banter with the conceited cat, who always had a knack for delivering cutting remarks. Her large eyes darted around, and she suddenly asked little K, by the way, how long will father be staying at home? Admittedly, she had been pondering this question for some time. She wished fervently that he would leave soon so she could escape her constant state of vigilance. Heaven knows that during the days he had been at home, every cell in her body had been on high alert, and a single dinner was enough to leave her drenched in sweat. Strangely, the fearless girl felt like a timid student in the presence of her distinguished father, unable to utter a word. The thought of expressing it out loud was indeed embarrassing. Little K regarded Feng Laiye with an odd expression, observing her eager smile as she leisurely licked her paw. The master had not explicitly stated it, but given the current situation, it seemed that the master intended to stay for an extended period. Boom! An atomic bomb exploded in Feng Laiye's mind. No, it couldn't be. Long-term, she felt dizzy, as if her entire life had suddenly dimmed. Did this mean her days ahead would be fraught with turmoil? Although her father was not one to cause any earth-shattering events, just the mere thought of cohabiting under the same roof made it hard for her to breathe. Don't let the master see your current expression, little K warned, shaking her head at Feng Laiye's distraught demeanor. The girl was clever, but still very innocent, and her emotions were easily readable through her expressions. I understand, Feng Laiye nodded, though a smile eluded her. She didn't want this. Her father was terrifying. Could she not request to stay at school instead? Mourning her fate, she leaned against the sofa, inadvertently brushing against little K as she licked her paws, leaving a small scratch on her earlobe. Ouch! A faint sting radiated from her ear, prompting Feng Laiye to gently smooth her beautiful hair. Damn it! Stop the bleeding! Little K suddenly exclaimed, her tone bearing a clear warning. Huh? What are you so anxious about? Feng Laiye questioned, puzzled by little K's strange behavior. She felt no significant harm and casually wiped the blood from her earlobe with her finger. It wasn't her first injury. Why the fuss? Over the past decade, she had endured numerous scrapes and bruises, and little K had never been this anxious, even when she once tumbled down the stairs with a fever, leaving little K merely an indifferent observer. I'll check if the master has returned. Just do as I say, little K said, nimbly leaping up the stairs and leaving Feng Laiye alone on the sofa, lost in thought. What was wrong with that silly cat? Truly, it was acting strangely. Feng Laiye dismissed little K's words as she turned a deaf ear to the nonsensical remarks. What did it mean to check if her father had returned? Hadn't he gone to his room to rest after dinner? Was little K suffering from selective amnesia? However, she noted that her father had hardly eaten at dinner, merely sipping on some broth before declaring himself full. Was it how he maintained his perfect physique, eating less than even a cat, as little K's appetite exceeded his? Suddenly, little K's antics made Feng Laiye feel drowsy, and she rose to head upstairs. Just as she stepped onto the staircase, a gust of wind swept up her skirt, sending her hair flying. What the heck? Where did this strong wind come from? Little K had become so careless that it had failed to mention an open window. Even if its paws were too weak to close it, a simple warning would have sufficed. While trying to hold down her fluttering skirt and tame her tousled hair, Feng Laiye turned to see which window was ajar. However, as she turned, she was met with a face startlingly close, causing her breath to hitch. The alabaster cheeks, the otherworldly and beguiling violet eyes, the devilish smile gracing those perfect lips. Her heart raced to a halt. Father, with cold sweat trickling down her back, Feng Laiye could barely modulate her voice. Sire, you smell delightful. Feng Laiye leaned closer, brushing Feng Laiye's hair aside and bringing it to his nose, murmuring softly, his violet eyes sparkling with an enchanting light. What? Feng Laiye felt as though she might faint from shock. Could someone please tell her what had possessed her illustrious father? Remember the Kyushu Literature Station's permanent address for easier future readings. Chapter 1, Section 10, Danger Father. What are you talking about? How could I smell good? Surely, her father hadn't eaten so little at dinner that he was imagining things. Please, She was not food. She hoped he wouldn't mistake her for a roast pig. The corners of Feng Laie's mouth twitched, struggling to maintain her composure. Then, Feng Laiye seemed oblivious to Feng Laie's words, leaning in closer until their bodies were almost touching. The fragrance was intoxicating. Ah, ah, ah. Feng Laiye gasped in shock, wondering what her father intended to do. Could he please step back a little? She felt as if she could hardly breathe. Father, you're still awake at this late hour? She desperately sought a topic to discuss. Goodness, the situation was far too bizarre. As cold sweat trickled down her back, she attempted to retreat, but Feng Laiye's keen eyes caught her movement. His long, powerful arm encircled her slender waist, pulling her back into his embrace with a sudden force. Supporting herself against his chest, Feng Laie's eyes widened in astonishment. She swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear as she awaited her father's next move. Oh God, Jesus, Jade Emperor, please show your divine intervention. She felt as if her mind might explode from the tension. Sierra, are you afraid of me? His gentle whisper brushed against her ear, and as he leaned in closer, the exposed earlobe still bore traces of dried blood. No, of course not. How could I be afraid of my esteemed father? As she spoke, her legs felt weak, but Feng Laiye had honed her skills in deception to an art form, maintaining a calm facade despite her rising panic. Sierra, you truly are a little liar, he teased, lifting her chin with a playful touch, effortlessly exposing her fib. Yet, his tone held no warmth, and she found herself drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by fear. Please, she was merely a 15-year-old girl, a little too self-important. Why must he hold her to such scrutiny? She was on the verge of fainting. Father, father. She watched helplessly as he drew nearer, her chin and waist firmly in his grasp, rendering her immobile. Could she kick him? Would that even be possible? You wish to kick me? Feng Laiye's smile was wicked as he squinted at her bewildered expression. No, never. How could I dare to kick my most respected and beloved father? She feigned innocence while quietly retracting her half-extended leg, tears brimming in her eyes. Did he have to be so perceptive, leaving her no chance of escape? A mere kick wouldn't kill him. She could control the force. Feng Laiye remained non-committal, his gaze shifting to the wound on Feng Laiye's earlobe, his expression suddenly turning peculiar. Sierra, you're hurt. Oh, it's just a small injury, nothing serious. She prayed he wouldn't realize that his elaborate concern was merely to inspect her ear. How careless of you. As he said this, he unexpectedly leaned down, licking the blood from her earlobe. The soft, wet touch sent shivers through Feng Laiye. Oh my God, what is father doing? She felt her mental fortitude being brutally tested, her cheeks flushing from his sudden action. Shh, be quiet. Feng Laiye raised his head, his half-lidded purple eyes locking on Feng Laiye's nearly frenzied state, his voice weaving a spell that silenced her endless screams. Like a doll, she obediently nodded. Satisfied, Feng Laiye lowered his head, tilting her chin aside to reveal her snow-white neck, vast expanses of skin illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an alluring invitation. Gradually, he seemed to see the veins beneath her porcelain skin, pulsating with vibrant blood. So fragrant, so enticing. Slowly, his lips brushed against her neck, planting a gentle kiss before he opened his mouth, revealing pristine teeth, leaning in to bite down. Master. Upon discovering that Feng Laiye was not in his room, Xiao Ke had intended to fetch Feng Laiye for bed. However, as he reached the staircase, he stumbled upon a shocking scene. Without a second thought, Xiao Ke leaped onto Feng Laiye's shoulder, sinking his teeth into him. At that moment, Feng Laiye abruptly pushed Feng Laiye away with a low grunt, and Xiao Ke was sent flying by a bolt of energy emanating from Feng Laiye. Oof! The little creature grunted as he tumbled through the air, landing safely but sustaining a small injury, blood trickling from his mouth. Master, despite his own wound, he hurriedly inquired about Feng Laiye's condition. Hiss! Clutching his bitten shoulder, Feng Laiye's eyes returned to their usual indifference. He frowned at the now awakening Feng Laiye and then glanced at Xiao Ke. First, tend to your injury. Feng Laiye understood his own strength well. Even in a half-awake state, his power could be fatal. If not for Xiao Ke's considerable abilities, he would have already perished. Nevertheless, caution was essential. Otherwise, he could sustain severe injuries. Yes, sensing the intensity in Feng Laiye's gaze, Xiao Ke felt reassured. He wiped the blood from his wound with a paw and bounded up the stairs. As he passed by Feng Laiye, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Feng Laiye before departing. Feng Laiye watched Xiao Ke leave, her heart heavy with worry over the earlier events. What just transpired? Why did she lose consciousness after her father said, "Shh, be quiet"? She remembered nothing, as if she had merely fallen asleep. From now on, you're not to leave your room at night. Do you understand? Feng Laiye's chilling warning hung in the air as he ascended the stairs. His handsome features set in stone. Feng Laiye stared dumbfounded at his retreating figure, unsure of how to respond. After a long moment, she snapped back to reality. What was this all about? Why had he imposed such a curfew on her? The next morning, Feng Laiye stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching as Feng Laiye left the house. His long fingers grazed the brass sculpture on the bedside, depicting two winged, grotesque creatures positioned as guardians. As his hand brushed one, a radiant light enveloped the statues. Suddenly, the eyes of the figures blinked, flooding the room with a blinding golden glow. Let us see what the owner of that coffee shop is all about, Feng Laiye mused, a smile playing upon his lips. Xiao Ke, sunbathing on the rooftop, sensed the strange energy in the air and stood alert. He watched as two beams of golden light shot from Feng Laiye's room, racing down the street toward Feng Laiye. Master, the tiny creature landed on Feng Laiye's balcony, confusion evident in his eyes. The two long-sealed entities were now being unleashed by his master. He understood their formidable power. They were among the master's four servants, not to be underestimated. Why then? Had the master chosen to awaken the second servant after so many years? Once the second servant returns, all will be revealed. Feng Laiye smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. Feng Laiye dove into the bustling CF. The scorching sun outside felt unbearable. Quickly, give me iced red tea to save my life. She collapsed onto the bar, half dead, addressing Shuoyan behind the counter. Already prepared, he replied. Shuoyan directly handed her the icy water. Watching intently as she swiftly consumed a glass of the chilled drink, exhaling a breath of relief akin to resurrection. How refreshing, Feng Laiye exclaimed, satisfied as she patted her face. Where's master? She noticed his absence, seemingly having stepped out again. Brother is already downstairs. You may go directly. Shuoyan recounted matter-of-factly. All right, I'll head down first. Feng Laiye nodded, grabbing her bag and rushing towards the basement. Shuoyan shook his head, bemused. She was already 15, yet still acted like a child. Ding ding. The sound of the door opening resonated, and Shuoyan donned a welcoming expression, announcing, "Welcome to Tsanyusaf." However, before he could finish his greeting, a fierce gust of wind surged toward him, accompanied by a formidable magical force. Shuoyan, slight in stature, instinctively leaped aside to evade the oncoming attack, though his exquisite bar and liquor cabinet were not so fortunate, left in tatters after the tempestuous sweep. Which impertinent individual dares to provoke us? He exclaimed, his annoyance palpable as he surveyed the chaos. State your lineage. A tall man entered the CAF, adorned with a golden mask, alongside another man of similar stature, donning a silver mask. Ah, you intruded upon my domain, yet failed to announce yourselves. Why should I disclose my identity? Shuoyan retorted coldly, observing the reckless intruders with disdain. His slender fingers clenched subtly into claw-like shapes, nails elongating and sharpening like a beast's talons. The golden-masked man appeared unperturbed by Shuoyan's words, fixating instead on his transforming fingers, his voice cold and mechanical. You are the Wolf Clan. Quite intriguing. You would do well to surrender, lest you regret our actions. Oh, and what will you do if I resist? Shuoyan narrowed his eyes, focusing energy into his claws, his originally dark irises transforming into a golden hue, reminiscent of the sun. This is your own demise. Master merely commanded an inquiry into your identity. Whether you live or perish bears no consequence, for the identities of the deceased are far easier to discern. The golden-masked man disdainfully uttered his arrogant threats, and in the next moment, lunged at Shuoyan like a leopard. Who will meet their end remains to be seen. Shuoyan scoffed at the boastful assailant, baring his silver fangs in a primal snarl, exuding a chilling aura. Jean, be cautious. He is a high-ranking Wolf Clan member. The silver-masked figure warned, his icy demeanor unyielding. Upon hearing this, Jean hesitated momentarily, noticing Shuoyan's golden eyes and silver fangs. Shuoyan was no fool. The fact that they had breached the barrier set by surely indicated their considerable strength, prompting him to remain vigilant. Observing Jean's Jin's momentary lapse in focus. Shuoyan seized the opportunity, darting towards him like lightning. As Jin's attention shifted to Shuoyan's appearance, the latter's sharp claws swiftly grazed a shoulder, tearing away a piece of flesh. Shuoyan landed gracefully, releasing a wolfish howl, his golden eyes gleaming with predatory intent as he regarded the bloodied Jin. Casting aside the torn flesh, Shuoyan chuckled triumphantly. Humph, let us see how brazen you remain now. He licked the blood from his claws, but his expression shifted to one of surprise as he realized, you are of the Blood Clan. The taste of blood betrayed no lies. Yet he did not anticipate them being Blood Clan members. The high purity of their blood hinted at their formidable lineage. A pure blood from the Blood Clan would not seek trouble with them. The situation became precarious for Shuoyan, for pure-blooded members of the Blood Clan were notoriously ruthless, and he feared his current strength might fall short. This is becoming troublesome. Let us finish this swiftly and take him back, awaiting Master's orders. Jin seemed to have made a decision, calmly addressing the silver-masked figure beside him. Understood, replied, and in an instant, he moved, revealing a silver sword, thrusting it menacingly towards Shuoyan's back. 2 against 1. When did the Blood Clan become so despicable? Shuoyan sneered, evading Yin's strike with a scornful huff. Capturing this young pup is all that matters. Jin coldly replied, his hands unceasingly attacking Shuoyan's chest. The dual onslaught from Jin and Yin pressed Shuoyan down, rendering him unable to lift his head. Had they aimed to capture him alive, he would surely have perished already. Nonetheless, Shuoyan was left panting, drenched in sweat, wounds adorning his body from their relentless assault. After dozens of exchanges, Shuoyan found himself cornered against the wall, struggling to wipe the blood from his face as he gasped. Watching the two advancing menacingly towards him, a chill creeping into his heart. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, pondering whether he, Shuoyan, would truly be captured by 2 members of the Blood Clan today. Yield and surrender. Jin commanded, remove your hands from my brother. A resounding crack echoed as Jin's outstretched hand was struck back by a whip. The whip tightened and coiled, dragging the battered Shuoyan towards safety. Brother. Upon seeing Shuli, Shuoyan knew he had been rescued. Rest easy. I shall deal with these unfamiliar friends, Shuli declared, his eyes instantly flooding with rage upon witnessing his brother's injuries. Since childhood, Shuoyan had been frail, and as an elder brother, he had always shielded him. How dare they harm him? In truth, Shuli had sensed an intruder breaching the barrier earlier, yet he hesitated to intervene immediately due to the troublesome Feng Laiye in the basement. He needed to calm the bothersome girl first. Confident in his brother's abilities, he believed Shuoyan could withstand the assault for a brief moment. But that momentary delay nearly led to catastrophe. Fueled by fury, Shuli approached Jin and Yin with a cruel smile. Whoever you are, I will see to your demise. Jin and Yin exchanged glances, bracing themselves for battle. The sudden appearance of this new adversary radiated an aura distinct from the previous one, a powerful presence that compelled their seriousness. Shuli scoffed, lunging towards Jin and Yin like a bullet, his hands morphing into claws, revealing his menacing fangs as his golden eyes flashed with bloodthirsty ruthlessness. In an instant, he materialized before them, one claw aimed at Yin's chest, while the other sought Jin's throat. Be careful, Yin warned, deftly dodging Shuli's attack, while Jin, hindered by his previous injury, was slightly slower. Although he evaded the lethal strike, Shuli's claws still grazed his neck, leaving a shallow yet painful wound. Clutching his neck, Jin glared at the smirking Shuli, feeling the pressure from the latter's transformed state increase exponentially. Unlike Shuoyan, Shuli's hair blazed a fiery red, resembling a burning flame swaying in the wind. Another high-ranking member of the Wolf Clan, Yin observed coldly, analyzing Shuli's fiery locks. Dying in my hands shall be your honor, Shuli proclaimed with wild laughter, blood dripping from his claws. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You are pure bloods from the Blood Clan. But today, regardless of who you are, you shall perish. Silver and gold simultaneously felt an overwhelming sense of pressure coalescing in the air as they gazed into those bloodshot golden eyes, as if they were about to be torn apart. Even in a 2-against-1 scenario, the injured gold and the seemingly unscathed silver had to concede that they were not on the same level as Shuo Li. The duo found themselves utterly unable to withstand even a moment under Shuo Li's onslaught, After merely a handful of exchanges, both were left in tatters, bloodied and ragged. Shuali moved with such swiftness that even the two could hardly discern his motions, each strike delivered with ruthless precision aimed directly at their vital points. A mere misstep could cost them their lives beneath his claws. Terrified, they fought desperately against Shuali when he suddenly staggered, feigning an enormous opening. Without a second thought, they lunged forward, claws aimed at his head and abdomen. Just as their lethal talons were about to rend his flesh, Shuali vanished before their eyes. A surge of alarm coursed through them as they realized they had fallen into a trap. They swiftly pivoted, attempting to shield themselves with desperate defensive maneuvers. While their reflexes could not be deemed slow, they were still woefully inadequate against the meticulously prepared Shuali. In an instant, he had reappeared behind them, his claws poised above their heads before they could even react, just as he was about to snuff out their lives with a mere exertion of force. The sound of the basement door, creaking open, reached his keen ears. In a fit of annoyance, he withdrew his hands and glared at the two battered figures, barking, "Get out of my sight, or I will end you." He quickly reverted to his human form, and gold and silver, aware of their inferiority, exchanged a knowing glance before transforming into two streaks of golden light, escaping the CF. "What on earth are you doing?" Feng Laiye, growing impatient after a prolonged wait for Shuali, emerged from the basement. As she stepped into the CAF, she was greeted by the sight of Shen, battered and sprawled across the bar, while Shuali's fury still lingered in his expression. "It's nothing, just a few ruffians causing a disturbance," Shuali replied, approaching Shuayin and tempering his anger into a semblance of smile. Shuayin, are you all right? You look severely injured. Should we go to the hospital?" Feng Laiye, observing Shuayin's typically arrogant demeanor now reduced to labored breaths and a bruised face, expressed her concern. Although she often cursed him, she certainly did not wish for any harm to befall him. "It's nothing serious, just some bruises," Shuayin said, propping himself up with Shuali's assistance. "So yeah, you should head back today. We can continue training tomorrow." Shuali supported Shuayin and addressed Feng Laiye. "All right, no problem. Do you need me to stay and help?" Feng Laiye glanced around the room, now in disarray from the earlier chaos. Which fool would come to Tsanyue to stir trouble? If I find out who they are, they'll regret it. "No need. I can handle this. You should return," Shuali stated firmly. Feng Laiye, sensing Shuali's foul mood, understood the bond between the Shual brothers all too well. Obediently, she grabbed her backpack, exchanged quick farewells, and hastily departed. As she exited Tsanyue, she turned back, filled with doubt. Were they truly just ruffians? While Shuayin might not match Shuali's prowess, he was certainly not someone an ordinary thug could injure. If it were merely common miscreants, she could have dispatched them with ease. Clearly, there was more to the story. They were hiding something. However, she decided not to pry, adhering to her belief that everyone deserves their privacy, just as the Shual brothers had respected her background. Upon returning home, she spotted Xiao Ke wandering in the hall. Casting a brief glance at it, she nonchalantly averted her gaze and ascended to her room. Xiao Ke, recalling the hasty return of the duo earlier that day, looked up at Feng Laiye. "The master instructed you to find him. Regardless of the circumstances, it would dutifully convey its master's orders." Feng Laiye halted, turning back to Xiao Ke, pouting. "Fine, I'll go find him, as long as he doesn't act as bizarrely as he did last night." The recollection of being cradled in her father's arms, feeling his breath against her ear, sent a wave of anxiety coursing through her. We are powerless, only able to ascertain that they are a pair of Wolf Clan brothers, both of high rank. Gold and silver knelt before Feng Laiye, their voices laden with guilt. Wolf Clan brothers? Feng Laiye tilted her head, scrutinizing the battered pair. She began to grasp the extent of their strength. Few could injure the duo so easily, let alone compel the notoriously stubborn pair to retreat. This suggested that they had made it abundantly clear that remaining would mean death. "We have failed in our duty to investigate their identities. Please punish us, master." Bowing deeply, Gold and Silver felt an overwhelming shame in facing their master. This was the first time their seals had been lifted, and their initial mission had ended in failure. A disgrace to their identities and a betrayal of their master's trust. The seal had endured for 500 years. Feng Laiye regarded them coolly, her voice devoid of warmth. Even against formidable opponents, she would not tolerate the failures of her subordinates. This was her rule. "Dad!" Feng Laiye's voice suddenly called from outside. Feng Laiye cast a glance at the two, who instantly transformed into lifeless statues at the head of the bed. Comical. Feng Laiye gently pushed the door open, peeking in with a curious gaze. Dad, Xiao Ke said you were looking for me? Yes. Feng Laiye bit her lip, stepping into the room, feeling somewhat awkward as she stood before Feng Laiye, her big eyes avoiding direct contact, instead wandering around the room. However, she quickly noticed something strange. Dad, what happened to this statue? Feng Laiye exclaimed, astonished by the blood-stained figure, reaching out to wipe the blood away. Just a little trick, Feng Laiye replied nonchalantly, while subtly casting a spell to staunch the bleeding from the statue's wounds. A little trick? Feng Laiye observed the blood on her fingers, instinctively bringing them to her nose. The metallic scent confirmed that it was indeed real blood. Xia. Yes. Upon hearing her father's call, Feng Laiye hastily wiped the blood off on her clothes, looking up at him with a compliant expression. What do you need, Dad? She was anxious, fully aware that their relationship was as peculiar as a game of cat and mouse. Certainly, upon seeing her father, she felt compelled to become a mouse. Xia, do you remember our agreement? Feng Laiye asked, a hint of humor in his gaze as he regarded her. I remember. The memories transported her back 10 years, and her expression dimmed as she lowered her head to respond. She would never forget that day, nor the words her father had whispered in her ear. Xia, I don't want you to fear me. Feng Laiye observed the girl before him, now so different from the stubborn, fearless child of a decade ago, a sense of disappointment flickering in his eyes. How had she transformed into such a mundane being in just 10 years? In his presence, she was merely a beautiful doll, devoid of spirit, resigned to her fate. I don't, she replied, biting her lip, feeling a surge of anger at her father's mocking gaze. Her small hands clenched into fists. Then return to your true self. Do not act before me, or I shall not hesitate to terminate our agreement prematurely. As he lifted Feng Laiye's chin, his grip was firm, his tone imbued with a chilling finality. Volume 1, Chapter 13, The True Face. Feng Laiye slightly parted her lips, gazing at the icy expression of Feng Laiye. Have you made up your mind? Feng Laiye inquired, observing the shimmering lights dancing in her eyes. His desire was for that whimsical little girl from the past, not a mere commonplace toy. If she were to lose the joy she once brought him, then her existence would become redundant. Feng Laiye trembled as she looked at Feng Laiye. Daddy, what are you saying? I don't understand. What does it mean to be the original self? What does it mean to be the real me? Little Xia, do not test my patience, Feng Laiye replied, his grip tightening on her chin, unwavering in his resolve. Daddy, it hurts. Her beautiful amber eyes glistened with tears as she gazed up at the indifferent Feng Laiye, her expression filled with vulnerability. Little Xia, your choice will determine whether you can leave this room today. Although Feng Laiye spoke with a smile, his words bore an undeniable seriousness. Feng Laiye clearly perceived the murderous intent in his eyes and felt a deep realization that she might not survive this encounter, the reason for which was painfully inexplicable. Please, Daddy, don't kill me. I worked so hard to stay alive. I don't want to die. Disappointment flickered in Feng Laiye's gaze as he gradually shifted his hand from her chin to her neck, his long fingers pressing against her fair skin, tightening incrementally. Little Xia, you have disappointed me greatly. He had anticipated a delightful experience, but he was sorely let down. With tear-filled eyes, she slowly closed them, hot tears spilling down her cheeks and falling to the ground. Daddy, could you not be so clever? Suddenly, Feng Laiye widened her eyes, a smile of ease spreading across her face, even as her complexion flushed red, showing no sign of fear. Feng Laiye raised an eyebrow, observing the transformed demeanor of Feng Laiye, her eyes shimmering with light. My dear Daddy, doesn't your hand tire? You're hurting me. Could you please let go? I can't breathe. With a pitiful flutter of her large eyes, Feng Laiye, at the moment of Feng Laiye's inaction, pushed his arm away, allowing her delicate neck to breathe again. Feng Laiye? Feng Laiye murmured the name that should have felt familiar. Little Xia is here. What do you wish to say? Daddy? She playfully blinked her large eyes while rubbing her sore neck, embodying a demeanor that suggested she was all ears for his commands. Should you not explain what is happening here? Feng Laiye scrutinized her familiar yet foreign face, narrowing his eyes in a menacing manner, rubbing her aching neck. Feng Laiye gazed at him innocently. Daddy, I was merely joking. I thought adults preferred obedient little ladies. Wasn't the original me obedient enough? Encountering him was like a mouse facing a cat, overwhelming fear rendering her nearly uncontrollable. How could he not appreciate her good intentions? Oh, should I thank you for your kindness, then? Feng Laiye regarded the completely transformed Feng Laiye, a glimmer of expectation rekindling in his eyes. Ah, Daddy, don't thank me too much. I'm merely fulfilling the duties of daughter. Feng Laiye waved her hand dismissively, as if oblivious to the veins bulging on Feng Laiye's forehead. But Daddy, you are rather rude, almost as if you wanted to kill me. With a sulky pout, she looked at him and then plopped down on a Feng Laiye's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Daddy, could you please be a bit gentler? Why is someone's eyelid twitching? She selflessly prepared a well-behaved image to maintain her father's authority, yet he was the one who disliked it and threatened her with death. Now that her true nature was revealed, did he regret it? Get up. Feng Laiye felt a sudden headache as he observed the entirely transformed Feng Laiye. Daddy, you're so fierce. Being angry is bad for your health and can lead to wrinkles. Feng Laiye kindly reminded him, although he had remained unchanged over the years. She worried that all his anger might eventually cause him to wrinkle. Ah, do you regret it now? The original me was delightful, obedient, and dared not utter a word in his presence. Yet he insisted on unmasking my true nature, and now that I've returned to my original self, he cannot tolerate it. Little Xie, do you wish for me to take matters into my own hands? He threatened, preparing to cast her aside. Daddy, I understand. I'll get up. Feng Laiye stuck out her tongue, willingly rising from his lap. All right, I won't tease Daddy anymore. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and I wouldn't want to provoke him to the point of losing control. Little K, Feng Laiye called out, directing his attention to the door. Master. Little K hurried in, bewildered by the contrasting expressions of Feng Laiye and the cheerful Feng Laiye. Had it misjudged the situation? When did this girl gain the audacity to present such unrestrained joy before her master? Feng Laiye pointed at Feng Laiye, who was crossing her arms. What's going on here? What? Little K was taken aback, staring blankly at both Feng Laiye and Feng Laiye. Brother K, Daddy is so angry. You must protect me. Feng Laiye leaned closer to Little K with a pitiful expression, wrapping her arms around the still-dazed cat. How dare you flaunt in front of me while I rest? Good. I shall repay you well in the future. With wicked thoughts of revenge swirling in her mind, Feng Laiye maintained her cheerful facade while holding Little K. Are you insane? Let go of me. Little K finally snapped back to reality, its eyes wide with disbelief. Daddy, don't you know of something called deep hypnosis? Why would a foolish cat know any answers? She thought it would be kind to enlighten Daddy. She had merely entered this house and placed herself under deep hypnotic suggestion, crafting the image of a standard ordinary girl while burying her true persona beneath. Little Xie, I underestimated you. A hint of satisfaction glimmered in Feng Laiye's eyes. This was the little girl he had once admired. Dear Daddy, did you think you had rescued a useless child? Feng Laiye grinned, seizing Little K's front paws, though she wished Daddy would think she was a waste. It seemed her plan had faltered. Daddy's intellect surpassed her expectations. Battling wits with someone exceedingly clever certainly requires considerable effort. However, since Plan A has failed, I am not averse to attempting Plan B. Dear Daddy, I shall take my leave now. If you have any lingering questions or confusions, you're always welcome to come to my room for a chat. I will surely lie in bed and await your inquiries. With a flirtatious wink, Feng Laiye departed, dragging Little K along, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events, bound and suspended upside down. Someone tell me what on earth is happening. What is this Feng Laiye all about? Narrowing her crescent-shaped eyes, Feng Laiye skipped along merrily. 10 years. 10 years. She had played the fool for a decade. Now it was time to stretch her limbs a bit. Causing some chaos should not be deemed excessive, right? Daddy, you must prepare yourself to accept my true nature. Remember the permanent address of Kyushu Literature Station for convenient future reading. Volume 1, Chapter 14, Kidnapping Report. Today, there was trouble at Shuo Li's shop, and Shuo Yin was injured. A snarling werewolf man knelt in the hall, reporting to his superior. Oh, who possesses the audacity to injure that young man? Shuo Yin, have you investigated the origins of the assailant? The superior, intrigued, rose from their seat. Unclear still, yet reports from the subordinates lurking near to him indicate that during the skirmish, Shuo Li pointed out that the opponent belonged to the pure-blood vampire clan. Pure blood, the superior exclaimed with delight, followed by a hearty laugh. Well done, Shuo Li. You dare to provoke the pure-blood vampires as enemies. This is not my vengeance upon you, but rather, you courting your own demise. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since there are pure-blood nobles within the vampire clan opposing Shuali, I shall not hesitate to forge an alliance with them. Moreover, the werewolf continued to report. Speak. Today, during the confrontation, the barrier outside them was shattered, allowing us to observe the interior closely. Inside Sanyua, we have also discovered person. Who? The superior squinted, eager to hear more. A human girl. My subordinate frequently saw her coming and going within Sanyua, but due to the barrier, he could not observe closely. Today, from Shuali's efforts to conceal the girl's true identity, it is evident that she holds significant weight for him. Oh, a human girl? The superior's eyes sparkled with intrigue, finding the report exceedingly interesting. What? Could it be that Shuali has developed a romantic entanglement with a human? Go, fetch the young lady for me. I wish to entertain her properly. An evil smile spread across the superior's lips, laughter echoing in the air. Shuali, oh Shuali, one day, I shall take your head. As the morning sun streamed into the room, Feng Laiye lazily rose from the bed, still drowsy as she donned her clothes. Good morning, darling little Kay. Feng Laiye yawned while descending the stairs, startling little Kay, who was making her way to the dining table, causing her to tumble down. Darling. Little Kay raised her disoriented head, staring at Feng Laiye's innocent smile, questioning whether she was sleepwalking or hallucinating. Darling, how clumsy of you. Feng Laiye kindly lifted her by the scruff of her neck until their eyes met. With a grin, she scratched little Kay's chin, watching the cat's eyes, still recovering from shock. Little Kay, be a good girl. I shall take good care of you. Huh? Did she say something strange? Why is the usually arrogant little Kay rolling her eyes? Why isn't she moving? Please, your tolerance is rather weak. Feng Laiye pouted in disappointment, casually tossing little Kay aside as she grabbed 2 pieces of bread and left the house. Once the door clicked shut, little Kay, still dazed, slowly got up from the carpet. Can someone tell her what just happened? Was this truly the Feng Laiye she had known for 10 years? Feng Laiye, munching on her bread and humming a tune, gazed at the familiar yet strange street. Being cooped up for 10 years was no trivial matter. Every time she witnessed herself committing regrettable acts, she felt utterly powerless. Hypnosis is a fascinating phenomenon. It can effortlessly alter a person's personality, fabricating a persona that does not exist, much like a version of herself. However, she wondered if that handsome mentor possessed a robust mental fortitude. If he were as fragile as little Kay, she would be terribly disappointed. Following the route etched in her memory, Feng Laiye headed toward him, but as she turned a corner, she sensed a dark force approaching, instinctively turning around. Opening her mouth, Feng Laiye made a face at the figure, only to witness him scream even louder than she did. Please? Could this not be a bit more challenging? Shouldn't she be the one screaming? Should she kindly remind him of that? Why are you following me? Feng Laiye glared at the still screaming boy before her, pouting as she pondered whether she recognized him. The boy stammered, clutching his chest in shock, his face flushed as he gazed into Feng Laiye's sparkling eyes. She is truly beautiful. Why you? What's wrong? Stuttering? Well, she didn't discriminate. She possessed a spirit of compassion for the timid. I am your classmate. Don't you remember me? The boy said nervously. Which one? She had just regained her normal personality, and her thoughts were still disoriented. How could she remember who he was? I am Chi. The boy eagerly introduced himself, his face as red as a boiled shrimp. Oh, it seems she caught a whiff of something peculiar. Feng Laiye smiled sweetly, her little devilish tail swaying behind her. It's you and Chi. Do you need something from me? She beamed with the sweetest smile, appearing angelic. I want to say Patiently displaying a smile, Feng Laiye generously allowed him the time to complete his task. I like you. Please go out with me. Finally gathering all his courage to shout. And Chi's hands became clammy with sweat. Oh, she guessed correctly. Feng Laiye's smile deepened, and she sweetly replied, and Chi, thank you. Thank you for being so kind, presenting me with such an intriguing proposition right as I emerged into the world. Of course, I must seize this opportunity. Why you mean? And she clearly misunderstood Feng Laiye's response, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at her angelic visage. And Chi, I am thrilled you came to express this to me. However, I have always followed my family's arrangements, so your request must receive my father's approval first. Feng Laiye lowered her head shyly, concealing the increasing brightness in her eyes. Ah, do you mean? And Chi's heart raced. Did that mean if her father agreed, she would accept his proposal? This is my home address. If you are sincere, go ask for my father's approval. I am confident that he will not hesitate to send you packing. Feng Laiye handed Chi the written address, then vanished around the corner like a little swallow. The dazed Chi excitedly shouted into the air, which had long since emptied. I will. I am sincere. I will definitely ask for your father's consent. May I ask, are you after money or something else? Feng Laiye looked down at the dagger pressed against her neck, blinking curiously. The heavens truly had a peculiar sense of timing. Just after dismissing an overly hormonal infatuation, she stumbled upon a bombshell. Roughly restrained and with a weapon at her throat. Feng Laiye's heart bore no trace of fear, yet it raced with exhilaration. Kidnapping. Robbery. Her luck was astonishingly good. Upon regaining her senses, a series of thrilling events awaited her. Spare the pleasantries. Our master requests your presence at his residence. The man seemed uninterested in engaging in further conversation, his tone quite unfriendly. Your master's peculiar tastes are quite unique. The manner of invitation is rather unconventional. While others might greet guests with smiles and pleasantries, you, on the other hand, have skipped the formalities entirely and resorted to threats, leaving my heart racing with excitement and confusion. If you wish to avoid injury, cooperate with me. Otherwise, do not blame me for harming your delicate skin. Oh dear, big brother, I will be good and obedient. She promised to be the most cooperative captive ever. So please take her to this so-called master. She was quite curious about who would kidnap such an insignificant person. The man nodded in satisfaction, then swiftly knocked Feng Laiye unconscious and carried her away, disappearing into the deserted streets. In the midst of a bumpy ride, Feng Laiye stealthily opened her eyes. Despite her previous promises to behave, this elder brother was ruthlessly attempting to render her unconscious, treating her like a sack of rice as he carried her on his shoulder and dashed forward. Did he not realize that such jolting would make her nauseous? He truly lacked any professional ethics, showing no gentleness towards a mere captive. When Feng Laiye was unceremoniously tossed into a lavish palace, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The man who had intended to knock her out was momentarily petrified upon witnessing her exuberant expression. Wow, your boss is incredibly wealthy, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement at the opulence surrounding her. She only vaguely remembered the tumultuous journey that had brought her here, her mind a blur until she found herself captivated by the jewel-encrusted pillars. How much could I sell those gems and jade for? She mused. You. The man glared at Feng Laiye, who showed no sign of fear, and threw her to the ground. Ouch, please don't be so rough, she protested, rubbing her sore backside in discontent. In her moment of excitement, she had forgotten to feign unconsciousness. Did he really need to be so furious? It was his own fault for underestimating her resilience, thinking a single slap would incapacitate her, as it did in the television dramas. Enough with the noise, barked the authority figure seated in the hall, his displeasure growing as he observed this peculiar little girl haggling with his subordinate instead of displaying any fear. Oh, I didn't realize someone was here, Feng Laiye replied, feigning surprise as she blinked at him. Get up and speak to me. The authority figure had never been so blatantly disregarded, and the audacity of this girl struck a blow to his inflated ego. Uncle, can't you be a bit more courteous? Why is everyone so fierce here? No wonder you're bandits. Your demeanor is naturally menacing, she retorted boldly. What did you say? Repeat that. He seethed, tightening his grip on the gem in his hand, the sound of it cracking echoing in the air. This insolent child dared to disrespect him. He vowed to make her pay dearly for her impertinence. Calm down, uncle. Excessive anger will only hasten your aging. I might just start calling you Grandpa instead, she teased, observing his frowning brow, convinced that wrinkles would soon follow. Bring her to me, the furious authority figure commanded, his temper flaring as he glared at Feng Laiye, who wore an innocent expression. Do you know who I am? With utmost honesty, she shook her head. She had no common ground with this ill-tempered man and had no idea who he was, emerging from some hidden cave. Do you know why I captured you? He pressed again. She continued to shake her head, yet excitement flickered in her eyes as she eagerly awaited the revelation of his astonishing secret. The authority figure misinterpreted her enthusiasm as fear, his satisfaction swelling as he continued. If you wish to blame someone, blame Shuali. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have taken you. He relished the thought of her hatred being redirected toward Shuali. Ah, master? No way. Feng Laiye was bewildered to discover that this irritable man had an issue with her master. Yet, she couldn't fathom why he had targeted her. She regarded his maniacal laughter with confusion, unable to comprehend his amusement over this revelation. Master? The authority figure halted his laughter, narrowing his eyes at her. Who did you say is your master? Shuali. Feng Laiye blinked innocently, contemplating whether this uncle had mistakenly captured her without understanding who she truly was, finding his amateurishness rather amusing. Isn't Shuali your lover? Did I misjudge? His disbelief was palpable. Huh. Feng Laiye erupted into laughter, clutching her stomach as she pointed at him, nearly doubled over. Please, uncle, don't be ridiculous. My relationship with my master is purely platonic. You think this is a tale of Yanghua and Xiaolong? She had no interest in a teacher-student romance. Her father was far more to her liking. As she pondered her father's likely reaction to her disappearance, she found herself curious. Would he rage or remain composed? She was genuinely intrigued by how her enigmatic father would respond to her absence. Enough. No more laughter. The authority figure's expression darkened, realizing she might have been mocking him. Perhaps she was pretending to be innocent to protect Shuali from his wrath. All right, then I'll just cry, she replied, suppressing her laughter and adopting a pitiful expression, gazing at him with doe-like eyes. Uncle, you really misunderstood me. My relationship with my master is innocent. I'm just a pure-hearted girl. As tears began to well in her eyes, the stark contrast between her earlier mirth and her current sorrow left the authority figure utterly bewildered. Enough chatter. Take her to the dungeon, he ordered, determined to inform Shuali of her capture, regardless of the truth of her claims. The man who had previously kidnapped Feng Laiye hoisted her up like a small chick and followed the orders given. Uncle, you're so stubborn. I'm telling the truth. She pouted, not resisting as she was thrown into a dark, damp dungeon, catching sight of a small mouse scurrying by. Displeased with her surroundings, she lamented. At least give me a clean cell, considering how cooperative I am. Just as the man turned to leave, she grasped his hand. Let go. He snapped. It was met with eyes so enchanting that they could soften the hardest of hearts. Big brother, please. I don't want to be here. There are mice. And I'm so scared, she pleaded, her eyes sparkling like Bambi's, evoking a sense of pity. The rough man had never encountered such a captivating girl, her pitiful demeanor tugging at his heartstrings, softening his fierce expression as he glanced at the filthy room. Please, big brother. I promise I'll behave. Don't leave me here with the mice. Feng Laiye persisted, her charm disarming him as he momentarily lost himself, oblivious to the mischievous tail swaying behind her. Fine. Just wait a moment. The man nodded foolishly and ran off to arrange a cleaner cell for her. Feng Laiye, with a sly smile, watched him leave, clapping her hands as she surveyed the dungeon. Daddy, will you come to rescue me? She mused, confident that her enigmatic father would surely find her. Why did she believe this? Ah, that was a secret, known only to her and her father. Humming a little tune, Feng Laiye eagerly anticipated a heroic rescue, wondering whether it would be her father or her wronged master who would come for her first. Feng Laiye observed the blushing in Qi, a storm brewing in her eyes. Beside her, Xiaoke swallowed nervously. How could Feng Laiye be so brazen as to invite such a foolish boy in her home, requesting her master to approve of their courtship? This Navi boy, unabashedly addressing her master as uncle, insisted he would take good care of her. Xiaoke could sense the murderous intent flickering in the master-esque gaze. If this boy lingered, he might well become the master-esque lunch. Leave? What? And Qi, busy making promises, was momentarily taken aback by Feng Laiye's command. He looked up, staring at Feng Laiye's cold expression. Feng Laiye's father was breathtakingly beautiful, a sight Qi had never encountered before, making him hesitant to meet his gaze for fear of causing a scandalous scene. Leave? Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, her tone chilling as she repeated her command. Startled, Qi gasped, wanting to say more, but the peculiar intensity of Feng Laiye's violet eyes rendered him speechless. He could only scurry away from her home in a fluster. Good heavens, Feng Laiye's father was terrifying, though devoid of expression. The mere focus of those eyes was enough to instill fear in him, an involuntary dread rising from the depths of his heart. Master, Xiaoke ventured quietly, observing the brooding Feng Laiye. That young man mentioned that the young lady gave him the address. With a crack, the teacup in Feng Laiye's hand splintered. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Xiao Ke instinctively recoiled. What had gotten into Feng Laiye? Did she truly dare to provoke her master's ire so openly? Chapter 16. The rescue brother. Is Xiao Xie not coming today? Shuo Yin wiped the cup at his hands, gazing outside as the sun blazed brighter. Surely, she hadn't fainted from the heat on her way here. Shuo Li glanced at the time. It was indeed much later than when Feng Laiye usually arrived. Could it be that the events of yesterday had frightened her into staying away? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Shuo Li chuckled it away. While she might not be the boldest girl, such trivial matters shouldn't deter her. Surely, she had her reasons for the delay. Just then, a gust of wind burst through the CAF door, swirling with magical energy. It was a half-wolf servant of Mu Tuesday. Shu Yin stared at the half-wolf's sudden appearance, his dark eyes shimmering with golden waves. My master has a message for you both, the half-wolf declared arrogantly. Spit it out, Shuo Li retorted, smirking disdainfully at Mu Tu's lackey. My master sends word that if you wish to see the young lady again, you must return to the demon realm. He will be waiting for you at the wolf fortress. At this, the expressions of the Shuo brothers shifted dramatically, a surge of magical energy enveloping them. Which young lady do you speak of? Shuo Li's voice turned icy, his fangs bared as if ready to devour. My master believes you are well aware. It is the little girl who frequents here. He warned that if you refused to comply, he would happily hand her over to his savage wolf emissaries. The half-wolf smirked, clearly relishing the brothers' rising fury. That woman is of great importance to us. How dare you? Return and tell that scoundrel Mu Tu that if he dares to lay a finger on Xiao Xie, I will snap his neck. Shuo Li seized the half-wolf by the collar, his eyes narrowing dangerously, fangs gleaming as though poised to shred him to pieces. Why yes, the half-wolf stammered, overwhelmed by Shuo Li's formidable presence, his arrogance dissipating. Get out. Shuo Li flung the half-wolf out the door and slammed it shut, fists clenched in anger. Brother, could it be that Mu Tu has truly captured Xiao Xie? Shuo Yin approached Shuo Li, anxiety etched on his face. I hope not, Shuo Li replied grimly. He understood Mu Tu's meticulous nature. He would never speak so provocatively unless he had indeed secured her. He knew well that Mu Tu had placed numerous spies around, and he would have erected barriers outside, unless he was prepared for them to approach. What do you plan to do? Shuo Yin asked, pale as a ghost. He had never anticipated that their grievances with Mu Tu would embroil the innocent Feng Laiye in such peril. Shuo Li clenched his fists, rising in fury. I will personally venture into the demon realm. I must see what Mu Tu intends to do. Regardless of the risks, he would rescue Xiao Xie. Though she was stubborn, she was still an ordinary human. If she fell into the hands of someone as cruel as Mu Tu, her suffering would be unimaginable. The very thought of what the half-wolf had said sent chills down his spine. They could not allow Xiao Xie to bear the consequences of their actions. I will accompany you. Shuo Yin echoed his brother's determination, unwilling to leave Feng Laiye in such danger. You will not. Your injuries have not yet healed, and you would be of no help. Shuo Li regarded Shuo Yin, who appeared outwardly fine, but he knew the two bloodsuckers from yesterday were formidable. Even if his brother was not gravely injured, he could not risk him against Mu Tu's carefully laid traps. No, I must go with you. You cannot rescue Xiao Xie alone. At least I can divert the wolf emissaries. Shuo Yin shook his head, resolute. Be silent. I will not allow you to go, Shuo Li asserted, unwilling to risk his brother's safety, especially since the identities of the two bloodsuckers were still unknown. If they were allied with Mu Tu, Shuo Yin would be walking into certain death. Enough of your arguments. I'm going to the demon realm now. If anyone dares to cause trouble, you must retreat to the basement. Shuo Yin watched his brother's determined expression, knowing he could not sway him, and sighed in frustration. Very well. Just return safely. I have my ways to evade Mu Tuesday. Shuo Li patted Shuo Yan's arm before opening a portal to the demon realm. He leaped through, his figure vanishing into the air. He vowed to bring Xiao Xie back safe and sound. As Mu Tu sipped his wine, he awaited the arrival of his prey. Moments later, a wolf guard stumbled into the grand hall, breathless. My lord, Shuo Li is coming. Oh, just him? Mu Tu inquired. Yes, I did not see Shuo Yin with him, the guard replied. Very well, let us first dispose of him before capturing that Shuo Yin. Bring forth our great prince according to plan. Mu Tu laughed maniacally, a sinister glint shimmering in his eyes. A horrifying scream echoed as a bloodied werewolf corpse was discarded in the opulent hall, blood splattering across the golden floor. Suddenly, Shuo Li, With his crimson hair and golden eyes, stormed into the grand hall like a fierce gale, his blood-soaked figure standing proud and unyielding as a lone wolf, radiating an indelible sanctity. Prince Shuali, it has been a while, Mu Tu remarked, abruptly rising and placing his hands behind his back, gazing arrogantly at Shuali below. Enough with the pleasantries. You know very well why I am here. Bring forth the person, or I shall set your wolf fortress ablaze. Faced with Mu Tu's repugnant, hypocritical visage, Shuali's mood soured. He yearned to shred this scoundrel to pieces right then and there. Calm down, Prince Shuali. Why the haste upon your rare return to the demon realm? Mu Tu chuckled nonchalantly, clapping his hands. Bring forth the beloved of Prince Shuali. At his command, the clanking of chains resonated through the hall as a massive iron cage descended from above, revealing Feng Laiye within. Little Xie. Shuali's heart tightened at the sight of Feng Laiye, confined like a caged bird, her fragile form ensnared by bars thicker than her arms. A sight that sent shivers down his spine. Mu Tu, how dare you? Ah, Prince Shuali, you're mistaken. I have done nothing. I am a man of my word. I shall not harm this young lady until you make your decision. Mu Tu observed Shuali's fury with satisfaction, feigning innocence. Uncle with ill intent, please refrain from such nauseating words. Feng Laiye, suspended in midair, peered down at the self-righteous Mu Tuesday. This rogue had so carelessly thrust her, who was lost in sweet dreams, into a vast iron cage, swinging her about like a mere bird. The motion nearly made her regurgitate her recent meal. Now he dared to spew hypocritical words, unaware that she was perilously dangling over his head. He should beware of her actually vomiting on him. Silence, little girl. Mu Tu's head throbbed at the sound of Feng Laiye's voice, veins bulging on his forehead as he shot her a fierce glare. This loquacious child never ceased her incessant chatter. Even when he confined her to the cage, she had rambled on, cursing him from head to toe, finishing with an innocent demeanor that grated on his nerves. Were it not for her purpose as bait to lure Shuali, he would have tossed her to the ravenous wolf envoys without a second thought, leaving her to cry without tears. Mu Tu, release little Xie. Shuali bellowed in rage. The glaring cage too much for him to bear. Master, have you been to a beauty salon? Feng Laiye, rather slow on the uptake, suddenly directed her attention to the furious Shuali, momentarily captivated by his transformed appearance. So cool. Her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Shuali, who had drastically changed from the sunny visage she remembered. The once familiar face now appeared so striking that it was almost salivating. The unusual red hair suited him remarkably well, and his golden eyes were so enchanting that she couldn't help but scream. Those so-called celebrities paled in comparison. If only her master showcased this new look on screen, it would undoubtedly cause a sensational uproar. Little Xie. Shuali was momentarily taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm. Had he misjudged her? Why was there excitement in her eyes instead of fear? Master, you look so handsome. Much more than this ill-intentioned uncle. Feng Laiye clapped her hands joyfully, not forgetting to disparage Mu Tuesday, handsome indeed, yet still not as handsome as my father. Little Xie. Shuali gaped at Feng Laiye, who exhibited no sign of fear, astonished that the situation was entirely contrary to his expectations. Master, please save me. I want to go home. This uncle is quite fierce. The momentary shift in her demeanor struck Feng Laiye, as she abandoned her admiration for Shuali's new look, adopting a pitiful tone. I am here to rescue you. Little Xie. Do not fear. Master is here. But why did he sense something amiss with her? Surely, it must be the shock she endured. Shuali shook his head, attempting to focus. Yes. Feng Laiye no de rescue? I shall see how you intend to do that. Shuali, if you are wise, bring forth the wolf-eyed one, or you shall not step 1 foot outside the wolf fortress today. Having lost all patience due to their back-and-forth banter, Mu Tu dropped the pretense, revealing his true, menacing demeanor. How klitsch, uncle. Those lines are outdated and belong in movies, Feng Laiye scoffed, regarding Mu Tu with disdain for his lack of creativity. If you utter another word, I shall remove your tongue. Mu Tu's crimson eyes glared at the oblivious child, his veins throbbing with fury. Then I shall speak another sentence. Feng Laiye retorted, unrelenting, driving Mu Tu to the brink of madness. No longer disguising his human facade, flames erupted from him, revealing a new form resembling that of Shuali, yet filled with malevolence. Is she watching a movie? A werewolf version of Transformers? Just as Feng Laiye was about to advise Mu Tu to remain calm, Shuali interrupted her. Little Xie, do not provoke him further. I will take you away from here at once. Though perplexed, Shuali knew that dealing with Mu Tu was the priority. Okay, Feng Laiye reluctantly acquiesced, feeling innocent in the face of Mu Tu's poor temper. Underestimate me, will you? You may enter today, but I shall ensure you do not exit. Mu Tu's laughter echoed with madness and confidence. With a thunderous clap, the grand hall's doors slammed shut, and a massive protective barrier rose before his throne, unmistakably trapping Shuali within. Seize him. At Mu Tu's command, the once empty hall was suddenly filled with hundreds of wolf envoys descending from above, each towering over Shuali, their razor-sharp claws and jagged fangs bared as they growled menacingly, encircling him in a cacophony of roars that shook the very hall. These are the wolf envoys I have specially trained to deal with you, Shuali. No matter your prowess, being besieged by hundreds of wolf envoys will surely overwhelm you. Mu Tu laughed boastfully, well aware of Shuali's skills. Few among the wolf clan could contend with him in single combat. Yet, many could easily overwhelm one, and the frenzied wolf envoys, driven mad by the scent of blood, were a force to be reckoned with. Mu Tu, you dare to tamper with ordinary wolves? Shuali noticed the grotesque scars upon the foreheads of the so-called wolf envoys, clear signs of alteration. These formidable warriors were rare within the wolf clan. Typically only those born with exceptional self-control qualified as wolf envoys. However, these modified ones, lacking any rationality or thought outside their master's commands, were nothing more than mindless killing machines. Such actions are akin to maliciously depriving ordinary werewolves of their very souls. And the multitude of wolf messengers before me is a result of such transformation. Shuali gazed upon this scene with a mix of sorrow and indignation, enraged that Mu Tu would sacrifice so many innocent werewolves for his own gain. Who among the wolf clan dares to challenge me? Hand over the wolf eye, and perhaps I shall leave you with a whole corpse. Mu Tu, unabashed by the revelation of his secret, laughed maniacally. Be cautious, old man. Joy can quickly turn to sorrow. Feng Laiye sat down in the iron cage, arms crossed, observing Shuali, who was trapped within the grand hall. Handsome master, I am delighted you have come to rescue me. But remember, no one's life is more valuable than your own. Save yourself before attempting to save others. Do not lose both the lady and the soldiers. She firmly believed that with Shuali's skills, escaping alone would not pose a problem, provided he did not bring her along as a burden. However, Shuali merely glanced at Feng Laiye, remaining vigilant and prepared to confront the swarm of wolf messengers encroaching upon them. What a stubborn individual, Feng Laiye muttered softly, realizing her words had fallen on deaf ears. In truth, she was rather eager for her father to come to her rescue, as she had never witnessed him in action during a crisis. Suddenly, a chorus of wolf howls erupted as the wolf messengers lunged at Shuali, turning the previously stagnant battle into chaos in an instant. Although Shuali was at a disadvantage in terms of stature, he exhibited remarkable agility, weaving through the towering attackers with the grace of flowing water. His sharp claws became his most formidable weapons, tearing flesh and shattering bones, blood splattering everywhere. One by one, the wolf messengers fell, yet the sight of blood and wounds only incited the remaining messengers to frenzy. Like wild beasts, they roared, baring their bloody maws and viciously swiping their claws at Shuali, heedless of whether his claws pierced their bodies or crushed their hearts, behaving like mindless corpses. Feng Laiye's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed the carnage, the airborne blood and the scent of gore causing her stomach to churn. A wave of nausea surged up her throat, and she involuntarily retched, unfortunately splattering Mu Tu with the contents of her stomach. I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, covering her mouth and gazing innocently at the furious Mu Tu, now smeared with filth. Although she had previously threatened to vomit on him, she solemnly swore this was entirely accidental. She merely lost her composure at that moment. You wretched girl, I will kill you, Mu Tu roared, veins bulging as he reached into the cage, seizing Feng Laiye's wrist. It hurts. The powerful grip nearly crushed her wrist, prompting her to yank the key from around her neck and thrust its slender end into Mu Tu's right eye. A wretched scream erupted from Mu Tu as blood gushed from his eye, and he writhed on the ground in agony, clutching his wound. Feng Laiye stared in shock at the unfolding scene, quickly regaining her wits as she retreated to the edge of the cage, clutching the bloodied key. I didn't mean to. It's your fault, uncle. Why must you hurt me? She gazed at the rolling Mo Chen, swallowing hard. She had never intended to harm him. All of this was his doing. Mo Chen's blood stained the carpet beneath him, and his anguished cries drew the attention of the wolf messengers, who surged toward the protective barrier, their bodies slick with blood, growling as they approached Mo Chen, thwarted only by the barrier's obstruction. Xiao Xie, Shuo Li, seeing all the wolf messengers converge at the barrier and leaving him isolated, anxiously scanned the scene. Feng Laiye stared at the menacing messengers, her heart racing. Should they draw closer, their claws could easily shred her to pieces. Kill her! Kill her! Mo Chen, struggling to rise from the ground, clutched his injured eye with one hand while using the other to breach the barrier. A horde of wolf messengers surged toward Feng Laiye's cage at his command. Xiao Xie, Shuo Li, alarmed, dove forward with utmost speed to shield her, placing himself between her and the impending threat. Master, Feng Laiye stared at Shuo Li, who had rushed to her side, her mouth agape. Her small hands trembled as they gripped the bloodied key. Yet, despite Shuo Li's desperate defense, the wolf messengers had shifted their focus away from him, and a few managed to breach his line of defense, lunging toward the cage. Their massive claws reached inside, intent on tearing her apart. Don't touch me. Feng Laiye wielded the key like a weapon, summoning all her strength to stab at the advancing claws. With a thrust and a pull, the slender key acted like a rudimentary dagger, severing the werewolf's claw, hot blood gushing from the wound and splattering Feng Laiye, who was now drenched in crimson. Her once white attire transformed into a canvas of blood. She kicked the severed claw away, a smirk forming on her lips. The cage that confined her now became her greatest shield. The burly wolf messengers could only extend their arms into the cage, their reach limited, allowing her to skillfully evade their grasp and systematically cut off their claws as if they were mere fertilizer. Initially filled with trepidation, Shuo Li found solace in Feng Laiye's agility as she evaded the wolf messenger's relentless pursuit within the confines of the cage, allowing him to focus more effectively on the foes before him. Just as he believed the tide was turning, Mo Chen, seizing the opportunity while Shuo Li was preoccupied, launched a surprise attack from behind, plunging a dagger into Shuo Li's side. With a furrowed brow, Shuo Li knelt in pain. Yet the wolf messengers did not tear him apart. Instead, they pinned him to the ground. Hand over the item. The agony contorted Mo Chen's face. His right eye a bloodied mess, and he bared his fangs as he growled. Not a chance. Cursing himself for his moment of carelessness that had granted Mo Chen the upper hand, Shuo Li averted his gaze. Fine, then I shall slay this little girl right now. Enraged to the brink of madness, Mo Chen was eager to shred Feng Laiye, the one who dared to harm him. Wait. Shuo Li's heart tightened as he quickly called out to Mo Tuesday. Will you comply? Mo Chen's twisted visage was accentuated by the blood, rendering him even more sinister. Very well, I will comply, but you must ensure that before I receive the wolf eye, not a single hair on his Xiao Xie's head is harmed. Shuo Li firmly negotiated with Mo Chen, aware of his vengeful nature. Given the circumstances, it was likely Mo Chen wished to devour her whole after such an injury. If Shuo Li did not offer the wolf eye in exchange, Xiao Xie's survival beyond that day was in peril. You dare negotiate with me? Your lives are my hands. What gives you the right to set conditions? The notion of sparing the girl who had wounded him was utterly ludicrous to Mo Chen, who sought to inflict the most excruciating torment upon her to satisfy his wrath. Do you truly desire the wolf eye or not? Do you not wish to become the king of wolves? If so, accept my terms. Otherwise, you shall never see the wolf eye again. Shuo Li Skufa, fully aware of Mo Chen's ambitions, which emboldened him to take such risks. Even if ensnared in a trap, he could leverage Mo Chen's greed for the wolf eye to extricate himself. Mo Chen narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating Shuo Li's proposition. Moments latte. He let out a menacing grunt. Fine, I accept your terms, but I shall grant you only one day. If you do not deliver the wolf eye by this time tomorrow, you may as well prepare to collect the girl's corpse. Certainly, it's a promise. Shuo Li nodded solemnly, and Mo Chen gestured for the wild wolf messenger pressing down on him to step aside. Mo Chen then issued a command, and the iron cage containing Feng Laiye began to rise slowly. Xiao Xie, you must wait for me, Shuo Li promised as he looked up at the bloodied Feng Laiye, who lay by the side of the cage. However, Feng Laiye Xie merely gazed at Shuo Li in silence, her hand unconsciously caressing the back of her other hand. Father, what are you doing? Volume 1, Chapter 18. The transaction when Shuo Yin saw Shuo Li returning from the portal of the other world, gravely injured. He was taken aback and quickly stepped forward to support him. Brother, what on earth happened? That scoundrel Mo Chen was indeed ruthless this time. I couldn't take Xiao Xie away from there, Shuo Li said, lowering his head in self-reproach, a hint of frustration in his voice. That Xiao Xie. Shuo Yin's heart sank, and his face turned pale. Noticing his brother's deep concern, Shuo Li quickly added, but you need not worry for now. I have made a deal with Mo Tuesday. As long as I deliver the wolf eye to him within a day, he will not harm Xiao Xie. Brother, you intend to give the wolf eye to Mo Chen, but if you do that, he will rightfully ascend to the throne of the Wolf King. Shuo Yin exclaimed, startled. Never having anticipated that his brother would strike such a bargain with Mo Tuesday, Xiao Xie injured Mo Chen's eye. If I do not delay him, I fear he would have killed her by now. Shuo Li explained with a heartache, not expecting Xiao Xie to injure Mo Chen amidst the chaos, which undoubtedly provoked that treacherous fiend to his limits. What? Xiao Xie injured Mo Chen? Shuo Yin was taken aback. Although Mo Chen was not as powerful as his brother, he was certainly not someone a mere human could easily wound, even if Xiao Xie had learned some skills. Confronting a werewolf with human abilities was akin to throwing stones against a wall. Heh, that little girl truly gives one a headache. Shuo Li chuckled bitterly. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have applauded her audacity. How cautious Mo Chen was, even after so many years of acquaintance. He had never laid a finger on him, yet that little girl Feng Laiye managed to blind him so easily on his own turf. What do you plan to do? Shuo Yin inquired, sensing Shuo Li's distress. Handing over the wolf, I would mean surrendering the wolf clan to Mo Chen. Yet refusing would doom the innocent Xiao Xie to a grave fate. He could easily guess how desperate Mo Chen was to tear her apart after being injured. However, as Shuo Li and Shuo Yin were consumed by their worries, they remained unaware that behind Shuo Yin, a small light was transmitting all their actions to another location. The struggle for the Wolf King's throne. Leaning on his chin, Feng Laiye observed the scene reflected in the golden mask. The corners of his perfect lips curling into a beautiful arc. Both the silver and gold masks were his subordinates, naturally not returning empty-handed. Long before Shuo Yin had torn flesh from the golden mask's shoulder, the golden mask had infused his spiritual power into Shuo Yin, monitoring the two brothers by sharing a portion of his mental energy. From what he had observed through Shuo Yin, Feng Laiye clearly understood the unfolding events. His mischievous little Xiao Xie had been invited to the demon realm as a guest. Watching the two brothers helpless, Feng Laiye was quite curious about how much space Feng Laiye occupied in their hearts. Little K. Yes, master. The little K, standing aside, approached Feng Laiye, bowing his head in anticipation of orders. Where has Xiao Xie's key gone? Feng Laiye asked, half squinting with a smile that was neither genuine nor sincere. Startled, little K trembled slightly. Master, he raised his head, his emerald eyes meeting Feng Laiye's violet ones, his heart tightening as if gripped in a vice. You know I despise lies. Elegantly crossing his legs, Feng Laiye's gaze seemed capable of shattering little K's soul. Even with immense courage, little K dared not conceal the truth any longer and divulged everything he knew. 3 years ago, shortly after handing the key to Feng Laiye, it was lost in an accident. Strangely, the key's disappearance coincided with the day Xiao Xie met Shuo Li and Shuo Yin, while the crow, which had always monitored Feng Laiye, suffered a magical attack on the same day, losing track of the events surrounding their acquaintances. Feng Laiye listened quietly to little K's confession, his expression complex. Once little K finished, he could only resign himself to waiting for Feng Laiye's judgment, knowing that such deliberate concealment would not go unpunished. I will handle later. For now, I believe it is time for me to strike a deal with those two. Feng Laiye's lips curved gently as he vanished from the room under little K's watchful gaze. The bronze statue at Feng Laiye's bedside instantly transformed into 2 beams of golden light and flew away, leaving little K trembling in fear. Crash! Just as the two brothers were in distress, a resounding noise came from the safe upstairs. Shuo Li immediately sensed someone breaking through the barrier he had set, his heart filled with worry. Could it be that Mo Chen, unwilling to relent, had sent someone after him? Brother, I'll go take a look, Shuo Yin volunteered. Before he could rise, Shuo Li pressed him back down. Stay seated. With that, Shuo Li swiftly exited the basement. However, upon seeing the golden and silver masks standing in the room, Shuali instantly transformed into his werewolf form, his crimson hair ablaze. What do you want? Facing the two who had harmed Shuyan, Shuali's tone was naturally unfriendly, yet he was more concerned about them discovering his injuries, as the Blood Clan sensitivity to blood far exceeded his own, making it difficult to conceal his wounds. Our master wishes to see you. The silver mask spoke coldly, his tone devoid of excitement or indignation, as if he had never been harmed by Shuali, regarding him merely as a stranger. Who is your master? Shuali scoffed disdainfully. Since when did one request an audience so casually? You must show respect to the master. The silver mask reprimanded coldly. If your master wishes to see me, let him come in person. No more sending underlings. Shuali, undeterred by the silver mask, maintained his disdainful demeanor. Yet within, he was suddenly alarmed. Regardless of who they were, the fact that they could command these two formidable beings indicated they possessed considerable strength. Given his current injuries, he barely stood a chance against the two. If another were to join, it would be exceedingly difficult. Oh, the prince of the Wolf Clan is quite arrogant. A calm voice echoed behind Shuali, sending a chill down his spine. He whirled around in shock to find an extraordinarily beautiful man leisurely seated in a chair. When did he move behind me? Shuali was alarmed. Despite his injuries, he should have sensed someone approaching so closely. However, before the man spoke, he and T felt even the slightest hint of his presence. Such a silent approach left Shuali astonished. This man's skills surpassed his own. Without needing a single move, Shuali could gauge their disparity merely from the complete absence of the man's aura. Even the strongest warriors of the Wolf Clan could not conceal their presence in his vicinity, yet the man before him moved soundlessly, devoid of even the faintest breath, let alone any scent. Who are you? Shuali asked, his guard fully raised against the suddenly appearing exquisite man. He had caught the mention of Prince of the Wolf Clan. He swore he had never seen this man before. Yet how did he know his identity? The eldest son of the Wolf King and Queen, upon the demise of his father, became the primary heir to the throne. However, decades ago, he was driven from the demon realm by the rebel leader Mutu, fleeing to the human world alongside his younger brother. Along with their escape, the key to the city of the Wolf King, known as the Wolf's Eye, vanished. Feng Laiye began to recount the tale, her violet eyes sparkling with amusement as she observed the increasingly anxious Shuali, as if narrating a story. Who exactly are you? Shuali clenched his fists, gasping in surprise. Why would a stranger possess such intimate knowledge of his affairs? You need not concern yourself with my identity. What matters is that I seek to propose a transaction with you, Feng Laiye replied, her violet gaze unwavering. A transaction? Shuali echoed, puzzled by the peculiar term. Someone close to you has been captured by Mutu, has he not? Feng Laiye inquired, her tone calm, yet probing. How do you know this? Shuali's curiosity about her identity intensified. How could she be so well informed? You need not question how I know. I'm simply here to offer you a deal. Feng Laiye stated, rising gracefully, her stature rivaling that of Shuali, the Wolf Prince. Her elegance and poise seemed to suppress him. If you wish to rescue your companion, I desire the key you possess. You seek the Wolf's Eye, Shuali exclaimed, stepping back in shock. No, I desire the key you obtained from a certain individual. Feng Laiye clarified, casting a knowing glance at Shuali's chest. You, how do you know? Shuali squinted, astonished that she was aware of its existence. Do not ask too many questions. I ask only whether you are willing to engage in this transaction with me. Feng Laiye responded, refraining from answering his inquiries directly. Can you truly assist me in rescuing them? Shuali questioned, not doubting her potential capability, but uncertain of the risks involved in confronting Mutu's stronghold alone. After all, it was common knowledge that interclan disputes were to be avoided. There is only one opportunity, she stated. I do not lie, nor will I repeat myself. Shuali inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Feng Laiye's stunning visage. Are you the Blood Clan? The violet eyes were reminiscent of a figure he had encountered before. A revered member of the Blood Clan. My identity is insignificant. What matters is that I can aid you, Feng Laiye replied, perceiving Shuali's hesitation. Clenching his fists, he declared, if you can help me bring them back, I will relinquish the item to you. Feng Laiye nodded, a mysterious glimmer in her eyes. In another scene, Mutu sat upon his throne, observing as Shuali entered the grand hall. True to his word, Shuali arrived punctually, cradling a brocade box that ignited a gleam in Mutu's eyes, filled with anticipation and eagerness to seize it. I have brought the item, Where's the person? Shuali asked coldly, scrutinizing Mutu's partially obscured face. From the twisted features, he inferred that Mutu's injuries were grave, likely rendering one eye useless. Mutu laughed heartily, a gesture that only intensified his pain. Hand over the item, and I shall return the person to you, he said, feigning sincerity while covering his injured eye. Allow me to see them first, and then I shall give you the item, Shuali countered, clutching the brocade box protectively, unwilling to part with it without assurance. Do you not trust me? Mutu queried, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Since we have an agreement, I would not harm your beloved, the prince's little darling. Little darling? Shuali was taken aback, suddenly understanding why Mutu had abducted Feng Laiye. The realization was both comical and absurd. He would have laughed had the circumstances been different. In any case, I will not hand over the item without seeing them. If you dare to snatch it from me, I will detonate the wolf's eye, even at the cost of my life. Shuali remained resolute, unyielding in his stance. You. Mutu's temper flared ever so slightly, his grip tightening on the armrests of his throne, yet he quickly composed himself, adopting a facade of amiability. Very well. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will fulfill your request. With a gesture, the floor before them parted, revealing an iron cage that rose ominously, reminiscent of a beast's confinement. Upon seeing Feng Laiye ensnared within, fury ignited within Shuali, transforming him into his wolf form, glaring at Mutu. What is the meaning of this? He roared, pointing at the chains binding her. I have done nothing, Mutu retorted, brazenly denying his actions. Master, why have you returned? This man will not honor his promise. I overheard him plotting to torment you to death, Feng Laiye exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. Little Xie, are you unharmed? Shuali frowned, stepping closer to the cage. Disregarding her warning, he was acutely aware that Mutu, being the petty and unscrupulous man he was, would not allow them to leave unscathed. Master, perhaps this is not the time to worry about me, Feng Laiye cautioned, noticing the horde of wolf emissaries gathering behind Shuali. Master, you are truly courting death. She sighed, grateful for his attempt to rescue her, but wishing he had considered the implications of confronting such a treacherous character as Mutu. Huh, Shuali, you should surrender the item willingly. Do you truly believe your injured body can withstand my legion of wolf emissaries? Mutu's true nature was laid bare, laughing maniacally, revealing his malicious intent. Mutu, you truly are despicable. Shuali sneered, well aware that Mutu would not honor his promises. Knowing this, yet still falling for it. One can only say you are exceedingly foolish. Today, I shall not only claim the wolf eye but also your life. Mutu slammed the table and stood up, his remaining eye gleaming with determination. Today, he would eliminate this thorn in his side. After today, the entire wolf clan would be under his control. Then it shall depend on your willingness. Shuali scoffed, clearly underestimating him. Oh, then let us see. Mutu appeared confident, but as Shuali sensed impending danger, the iron cage containing Feng Laiye suddenly crashed down, and a cry from Feng Laiye echoed before vanishing into the abyss of darkness. The ground ceiling shut in an instant. Little Shuali was taken aback, helplessly watching as the entrance closed, severing all connection with Feng Laiye. Damn it! With a furious blow, Shuali was startled. Rest assured, I will not kill her now. I will torment her slowly to avenge the loss of my eye. If you dare to self-destruct the wolf eye, I will ensure she dies at this very moment. Mutu's malicious words were laced with palpable hatred, suddenly plunged into darkness. The massive iron cage shook violently. Inside, Feng Laiye tumbled about, disoriented, and when she regained her senses, she found herself surrounded by utter blackness. Unable to see her own hand, she could not help but curse Mutu's day. Despite being no longer a child, she was still fiery and passionate, competing with her master for reasons she could not fathom. The most innocent of all was her, dragged into this chaos through no fault of her own. Attempting to tug at the chains binding her, she found her strength insufficient, the chains refusing to budge. However, Feng Laiye soon noticed glimmers of golden lights surrounding her, twinkling and multiplying, accompanied by heavy breaths. Oh, I can't be this lucky, can I? She smirked, observing the approaching golden orbs mingled with a foul odor. With a howl, her suspicions were confirmed. Explosions of flames ignited around her, illuminating the surroundings. As she beheld the scene, her eyes widened in disbelief. Instinctively, she licked her lips, Her fortune was extraordinarily favorable. Hundreds of wolves encircled her, their massive jaws agape, drooling hungrily, their eyes betraying their greed and desire for food. The blood within Feng Laiye surged with exhilaration. Truth be told, her greatest dream had always been to raise a snow wolf and a white tiger as pets. Seeing the hungry wolves before her, her joy far outweighed her fear. I wonder if I could take a few home. While she mused over possibilities, the ravenous wolves outside the cage contemplated how to swallow this delectable feast whole, yet the cage barred their advance. They could only roar frantically, attempting to bite her through the bars. I wish to be your master, not your meal, Feng Laiye pouted. With a resigned sigh, she surveyed the dark room. Just then, a scrawny gray wolf managed to slip through a gap in the bars, lunging toward her with its mouth wide open, ready to bite. No, don't come any closer, Feng Laiye screamed in fright. A burst of purple light radiated from her right hand, tearing the wolf into pieces, blood gushing forth. A tall figure emerged in the cage, a serene smile gracing his exquisite face. Daddy, Feng Laiye gasped, her eyes sparkling at the sudden appearance of Feng Laiye. As the purple light faded from her hand, a six-pointed star appeared on her fair skin. 10 years ago, when she first met him, he had left a kiss on her hand, binding her with a contract that became part of her very being. Daddy, I thought you would only come after I was devoured. Feng Laiye beamed, her smile radiant enough to melt the winter snow, captivating all who beheld it. Little Xie, I thought you were having a splendid time. Feng Laiye replied nonchalantly, his fingertips glowing as he effortlessly severed the chains binding her arms. After being restrained for so long, Feng Laiye collapsed into his embrace, utterly exhausted. Daddy, you have such a cruel heart, watching me suffer without intervening. She pouted, feeling wronged. She knew wherever she was, he could find her, for that contract had taken root within her, a part of him entwined with her very existence. Chapter 20. The intent to kill with a silent gaze. Feng Laiye observed Feng Laiye nestled in his arms, showering him with affection, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable light. Yet, as they exchanged glances, several gaunt wild wolves squeezed into the cage, their hungry mouths watering as they eyed the pair, seemingly unfazed by the demise of their companions. Arg! The first ravenous wolf lunged at them, but just as it leaped, a silver light severed its throat, causing it to collapse lifelessly. A key protruded from its neck, the very one Feng Laiye had always carried. Daddy! Feng Laiye gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her wide eyes fixed on Feng Laiye's impassive expression. It seemed he already knew the key was a fake. Although she and T lost it, she felt indirectly responsible. Feng Laiye remained silent, but his purple eyes betrayed everything. Feng Laiye playfully stuck out her tongue, adopting a coy tone. Daddy, it wasn't my fault. It was that little Xie who made a mistake. You can't pin this on me. As the saying goes, debts have their origins before she could finish. She felt herself lifted into the air, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized that while she was chattering away, several other hungry wolves had already pounced. However, Feng Laiye merely tapped his toes lightly on the ground, gracefully leaping over the attacking wolves, even stepping on one's head, appearing gentle, yet causing its brains to splatter as it fell dead without a sound. Your repentance can wait until later, Feng Laiye declared, holding his head high like a proud monarch. Cradling Feng Laiye, he soared within the cage, dispatching one wolf after another. Approaching the iron bars, he was met with an astonishing sight. The solid bars bent and twisted, revealing a large opening through which he effortlessly escaped, tramping several wolves beneath him. Wow, I feel like I'm flying, Feng Laiye exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her father's neck, her eyes sparkling as she gazed down at the roaring wolves below. Look at them dance, she cried out in excitement, her eyes darting around in search of something. Oh, she found it. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons, and she turned to Feng Laiye with a sorrowful expression, tugging at his collar. Even more astonishingly, Feng Laiye hovered in mid-air as if standing on solid ground. Daddy, you're so cool, she exclaimed, peering down at the ravenous wolves with their gaping jaws filled with admiration. With a raised brow, Feng Laiye awaited her next words. Daddy, I know you're incredibly powerful, so could the great daddy please grant me a tiny wish? With a pitiful plea, Feng Laiye's big, watery eyes sparkled with a yearning light, as if she would burst into tears at any moment if he refused her. Feng Laiye appeared unfazed by her expression and calmly inquired, Isn't it pitiable? She spends her days alone at home, and little Kay doesn't chat with her. With a sense of grievance, Feng Laiye lowered her head, resembling a wronged little bride. So, Feng Laiye, seemingly anticipating her words, continued without pause. Surely, the great daddy cannot bear to see her in such a miserable state, right? Therefore, dear daddy, could you allow her to have a pet? She looked at Feng Laiye bashfully, her adorable demeanor enough to drive one mad. Of course, Feng Laiye replied with a nod. Long live daddy. Then please, daddy, catch that little white wolf for me. Feng Laiye clapped her hands in triumph, beaming like a joyful cat, her small finger pointing at a seemingly frail white wolf hidden among the pack. She had been watching it for quite some time, but its small size made it easy to lose in the sea of wolves. She had finally spotted it and wasted no time in making her request, eager to claim such an appealing wolf. Even if it was dirty and thin, it stood out among the others, perhaps because it was the only white wolf. A peculiar expression crossed Feng Laiye's face as he regarded Feng Laiye with a strange look. You wish to keep it? Though his expression remained largely unchanged, there was an indescribable oddity in his demeanor. Daddy, is it not allowed? Her smile faltered, and she gazed up at him with a look of pitiful desperation. Daddy cannot lie to me. Her accusing eyes scrutinized him, as if to suggest that should he retract his words, she would immediately question his sincerity. You do not regret this? Feng Laiye asked ominously, feigning seriousness. No, no. She nodded vigorously. Why would she regret? Not only did she want this white wolf, but she also intended to collect a white tiger next. Very well. He never went back on his word, and this matter was settled, provided the little girl remembered today's promise. Long live Daddy. She cheered while hugging Feng Laiye's neck, and then suddenly remembered, Daddy, how did you get in here? Did you see my master? She couldn't believe that such a mysterious father would know nothing about her master, Shuali. Otherwise, he would have silently discarded her fake key. However, after falling, she had only heard the howling of wolves, but no sounds of doors opening or walls breaking. Do you wish to know? Feng Laiye smirked, his lips curling into a teasing smile. Yes, she was filled with curiosity about everything related to her father. Feng Laiye remained silent, then waved his hand, unleashing a purple light that lifted the curled-up white wolf into the air. Suddenly, the wolf vanished like an explosion, leaving behind only shimmering purple sparks. Yay! Daddy, where's my pet? You didn't harm it, did you? I sent it where it belongs, Feng Laiye replied casually. But Daddy, you still haven't answered my question. Feng Laiye's heart relaxed upon hearing that he hadn't harmed the white wolf, and she clung to him without reservation. You will know soon enough, Feng Laiye said mysteriously, heightening her anticipation. Her big, glistening eyes fixed intently on his handsome face, afraid to miss even a moment. Xiao Xia. Shuali, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf envoy, stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Feng Laiye, holding Feng Laiye in midair. Feng Laiye turned sharply, realizing she was no longer in the basement filled with wolves, but in the grand hall, her mouth agape in disbelief. What a joke. How did I get here without seeing anything? My goodness, I was so focused on Feng Laiye's face that I completely missed everything. How did Daddy manage to transport us without anyone noticing? Was this the legendary art of shifting shadows? Who are you? Mo Chen glared at the strikingly handsome man who had suddenly appeared and rescued Feng Laiye, slamming his palm on the table in anger. However, Feng Laiye merely raised his chin defiantly, his cold gaze and haughty demeanor enough to drive the proud Mo Chen to madness. Damn it, kill him. Mo Chen had never encountered such blatant disdain, and he ordered a portion of the wolf envoys to release Shuali and turn their attack towards Feng Laiye. Foolish. Feng Laiye sneered, his hands still wrapped around Feng Laiye as a massive purple light erupted from beneath him, annihilating the wolves who attempted to seize him. His violet eyes remained cold and devoid of emotion, watching as hundreds of wolf envoys were reduced to mere pulp in an instant. What? Mo Chen could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. His most prized wolf envoys had perished with a single strike, and more terrifyingly, the opponent hadn't even lifted a finger. A wave of fear and rage surged within him. Mo Chen roared, pressing a switch to unleash more wolf envoys. A vast horde poured into the grand hall, creating a terrifying dark mass. Wow! Master, be careful! Feng Laiye exclaimed, observing the terrifying number of wolf envoys. However, Shuali remained frozen, stunned by Feng Laiye's earlier display of power, showing no reaction. Feng Laiye effortlessly swept a beam of purple light across, lifting him into the air to prevent his transaction from being interrupted before he received what he desired. Did no one ever tell you not to touch what belongs to others? Feng Laiye coldly addressed Mu Tuesday. What do you mean? Mu Tu's ears buzzed, utterly confused by the stranger's words. You should not have touched her. He did not tolerate others meddling with what was his. Any offense would be met with a life for a life. Feng Laiye smiled, a breathtakingly beautiful smile that left Feng Laiye mesmerized, gazing dreamily at the enchanting face so close to her. It was a beauty as pure as winter snow, crystal clear, yet evoking an instinctual fear. His smile was filled with allure and mystery, both captivating and terrifying. It was a siren's call, as intoxicating as a poisonous poppy, strikingly beautiful yet deadly. Chapter 21. Return of the storm. In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere within the grand hall thickened. A fierce wind burst through the doors, a massive tornado sweeping through, lifting the wolf envoys into the air amidst howls and roars. As the gray whirlwind transformed into a vivid red, spreading gradually, all eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the enormous crimson funnel. The wind tousled Feng Laiye's hair as she hid in Feng Laiye's embrace. Witnessing the blood column created by her father's power for the first time, beginning to grasp the extent of her mysterious father's abilities, it became clear that the one with whom she had formed a pact possessed unimaginable power, and what she had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Mu Tu could no longer bear the pain in his eyes. Shocked, he rose from his seat, trembling as he watched his hard work obliterated by a tornado. He frantically clutched his head, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. In a flash, a blazing fire engulfed him, and when it subsided, a massive blue wolf emerged in his place, though one of its eyes remained bloody and wounded. Wow, the uncle has transformed. Feng Laiye was drawn in by the glow of the flames, witnessing the entire transformation of Mu Tu with wide eyes. She had to admit, despite this mischievous tree's despicable and shameless nature, the blue wolf that emerged was undeniably handsome. Ahem, she already had her little Bai and could not entertain any romantic distractions. Who is Xiao Bai? Silly, it is the white wolf that her father had transformed before. She had already bestowed a name upon it. Attempting to flee, Feng Laiye narrowed her beautiful purple eyes, observing the enormous blue wolf as it spoke lazily. Do not be arrogant. If you have the courage, state your name. One day, Mu Tu will have his revenge for this humiliation. He spoke with indignation, recalling the disgrace he had suffered. The enigmatic and handsome man before him had rendered him utterly defeated, forcing him to transform into wolf form to escape. Feng Laiye merely watched him languidly, her cold gaze betraying no emotion, yet anyone could discern the murderous intent simmering in her violet eyes. Mu Tu initially sought to provoke her anger to create an opportunity for escape, knowing that his true form's speed far surpassed that of his human guise. However, the lack of any reaction from her, her indifferent demeanor, caused his plans to falter. Fortunately, he had a highly protective shield for cover. Otherwise, merely witnessing the mysterious man's prowess would have left him trembling with fear. What manner of creature was this? The wolf tribe's wild wolf envoy was enough to instill fear even in the ranks of the Demon Realm's army. Even his foe wild wolf envoys possessed 70% of the wild wolf envoy's combat strength. Not even the most skilled among the wolf tribe, Shuali, could handle a pack of wolves effortlessly. Feng Laiye's smile deepened as she perceived Mu Tu's panic, noting how his remaining eye fixated desperately on the protective shield, treating it as his last hope. However, just as Mu Tu felt a flicker of reassurance, Feng Laiye, as if traversing through the air, swept into Mu Tu's so-called protective barrier, her body gliding past the seemingly unbreakable magic barrier, which emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. Cracks appeared upon the transparent shield, and with a sharp, crystalline sound, the powerful magical protection shattered into fragments, sparkling as they fell to the ground. Damn it, a monster! Mu Tu cursed under his breath, utterly unable to believe that the protective shield, fortified by the mightiest sorcerers of the wolf tribe, had been so effortlessly demolished. Realizing that his last line of defense had vanished, he did not dare to hope that summoning his subordinates would allow him to escape. He feared that even before they could enter the Great Hall, they would be consumed by the ominous, blood-soaked tornado. Uncle, do not curse, or you might meet a terrible end. Feng Laiye playfully warned Mu Tu, who dared to label her great father a monster, even if he were indeed a monster. Only she had the right to say so. You. He glared fiercely at Feng Laiye, now fully aware that the mysterious man's actions were directed solely at her. Regret filled Mo Chen's heart. He should never have rashly captured her without understanding her true nature. He had thought her an ordinary human girl, devoid of danger. But little did he know he had sacrificed an eye and witnessed the destruction of his carefully cultivated faux wild wolf envoy army. Now, as he faced the imminent loss of his own life, he could only curse the heavens for their blindness. Feng Laiye silently observed the terrified Mo Chen. Her thoughts concealed from the outside world. In a swift motion, blood splattered, painting a vivid arc of crimson through the air. Ah! 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 Pain coursed through Mo Chen as he clawed at his own face, collapsing to the ground in agony, his body twisting and writhing. Each piercing scream causing those who heard it to tremble. Feng Laiye instinctively shrank closer into her father's embrace. She witnessed him place a foot upon half of Mo Chen's face. It appeared gentle, yet in that instant, it ignited Mo Chen's visage with a strange purple flame. She sensed that this was no ordinary fire. Father. She lifted her gaze, yearning to discern her father's expression at that moment, only to find his face serene, akin to a gentle breeze, an enigmatic smile gracing his features, handsome beyond compare, captivating all who beheld him. Regrettably, the tragic screams shattered this tranquility. Her father was somewhat terrifying, yet she found it thrilling. Let us go, Feng Laiye urged as her father turned to leave the great hall. As they brushed past Shuali, he appeared to awaken from a dream, his expression one of realization. Regardless, he was undeniably shaken by the overwhelming display of power and the ruthlessness of the man before him. Father, I feel a bit tired. I wish to sleep for a while, Feng Laiye murmured sweetly, curling up in her father's arms. As her words fell, she closed her large, watery eyes, her long lashes casting shadows upon her flawless face, which bore a delicate blush. Feng Laiye's father glanced down at her angelic sleeping visage, a fleeting shadow passing through his purple gaze, too swift to capture. His little Sierra had a fever. The heat radiating from her indicated an abnormal temperature. This stubborn little one remained silent, as if nothing were amiss, until everything settled, at which point she lowered her guard and fell into a deep slumber. Wait. Following Feng Laiye through the interdimensional gate back to the CAF, Shuali hastily pursued them. Feng Laiye paused at his command, her purple eyes fixed on him, her flawless face devoid of any expression. This man had just single-handedly obliterated the entire Demon Wolf fortress. Shuali reminded himself to avoid provoking his ire, lest he become the second Mo Tuesday. This is what I promised you. Shuali produced a key from his pocket, the very one that Xiao Xie had lost 3 years prior. However, Feng Laiye showed no inclination to accept it. You. Shuali gazed at him in confusion. But from her violet eyes, he discerned her meaning, which led him to awkwardly avert his gaze. Apologies, but I acquired this key from Xiao Xie 3 years ago. He explained, 3 years ago my brother and I had just escaped the clutches of Mo Tu's minions and were hiding in this small CAF. That day, Xiao Xie sought refuge from the rain in our shop. I hadn't paid much attention until I inadvertently noticed the key hanging around her neck. As he spoke, he glanced at the peacefully slumbering Feng Laiye, his bright eyes momentarily clouded with regret. His initial intention to seize the key stemmed from selfish desires. Yet he later took Feng Laiye as his disciple, moved by her resolute attitude and stubborn words, inadvertently acquiring such an unusual apprentice. Feng Laiye's father smiled, his lips curving into a beautiful arc as he deftly took the key into his hand. Who are you? What is your relationship with Xiao Xie? As he prepared to leave, Shuali could no longer suppress his curiosity and concern for Xiao Xie, realizing the man intended to take her away. However, he also understood that, even if the man harbored ill intentions, he stood no chance against him. Nevertheless, having seen Xiao Xie and him together harmoniously, he assumed they must have known each other prior. Yet, the nature of this man's dealings felt exceedingly strange to Shuali. He need not know, did not engage in further conversation, cradling the sleeping Feng Laiye as they departed from Sangyue. Shuoyan, who had been standing behind the bar, watched them leave, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. He approached Shuli and whispered, Brother, what is happening? Their deal was that they would help each other rescue Xiao Xie and hand over the key. Why now does the key belong to him, and she belongs to her, with my brother showing no dissent? Yin, remember this. If you encounter this person again, never oppose him, even if it means bowing in submission. You must do so willingly. Shi turned around, his expression grave as he advised Shuoyan. Confusion flooded Shuoyan's eyes, yet Shi offered no further explanation. Regardless of the other's identity, such formidable power, such mystery, and the connection with Xiaoxia, along with that key, all indicated that he was not someone they could provoke. As night fell over the demon realm, Mu Tu, rescued by his subordinates, miraculously survived, though half of his face, scorched by fire, had transformed into a skull-like visage. Master, little K leapt out to greet Feng Laiye upon his return, hesitating as he glanced at him and the cradled Feng Laiye. Go prepare some fever-reducing medicine. Feng Laiye carried Feng Laiye in her room, gently laying her on the soft bed. Little K hopped to her pillow, patting her head with tiny paws, confirming her fever was indeed high. Understood, little K replied, heading off to prepare. Once everything was ready, Feng Laiye sat by Feng Laiye's bedside, gazing at the slumbering angel. Master, that wolf. Little K was reluctant to disturb him at such a moment, but some matters had to be addressed. Speak, Feng Laiye replied without lifting his gaze. What should we do with the silver wolf you teleported back? Little K asked, puzzled. It could not comprehend why the master would bring such a creature home. Certainly not a wise decision. Xiaoxia wants it as a pet, Feng Laiye answered, observing the delicate lips of Feng Laiye. A pet? Little K nearly toppled from a chair in disbelief. Was its hearing faulty? Or had Feng Laiye lost her senses, wanting that silver wolf as a pet? Surely this was no jest. Yes, I've already agreed. Feng Laiye's subsequent words sent little K into free fall from its chair. Master, you cannot be serious. How could you treat it as a pet? Little K implored, attempting to thwart this madness. I do not wish to repeat myself, Feng Laiye stated firmly, signaling that his decision was unchangeable. Little K stared at Feng Laiye in shock. Could it be that the master truly acquiesced to her wishes? Yes. Any further objections evaporated in the face of Feng Laiye's icy violet gaze, leaving little K to lower its head in defeat, pondering how it had begun to question the master's decisions. Had it truly spent too long in the human realm to forget the rules? Leave, Feng Laiye waved his hand, and little K complied. After little K departed, Feng Laiye took hold of Feng Laiye's small hand, squinting at the radiant six-pointed star on her wrist. No matter where you are, I will find you. He gently kissed her hand, and at the moment his soft lips met her skin, the star's pattern vanished, just as it had in the past, concealed beneath her skin. As little K passed by a door, it heard the howling of a wolf within and sighed heavily. Inside, the silver wolf, brought back, roared furiously, its blood-red eyes reflecting a desire for carnage. Chapter 1, Volume 22, Rectification. Morning sunlight streamed into the room, and the slumbering figure stirred, lazily blinking her eyes. Her fan-like eyelashes fluttered before opening to reveal a pair of playful amber eyes that blinked mischievously. Ugh! With a languid stretch, Feng Laiye sat up, and a gentle thud at her chest brought her back to reality. Glancing down, she discovered the key had returned to hang around her neck. Yay! When did Daddy find it? Feng Laiye murmured, touching the recovered key. Lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang at her bedside. She picked it up, momentarily forgetting who was on the other end, until the persistent chatter of the caller jogged her memory of the boy who had suddenly confessed his feelings. She smiled and continued listening, but as time passed, her expression turned increasingly peculiar, her wide eyes sparkling with an unsettling light. Wow, no problem, leave it to me. You can count on me. Suppressing her laughter, Feng Laiye grinned like a mischievous little fox, sweet yet wicked. After hanging up, a small shadow suddenly landed on her bed. Wow, startled. Feng Laiye peered closely to find it was little K, her face instantly lighting up. Little K, are you here for something? She asked sweetly, her voice like a celestial melody, sending shivers down little K's spine. Master sent me to check if your fever has subsided. Little K had expected her to still be sound asleep, but was taken aback to find her awake. Little K, you are so caring. I'm so touched. Hiding a devilish gleam beneath her angelic smile, Feng Laiye squeezed little K in a tight embrace, nearly suffocating it. Hey, you! Little K struggled, extending its paws in a futile attempt to escape her grasp. Do not underestimate the strength of a little girl's hug. To little K, she was a giant. I'm going to take a bath now. You should come too. Feng Laiye completely disregarded little K's protests, cheerfully dragging it into the bathroom. What bath? Little Kay exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. This was no joke. Though merely a cat, it was still male. At 15, even if she was underage, if the master found out, it would surely be the end. Little Kay, don't move. Let me wash you first. Dressed in pure white pajamas, Feng Laiye appeared innocent as an angel. Yet her small hand grasped Little Kay's hind paw as she turned on the tap. Little Kay struggled internally. It knew it could never match her strength. Using its paws? If it harmed her even slightly, the master would surely have its life. Using magic? It dare not. For invoking magic under the master's watchful eye would be tantamount to seeking its demise. After much contemplation, Little Kay could only continue its lament, questioning what had possessed this little girl to change so dramatically. As Feng Laiye filled the tub with water, Little Kay had no time to plead for mercy before she pressed its head underwater, gulping down several mouthfuls, just as it thought it would drown. Feng Laiye finally showed mercy and pulled it back up. Hey, Little Kay, now I'm going to wash you. Just when Little Kay thought the nightmare was over, Feng Laiye's words plunged it from heaven to hell. No, this is absurd. Who says cats have 9 lives? I must find that clueless fellow and take revenge. Its only life was at risk due to this sudden turn of events. Don't be so polite. Ignoring the resentment in Little Kay's eyes, Feng Laiye pressed its head back into the water, her crescent-shaped eyes narrowing with delight as bubbles rose from Little Kay, which was flailing about. Without even glancing at the numerous bottles lined up on the side, she hastily poured them all into the once clear water, instantly clouding it with a riot of colors. Kay struggled to free her hand from the water, emerging just to find Feng Laiye poised to warn her against further mischief. However, before she could utter a word, he struck her small head with a bottle labeled hair dye. She barely had time to wail before she sank back into the murky depths of the bathtub. Hee. Kay, brother, don't thank me too much. After all, you've been taking care of me for quite some time. She giggled, her laughter resembling that of an angel, though the mischievous glint in her eyes betrayed her devilish nature. She was well aware of the age-old adage, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Sierra, what are you doing? Feng Laiye initially ordered Kay to check if Xia had cooled down from her fever. After waiting for a while, without any report from Kay, he sensed that Kay might have been ensnared by the little rascal, prompting him to visit Feng Laiye's room. Upon entering, he found it empty, but soon heard splashing sounds from the bathroom. Approaching, he discovered Feng Laiye swirling her delicate hand in the filthy bathwater. Daddy. Upon seeing Feng Laiye realized the game was over. She stuck out her tongue, stood up, and gazed at her tall father with her innocent, wide eyes. As she released her grip, Kay's body floated to the surface, motionless, as if lifeless. Feng Laiye narrowed his eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at the seemingly innocent Feng Laiye. Daddy, I was just giving Kay-brother a bath. Isn't that impressive? She feigned innocence, blinking her large eyes, with her little hands clasped behind her back. Meanwhile, Kay's floating form expelled a murky stream of water from its mouth. Keep blinking, I'm innocent. I didn't make Kay-brother drink the water. He was just thirsty. Her big eyes twinkled as she suddenly recalled a phone call after waking up. She beamed sweetly, inching closer to her father, purring like a cat. Daddy, do you remember my classmate in Chi from the other day? Feng Laiye raised an eyebrow, urging her to continue. That one. Feng Laiye took a step back, ensuring a safe distance where her father wouldn't harm her, and shyly continued. And she wanted to ask Daddy what his views on homosexuality are. What? Feng Laiye thought he misheard. Homosexuality? Oh dear, Daddy, you don't understand. It seems my classmate has developed feelings for you. They called me this morning, asking for help to express their affections to you. Oh ho! She nearly burst into laughter at the thought, excitement bubbling within her as she wondered how her father's expression would react. Cold. The temperature in the bathroom plummeted. Feng Laiye cast a frosty glance at the blushing Feng Laiye and silently approached the bathtub, hoisting Kay out from the dirty water. He then turned his back to her, leaving her with a cold silhouette. Wait, Daddy, she called out, halting his retreat. If he turned around now, he would surely see her beaming face. Where did you put my little white pet? Feng Laiye had not forgotten her ultimate pet's existence. After a pleasant morning, it was only natural to shower affection on her new companion. Clang! The basement, room 4. A key was tossed in front of her, and Feng Laiye coldly uttered a parting remark before departing. Thank you, Daddy. Grinning, she picked up the key and decided to fetch some food for her cherished pet. Surely, That careless Kay had not treated her new companion well. Don't worry, my dear little white one. Your master is bringing you food. Holding a roasted chicken, Feng Laiye descended into the dim basement, counting the room numbers. Upon reaching room 4, she heard the heavy panting of the white wolf before even approaching. Dear little white, I'm here. She unlocked the door and dashed inside. A white figure lunged at her, but the iron chain around its neck abruptly yanked it back, causing it to emit a low growl of hostility. Wow, is this how you greet your new master? Feng Laiye was unfazed, shaking her head in disappointment at the wolf's response. The wolf remained hostile, its crimson eyes fixed on her every move, poised as if to attack again. Do you really think you can break free from that chain with those little limbs? She chuckled, her amusement evident as she observed the wolf's frail form, malnourished and lacking luster. Nevertheless, she believed that with her training and care, her little white companion would grow into a majestic and formidable wolf. The wolf continued to snarl, its fur bristling, baring its teeth as if daring her to step closer. Are you not hungry? Feng Laiye completely disregarded its animosity, bringing the roasted chicken close to her nose to savor the aroma. She was certain that Kay had neglected to feed it the previous night, evident from its gaunt appearance. You have quite the temper, but this is your reward for me. Feng Laiye smiled brightly, yet her expression only heightened the wolf's tension. Well, since you prefer a violent resolution, I suppose I must resort to that. Fear not, this is merely an electric whip. It won't harm you, just give you a tingling sensation. My dear little white, you should surrender willingly, for I would hate to see you hurt. With one hand gripping the whip and the other holding the roasted chicken, she activated the whip, crackling electricity dancing along its length. The wolf instinctively took a step back, its red eyes locked onto the seemingly angelic yet truly demonic girl before it. Chapter 1, Volume 23, Acknowledgement of Ownership. Howl! 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 The piercing wolf cries echoed throughout the basement, growing more frantic by the moment. Feng Laiye retracted her electric whip, watching with amusement as the wolf, now electrified, struggled in vain. Though the whip wouldn't break bones, the tingling sensation was certainly not pleasant. As the saying goes, better to be torn apart by a fierce tiger than to be gnawed on by ants. That slow, creeping pain was no trivial matter. However, her chosen white wolf proved its resilience, enduring the torment for an entire day. Despite frothing at the mouth and trembling, it steadfastly ignored the roasted chicken nearby, radiating determination. Yet, after wielding the whip all day, Feng Laiye felt a pang of hunger, deciding to abandon the whip and sit down beside it. Did I just see a hint of disdain in your eyes, dear little white? Do you truly believe I cannot tame you? She inhaled the aroma of the now-cold chicken, still relishing its scent. Are you not hungry? Turning to the wolf, she smiled brightly, only to see it momentarily pause before haughtily turning its head away, all the while its eyes lingering on the chicken in her hand. Little white, you can't possibly still not be hungry. No worries, I'll share half with you. With a generous spirit, she waved a chicken wing in front of the wolf, making it impossible for anyone to reconcile her innocent smile with the demonic figure who had wielded the whip just moments before. The wolf disdainfully averted its gaze as the chicken wing was tossed directly before it. Eat up, or you'll starve, and then you won't be able to continue competing with me. People are like iron, and food is like steel. Even if one is a wolf, sustenance is essential. Grr! A low growl interrupted her words, as the white wolf seemed to object. Feng Laiye shrugged nonchalantly and tore into a chicken leg. Delicious. So fragrant, she exclaimed, savoring the delectable taste as her large eyes stealthily observed the white wolf's every move. As expected, the exhausted white wolf, torn between its pride and hunger, struggled to refuse the chicken wings presented by Feng Laiye, its mind waging a fierce battle between reason and instinct. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from the wolf's belly, causing Feng Laiye to gaze at it blankly before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Little white, please don't be so adorable. If you're hungry, just eat. You can throw a tantrum after you're full. She laughed uncontrollably, her chin nearly cramping from the mirth. The white wolf, clearly embarrassed, growled at her indignantly. But the louder it roared, the more pronounced the growls from its belly became, sending Feng Laiye into fits of laughter. Eventually, she collapsed onto her chair, unable to sit up straight. The white wolf, seemingly at a loss to maintain its dignity, sulkily picked up a chicken wing in its mouth and turned away. its tail facing Feng Laiye before swallowing a whole. After a long period of hunger, its stomach finally found satisfaction, but the fleeting taste only deepened its craving for more. Turning back, its crimson eyes fixated on Feng Laiye, who was relishing her meal, her delicate fingers covered in glistening chicken juice, satisfaction radiating from her visage. The wolf couldn't help but drool. So frustrating. I can't eat it. Forget it, I won't. Feng Laiye had already noticed the wolf's longing gaze, and, without a word, she yawned and tossed the remaining half of her roast chicken in front of the white wolf, closing her eyes to doze off. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the wolf finally confirmed that Feng Laiye was asleep before it devoured the roast chicken, leaving not a single bone behind. How obedient! Just as Feng Laiye, who should have been asleep, suddenly opened her eyes to see the wolf staring at her with an unsatisfied expression, it was left dumbfounded. This little girl's antics had left it dizzy. All right, just wait, I'll go get more, Feng Laiye said, and before the wolf could respond, she dashed out like a whirlwind, leaving the wolf staring blankly at the door. Feng Laiye beamed at the white wolf, which was surrounded by a feast. She noticed its once fierce gaze had transformed into one of wariness and hostility. Initially resolute, the wolf, tempted by the delicious food and having already fallen for Feng Laiye's tricks, relinquished its stubbornness and began to feast. Drowsy, Feng Laiye gradually succumbed to sleep, resting her head on the chair. The satiated white wolf licked its paws and then gazed at the sleeping girl, whose delicate face bore a soft smile, pure and endearing. Like an angel descended to earth, evoking deep affection. However, the thought of her endless schemes sent a shiver down the wolf's spine. As it observed, a sudden wave of pressure engulfed the room, causing the wolf's fur to stand on end, baring its teeth and glaring at the doorway. Feng Laiye had just finished his meal and returned to find the little girl absent, deducing that she was likely in the basement with her new pet. Upon entering the room, the white wolf crouched defensively, its fur bristling like needles, revealing its sharp teeth as it emitted a warning growl. Feng Laiye cast a glance at the wolf and extended his hand to lift the sleeping Feng Laiye, but before he could touch her garment, the wolf lunged at him in a frenzied attempt to break free from its chains. Feng Laiye zutzlet amuset. You wish to protect her? With 2 consecutive low growls. The wolf seemed to warn him, its crimson eyes filled with hostility. Instinct told it that this man was dangerous, concealing something fearsome beneath his exquisite fade. How intriguing, Feng Laiye mused, stroking his chin as he regarded the wolf, his gaze shifting back to Feng Laiye, a deeper smile gracing his lips. In that case, let us conduct a bonding ceremony. Feng Laiye spoke softly, his ethereal voice imbued with an enchanting quality, gradually calming the previously aggressive white wolf, which gently closed its wild eyes. Once the wolf had succumbed to slumber, Feng Laiye elegantly raised both hands, causing Feng Laiye and the wolf to levitate in midair. He began to chant a series of melodious incantations. As the incantation continued, a radiant glow enveloped the duo in a luminous sphere. After a powerful utterance, the light faded, revealing a red gem on the foreheads of both the wolf and Feng Laiye, which vanished as they gently descended back to the ground. Feng Laiye cradled the slumbering Feng Laiye and closed the basement door, leaving the white wolf in peaceful repose. Chapter 24. A comedic mix-up. Feng Laiye blinked, her vision slightly blurred, shaking her head in disbelief as she saw the breakfast before her appearing double. What a nightmare, she exclaimed, feeling a heaviness in her head. She distinctly remembered spending the previous day doting on Little White before dozing off. How was it that upon opening her eyes today, she found herself back in her own room? As she made her way to breakfast, she spotted Little Kay, who, without uttering a word, bolted away in fright. Was she that terrifying? All she had done was give a bath yesterday. Why the ghostly reaction? Little Kay didn't even have time to straighten its cup before it dashed off. Ouch, 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 Feng Laiye lamented, shaking her head again. But the throbbing in her forehead persisted, her face scrunched in discomfort. Thinking of Little White in the basement, she decided to bring down 2 breakfasts. With her father absent in the morning and Little Kay having fled, eating alone was too dull, so she opted to dine below. Little White, I'm here to see you, Feng Laiye exclaimed as she opened the door to room 4 in the basement, only to be met with the frenzied howls of the white wolf. Blood dripped from its head, revealing deep gashes, causing Feng Laiye to gasp in shock. What happened to my Little White? Dropping her breakfast? She took a step forward to assess its condition, but a warning echoed in her mind. Don't come closer. Feng Laiye halted abruptly, bewildered by the source of the warning. Who are you? Don't approach me. Another roar reverberated in her mind, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. What the heck? Are you a figment of my imagination due to this headache? What's that supposed to mean? She retorted, her heart racing. The voice, evidently in distress, carried a tone of anguish, yet it struggled to inquire. What are you doing here? Good grief. This is surreal. You're not a figment of my imagination. Are you? How did your voice penetrate my mind? If she wasn't hallucinating, then she must still be dreaming, for such bizarre occurrences were beyond comprehension. Damn it! With a curse echoing in his heart, the white wolf abruptly lifted its head, its blood-soaked visage fixated on Feng Laiye, eyes brimming with shock and fury. You can hear my thoughts. The inner voice reverberated once more. Feng Laiye intended to respond, yet when she noticed the little white creature mirroring her astonished expression, she was momentarily taken aback. A deity? A demon? What on earth? Wow. Oh my. Little Bai, you possess such an extraordinary skill of telepathy. Feng Laiye gazed at the disheveled white wolf, her tone laced with excitement that left others momentarily speechless. Only a ghost would have such an ability. The white wolf's protest echoed in her ears, infused with rage and resentment. Little Bai, you are a wolf, not a ghost. Feng Laiye shook her head, kindly correcting its misconception. Damn it, do not call me such a revolting name. The white wolf growled softly, issuing a warning growl. Is it really that disgusting? I find it quite adorable. Feng Laiye frowned delicately, her expression reflecting her distress as she looked at the white wolf. Do you truly think it sounds unpleasant? Yet I'm rather fond of it. Damn! The white wolf seethed. Little Bai, try to temper your temper. See how your injury bleeds more when you're angry. Isn't that what they call brain congestion? Blood rushing to your head. She certainly did not wish for her charming little pet to perish the very next day after returning home. At the very least, let her enjoy its company for a few days. What have you done to me? Why does my head hurt so much? The white wolf thrashed its head, as if it might explode, emitting pitiful whines from the agony. I did nothing. Feng Laiye blinked innocently, genuinely feeling more wrong than liar. The white wolf did not believe her words, pressing a paw against its head, suddenly howling in anguish. The immense pain causing it to claw its own head, leaving a bloody mark. No, don't hurt yourself like that. Feng Laiye cried out, rushing to the white wolf's side, unperturbed by the possibility of injury, wrapping her arms around its head tightly. Stop clawing. Stop it. If you continue, you'll be risking your life. Oh, her precious little pet. It must not engage in such self-harm. After all, she had finally found a white wolf that pleased her eyes. How could she allow it to be inexplicably killed by its own claws? Let me go. Let me go. The white wolf growled, struggling, accidentally slicing Feng Laiye's arm with a sharp claw, a crimson wound appearing on her skin. However, Feng Laiye paid it no heed, merely holding the wolf's head to prevent its self-mutilation. Release it. Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from behind Feng Laiye. Before she could turn her head, she felt her body lighten and was promptly caught in a familiar embrace. Daddy! Feng Laiye looked up, gazing at Feng Laiye, who had appeared without her noticing, her eyes wide with surprise. Art! As Feng Laiye arrived, the white wolf erupted into a frenzied growl, baring its teeth and glaring, as if ready to attack. After recognizing a master, both the master and the contracted beast experience a brief period of pain, which will dissipate after a day. Feng Laiye spoke coldly to the growling white wolf while cradling Feng Laiye. Daddy, what do you mean? Feng Laiye looked at her father's sharply defined chin in confusion. Arg, what have you done to me? The white wolf roared, its questions reverberating in Feng Laiye's mind as she tugged at her father's collar, relaying the wolf's inquiry. Yesterday, I conducted the master recognition ceremony for you. You are now Xiao Xie's contracted beast. From now on, your lives are intertwined. Feng Laiye's indifferent words left both Xiao Xie and the white wolf in a state of shock. Xiao Xie's mouth fell open, bewildered by her father's actions, her big, watery eyes shimmering with confusion. The white wolf, on the other hand, stood frozen as if turned to stone. Feng Laiye glanced down at the wound on Feng Laiye's arm, his violet eyes momentarily flickering, a hint of red appearing within the violet hue, before quickly returning to its original color. Be careful in the future. His hand swiftly brushed over her wound, and astonishingly, the bleeding ceased. Daddy, What exactly did you do? Feng Laiye was perplexed by his words, questioning the nature of a contracted beast and the meaning of recognition. Xiao Xie, from now on it shall be your contracted beast, tasked with your protection. If the master dies, so too shall the contracted beast. However, the death of the contracted beast will not endanger the master's life. Feng Laiye provided a simple explanation, clarifying why he willingly performed the master recognition ceremony. There would be no harm to her, and with its protection, one could only hope. Ah, Daddy, why? Feng Laiye's eyes widened in astonishment. Her father seemed overly kind-hearted. She had no idea he would meddle so much. Because yesterday, when I attempted to take you back, it thought I would harm you and try to attack me. Since it had such intentions, why not take advantage of the situation? Feng Laiye squinted, speaking calmly. It was better to have someone protect his Xiao Xie, especially since there were still 3 years until she turned 18. Preventing any unforeseen incidents was worth the extra precaution. Little Bai? Surprise, joy, and wonder flickered in Feng Laiye's eyes. Nonsense. When did I ever want to protect you? I merely sense the powerful aura around you and instinctively prepare myself. The white wolf finally snapped back to reality, unleashing a furious roar. It was merely a moment of instinctive reaction, yet it had been misconstrued, resulting in an absurd recognition ceremony being thrust upon it. The white wolf's words resonated clearly in Feng Laiye's mind, and she stared blankly at it for a moment. Then, her gaze shifted slightly, a sweet smile curving her lips. Oh dear little Bai, it seems you care about me after all. How touching. Feng Laiye beamed, her eyes devoid of any genuine kindness. What a colossal misunderstanding. Such a grand blunder. She nearly burst into laughter. Her father, so formidable and wise, had mistakenly interpreted little Bai's intentions, leading to this muddled recognition ceremony. Little Bai was now in a predicament, akin to a mute biting into a bitter gourd. No, I'm going to die laughing. My insides are in knots. Little Bai, I promise to take good care of you, so rest assured, she exclaimed, her laughter bubbling forth. She wanted nothing more than to hug her father and express her gratitude. This time, he had avenged her, leaving little Bai at a significant disadvantage. You scoundrel! You know it's not like that. The white wolf, infuriated, clawed at the ground, wishing to pounce on the overly pleased Feng Laiye and drag her down. Oh dear! Since Daddy is kindly playing matchmaker for us, I wouldn't mind fostering a deeper connection with you, little Bai. Feng Laiye smiled sweetly, secretly replying to the white wolf in her heart. I'll have someone tend to your wound. Just calm down, and you'll feel better. Clearly, Feng Laiye had no intention of engaging in further conversation with the white wolf, quickly cradling her father and departing the basement, leaving the white wolf to gnash its teeth in frustration, regretting being unwittingly turned into a contracted beast. Upon returning to the hall, laughing joyfully in her father's embrace, Feng Laiye, resembling a contented cat, suddenly heard a knock at the door. Without lifting a finger, Feng Laiye glanced at the door, which opened effortlessly, leaving Feng Laiye in awe of her father's abilities. However, the figure that entered next extinguished her good spirits entirely. Lord Feng, long time no see. The enchanting blonde beauty swayed her slender waist and ample bosom as she approached Feng Laiye, who was cradling her. Her pair of emerald green eyes exuded both allure and a provocative charm as she drew closer. Chapter 25. What on earth is a Persian cat? Feng Laiye narrowed his eyes at the suddenly appearing seductive beauty, scanning her from head to toe with a gaze as swift as lightning. Her figure was flawless, scoring a perfect 100, while her looks and demeanor were rated at 90. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and Feng Laiye could only watch in disbelief as she continued to advance, his father remaining silent. Auntie, who are you? Clearly, the woman before her disregarded her presence. Upon entering, her emerald eyes fixated directly on her father's handsome visage. Reluctantly, she felt compelled to remind the woman of her existence. Who are you? Only upon hearing Feng Laiye's voice did the Persian cat seem to acknowledge her presence, turning abruptly to see a delicate and adorable little girl nestled in her esteemed Feng Laiye's embrace. Auntie, this is my home. Why have you come here to ask me who I am? Feng Laiye's smile was sweet and innocent. Could it be that the Persian cat was not quite right in the head to come into someone else's house and question the owner? You're home. Feng Laiye. What on earth is going on? The Persian cat was evidently taken aback by Feng Laiye's words, her emerald eyes widening in surprise. However, Feng Laiye offered no response. his indifferent expression radiating an unapproachable air as he carried Feng Laiye upstairs. Feng Laiye. The Persian cat had not anticipated such a cold dismissal of her presence. Being accustomed to pampering, she found it difficult to endure his aloofness. "Miss Eiffel, please remain quiet," suddenly interjected little Kay, gracefully leaping to the Persian cat's side. "And who might you be?" Eiffel looked down at the small black cat, and from the depths of its enigmatic eyes, she realized it was no ordinary feline. "I'm a master's butler. Your room has been prepared. Please follow me." Little Kay flicked its tail and strutted proudly toward the stairs. "Ugh!" Eiffel glared at the haughty little Kay, cursing it silently, yet outwardly she could only follow in resignation. "Father, who is that woman?" Once Feng Laiye had carried Feng Laiye into the room, she boldly inquired, her small face pouting in displeasure. "I don't like her. How can she call you father so intimately?" Feng Laiye seemed not to hear her, placing her on the bed and softly stating, "Father, you're brushing me off," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. As she obediently extended her small hand, Feng Laiye ignored her protests, retrieving a medical kit to clean the blood from her arm. His brows slightly furrowed as he examined the deep wound. "It appears this will require stitching. Father, you must inform me, even if she is to be my future mother. I deserve to know." Feng Laiye's voice trembled, her small mouth pouting in a pitiful manner. "No," Feng Laiye coldly retorted, releasing her hand. The prospect of stitching was too painful and might leave unsightly scars, thus he decided. What are you doing?" Feng Laiye gazed incredulously at Feng Laiye as he raised her hand, his perfect lips kissing her small arm, his tongue gently caressing the length of her wound. "Ugh, that tickles." Feng Laiye attempted to retract her hand, but was held firmly. Resigned, she watched as her father tenderly kissed her injury. The sensation akin to being washed with warm water, both soothing and slightly itchy. However, what transpired next left Feng Laiye wide-eyed in astonishment. "Wow, I never knew that your saliva had such healing properties." She marveled at the miraculous recovery of her wound, now only a faint scar surrounded by slightly reddened skin. "Thank you, Father." She blushed, shyly expressing her gratitude while admiring her arm, her big eyes stealthily observing Feng Laiye's impassive face. She found herself increasingly enamored with him. "Father, could you please tell me who that, Annie is?" she pleaded, batting her eyes adorably, trying to play the injured party in hopes of gaining his sympathy. "Ask little Kay," Feng Laiye replied, satisfied with the healing progress of her arm before leaving her room. "How stingy." She pouted at the closed door, sticking out her tongue as she lay back on the bed. "Ask little Kay. I would like to, but only if little Kay wouldn't run away or faint at the sight of me." After arranging Eiffel's room, little Kay exited, intending to report to the master when. A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the house. "Oh dear, little Kay, you needn't be so tense. You're so worked up that anyone would think I meant to kidnap you." Feng Laiye exclaimed, playfully tugging at little Kay's slender tail as she skipped back to her room. Poor little Kay felt as if its tail might detach from its body, while Feng Laiye continued to frolic, shaking it about haphazardly. "Kidnap? This is more torturous than any abduction," it thought, feeling more terrified than ever. Once inside her room, Feng Laiye tossed the nearly unconscious little Kay onto the bed, then leaned over with a cheerful smile, watching the disoriented creature. "Little Kay, I have some questions for you." Little Kay jolted back to attention, shaking its head and eyeing Feng Laiye warily. "What do you want to ask?" It swore that this little girl was no longer the meek child it had known for the past decade. Although her face remained the same, her spirit had transformed entirely. "Little Kay, who was that Annie today?" Feng Laiye inquired innocently, her bright eyes suggesting genuine curiosity. "Eiffel." Little Kay regarded her sideways, puzzled by her sudden interest. "Oh, so that is her name. What a lovely name. Is she here to see father?" Feng Laiye's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she asked. "Why do you want to know?" Little Kay questioned with suspicion, sensing that anything connected to her would not bode well. "Please, just tell me," she coaxed in a soft, endearing tone that tugged at the heartstrings, yet her amber eyes glinted with an unmistakable threat. Little Kay recalled the morning's unfortunate events, a chill creeping up its spine. "I will tell you." It understood that discretion was the better part of valor and did not wish to relive that morning's nightmare. Feng Laiye listened intently as little Kay confessed, her round eyes narrowing with amusement, a smile playing at her lips. After little Kay's disclosure, it felt as if a devil's horns had sprouted above her head. Skapter du dismissech, dismissalhello, und Eiffel, Feng Laiye briefly. Her white dress complementing the delicious juice she bore as she knocked on Eiffel's door, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Who are you? Eiffel regarded the exquisite girl with a mix of confusion and wariness, pondering the identity of this beautiful child who had suddenly appeared beside Feng Laiye. She had intended to inquire of the black cat, who claimed to be the butler, but the feline's demeanor was insufferably haughty and rude, completely disregarding her every question. What was even more infuriating was that the little girl before her dared to call her auntie. She, Eiffel, radiant and enchanting, was being addressed as auntie by a golden-haired brat. Had it not been for the fact that they were currently on Lord Feng Laiye's territory, she would have ensured the girl's utter obliteration. Auntie Eiffel, my name is Feng Laiye, but you can call me Xiao Xie, the girl said with a cheerful smile as she approached Eiffel, placing a glass of juice on the table. Your surname is Feng Laiye, Eiffel exclaimed, her beautiful green eyes widening in disbelief. If she had heard correctly, this girl shared the same surname as Lord Feng Laiye, a notion so preposterous that it compelled her to pay close attention. Moreover, she had witnessed the girl being cradled in Lord Feng Laiye's arms upon entering, leading her to suspect the girl's true identity. Initially, she had thought the girl was merely a snack for Lord Feng Laiye, but given her ease of movement in the room, it seemed otherwise. Yes, I'm Feng Laiye, just like Annie Feng Laiye, the girl beamed, handing the juice to Eiffel. However, Eiffel did not drink immediately. She merely held a glass, her expression serene as she regarded the girl. Auntie, want to you drink? Feng Laiye asked, lifting another prepared glass to her lips. Eiffel suddenly interjected, I wish to have that one. Feng Laiye paused, blinking innocently. Oh, really? But my juice has a peculiar taste. I added something to it. Are you sure you want to drink it? She hesitantly clutched her glass, not wanting to make the exchange. Eiffel chuckled internally, disregarding Feng Laiye's reluctance. She snatched the glass from the girl's hand and shoved her own glass into Feng Laiye's small palm, then coldly drank the juice that originally belonged to the girl. Feng Laiye gazed at Eiffel with a mixture of distress, while Eiffel finished the juice, a mocking glint in her eyes as she regarded the seemingly innocent Feng Laiye. Little girl, do you wish to play with me? You're still too naive, Eiffel teased, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Feng Laiye wrinkled her small nose, sniffing the juice in her hand before gulping it down. While she grimaced after a sip, her tiny face scrunching up. So sour. Why is today's orange juice so tart? Could it be that Comrade K is playing tricks on me? Eiffel's grin widened, her enchanting visage suddenly vibrant. Auntie, doesn't tea your stomach hurt? Feng Laiye innocently asked. What? Eiffel replied, laughing derisively. I've been a bit constipated lately, so I added a laxative to my juice. One tea your stomach hurt, Annie? Feng Laiye inquired with wide eyes, tilting her head as she observed Eiffel's increasingly pallid complexion. With a shriek, Eiffel dashed into the restroom. Wow, Annie has great stamina, Feng Laiye mused, observing the glass that had been hastily discarded on the carpet. She pouted, feeling quite benevolent for offering a glass of unadulterated juice, only to have Eiffel suspect her intentions, despite having warned her about the added ingredients. Eiffel had recklessly jumped into the metaphorical fire pit, and it was not her fault if things went awry. Humming a cheerful tune, Feng Laiye surreptitiously placed her prepared items beneath Eiffel's blanket and sheets. Once everything was set, she sauntered to the restroom door and politely knocked. Annie Eiffel. I'm leaving now, she announced, carelessly locking the restroom door and innocently knocking over a bottle of shampoo in front of it. Upon exiting Eiffel's room, Feng Laiye spotted Kay, who had been squatting at the door. Upon seeing her triumphant smile, it instinctively gulped. It had heard Miss Eiffel's scream and had a foreboding feeling that Feng Laiye had undoubtedly committed some mischief. Yet, for its own safety, it decided to remain uninvolved. The guest was precious, but its life was worth more. It had endured the torment of little demons before and had no desire to relive that nightmare. Thus, it resolved to feign ignorance. As lunch approached, Feng Laiye had already taken her seat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Feng Laiye, who arrived fashionably late and elegantly settled down. Kay lowered its head, using magic to manipulate the delectable food while casting furtive glances at the obediently smiling Feng Laiye and the wall clock. Kay, go summon the others, Feng Laiye instructed, glancing at the clock. Yes, Kay nodded, understanding its master's intent. However, just as it jumped off the table, a wail erupted from upstairs, followed by an explosion that shook the very floorboards. Then came another round of violent tremors accompanied by screams and cries. Feng Laiye frowned, an expression of displeasure crossing her features. K's eyes widened as it stared upwards, its gaze involuntarily drifting towards the charmingly radiant Feng Laiye. What on earth had she done? Lord Feng Laiye, is this truly how one expresses kindness and respect? A shadow darted into view at the top of the stairs. It was none other than the stunning Miss Eiffel. Her usual elegance now replaced by disarray. Her golden waves resembled a chaotic nest, her beautiful visage marred by bruises, and to add insult to injury, one of her exquisite high-heeled shoes was broken. What happened? Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, surveying the disheveled figure before her. Lord Feng Laiye, I respect your station, yet you treat me thus. I shall report your actions today to my master, and you shall bear the consequences, Eiffel declared, her pride wounded. Clearly, she had never been subjected to such treatment before. Her image-conscious self could not abide this humiliation. Oh, is that so? Feng Laiye responded, a faint smile curling her lips as she delicately sipped her coffee. Her poised demeanor only heightened her allure, momentarily captivating Eiffel, who forgot her anger and embarrassment. Yet, Feng Laiye's next words reignited the flames of her fury. Please, Kay, see her out. With a dismissive tone, Feng Laiye refused to glance at Eiffel again. Phoenix, Feng Laiye, remember this. Do not think your title as Count grants you any superiority. You shall pay for your haughty and rude demeanor. Eiffel's ire flared as she glared at Feng Laiye, who was grinning at her as if she were about to devour her. You insolent little brat. One day you will pay for your actions, she threatened. Daddy, she's threatening me, Feng Laiye exclaimed, blinking innocently, pouting as she pointed a finger at the furious Eiffel. Feng Laiye cast a cold glance at Kay, who had become petrified, causing it to tremble back to reality. It quickly approached Eiffel's side, saying, Please. Eiffel huffed coldly, waving her hand in the hall, preparing to open a portal to another realm. However, in her anger, she forgot the warning from her master about using magic within Feng Laiye's residence. The moment she waved her hand, a bolt of lightning struck her, eliciting a scream as she clutched her injured hand. In agony, she glared at Feng Laiye and Feng Laiye, stumbling as she pushed open the grand door and disappeared into the night, concealed from view. With her departure, the door swung shut with a decisive thud. The room fell into an unexpected silence. Sierra, what is happening? Feng Laiye inquired with a composed expression, directing his gaze towards Feng Laiye, whose eyes were wandering restlessly. After Eiffel had taken her leave. Daddy, you're so fierce, Feng Laiye feigned grievance, shrinking her neck as she looked at him, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if they were on the verge of overflowing. With a chilling glance, Feng Laiye's expression remained unchanged, yet the atmosphere around them dropped 10 degrees. Daddy, do you wish to get married? Lowering her head, Feng Laiye poked at her bowl of rice with her chopsticks absent-mindedly. Feng Laiye remained silent, while Feng Laiye bit her lip, tears as large as beans plopping into her rice bowl. I don't want a new mommy. I don't want Daddy to marry another woman. Xiao Kei. Feng Laiye coldly glanced at Xiao Kei, who was staring at Feng Laiye's tear-streaked face. It didn't say anything. Xiao Kei quickly clarified, Master, I merely informed the young lady that Miss Eiffel came to meet you on behalf of the Western Bloodlord. Of course, it would not forget to tell Feng Laiye that the reason the Western Bloodlord wished to meet was that he intended to marry his daughter to the Master. Taking a deep breath, Feng Laiye set down his cup and quietly approached Feng Laiye, observing her cry with her head lowered. A fleeting emotion crossed his eyes, but it was too swift to decipher. Stop crying. He picked up Feng Laiye in one swift motion, half closing his eyes as he gazed at her delicate, tear-streaked face. Feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart, he reached out to wipe away the bothersome tears. The warmth from her wet eyes moistened his fingertips, sending a gentle warmth to his core. Thump! His heart beat loudly. Woo-woo, Daddy, you're being mean to me, being fierce for her. Feng Laiye's small face flushed crimson, making her look utterly pitiable. I am not being fierce to you, darling. Stop crying. Feng Laiye unexpectedly managed to soothe her with a voice that could barely be deemed gentle for the first time. Really? Feng Laiye whimpered, her red eyes widening. Nodding. Feng Laiye's expression softened. Then Daddy will carry you to sleep. Poting, Feng Laiye tlungto Feng Laiye snetsk atsting tuta. All right. Feng Laiye readily agreed. and with a light leap, they ascended to the second floor. However, Xiao Ke, watching them from below, was taken aback to see Feng Laiye, while being carried by her master, flashing a devilish grin at him. Oh my god, this little demon, how dare she perform? Xiao Ke felt increasingly intimidated by Feng Laiye, the angelic facade masking a devilish soul. In the darkness, flames flickered as the wind blew, causing the firelight to sway. 10 figures clad in black sat solemnly at a long table, their expressions grave as they engaged in hushed discussions. My lord, what shall we do about this matter? After a lengthy discussion, an elder with white hair rose to address the individual at the head of the table, his tone respectful yet cautious. Is there news from the Western Bloodlord? The figure, whose back was turned to the flames, spoke in a hoarse voice, making it impossible to discern his features. Yet the steady timbre, slightly raspy, commanded respect. Report, my lord. The envoy has just returned, and we have yet to receive any news. However, the elder paused before continuing. According to the reports from my subordinates, the envoy was extremely incensed about the situation, and it is likely that there will be no favorable words from the Western Bloodlord. Therefore, my lord should prepare thoroughly. Should this union fail, we must formulate a countermeasure promptly. Do any of you have suggestions? The figure inquired. The others exchanged glances until a burly man stood and responded. I have a feasible method, if my lord would permit. He elaborated. Should this union fail, the Western Bloodlord might only send some tokens of appeasement, expressing his regrets. However, with the 500-year deadline approaching, if further complications arise, the purity of our bloodline will be in jeopardy. As the burly man spoke, a ripple of concern flickered in the eyes of the sovereign seated at the head of the table, who then gestured for someone to approach, stating, Relay my command. The Eastern Bloodline Count Feng Laiye father. Are you feeling unwell? Just as Feng Laiye prepared to leave for school, she turned to Feng Laiye, who had just sneezed. No. Feng Laiye shook his head, waving his hand for her to hurry along. Feng Laiye's large eyes twinkled as she suddenly dashed back from the doorway, quickly planting a kiss on Feng Laiye's fair cheek before darting out, leaving behind a cheerful, goodbye, daddy, instinctively touching his cheek, still warm from her soft lips. Feng Laiye squinted, a slight curve unexpectedly appearing at the corners of his mouth. Master, it's bad news. The demon realm has sent word. Xiao Ke suddenly leapt down from the second floor, landing firmly at Feng Laiye's feet. Feng Laiye immediately snapped out of his momentary reverie, fixing a cold gaze upon Xiao Ke. What is it? The Blood Lord has dispatched an envoy to inform you. Xiao Ke hesitated, unsure if it should continue, having already noticed a flicker of displeasure in its master's eyes. Speak. The Blood Lord commands you to return to the demon realm immediately, without delay. Xiao Ke puffed out its chest, delivering the news earnestly. Just days prior, it had learned why its master had suddenly taken residence in the human realm. He was to be wed to the daughter of the Western Bloodlord. The Western Blood Clan's movements were fraught with danger in the Eastern Demon Realm. Hence the meeting was arranged at the master's residence in the human world. Yet just yesterday, Feng Laiye had managed to drive away the envoy sent by the Western Bloodlord, which, in a sense, had already deemed this alliance a failure, leaving the master without a reason to remain in the human realm. Narrowing his beautiful purple eyes, Feng Laiye took a measured breath, his expression inscrutable. Xiao Ke dared not speak further, standing quietly by. Moments later, Feng Laiye abruptly raised an arm, spreading his fingers wide, creating a portal to the other realm. Bolts of lightning crackling from various corners of the room towards him. Xiao Ke gasped. This time, the master was genuinely displeased. Otherwise, he would not have opened a portal right in the room, despite the powerful barriers and spells already set in place. Yet those bolts of lightning, which had nearly severed Eiffel's wrist, vanished just as they were about to strike Feng Laiye. Master, watching Feng Laiye's tall figure disappear into the portal, Xiao Ke couldn't help but worry whether the Blood Lord would blame the master for disrupting the marriage alliance. Although the initial cause of this situation lay with Feng Laiye, it was only with the master's tacit approval that Feng Laiye had managed to chase away the envoy right under the master's nose. Miss Eiffel's departure was partly due to the master's brusque demeanor. Had the master been a tad more accommodating, things may not have escalated to this point. But when has the master ever been gentle? Meanwhile, Feng Laiye, on her way to school, remained blissfully unaware of her father's departure. Today, she decided to make a brief visit to school to retrieve a few items. However, as she stepped into the university gates, she was met with a piercing scream. Clutching her ears, nearly deafened by the sound, she watched as a figure hurtled towards her. In the split second before the figure collided with her, she crouched down. Thump! The sheer force of the charge proved too great to halt, sending a living person crashing to the ground, their pristine white attire instantly cloaked in dust. If that had hit me, I would have been knocked out cold. Feng Laiye squatted, picking up a small twig from the side, poking at the unmoving figure on the ground. I hope he is not concussed. Let us just hope his features remain intact. The ground is quite hard. Xia, are you all right? Did that fool Han Yu bump into you? A fragrant scent wafted in. In Feng Laiye watched as a pair of white high-heeled shoes stepped onto the back of a motionless figure on the ground, which seemed to twitch slightly. No, Xiao Shasha, Yem me perfectly fine. Tilting her head back, Feng Laiye knew that only the charming and vibrant young lady Long Shasha could call a super handsome man a fool. She found herself quite intrigued by Xiao Xia's South two close friends. That's good. Long Shasha sighed in relief, then angrily twisted Han Yu's spine with her heel, producing a series of creaking sounds. With a cry of anguish, Han Yu was jolted awake, jumping up from the ground and glaring at Long Shasha as if she were trying to murder him. You wicked woman, are you trying to crush me? Crush you? That would dirty my shoe, Long Shasha replied haughtily, turning her head as she linked arms with Feng Laiye. Let go. You malicious woman, don't touch my treasure. Han Yu grabbed Feng Laiye's other hand, glaring at Long Shasha. Classmates passing by observed the impending battle for Feng Laiye as excitement filled the air. Bets were already being placed on whether Long Shasha would triumph, or Han Yu would outshine them all, or if the director would intervene once more. Xiao Shasha, Xiao Yu, you're hurting my wrist. To everyone's astonishment, Feng Laiye, who usually wore a bitter smile, suddenly spoke in a pitiful tone. Her soft, sweet complaint made the boys present weak at the knees, each swallowing hard and blinking rapidly. What was happening to Feng Laiye today? Upon meeting her tearful amber eyes, both released their grips, anxiety etched on their faces as they looked at her. Xiao Xia, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? I'm such a fool. Han Yu lamented, wishing he could slap himself for being so careless as to hurt his precious Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia, sweetheart, let me see if you're injured. I'm truly sorry. I won't be so reckless again. Long Shasha said apologetically, her brows knitted in concern. You've never been rational. Feng Laiye maintained her pitiful demeanor while inwardly reveling in amusement. Indeed, a true master could discern skill with a single move. Even a cheetah and a beautiful fox would appear as meek lambs in her hands. With a clever idea, she recalled her primary purpose for coming to school and, amidst the gazes of many, pulled Han Yu and Long Shasha directly towards the classroom. Once inside, she kicked the door shut behind them, leaving the trio in the classroom, unsure of what to do. What are you doing? As class time approached, the professor eyed the group gathered at the door. Just as he reached the entrance, the classroom door swung open, and a beaming Feng Laiye greeted him. Hello, teacher. The professor stared blankly at his beloved student, overwhelmed with joy, so much so that he could barely utter a word, simply nodding slowly. Goodbye, teacher. Feng Laiye waved cheerfully, and, before the professor could react, flitted out of the school like a swallow. The professor stood there, mouth agape, and, after a moment, the professor fainted. Quick, call the school doctor. Chapter 28. Weapons contentedly stroking her small handbag, Feng Laiye's smile radiated like the morning sun. As noon approached, the temperature soared, the blazing sun nearly melting her mind. To avoid being scorched, she decided to dash towards Sanyue. I'm here. Before she arrived, her voice had already announced her presence as she breezed into the cool, air-conditioned room, plopping down at the bar and grinning at the entranced Yin, who was staring blankly at a glass. It's been several days, Xiao Yin. Feng Laiye squinted her eyes, her smile radiant. Crash! The glass in Xiao Yin's hand shattered, his delicate face struck with disbelief. Xiao Yin, what is wrong? She waved her hand in front of his stunned face, her smile shining brightly. Nothing. Nothing at all. As if awakening from a dream, Xiao Yin shook his head, bent down to pick up the glass, his heart racing. What was wrong with Xiao Xia? Why was she so affectionately calling him Xiao Yin instead of her usual teasing? Xiao Yin, could you give me an iced drink? I'm so thirsty. Draped lazily over the bar, Feng Laiye pouted like an adorable kitten. However, to Xiao Yin, her behavior seemed oddly peculiar, and he eyed her nervously. Was she planning something? What are you looking at me for? I'm just thirsty. Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, pouting in feigned distress at Shuayin. The boy, appearing no older than 13, was bewildered by her strange antics, ultimately preparing the drink as she requested. Xiaoxie, you're here. Just then, Shuali emerged from the basement and was taken aback by Feng Laiye's lazy yet charming demeanor at the bar. But he quickly regained his composure, his sunny disposition returning. Master, I have something to ask of you. Upon seeing her approach, Feng Laiye leaped off the chair and dashed into Shuali's embrace. What is it? He inquired, catching her with a hint of surprise as she looked up at him with her cute little face, prompting a soft sigh from him. Master, could you help me exchange the electric whip you gave me before? Feng Laiye pouted, explaining that while the simple tool was adequate for disciplining disobedient pets, it was far too weak to be considered a proper weapon. Pondering her request, Shuali recalled having considered providing her with a self-defense weapon, especially after the recent kidnapping incident involving Moo Tuesday. I want something compact and easy to carry, but with significant lethality. Feng Laiye articulated her desires with narrowed eyes. It seems that only a handgun could fulfill those criteria, Shuali chuckled lightly. However, Feng Laiye shook her head seriously. Master, I don't want a gun. If it were merely an ordinary firearm, she could easily purchase one online. In today's world, anything could be acquired with the right connections and sufficient funds. Not a gun. Shuali was puzzled by her intentions. Master, I've seen it. The first time I met you, when I was attacked by werewolves, you had that light whip on your wrist. Feng Laiye lowered her gaze, grasping Shuali's hand and observing his bare wrist, continuing, Master, what happened to your wristband? Can you give it to me? Shuali was taken aback. He knew exactly what she was referring to and vividly recalled the first time they met 3 years ago when he orchestrated a werewolf attack on her to retrieve the key hanging around her neck. He had then appeared as her savior, using the light whip from his wristband to rescue her from the pack of wolves, conveniently snatching away her key. This memory filled him with guilt. Although that wristband was a treasure of the werewolf clan, he no longer needed it, and if she desired it, he would gladly give it to her. Resolute, Shuali nodded affirmatively. Feng Laiye instantly leaped in joy, her radiant smile embracing him in a whirlwind of delight. Please wait for me a moment. I will fetch it. Shuali gently patted Feng Laiye's head, a smile gracing his lips, with a hint of affection glimmering in his eyes. She nodded obediently and returned to her seat at the bar. However, she noticed that someone had an exceptionally sour expression. Xiao Yin, what is wrong? Your face looks quite unpleasant, Feng Laiye remarked, resting her chin on her hands as she observed Shu Yin, who glared back at her. In a fit of frustration, he slammed his drink onto the bar. Oh, he truly seems upset, she thought, sipping her beverage innocently while watching Shu Yin, whose expression resembled that of a child whose toy had been taken away. Here, Xiaoxie. Shuali soon emerged with a box, opening it to reveal a silver bracelet adorned with intricate, radiant motifs. He smiled as he fastened it around Feng Laiye's slender wrist, and to her surprise, the large bracelet shrank to fit her perfectly. Wow, how magical! Feng Laiye's eyes widened with delight. I'll teach you how to use it. Shuali pulled up a chair and sat beside her, explaining the bracelet's functions, while Shuayin, standing behind the bar, bit his lip in anger, glaring at the two. In a fit of indignation, he hurled his glass onto the bar and stormed off. What's wrong with Xiao Yin? Feng Laiye raised her head, momentarily distracted from her excitement to check on the sulking boy. Shuali's gaze flickered with something before he smiled and patted her shoulder. Just be cautious while using it. Remember, unless you remove it yourself, anyone attempting to take it off will face its magical retaliation. I understand, she replied, quickly absorbing his words. You should head back now. I'll check on Xiao Yin, Shuali suggested. All right, I'll go first. Goodbye, master. Feng Laiye beamed brightly, recognizing her master's generosity. She knew the bracelet was extraordinary. After all, she was Feng Laiye, unique and irreplaceable. Anything she desired was bound to be exceptional. She felt confident in asking for it, knowing her master would not refuse. As she departed, Shuali's smile faded. He turned to find Shuayin, entering the basement to see his younger brother furiously striking a bag of sand. Enough. Shuali stepped forward to halt his self-destructive actions. Let go of me, Shuayin shouted, shaking off his brother's hand. Xiao Yin, you promised that bracelet would be mine. Why did you give it to Xiaoxie? He demanded, anger evident in his voice. That bracelet was significant to him. He knew it held great importance. Xiaoyan, you need to let go of the past, Shuali said helplessly, explaining that he had given the promised bracelet to Xiao Xie to prevent his brother from becoming further obsessed. I won't, Shuayan roared, transforming into a golden wolf, slashing open a portal to another realm and vanishing in an instant. Xiaoyan, Shuali watched his furious brother leave, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. He retracted his outstretched hand, clenching it into a fist. Volume 1, Chapter 29. Breaking the boundary. Feng Laiye hummed a little tune as she skipped through the door of her home, unexpectedly finding the living room devoid of her father's presence. In recent days, she had come to learn about her father's daily routine, often finding him lounging on the sofa, sipping tea, and reading the newspaper whenever she returned home. Her big eyes sparkled with joy as she recalled having just received a bag of items earlier from Longsha and Hanyu. However, she also remembered having exhausted her previous supplies during her last escapade at Miss Eiffel's residence, prompting her to contact Longsha and Hanyu for fresh stock. Yet, judging by Miss Eiffel's demeanor that day, it seemed she had not enjoyed the surprise prepared for her in bed. What a waste of precious resources, Feng Laiye thought, stealthily approaching the room previously occupied by Miss Eiffel. Just as she reached for the door handle, Xiaoke suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. Wow. Brother Xiaoke, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death, she exclaimed, feigning fright while clutching her chest. I'm here to inform you that the master has returned to the demon realm, Xiaoke said, his emerald eyes fixed on her. At those words, the joy in Feng Laiye's eyes vanished in an instant, leaving behind a mask-like smile on her face. What do you mean? Did I hear you wrong? He left, back to the demon realm. Why? Shortly after you departed this morning, the demon realm sent an urgent message requesting the master's immediate return. He left abruptly and did not have the chance to inform you, Xiaoke explained, observing how quickly her vibrant expression fell. He had intended to see her sulk for a bit, but the sight of her once radiant face darkening was more than he could bear. Does this mean he doesn't like me? That is why he left without saying a word. Her voice grew softer, and her little head drooped, embodying a picture of sorrow and grievance. No, Xiaoke exclaimed, but the words rushed out before he could process his thoughts. Don't lie to me. I know I'm annoying. He must hate me to leave without a word, she murmured, her voice barely audible, her small shoulders trembling slightly as she fought back tears. Please, don't cry. Xiaoke realized why their illustrious master softened in the presence of Feng Laiye's tears. It was as if he were compelled to comfort her and wipe away her tears. The master didn't leave because of you. It's due to an unavoidable decree. You don't need to comfort me, she replied, bursting into tears. Xiaoke panicked, feeling helpless as he gazed at her. He cursed himself for revealing the truth too soon. Perhaps he should have let her discover it on her own. However, there was no escaping the truth, and the outcome was her current state, resembling a forsaken kitten. I didn't mean to comfort you. Xiaoke felt utterly frustrated, desperate to find a way to stop her tears. Unless you bring the master back, and he tells me himself, I won't believe it, she insisted, her tear-streaked face looking adorably pitiful, her nose red like Rudolph's. Xiaoke hesitated, having contacted the master only upon prior instruction. If he were to reach out without permission, it would breach the master's rules, and he feared the repercussions. See, I knew you were lying, she cried, her sobs intensifying, flooding the room with her despair. You, please stop crying. I'll find a way to make the master speak to you, Xiaoke blurted out in exasperation. The moment the words left his lips, Feng Laiye ceased her heart-wrenching weeping. Really? Feng Laiye, with tears glistening in her large eyes, asked, her demeanor suggesting that if it dared to shake its head, she would cry to the point of death. Little Kay, feeling a chill deep within from that gaze, could only nod mechanically. Woo-woo, Little Kay brother, I knew you were the best. She embraced Little Kay tightly, planting a kiss on its fluffy little face, which startled Little Kay to the point of losing its wits. Dazed, it was set down by Feng Laiye, who, wiping her tear-stained eyes, squinted her reddened gaze at Little Kay, revealing a cheerful smile adorned with her pearly white teeth, awaiting its connection to Feng Laiye. Little Kay, under her watchful eyes, steeled itself and gently placed its furry little paws on the floor. In an instant, a golden light appeared in the air, and after a moment of disorientation, Feng Laiye's exceptionally handsome face emerged from the light. Little K, what is it? Feng Laiye's mood was evidently not pleasant. His strikingly handsome face emanating a coldness that could send shivers down one's spine. Little K couldn't help but shudder, just as it was about to speak. Feng Laiye pulled it by the nape and tossed it aside. Woo, Daddy, you've abandoned me. Feng Laiye pounced in front of Feng Laiye's image, her face a picture of sorrowful abandonment as she tearfully accused him. Feng Laiye was momentarily stunned, taking 3 seconds to process before the coldness in his eyes gradually faded. Little Xie, oh, woo-woo, woo-woo. The tears that had just been restrained now flowed forth doubly. As Feng Laiye wiped her tears, she sobbed. Little Xie, what is wrong? Seeing her transformed into a weeping figure, a wave of concern surged within Feng Laiye. Daddy, you're bad. You actually abandoned me. You're irresponsible. The more she spoke, the more absurd it became. Feng Laiye pointed an accusing finger at Feng Laiye's image, her expression full of grievance. Little Xie, don't cry. Upon hearing her accusations, Feng Laiye could only gently tug at the corners of his mouth. Woo-woo, Daddy. I want you to come back. Feng Laiye pouted stubbornly. Little Xie, be good, that's not possible. He had just received news that he was about to be summoned by the king of the Blood Clan. How could he leave? I don't care. Pouting defiantly, she refused to let Daddy leave, as she still had many plans yet to be executed. How could he irresponsibly abandon her like this? If you don't come back, then I'll come find you. She, Feng Laiye, was as relentless as a cat. No one would take away the fish that had landed in her mouth. Don't act recklessly. Feng Laiye frowned, disapproving of her decision. Little K, brother, help me open the door. Feng Laiye turned to seek out the little K she had tossed aside, who stared at her dumbfounded. How many heads did it have? Did it dare defy its master's orders? Do you want to throw its life away? Little K shook its head vigorously, although Feng Laiye was a little demon. The terror of its master's true wrath was beyond mere words to describe. Feng Laiye shot a fierce glare and then dashed toward the door. Daddy, do you think I have no other way to get to the demon realm? She called out while running, laughter ringing in her voice. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in Feng Laiye's heart as he looked at Feng Laiye's image. With a swift motion, she opened the door. Feng Laiye stepped out of the house, raising her wrist adorned with a luminous bracelet towards little K and Feng Laiye's image. A radiant smile blossomed on her delicate face. Daddy, little K, brother, watch closely. I'm going to find Daddy. With that joyful announcement, Feng Laiye grasped the bracelet on her wrist and called out, break the barrier. The bracelet extended into a crimson light whip, sweeping through the air before them, opening a portal to another realm in an instant. Before little K and Feng Laiye could utter a word, Feng Laiye leaped into that kaleidoscopic unknown world. Little Xie, Feng Laiye watched helplessly as the portal closed, her small figure vanishing from sight, and his heart tightened. Little K stared in shock at the spot where Feng Laiye had disappeared. Don't joke around. Not to mention what the bracelet that helped her open the portal was. Did that little girl even realize where the portal led to? The demon realm was vast. She was being utterly frivolous. However, having already entered the demon realm, Feng Laiye was about to embark on a brand new journey of discovery. The fierce winds blew, making it impossible for Feng Laiye to open her eyes. The dazzling light before her blurred her vision, and just as she began to appreciate the blue skies and white clouds of the demon realm, she suddenly felt her footing give way, and her body plummeted downward. Wow, could she be so unfortunate on her first crossing through the portal, as to be met with a deadly fall? Feng Laiye shrieked while clutching her billowing skirt. Don't joke with me, even if I were to fall to my death. I refuse to let anyone see me. Just then, a low growl sounded as Feng Laiye continued to plummet with tremendous force towards a person below her, who stood gazing up at her. Ugh, am I not dead yet? Peeking through her tightly shut eyes, she prayed that she wouldn't meet her end so soon, especially since she and T found her magnificent and extraordinary daddy. Upon opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was a pair of big, watery eyes blinking up at her. In that instant, Feng Laiye's eyes sparkled. Wow, what incredible luck! I didn't die and instead discovered a treasure egg. With the purest and most innocent smile, she reached out her hand towards the owner of those eyes. The little creature trembled slightly, its tiny body inching back a little. Woo, so cute. Feng Laiye nearly drooled at the sight, quickly swallowing back her impending drool as she sweetly said, Little White, don't be afraid. I'm a good person and won't harm you. The little creature, A snow-white ball no larger than her palm, revealed only its doe-like eyes, timidly watching her outstretched hand, while a fluffy tail cautiously wrapped around its round body. "Ah, you're really adorable. Come be my pet, and I will cherish you dearly." Completely captivated by the adorableness of the little snowball, Feng Laiye had already forgotten about the little white creature in her home's basement with whom she had made a pact. Suddenly, the little snowball trembled, its tiny legs starting to jump frantically, its big eyes wide with terror as it gazed behind Feng Laiye. "What's wrong?" Returning to her senses, she turned to look behind her. To her dismay, she gasped in horror. Hundreds of crows with glowing red eyes were staring at her, ominously descending from the tall, lush branches nearby, their target being her and the little snowball. "Oh my God!" Feng Laiye leaped up, swiftly scooping up the little creature and hiding it in her embrace as she took off running. Behind her, a swarm of crows flapped their wings frantically, emitting piercing cries as they pursued her. She did not wish to become bird feed. Instantly, Feng Laiye waved her hand backward. "Break the wind." As the incantation left her lips, the bracelet on her wrist transformed into a turquoise whip of light, swiftly sweeping through the flock of birds. Like a violent storm, it blew the approaching crows several meters away. Though these crows appeared fierce and menacing, she did not wish to be branded as a cruel beast. Adhering to the fundamental principle of retreating when necessary, Feng Laiye could only use the gusts of wind to push the crows further away while she dashed towards a nearby forest, hoping to use the dense foliage as cover against the frenzied avian assault. Meanwhile, the little snowball peered out cautiously from her embrace, glancing back. At the spot where Feng Laiye had landed, a man lay motionless on the ground. The last image he could recall was that of a pair of strawberry-patterned underpants plummeting from the sky. In the realm of darkness, within the Count's castle, a sense of urgency permeated the air. "Damn it! Relay my orders immediately. Find that girl at once." Feng Laiye's voice was laced with a rare intensity. His teeth clenched in frustration. The reckless child had unwittingly opened a portal to another world. Did she comprehend the peril that lay ahead? The demon realm was not solely inhabited by his blood clan. There were the three-eyed, the wolf tribe, the fox spirits, as well as the ghost and demon clans. No matter which faction it was, the moment they caught a whiff of her sweet human scent, they would undoubtedly devour her whole without hesitation. The soldiers, quaking in fear, had never witnessed their master display such fury. Feng Laiye, typically aloof and inscrutable, now wore his wrath openly. Remember, not a single hair on her head is to be harmed. Disobey and face death without mercy. His cold gaze swept over the trembling soldiers, his words devoid of threats or exaggeration, for his expression was as merciless as that of the Grim Reaper, signaling that he spoke nothing but the truth. Understood. Despite their ignorance of the girl's identity, the master's words had firmly established her unique status. Move out. He was unwilling to delay even a moment. The demon realm was no place for humans, especially not for a 15-year-old girl. If anything were to go awry with Xiao Xia, Feng Laiye's eyes narrowed, unwilling to entertain the thought of any misfortune. Darting into the dense forest, Feng Laiye turned to see a massive flock of crows, their huge wings flapping against the thick foliage at the forest's edge. He made a playful face and patted his rear before venturing deeper into the woods. Fascinated by the peculiar plants that surrounded him, his eyes sparkled with curiosity, embodying the exuberance of a child on a spring outing. Completely unperturbed by the possibility of being lost or the initial fear of entering an unfamiliar world. Purple vines twisted around the verdant trees, and a small insect resembling a butterfly flitted by, eliciting a delighted gasp from Feng Laiye. In his arms, a small creature wriggled, and as he looked down at the little ball of fluff, his smile deepened. "Little one, if I were to leave you here, you would surely become a meal for the beasts." The creature seemed to understand, its large, watery eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful expression that tugged at Feng Laiye's heartstrings. "Since you look so forlorn, I suppose I shall reluctantly adopt you," he said playfully, yet his hands continued to stroke its soft fur. Suddenly, the creature emitted a series of squeaks, snuggling closer to Feng Laiye and making adorable sounds. "But what manner of creature are you?" He pondered aloud, lifting it by its forepaws, only to reveal a hairless patch on its belly. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, "Ah, so you're male." The creature squirmed in protest, desperately trying to hide its distinguishing features, but given the disparity in their sizes, its efforts were in vain. "Stay still," Feng Laiye commanded, But then he caught sight of its tear-filled eyes, glistening with despair. "Why do you look so pitiful? I'm not going to harm you," he reassured, though he couldn't help but roll his eyes at its overly dramatic demeanor. Just then, he released his grip, only to feel a powerful force wrap around his slender waist, lifting him off the ground before he could react. "Whoa! Ah!" He clutched at the vine, encircling him, blinking in disbelief at the several meters of distance from the ground. How the trees in the demon realm come to life. Before he could ponder further, he found himself ensnared by a vine as a colossal flower appeared before him. To his horror, the flower's center opened into a gaping maw, and before he could retreat, a foul stench assaulted his senses. "Is this the fabled man-eating flower?" he thought, mesmerized by its monstrous form. Just as he prepared to strike back, an unexpected event unfolded. The little creature he had set down sprinted towards the flower, and, astonishingly, it opened its tiny mouth to unleash a ball of flame much larger than its own body, launching it straight at the voracious plant. In an instant, one of the flower's vines was reduced to ashes, leaving Feng Laiye, his mouth wide enough to hold an egg. Yet, he quickly transformed his astonishment into exuberant laughter. "Ha ha ha! You little darling, you are a miniature fireball launcher." Witnessing the flower's anguished wail as it suffered from the attack, he could only imagine the destructive power of that fiery projectile. The pride of the massive flower was deeply wounded, and it lashed out with its remaining vines, aiming to retaliate against both Feng Laiye and the small creature. Meanwhile, the vine that had ensnared Feng Laiye lunged toward him, eager to consume him for nourishment. The little creature, agile and quick, dodged the attacking vines while racing toward Feng Laiye. Realizing he was in imminent danger, Feng Laiye decided not to watch the creature's performance any longer. "Breakwood!" he shouted, unleashing a whip of orange light that severed the vine encircling him. As he plummeted, Feng Laiye barely managed to grasp a petal of the flower in the nick of time. The flower, now enraged, writhed violently, emitting a piercing wail. The small creature dashed to Feng Laiye's side, and just as he was about to praise it, he noticed 4 more vines creeping up behind. In a swift motion, he yanked one of its legs downward. Now, with a command, Feng Laiye's light whip lashed out toward a towering tree, wrapping securely around its trunk. He swung himself onto the branch, narrowly escaping the flower's wrath as it continued to thrash about, intent on avenging its injuries. Feng Laiye's lips curled into a defiant smile as he distanced himself from the flower, raising a hand and declaring, "Breakwood." A whip of orange-yellow light swiftly sliced through the encroaching vines, shattering them into fragments amidst the horrific cries of the carnivorous flower. Without hesitation, Feng Laiye wielded the infinitely extendable whip towards the flower-esque core. In the wake of the orange-yellow luminescence, a grand bloom was reduced to a mere heap of tattered petals and debris. "You wish to consume me? Huh, you're not worthy." Feng Laiye chuckled as she retracted the whip from her bracelet, cradling the diminutive snowball in her arms. She leapt from the tree trunk, performing several somersaults in mid-air before landing gracefully on the ground. The skills imparted by her master were not in vain. Everything Feng Laiye could do, she had mastered. And even more. "Little one, you are quite remarkable." Feng Laiye beamed with joy as she held the small snowball, feeling immensely fortunate to have found such a treasure. It seemed that this little creature was her first souvenir from her adventures in the demon realm. The snowball shyly buried its head, entirely unfazed by its earlier display of bravery in battling the carnivorous flower. Feeling a bit parched, Feng Laiye sought out water. Shortly after she departed from the flower, 2 figures approached, only to find the once magnificent blossom now a mere shadow of its former self, their faces contorted with despair as they beheld the devastation. The food prepared for the flower dropped helplessly to the ground. What on earth happened? How are we to explain this to the prince? One of them lamented, their expression more sorrowful than a bitter melon. Heavens, who could commit such an atrocity? To mutilate a rare, carnivorous flower that has existed for a millennium. How shall we report back to the prince? Traversing through the dense forest, Feng Laiye's petite group had endured countless scratches from the branches, leaving faint marks on her fair arms. Yet, amidst these trials, she discovered a unique ability of the little snowball. Whenever a new wound appeared on her arm, the creature would peek out and gently lick the injury with its warm, soft tongue. Miraculously, her wounds would heal, leaving only faint red traces behind. This revelation filled Feng Laiye with delight. She had thought she had merely acquired an adorable pet, unaware of the myriad wonders it possessed. Laughing as she cradled the small creature, it timidly nestled deeper into her embrace, revealing only its round little bottom while its tail playfully brushed against her arm. After what felt like an eternity, Feng Laiye glanced up through the treetops, realizing that this brightly lit demon realm had no sun. It was no wonder she felt comfortable despite her fear of high temperatures and direct sunlight. At last, her ears caught the sound of water nearby, and her eyes widened with excitement as she hurried toward the source. After a few hundred meters, a lake of soft lavender hues appeared before her, with a mermaid holding a fountain shaped like a bottle, continuously pouring forth streams of lavender water. The crystalline flow sparkled like gems upon the serene surface of the lake. Astonished, Feng Laiye wondered about the source of the light illuminating the water in a sunless environment. Licking her dry lips, she stepped closer to the enchanting lake. But as she did, a golden light erupted from her palm, revealing a six-pointed star mark on her skin. Within the golden glow, Feng Laiye's handsome visage emerged, though his brow was furrowed in concern. "Little Xia, where are you?" he inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Feng Laiye, momentarily startled, placed the snowball down and stared at the suddenly materializing image. Had her father installed a communicator on her? "Father, you are so mean. This is all your fault. You almost let me fall to my death and be devoured." She pouted, feeling utterly wronged, having been abandoned by her beloved father and nearly becoming a meal for crows and carnivorous flowers. Feng Laiye's expression turned serious, urging her to describe her surroundings. "Now is not the time for blame. Our priority is to ensure your safety. The demon realm is fraught with peril, especially for a mere human like you, who could easily become a delectable treat for monsters. But you could find me. Why must I explain?" She huffed, dissatisfied. The six-pointed star was a symbol of their contract, ensuring he could locate her wherever she was. Had he forgotten? However, Feng Laiye gently shook his head. "Do not be foolish. That only works in the human realm. Here in the demon realm, powerful magical barriers exist between the races, severing all connections. I'm only able to reach you due to your recent arrival, and even that depends on your proximity to a high-density magical field." Feng Laiye felt overwhelmed by the complexity of his words. Was he implying that he could not pinpoint her exact location within the demon realm? She was currently in a forest, facing a lake of lavender water and a mermaid fountain. As she surveyed her surroundings, Feng Laiye paused, his light blue eyes suddenly revealing tension. "Be cautious. That lake is home to the feather spirits and mermaids." Before he could finish, the communication abruptly ceased, and the golden light vanished from her hand. "Hey!" Feng Laiye could hardly believe it. Even their contract communication was as unreliable as a cell phone signal in the human realm. What was she supposed to be wary of? The feather spirits, the mermaids, or both? Just then, a gust of wind rushed past her, prompting her to instinctively dodge. Looking up, she spotted a figure with white wings soaring past where she had just stood, its feet replaced by sharp claws. Was this the legendary Birdman? Feng Laiye touched her shoulder, relieved to have avoided capture. Otherwise, she might have suffered a terrible fate. "Hey, Birdman, don't come any closer," she shouted. "Human, how dare you refer to our proud feather spirit race as Birdman? Are you an idiot or do you seek death?" The Birdman snarled, his sky-blue eyes glinting dangerously. "That old man with wings and claws. How was I supposed to know he wouldn't be called a Birdman?" Feng Laiye pleaded innocently, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him with faux innocence. "How could you blame me?" The other party, upon hearing this diminutive human repeatedly refer to him as a Birdman, was utterly incensed, roaring as he flapped his wings and charged towards the little one. His sharp claws were raised high, poised to rend the child to shreds. Observing the malicious approach of the avian creature, Feng Laiye let out a cry, bending down to scoop up the small snowball who was staring blankly at the Birdman, and leapt into the nearby water. Since her father mentioned the existence of mermaids in this vicinity, they must dwell in the water, and if they could thrive there, then surely this lake posed no danger. As she plunged into the water, Feng Laiye held onto the snowball tightly, closing her eyes and tilting her head back, gazing at the Birdman circling above the surface. In a moment of panic, she glanced at the bracelet on her wrist and, in her urgency, forgot she was submerged. Hastily uttering the command, suddenly, an overwhelming rush of lake water surged into her mouth as she opened it. Though she was indeed parched, she was not a mere vessel for water. Struggling in agony, she cursed the detestable Birdman in her heart, were it not for him. She would not find herself in such an embarrassing predicament. Just as she felt the grasp of suffocation, a hand suddenly encircled her slender waist. She looked up to see a stunning mermaid, her innocent eyes wide with concern. The beautiful mermaid expelled a large bubble from her mouth, enveloping Feng Laiye and causing the sensation of drowning to dissipate. Overwhelmed by the earlier fright and the copious amount of lake water consumed, the little girl succumbed to slumber. Clutching the snowball without loosening her grip, the soft, urgent chirps of the snowball echoed in Feng Laiye's ears, gently unfurling her furrowed brow. She opened her eyes to find the purple water looming above her. Startled, she sat up, only to discover that she was not in the water but encased in a transparent protective layer, surrounded by dry air. The snowball, thrilled to see her awake, nuzzled against her. However, Feng Laiye remained transfixed, gazing at the mermaid nestled within a colossal shell. If once she had only encountered such exquisite beings in fairy tales, now a living mermaid graced her vision. With flowing, light blue hair cascading like seaweed, it draped over her upper body, while a delicate green tail sparked Feng Laiye's wonder. She pondered. Would her father permit her to adopt another fish? At that moment, her nurturing instincts surged forth once more. Could this thing roll? Feng Laiye reached out to prod the bubble surrounding her, and to her astonishment, it began to move. Inside, both she and the snowball found themselves shaken by the unexpected motion, tumbling about in the bubble. As the bubble rolled closer to the sleeping mermaid, Feng Laiye was tempted to reach out and stroke its beautiful tail. However, before she could extend her hand, the mermaid suddenly opened her enchanting eyes and gazed at her. With an innocent flutter of her lashes, Feng Laiye beamed back, her smile radiant and sweet, though she shyly withdrew her hand. Caught in the act of attempting to sneak a touch, she found herself at a loss for words. How could she confess that she had longed to experience the texture of the mermaid's tail? Are you all right? The beautiful mermaid asked, her sweet smile illuminating her face as she circled the bubble. No, it was you who saved me. Thank you, Feng Laiye replied politely, nodding in gratitude. She was indeed a lady of refinement, despite it being a facade she had once wished to cultivate. Were you attacked by the feathered spirit? The mermaid gently shook her head, as if dismissing the need for thanks. You mean that Birdman uncle? Feng Laiye blinked in surprise, wrinkling her nose at the thought of the ill-tempered figure. It seemed that all uncles possessed a foul temper. Even Uncle Mutu's was more volatile than that of the Birdman. The mermaid, taken aback by Feng Laiye's audacity to label the feathered spirit as a birdman, wore a look of bewilderment. Dear mermaid, are you male or female? Feng Laiye inquired, scanning her from head to toe. Yet, she soon realized her assumptions were insufficient in this magical realm. The mermaid, with her long hair concealing her form, revealed a pale chest when she graciously parted her locks. I am male, the mermaid replied, unfazed by her question, his fair torso now visible to Feng Laiye. Indeed, not as impressive as my father's, she thought silently. How does she know about her father's physique? Silly. She wouldn't peek when he changed clothes. Are all the men in the magic realm as stunning as you? Feng Laiye muttered under her breath. First, there was her father, whose beauty could provoke envy, and now a breathtaking male mermaid. Could it be that the waters of the magic realm bestowed beauty upon its inhabitants? Nevertheless, compared to her father's splendor, the mermaid's attractiveness could only be deemed handsome. What did you say? The mermaid tilted his head in confusion, his smile radiant like the corals of the deep sea. Yet, having been tempered by the striking beauty of Feng Laiye, she remained unfazed by the mermaid's dazzling grin. Nothing. Are you human? The mermaid inquired with a smile. Feng Laiye glanced at the snowball in her arms and nodded affirmatively. The mermaid smiled wider, continuing, May I invite you to stay with me? Feng Laiye stared at him in astonishment. Had she misheard? Stay? For what purpose? To feast upon raw fish? For ages, this lake had been her solitary domain, and she longed for companionship. With her eyes narrowed, the mermaid exuded an air of profound loneliness and yearning. Could she decline? While she adored swimming, residing in the water indefinitely was not her desire. She wished to suggest to the mermaid to engage in conversation with the aforementioned birdman uncle. Perhaps they could enact a tale of love between the flying creature and the fish. Although the birdman was slightly unattractive, she believed that beneath his unsightly exterior lay a gentle heart. As the song went, I may be ugly, but I am gentle. Can you remain and be my bride? The mermaid pressed when Feng Laiye fell silent. Nanny! Feng Laiye nearly applauded in delight. The mermaid's bold confession left her astounded. Yet she felt no impulse to pledge her life. Moreover, she had repeatedly declared her disinterest in romantic entanglements, while he possessed a semblance of humanity. The most significant aspect was that he was still a fish. I think not. I'm afraid I suffer from lakewater syndrome. She spoke without hesitation, revealing her preference for the azure seas of love rather than this peculiar purple lake. Feng Laiye's rejection left the mermaid in shock. He had anticipated her acceptance, believing his beauty would be irresistible. Clearly, his confidence had suffered a blow. Are you truly not considering it? The mermaid inquired once more, hoping for a glimmer of possibility. No need for consideration. I am profoundly grateful for your rescue. Once I locate my father, I shall have him provide you with an abundance of small fish and shrimp for your enjoyment. Indeed, she will repay the kindness, though not with her own being. The mermaid, shrouded in melancholy, swam away. Just as Feng Laiye exhaled a sigh of relief, the departing mermaid suddenly turned her head. Her once beautiful visage now twisted into a grotesque form, with fangs protruding from her mouth. Feng Laiye stood in stunned disbelief as a handsome man morphed into a monstrous creature, his eyes wide with astonishment. The denizens of the demon realm are akin to transformers. Regardless of your will, you must remain. With a ferocious roar, the mermaid lunged towards Feng Laiye. A jolt of fear surged through her. Not again. She did not wish to be devoured. In Chapter 34 of Volume 1, as the corrupted mermaid opened her gaping maw, she charged at Feng Laiye. Was it a jest that all beings from the demon realm were carnivorous? Why must they attempt to feast upon her upon sight? Feng Laiye was not one to succumb easily. She nimbly rolled to the left, her oxygen balloon following suit. She narrowly evaded the mermaid's assault, yet the creature's powerful tail swept across the surface of the oxygen balloon, causing it to burst with a sharp pop. Violet waters surged in, enveloping Feng Laiye and her companion, Little Snowball. This time, Feng Laiye wisely held her breath, cradling Little Snowball in one arm while using her legs to propel herself towards the surface. She would rather be chased by the birdman uncle on land than be pursued by a half-human, half-fish creature in the water. However, Feng Laiye's speed was no match for the mermaid's. With a tail like a propeller, the mermaid swiftly turned and advanced towards her. As Feng Laiye desperately paddled, she lamented her earlier naivety regarding the bracelet's effectiveness in water. With her mouth agape, water gushed in, silencing her cries. Just as she neared the surface, the mermaid grasped her ankle. Looking down, she beheld a face twisted in a monstrous grin, devoid of any beauty, sending shivers down her spine. Without a second thought, she kicked at the distorted visage with her free foot, sending the mermaid sprawling. Her outstretched hand reached the water's surface, exposed to the air. Just as she intended to surface, both her feet were seized by the mermaid, who, enraged by Feng Laiye's kick, opened her jaws wide and sank her teeth into Feng Laiye's slender ankle. A sharp pain radiated from the bite. Suddenly, a tremendous force pulled her shoulder, and before she could react, she was yanked from the water, her injured ankle freed. "You troublesome creature, I knew you wouldn't behave," cried Yuling, flapping her wings as she glared at the mermaid, who had surfaced with Feng Laiye in its grip. "Birdman uncle." Feng Laiye looked up, realizing it was the same Yuling who had been furious enough to threaten her life. "Foolish girl, do you not realize that the waters of Lightsea Lake harbor vicious mermaids? How could you approach so naively?" Yuling, seeing Feng Laiye still calling her the Birdman, chose not to argue with the young girl. Instead, she soared high, ensuring a safe distance from the water. "Oh dear uncle, please forgive my misunderstanding. I was merely ignorant." Feng Laiye pouted, her expression full of regret. It was not entirely her fault. After all, the Birdman uncle had approached with threats, causing her heart to race, while the mermaid had appeared so grandly as a savior, leading to confusion in her judgment. "Be careful," Yuling called out, but she soon noticed the mermaid's strange movements. Sure enough, at that moment, the mermaid flipped, her tail aimed at both Yuling and Feng Laiye, the beautiful scales shimmering like blades hurled through the air. Yuling was alarmed, though she knew the mermaid was formidable. She could not stand idly by while a human girl faced certain death. She had barely managed to rescue Feng Laiye just as she was about to become the mermaid's meal, believing it would simply be a delightful feast. She never anticipated that the mermaid would resort to such a tactic. The scales, known for their rarity, bore unprecedented lethality. Yuling could not comprehend why a mere human girl warranted such a desperate measure. As the myriad scales soared toward them, Yuling found it impossible to evade due to their size. Just as danger loomed, Feng Laiye's lips curled into a smile. Windbreaker! A melodious cry rang out as a turquoise whip of light sliced through the air, summoning a tempest that swept the scales back towards the lake, inevitably striking the mermaid. The cries of agony echoed, as the very act of her own weapon turned against her. Feng Laiye watched with gleeful satisfaction as the injured mermaid retreated to the lake's depths. Yuling stared in astonishment at Feng Laiye, perplexed by how such a young girl could wield such incredible power, effortlessly reversing the tide of battle and repelling the fierce mermaid. "Uncle, could you please set me down?" Feng Laiye asked with a smile. "Oh, certainly." Yuling, coming back to her senses, was about to carry her to shore when a sudden whirlwind approached, sending a shiver of magical energy through her. "Little Sierra, I have come to take you home." As the storm subsided, Feng Laiye's tall figure emerged at its center, a handsome smile gracing his face, the faint trace of worry dissipating upon seeing Feng Laiye. Yuling, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this powerful man, could not help but swallow hard. The overwhelming aura he exuded made her feel oppressed, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. The grip on Feng Laiye's ankle slackened, and she began to fall. Yet before she could cry out, she landed in a warm embrace. "Daddy!" Feng Laiye's large, watery eyes gazed at the familiar handsome face, calling out softly, "Little Sierra, all is well." Feng Laiye smiled reassuringly. "Daddy, you are such a rascal." Feng Laiye's words, tinged with grievance, caused tears to well up in her eyes. With a faint sigh, Feng Laiye noted the stubbornness of this little girl. "Do not cry." Though his tone was not particularly gentle, there was an undercurrent of tenderness as he patted her head. "Woo-woo, Daddy, you are bad." She buried her head into his embrace, weeping softly, unceremoniously wiping her tears and snot on his pristine white clothing. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed a hint of amusement that she failed to notice. "Are you injured?" Feng Laiye inquired, noticing the wound on Feng Laiye's ankle. His brows knitting in concern. Due to the overwhelming scent of mermaid blood in the water, he had momentarily overlooked her own wound. "Woo, it was that dreadful mermaid's doing." Feng Laiye raised her little head, her red nose appearing quite adorable. "You were bitten by the mermaid?" Though Feng Laiye's tone remained calm, those attuned could detect a slight elevation of his voice, hinting at his burgeoning anger. "Yes." Feng Laiye nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. She firmly believed that her father would exact revenge for her, even though she had already avenged herself. She had always been a proponent of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and adhered to the principle of returning tenfold. "Damn it," Feng Laiye said softly, swiftly troubling Feng Laiye away. A whirlwind swept through, leaving Yuling momentarily stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, the astonishingly beautiful man must be. However, no one noticed that while Yuling shielded Feng Laiye from the onslaught of the fish-scaled attackers, the small snowball nestled in Feng Laiye's arms had been flung away. At that moment, it perched on a branch, gazing at the place where Feng Laiye and Feng Laiye had departed, its large, watery eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. Chapter 35. The first kiss in the grand ancient castle, with its winding vines, Feng Laiye nestled in her father's embrace. Watching as the suspension bridge slowly descended for the knights on their majestic black steeds who lined up to greet them. "Master," a resounding voice echoed. Feng Laiye strode forward proudly, holding Feng Laiye close. "Father, I feel so dizzy," she murmured. The black horses seemed to whirl before her eyes. She wished to observe the gallant knights, but the more she strained her eyes, the more blurred her vision became, until a wave of dizziness struck her head as she tried to lift it. "Dear child, if you feel faint, just sleep." Feng Laiye lowered his gaze to the pained expression on Feng Laiye's face, gently caressing her eyes as a silent incantation slipped from his lips. With a delicate touch, Feng Laiye sutsumbito slumber. As she fell asleep, a storm of rage washed over Feng Laiye's previously calm visage, exuding a palpable intensity as he stormed into the castle like a tempest. "Master," the humble servant bowed to make way. Tenderly, Feng Laiye placed Feng Laiye on the soft bed, then bent to remove her shoes and socks. On her pristine ankles, blood had yet to dry, revealing wounds deep enough to see bone. Feng Laiye's brow furrowed as he grasped Feng Laiye's ankle, his fingertips elongating into sharp claws, swiftly reopening the wounds that had stopped bleeding. Fresh blood gushed forth, yet amidst the crimson flowed glimmers of light, sparkling like diamonds hidden within a river of red. Taking a deep breath, Feng Laiye quelled the long-simmering rage within him. Upon learning that his dear child was at Guangxi Lake, he had rushed over without hesitation, fearing she might unwittingly wander into the lake and fall prey to the lurking fish people. These creatures had resided in Guangxi Lake for ages, often luring unsuspecting passers-by with their beauty, only to devour them and drain their vitality to preserve their own allure and extend their lives. However, their unique status allowed them to survive, while the Yuling clan stationed themselves by the lake to prevent more from entering. Unfortunately, they had been warned by another clan that they could only intervene before outsiders stepped into the waters, but once someone crossed that threshold, they could only watch without interference. His greatest concern was for this curious little girl who might foolishly plunge into the seemingly beautiful waters. Even though he arrived in the shortest time possible, he found that she had already been injured by the fish people. The teeth of these creatures were laced with deadly poison. They need not tear their prey apart. Any creature bitten would have its blood infused with the luminous powder from the fish people's teeth, allowing them to siphon off the prey's essence. Observing the glowing powder flowing from Feng Laiye's wound, a murderous intent flickered in Feng Laiye's eyes. The sweetness of her blood was extraordinary, and the aroma emanating from her body was enough to entice the carnivorous beings of the demon realm. Given her pure maiden's blood, she was akin to a naive little rabbit straying into a den of wolves, easily devoured if not careful. Little Sierra, you have misbehaved gravely this time. With a gentle sigh, Feng Laiye lifted her delicate ankle to his lips. His pristine fangs glimmered as they pierced her wound. The purple hue of his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a strange silver in the shadows. Feng Laiye groggily opened her eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. "Miss, you are awake." An elderly voice chimed beside her. Turning her head, she was confronted by an exceedingly aged face. Startled, Feng Laiye stared at the smile that seemed capable of crushing countless flies, swallowing hard. "Grandpa, where's my father?" She vaguely remembered being carried back to the castle by him, and since the old man referred to her as Miss, he must be one of her father's subordinates. "The master was just summoned by the Bloodlord. Before he left, he instructed me to take care of you. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask." The old man said kindly, his face lined with wrinkles. Feng Laiye nodded and attempted to rise from the bed to explore, but the sharp pain in her ankle caused her to wince. Ouch! 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 She clutched her ankle, glancing at the white bandage. Memories of battling the fish people flooding her mind. Suddenly, she recalled something crucial. Where did my little snowball go? Ignoring her injury, she anxiously grasped the old man's hand. "Miss, who are you referring to?" he asked, shaking his head in confusion. "You are the only one brought back by the master. You may call me Husey," he added. "Oh no, my little snowball." Upon hearing this, Feng Laiye's face fell. The precious pet she had finally found was lost due to that wretched fish person. May it be cursed. May it never find a mate. "Please do not worry, miss. If you can describe the person you are looking for, I can send someone to search for them," Husey offered with a smile. Feng Laiye's eyes lit up, her previous gloom dissipating as she brightly grasped Husey's arm. Yes. It's very small, just a bit larger than my hand, with snow-white fur and big Bambi-like eyes." As she continued, Husey's smile gradually stiffened, and when she mentioned its fluffy tail, he could no longer contain himself. "Mississippi, it seems you are not describing a person." Feng Laiye nodded cheerily, oblivious to any peculiarity in her description. Of course, her little snowball was not human. She had no interest in keeping a person as a pet. People lacked the delightful fur and the irresistibly cute appearance that would compel her to keep them. Indeed, it resembles a little fox, and can even spit fireballs, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with pride. Alas, she had not yet named her beloved little snowball. Perhaps she could call it Little White? No, that name was already taken. How about Big White? If Little White knew, it might protest, given how tiny her snowball was. Little White? Bingo! It was settled. The new member of the White family, Little White, was born. She couldn't wait to share this thrilling news with Little White upon her return. However, upon hearing this, Husey's earlier gloom vanished, replaced by surprise evident in his eyes, though he quickly lowered his head to mask his astonishment. "Old man, could you help me find it?" It truly means a lot to me, Feng Laiye implored, pouting her lips in a pitiful manner that was impossible to resist. Without further ado, the priority was to locate little White. Should it be discovered by someone else, it might be taken from her. Huss was in a predicament. Although his master had instructed him to arrange matters according to Feng Laiye's words, he was at a loss as to how to bring that fellow back to the castle. This was indeed a considerable headache. It seemed that only the master could provide a solution to this dilemma. Miss, I will do my utmost to send someone to search for him. As for whether we can bring him back, that is another matter entirely. Thank you. Little Bai, do not be afraid. My dear master will soon send someone to find you. Sire, you must not get out of bed yet. Just as Feng Laiye was filled with joy, Feng Laiye arrived quietly, his strong arms effortlessly lifting the sitting Feng Laiye from the edge of the bed. Daddy, you're back. Feng Laiye blinked her innocent, adorable eyes and smiled sweetly. Feng Laiye nodded, relieved to see that although Feng Laiye's complexion was somewhat pale, her spirit seemed quite good. However, he was aware that while he had expelled most of the light powder from her system the previous day, some had infiltrated her vital blood vessels, and complete removal would require a total blood transfusion. Such a procedure was perilous, and he was unwilling to attempt it. Master, upon seeing Feng Laiye's return, Huss respectfully withdrew. Daddy, you Haven-T told me why you suddenly left for the demon realm. Feng Laiye pouted, her large, watery eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. Resembling a forsaken kitten, Feng Laiye smiled without answering. He had just met with the Blood Lord regarding the clan's decision on an alliance with the Western bloodline. Since the situation could not continue, they needed to find a suitable pure-blood bride for him within a century. This urgent recall was likely just for a matchmaking banquet. However, he couldn't bring himself to share this with little Sierre, even though she would eventually learn the truth, just not from his lips. Daddy, you must make it up to me. I was chased by crows, frightened by man-eating flowers, and even bitten by Mr. Merman. Woe is me, I nearly got eaten. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been so unfortunate. It was all his fault. She, a naive and charming girl, had braved the dangers of the demon realm, unafraid of life and death, all because of him, her heartless, irresponsible father. Of course, she would never admit that her adventurous spirit was primarily due to her curiosity, with the thought of her father coming last. What kind of compensation do you seek? Feng Laiye discerned the little girl's intentions with a knowing smile. Feng Laiye shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers, and sweetly replied, I want Daddy to take me to play in the demon realm. And also upon hearing her playful request, Feng Laiye couldn't help but smile, fully understanding her childlike desires. I want Daddy to kiss me, Feng Laiye bravely declared, her big eyes blinking innocently. Her request wasn't too demanding, was it? Feng Laiye paused in surprise, then gently nodded and leaned down to kiss her delicate face. However, at the critical moment, a glint of mischief sparkled in Feng Laiye's eyes. She swiftly turned her head, and the kiss that was meant for her cheek landed squarely on her luscious red lips. The soft contact sent a jolt of electricity through them. Feng Laiye's gaze widened in astonishment as he looked at the triumphant smile on Feng Laiye's face, which clearly indicated that she had orchestrated this playful act. Feng Laiye regarded her radiant smile, reminiscent of a mischievous cat that had just stolen a treat, and felt a tinge of helplessness. Indeed, she was the little girl he had chosen, possessing an extraordinary cleverness that could easily outsmart even him, her mentor. Nestled in Feng Laiye's embrace, Feng Laiye giggled uncontrollably. That was my first kiss. Remember, due to her foot injury, Feng Laiye's mobility was greatly hindered, forcing her to hop around like a little rabbit. Much to Huss' dismay as he followed closely behind, anxious that she might tumble down the high staircase. With a cheerful smile, Feng Laiye bounced around the castle, showing no concern for Huss trailing behind. After all, her father was a busy man, having taken advantage of her the day before and now absent. Huss had mentioned that Feng Laiye had gone to meet the Blood Lord again. She could not fathom why the so-called Blood Lord seemed to have so much time on his hands, dragging her dear father away for idle chatter, leaving no time for her. Grandpa Huss, where's this place? Passing through the hall, Feng Laiye leapt past a massive oil painting and suddenly discovered a narrow passageway leading to an antique door. Mysterious, curious, she was filled with excitement. That door leads to the master's secret chamber. It would be best for the young lady not to venture there. Huss spoke respectfully, but before he could finish, he saw Feng Laiye supporting herself against the wall, hopping towards the door. Huss felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Feng Laiye had only heard the words secret chamber, and the immense allure of mystery compelled her to advance eagerly. Approaching the door, she slowly reached for the handle and gently turned it. With a tug, a refreshing breeze swept in, lifting the hair at her temples. Wow, Grandpa Hus, your skills of deception are indeed remarkable, Feng Laiye exclaimed, gazing at the beautiful blue sky and white clouds outside with a radiant smile. A secret chamber? The door leading outside the castle is the secret chamber. Is it Grandpa Huss who has lost his memory? Or am I hallucinating? It seems even the seemingly honest Grandpa Huss can be deceptive, speaking with such conviction. Huss remained silent, only offering an awkward smile. He could not disclose that the master occasionally exited for hunting through this very door. What a refreshing breeze. Feng Laiye couldn't help but poke her head out, reveling in her sense of achievement and breathing in the fresh air. However, the scene before her caused her to lose her footing and plummet from the castle's height. Wow. With a shriek, Feng Laiye looked up just in time to see his little Sierra performing a free fall. Without a moment to spare, he sprang into action, leaping up to catch her midair. Ugh! Daddy Feng Laiye patted her startled chest, her large eyes wide with fright as she looked up at the grim-faced Feng Laiye. Daddy's face looks terrible. Did you step in something unpleasant on your way out? With a stern expression, Feng Laiye glared at the small girl nestled in his arms as he descended from the air. My lord? However, the woman who had returned with him gazed at this scene in utter astonishment. Being cradled in the Count's arms, what an honor. While she envied this chance, a sweet fragrance belonging to a human wafted into her sensitive nose. Human, the woman exclaimed, pointing at the human girl in Feng Laiye's embrace. Please maintain your composure. Feng Laiye replied coldly, as he despised the shrill screams of women, which incited a primal urge to crush her throat. Yes, the woman quickly silenced herself under Feng Laiye's icy glare, silently chastising her own foolishness for mishandling such a rare opportunity to be close to the Count, only to embarrass herself. Yet, despite her self-reproach, her gaze involuntarily drifted back to the human girl nestled in the Countess' arms. Who was she? How did she come to be in the Count's castle? Full of questions, the woman dared not utter a word, fearful that a single misstep would leave a poor impression on the Count. Miss Anna's return was curtly dismissed by Feng Laiye, who coldly remarked before embracing Feng Laiye and leaving. Feng Laiye, in a mischievous moment, stuck out her tongue at Anna. Did she think she could steal her father away? Not a chance. Even the windows were barred. If she hadn't seen that woman so close to her father, almost reaching for his arm, she wouldn't have leaped in excitement and fallen. She had unshakable faith in her father's abilities. Heights like that of the castle were nothing. Even from the Eiffel Tower, she would dare to jump as long as her father was below. After all, he was omnipotent. Master, Huss exclaimed, having witnessed Feng Laiye fall. He rushed down only to find Feng Laiye entering with a grim expression, holding a pouting Feng Laiye. What do you see? Feng Laiye's icy tone sent a shiver down Huss' spine. It is my failure, he quickly replied, kneeling. It was the first time he had been reprimanded so coldly after serving his master for so long. Daddy, please don't blame Grandpa Huss. It was my fault for being so excited to see you that I forgot about safety, Feng Laiye explained, poking Feng Laiye's chest with her tiny finger. When I saw you were back, I couldn't help it. I wasn't being careful, and accidents happen. She felt wronged, placing all the blame on her father. After all, he had lied, claiming he was going to see the Bloodmaster, when in reality, he was off wooing someone else. How could she not feel uneasy about that? Are you hurt? Feng Laiye's anger had begun to wane upon hearing her words. He looked down, his tone softening. Shaking her head obediently, Feng Laiye, with her big watery eyes, wrapped her small arms around her father's neck and said, I am unscathed, but my tender heart has suffered a serious blow. What? Feng Laiye inquired. You said you were going to see the Bloodmaster, but you returned with an auntie. You were clearly on a date, and you lied to me about going to see the Bloodmaster. As she spoke, tears began to flow like pearls from a broken string. Why did you have to lie to me? I believed in you. Overwhelmed with emotion, she buried her face in Feng Laiye's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Feng Laiye felt a pang of anxiety at her tears and could only pat her back, offering an explanation he had never given before. I truly want to see the Bloodmaster, but he had other plans for me. An arranged meeting with a pure blood woman, a suggestion from the elders of our clan. I was aware of it when I went, but I didn't feel it necessary to explain the details to you. I just didn't expect you to see me with her. What plans? Feng Laiye asked, her voice trembling. To find a bride, Feng Laiye replied calmly. Who is the groom? She knew the answer but wanted her father to tell her himself, to ensure her plans could proceed. I am. Feng Laiye's tone was detached, as if the matter held no significance to him. Daddy, are you getting married? Do you not want little Xia, or any more? She bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with tears, ready to cry if he dared to affirm it. Her ability to manipulate her tears was remarkable. She could summon them at will without any external aid. Feng Laiye remained silent. Matters concerning the blood clan could not be altered for her sake. Then, Feng Laiye, Xia wiped her tears and looked earnestly at him. May I help you choose a bride? Even if you are to marry, let me find someone truly suitable for you. As she spoke, wiping away her tears, her voice quivered with emotion, making her appear utterly heart-wrenching. Feng Laiye sighed softly at her display. It is up to you. To him, marrying anyone was merely a formality, and in the years to come, he would watch her wither away. Thank you, Daddy. She embraced Feng Laiye, her tear-streaked face still glistening, yet her eyes sparkled with joy, and her lips curved into a smile. Could it be that this little demoness would transform into a weeping angel? If little Kay were present, she would surely be terrified by that all-too-familiar devilish grin. Dear aunties, I will prepare eagerly and warmly welcome your arrival. I hope you will like the surprises I have prepared for you. Remember the permanent address of Kyushu Literature Station for easy access next time. Chapter 37. The selection's Feng Laiye, Xia, nursing her injured foot, examined the stack of photographs in her hands, each one showcasing a stunning beauty. Striking poses that leaped off the page. As her father had promised, he provided all the photos of potential matches for her to peruse. With a smile, she unleashed her sharp tongue, dismissing each photo handed to her by Huss with a curt over. Too fat. She tossed aside a photo of a voluptuous goddess without a second glance, immediately rejecting the next one. Too thin. The skeletal figure lacked substance. Too skinny, no feel. Too fat, too much pressure. What if Dad gets injured during vigorous activities? This one is ugly. That one is tacky. This lacks grace. And that one is not dignified enough. Huss wiped his brow, apprehensive about whether the young lady would ever find a suitable candidate at this rate. As the photos dwindled in his hands, Feng Laiye's lips curled into a smile. Ah, this lady is quite beautiful, she exclaimed, captivated by a photo of a striking woman in black attire. Huss nodded with a smile. This is Princess Feng Qi, daughter of the Bloodmaster. Feng Laiye's eyes widened in awe. The beauty was not only stunning, but also possessed an enviable physique, standing at a remarkable height of 180 centimeters. She would undoubtedly be a sought-after supermodel in the human realm. The cold and proud demeanor intrigued Feng Laiye. She wondered how thrilling it would be to engage with such a fierce woman. With a gleam in her eye, Feng Laiye placed Feng Qi's photo into the selection box, followed by the daughters of a baron and a duke, Krala and He Lingyu, respectively. When Huss presented the photos to Feng Laiye, he was taken aback. He had anticipated a selection of dowdy candidates, yet she had generously chosen 3 exceptional beauties, 2 of whom were acclaimed goddesses of their clan. Very well, send invitations to these 3 young ladies' families. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a carriage to fetch them, Feng Laiye declared casually, tossing the photos into the box and moving towards the increasingly drowsy Feng Laiye, who had been yawning throughout the day. He understood the reason for her weariness but could not voice it. Daddy, I'm so sleepy. Rubbing her eyes, Feng Laiye nestled into Feng Laiye's embrace, playfully expressing her affection. After gazing upon numerous images of beautiful women, she couldn't help but marvel at the enchanting allure fostered by the environment of the demon realm. The collection of photographs stood as a testament to beauty that could rival, if not surpass, that of the Miss World pageant. Who knows? Perhaps if she lingered a while longer, she too would possess a countenance that could captivate the heavens and move the spirits. Yet, even if Venus graced the earth, she would not be intimidated. She had her own clever strategies. As dawn broke the following day, Kuluola, He Lingyu, and Feng Qi entered the Earl's ancient castle, greeted by soldiers. Faced with the legendary Earl Feng Laiye, the trio was filled with curiosity about this figure of modest rank, yet esteemed by the elders. He had always led a low-profile existence within the demon realm, and they had never beheld his true visage. Excuse me, but when will the Earl come down? Asked the straightforward Kuluola, glancing at the old clock with a hint of impatience. Her fiery red waves cascaded over her shoulders, her snow-white skin and alluring red lips reminiscent of a blooming crimson rose. Koluo La exuded a fierce beauty that captivated all who beheld her. Are you in such a hurry? He Lingyu, sitting with her long legs crossed, looked at Koluo La with disdain. With her chestnut hair and statuesque figure, she resembled a proud snow lotus flourishing upon a mountain, enticing onlookers from afar. When their eyes met, sparks flew. Had it not been for Hu Xi's presence, a confrontation would surely have ensued. He Lingyu, what do you mean by that? Koluo La glared at the composed He Lingyu, who had become her sworn enemy ever since she had snatched the title of blood goddess from her. Every encounter turned into a battle of wits, and she couldn't help but wonder if fate was playing a cruel joke on them, bringing two bitter rivals together at the same matchmaking banquet. It's nothing of great importance, merely a lament that the Baron raised such a daughter, He Lingyu replied, turning her face away dismissively. She was too indifferent to engage with this uncouth woman, who harbored a grudge merely because she felt overshadowed in beauty. Their rivalry was no secret, and Koluo La had spread many disparaging remarks about her. How dare you speak of my father? The hot-tempered Koluo La could hardly contain her fury, slamming her palms on the table, her large eyes blazing with anger, itching to tear the smug grin off He Lingyu's face. I said nothing, He Lingyu shrugged, though her smile betrayed a lack of sincerity. You. As the tension escalated, footsteps echoed from upstairs, prompting everyone to halt their quarrel and direct their gazes above. Feng Laiye, nestled in Feng Laiye's arms, was carried down the staircase, her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with an angelic smile. Indeed, their entrance left everyone in awe. On one hand, they were astonished by Feng Laiye's stunning looks. On the other, they were bewildered by the sight of the Earl cradling such a delicate girl at a matchmaking banquet. Feng Laiye reveled in the astonishment reflected in Koluo La and He Lingyu's eyes, inwardly flashing AV for victory. She had aimed to capture their attention and pique their curiosity while showcasing her uniqueness. Father carried me down. Aren't you envious? Waha, your grace. Feng Qi, who had remained silent, stood up just as the other two were still processing the shock. Her beauty eclipsed that of the other two, not only in appearance, but also in grace and aloofness, captivating all who beheld her. If Koluo La and He Lingyu were charming flowers, Feng Qi was a majestic pine, standing tall with an elegance that effortlessly overshadowed their competition. Feng Laiye nodded gently in acknowledgement. Koluo La and He Lingyu were astonished by Feng Qi's demeanor. Despite the Earl's mysterious identity, Feng Laiye's status paled in comparison to that of Princess Feng Qi. Yet Feng Qi's demeanor was humble, while Feng Laiye merely offered a cool nod. This stark contrast left them puzzled, wondering what secret power Feng Laiye possessed that could compel the royal Feng Qi to defer. You're Feng Qi's sister, aren't you? Feng Laiye instantly recognized the unique beauty that had captured her attention. Indeed, Feng Qi's tall stature made her appear even more stunning in person than in photographs. If she were a man, she would go to great lengths to win her over. Such an exquisite beauty was too precious to let slip away. Feng Qi nodded, her gaze calm, as if she were unfazed by Feng Laiye's sudden appearance. I like you too. You are so beautiful. Without hesitation, Feng Laiye lavished compliments, disregarding the presence of others as she pushed Feng Laiye away and pounced on a Feng Qi, knocking her to the ground. Ouch! Feng Qi was taken by surprise, instinctively supporting the curious little girl, while her back collided with the floor. Little Xie, you mustn't be rude, Feng Laiye admonished, narrowing his eyes as he swiftly scooped Feng Laiye back into his arms. The mischievous girl stuck out her tongue playfully, clasping her hands together in a gesture of apology directed at the now-sitting Feng Qi. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, she pleaded pitifully, her innocent eyes looking up at the stern Feng Laiye, anxious not to incur his wrath. Feng Laiye fixed his gaze on Feng Laiye's eyes, unconvinced by her apology. Cough, cough. Hu Xi, observing the scene, found it difficult to watch as his usually unflappable master engaged in a stare-down with a little girl, neglecting the true protagonists of the moment. I believe you three are well aware of the purpose of your gathering here today, so there is no need for further elaboration. Feng Laiye turned, his icy demeanor directed at the three candidates. The duration will be half a month, during which I will select one of you to become my bride. You must reside in the Earl's castle during this time. Other arrangements will be made accordingly. Feng Laiye's frosty tone made it difficult to reconcile him with the identity of a groom. His chilling words sparked discontent among Koluo La and He Lingyu. Your Grace, are you jesting? You expect us to stay here for half a month? Kuluo La was the first to object, aghast at the prospect. Half a month. That would interfere with her numerous dates. Her interest in Feng Laiye was minimal. A mere baron was hardly her goal. She had only come due to her father's insistence. Bewildered as to why a baron could evoke such ire from her doting father, who had threatened to disown her if she refused to attend. However, after meeting Feng Laiye, she felt a twinge of gratitude for her father's insistence. Irrespective of status, Feng Laiye's unparalleled beauty was enough to enthrall her. She had always adored handsome men, and Feng Laiye was the most striking blood master she had ever encountered. Anyone who disagrees may leave at any time, Feng Laiye coldly declared, before cradling Feng Laiye and departing. Today, he had promised to take little Xie to explore the canals of the demon realm after meeting the 3 candidates. He preferred to fulfill that promise rather than face these women, even if one of them was destined to become his vampire bride in the near future. What on earth? Corolla was deeply infuriated by Feng Laiye's arrogant demeanor, while He Lingyu quietly mocked her foolishness. It was evident to anyone that Feng Laiye possessed far more than mere surface-level attributes. A count's marriage would never prompt all the elders of the Blood Lord to take notice, nor would the Blood Lord himself issue orders that no noble, pure-blooded women could defy regarding the count's chosen bride. Both Corolla and He Lingyu harbored their own thoughts, while Feng Qi silently observed Feng Laiye's departing figure, absent of words, her hand brushing over the rib that the peculiar little girl had injured. As the morning birds of the demon realm sang sweetly from their perches, a diminutive figure bounced into the grand hall of the ancient castle, holding a tiny whistle and wearing a delightful smile. Taking a deep breath, Feng Laiye placed the small whistle to her lips and, after inserting earplugs into her ears, summoned her strength to blow into it. The seemingly inconspicuous whistle produced a sound far louder than that of a car horn, sending a beautiful glass cup shattering into pieces with the force of the sound waves. Once the whistle's notes subsided, Feng Laiye leisurely tucked it away and settled onto the sofa, awaiting the ensuing spectacle. Who dares disturb my peaceful slumber so early in the morning? I shall have their head. The first to appear in the hall was Corolla, her face twisted in anger, disheveled hair and mismatched shoes indicating she had been in a deep sleep before being roused. Good morning, Miss Corolla, Feng Laiye greeted with a mischievous smile, her gaze fixed on the furious Corolla. Though the beauty was naturally alluring, her disheveled appearance had detracted somewhat from her vibrant charm. Feng Laiye discreetly jotted down notes in her little book, while Feng Qi pressed her fingers to her temples. The second to emerge was Feng Qi, her slightly furrowed brow revealing her discomfort. However, her impeccable attire and flawless demeanor caught Feng Laiye's attention. Why all the commotion? Is it not noisy enough already? He Lingyu followed closely behind Feng Qi, descending with a deadpan expression, immediately launching into a scathing remark directed at Corolla. I trust you all rested well yesterday, but in order to help everyone cultivate the habit of rising early, I took the liberty of waking you up. I hope you don't mind? Feng Laiye blinked innocently, her cheerful tone disarming any inclination to anger. She had anticipated this, having affixed a silencer to her father's door to ensure her well-intentioned actions would not disturb him. Early to bed and early to rise? Feng Qi involuntarily glanced at the grand clock across the room, its hands indicating 4 o'clock. Quite early indeed. If not for the summer season, the sky would likely still be shrouded in darkness. Who are you? Corolla questioned inwardly, sensing the sweet scent of blood emanating from the girl before her. She was human, not a vampire. I am Feng Laiye's adopted daughter, Feng Laiye. You can call me Xiao Xie, as my father prefers, she replied, shyly lowering her head, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink, exuding charm. However, to Corolla's eyes, Feng Laiye's youthful appearance was exceedingly irksome. She could not fathom how a count, a lord of the bloodline, would adopt a mere morsel as his daughter. Yet, yesterday, Feng Laiye had indeed appeared with her, even embracing her, which was utterly astonishing, especially given her name, Feng Laiye. The surname Feng belonged to the royal bloodline of the Eastern vampires, a title only a count could bear, one that even her father could not claim. Xiao Xie, is there something you wish to discuss? Feng Qi's polite demeanor caused Feng Laiye to shift her focus on her, her expression untainted by any disdain for the girl's human lineage. She surmised that the little girl's early morning antics would not conclude so simply. At least not until the three candidates for the pure-blooded bride had been roused. Indeed, Sister Feng Qi is quite astute. Feng Laiye clapped her hands contentedly. In the bewildered gazes of the three women, she produced 3 handkerchiefs. As the saying goes, behind every successful man stands a great woman, and a wife's ultimate goal is to master both the parlor and the kitchen. Naturally, cleanliness cannot be overlooked. Therefore, if you 3 believe you can become the great women behind my father, then let your actions speak for themselves. Feng Laiye declared with a grin, a glint of mischief in her eyes, as the expressions of the 3 women shifted dramatically, causing her immense delight. Are you serious? You want us to clean? However, it was Lingyu who first reacted, having always been the object of admiration among the bloodline, the dream of many a nobleman. The audacity of this diminutive girl to disturb her slumber and then propose such a ludicrous task was intolerable. Cleaning? She had never poured her own water in her entire life. Sister Lingyu, do you not wish to showcase your virtuous side? I am merely carrying out my father's instructions regarding the evaluations of the candidates. If Sister Ling you would prefer to forfeit the first test, then so be it. Feng Laiye chirped sweetly, her words extinguishing Ling Yu's initial indignation as she regarded the young girl with skepticism. Why should I believe you? Ling Yu retorted, her disbelief apparent. If you have doubts, feel free to inquire with my father, Feng Laiye replied nonchalantly, resting her chin on her hand, inviting her to do as she pleased. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yu directed her gaze towards Feng Qi, unable to believe that a princess of the bloodline would deign to perform menial tasks. Surely, if she spoke up, the count would not allow this audacious little girl to run amok. Yet, as Ling Yu placed her hopes in Feng Qi, she was taken aback when Feng Qi, under everyone's watchful eyes, picked up a handkerchief. Clean those areas? Feng Qi asked coldly, leaving Ling Yu and Corolla in utter disbelief. The main hall, the kitchen, and the dining room, Feng Laiye chimed in cheerfully, having thoughtfully selected the 3 most challenging rooms for the trio. She had even instructed the servants not to clean the previous day, ensuring her little surprises would assist in showcasing their abilities. Which area do you choose? Feng Qi turned to offer the first choice to the 2 women of lower standing. The kitchen, Ling Yu declared first, despite Feng Qi's higher status. Participating in the selection of a spouse meant there was no need for excessive formality. Moreover, she had relinquished her choice, and as a princess, who would dare contest her? Then I shall choose the dining room. Corolla lamented her timing, realizing too late that the smallest area had been snatched by Ling Yu, and she was left with the comparatively smaller dining room. The main hall, Feng Qi nodded, showing no reaction to the outcome. Then I thank you all. Buckets and brushes have been placed around. Please go find them and give it your all. Feng Laiye blew a kiss, watching the 3 women depart with varying expressions, her curiosity piqued by Feng Qi's unwavering demeanor. Sister Feng Qi, could you wait a moment? Feng Laiye suddenly called out to the last one, leaving after the other 2 departed. Feng Qi turned around as instructed, gazing at the eagerly waving Feng Laiye, and approached with curiosity. Sister Feng Qi, I feel a bit embarrassed for bumping into you yesterday, said Feng Laiye, her small hand unexpectedly brushing against Feng Qi's ribcage. Startled, Feng Qi stepped back in shock, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded the seemingly innocent Feng Laiye, who wore a playful smile. Sister Feng Qi, if you were to become Daddy's candidate for a bride, I would be so delighted. Feng Laiye's laughter was sweet, reminiscent of an angel descended from heaven, captivating to the heart. You. Feng Qi squinted at the seemingly harmless little girl, pondering what hidden truths lay behind that innocent smile and why she seemed to uncover Feng Qi's secret. Was her reaction too extreme? She could not tell. Regaining her composure, Feng Qi regarded the adorably smiling Feng Laiye with seriousness. I believe this decision should be made by the esteemed count. Why should she allow a mere child's unintentional remark to trouble her? It was indeed a sign of overthinking. Really? But I am quite looking forward to Sister Feng Qi being chosen as Daddy's bride. After all, Sister Feng Qi is so extraordinary. Feng Laiye emphasized the word extraordinary, her gaze glimmering with mischief at the fleeting glimpse of a stoic expression on Feng Qi's face. Hey, do not underestimate her, or they will forever be the ones at a disadvantage. Even a small ant can consume an elephant. Feng Qi smiled faintly before turning to leave, her expression shifting from lightheartedness to complexity in an instant. Upon entering the kitchen and dining area, Hyenjiu and Kalora were nearly brought to tears by the chaos before them. The kitchen was a mess of scattered utensils, ingredients strewn across the floor, and inexplicable mud that nearly caused Hyenjiu to stumble. That little girl, is she doing this on purpose? On the other hand, Kalora was taken aback by the sauce-stained tablecloth and the debris scattered about, her dainty hands trembling as she attempted to sit, only to be startled by the sticky substance that clung to her fingers. In an instant, screams erupted from both the kitchen and dining room, while Feng Laiye in the main hall merely frowned at the slightly dusty floor. This mess could easily be tidied up with a simple sweep. She turned to the hall, perplexed by what the mischievous little girl was plotting. The scene before her did not seem like a deliberate challenge. If it were a test, the difficulty was rather low. Hearing the distant screams, Feng Laiye burst into laughter on the sofa. She was quite fair in her dealings. Those who sought to shirk responsibilities were given the most tasks, while those who were selfless received the easiest conditions. However, she forgot to inform them of these game rules. It wasn't her fault, after all. Being so young and waking up early inevitably muddled her mind, leading her to overlook certain trivialities. Hence, she knew nothing, absolutely nothing. When the exhausted Hyenjiu and Kalora lay sprawled on the sofa, Feng Laiye had already returned to her room and changed clothes. Meanwhile, a morning had passed, and as lunchtime approached, Feng Laiye descended the stairs holding a small object resembling a button. Upon seeing her, the two previously breathless and complaining individuals instantly sat upright, attempting to appear less disheveled. Throwing the object into Feng Laiye's arms, Feng Laiye casually surveyed the other three, noting that apart from Feng Laiye, who was quietly sipping tea, the other two were a complete mess. "Daddy." Feng Laiye playfully stuck out her tongue while holding the silencer thrown by her father, tucking it away into her pocket. Feng Laiye nodded, having heard Hughesy report the little girl's antics earlier that day. It turned out the little one had instructed Hughesy yesterday to keep the servants confined to their rooms that morning, declaring her intent to help select a bride. "Esteemed Count, I must take my leave," said Hyenjiu, who, wanting to rest, found herself colliding with Feng Laiye. Fully aware of her disheveled appearance, she decisively maintained her aura of elegance as she rose to ascend the stairs. Following suit, Kalora found an excuse to leave swiftly, leaving only Feng Laiye, and Feng Laiye in the expansive hall, along with Hughesy, who counted as one more. "Daddy, I am so hungry," Feng Laiye pouted, clutching her little belly in a feigned state of distress. She had isolated the three candidates from the servants to ensure a quiet testing environment, resulting in her missing breakfast, save for a cup of milk tea recently brought by Hughesy. "Hughesy, let us eat." Feng Laiye stood, bending to scoop her up into her embrace as Feng Laiye followed suit. No one paid heed to whether the two who had just left were hungry. They all understood that once the ladies finished grooming, they would naturally join for a meal. As the three dined, Hyenjiu and Kalora arrived tardily, hurriedly taking their seats while feigning calmness. Yet their hands trembled as they attempted to lift their soup spoons, splattering broth across the table. "Sister Kalora, sistering you, what seems to be the matter?" Feng Laiye, having calmed her own rumbling stomach, finally turned her attention to the unusually behaving ladies. Hyenjiu met those innocent, bright eyes, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, but in Feng Laiye's presence, she could not unleash her anger and instead feign grace, responding, "Nothing. I am fine." Kalora, staring at her spoon that had inexplicably flown from her hand, watched helplessly as it landed in Feng Laiye's bowl, splattering soup onto her attire. "I didn't mean to," Kalora explained in a tone that betrayed her panic, not wishing to offend the most cherished princess in the bloodline's history. Feng Laiye, holding her spoon, gazed down at the wetness on her clothing, taking a gentle breath before placing her spoon down and rising to excuse herself gracefully to wash up. During this, there was no hint of anger. "Daddy, I will help Sister Feng Laiye fetch a towel." Feng Laiye, seeing Feng Laiye leave, leaned closer to Feng Laiye with a smile, while Feng Laiye's gaze drifted to her bandaged foot. Would she believe in her rare act of kindness or trust that her foot had yet to fully heal? "It's all right, people can bounce back." With that, Feng Laiye hopped down from her chair, skipping up the stairs like an energetic little rabbit. However, Feng Laiye's gaze remained fixed on her small figure, cautious that she might unwittingly injure herself again. Upon returning to her room, Feng Laiye retrieved clean garments and began to undress. Just as she was halfway through, her door swung open unexpectedly. "Sister Feng Laiye, I brought you a towel." Feng Laiye entered, grinning and holding a stack of small towels, while Feng Qi, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, had her clothes lowered to her waist, exposing her flawless back to Feng Laiye's gaze. "Thank you. Please place the towels in the bathroom." Feng Qi maintained her stance, composed and unperturbed. Feng Laiye had no objections and hopped over to place the towels, peeking out to see Feng Qi pulling on a fresh outfit. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as a smile blossomed on her lips. "Sister Feng Qi, why are you still in dirty clothes? Would you like me to assist you?" Feng Laiye approached with a lively skip, but Feng Qi immediately declined, saying, "No need. Thank you for your kindness. I can manage on my own." Yet, the smile on Feng Laiye's mischievous face deepened. With a powerful leap, she stepped on the hem of the dress that Feng Qi was pulling up, and with a rip, the dress was torn away. Feng Laiye, losing her balance, sent Feng Qi tumbling to the ground. Feng Qi barely had time to gasp before she found herself sprawled on the floor, the world spinning around her, her mind engulfed in darkness. "Wow, Sister Feng Qi, your chest is even smaller than mine." As Feng Qi's vision gradually cleared, she was startled to find Feng Laiye perched atop her waist, one small hand wandering over her chest. This is disastrous. Feng Qi's mind went blank, her eyes reflecting the sweet, yet mischievous smile of Feng Laiye. "Sister Feng Qi. Oh, should I start calling you Brother Feng Qi instead?" Feng Laiye grinned, her eyes sparkling as they danced over Feng Qi's typically indifferent face, now marred with shock. "Oh dear, her secret has been uncovered." Feng Laiye smiled, beautiful as a fairy. Feng Qi stared at Feng Laiye, finally realizing from her sly smile that his secret had been unraveled on the very first day they met. That inexplicable collision was no mere coincidence. "Brother Feng Qi, if you still wish for me to call you sister, let us strike a deal." Feng Laiye leaned down, her small hands resting on Feng Qi's flat chest. "What do you propose?" Feng Qi asked, astonished and anxious. His identity was a secret that must not be known by the blood clan. He would pay any price to protect it. Brother Feng Qi isn't resisting? "If you kill me, the secret will remain forever hidden." Feng Laiye feigned surprise, tilting her head, her dark hair cascading onto Feng Qi's chest. Her innocent expression was betrayed by the mischievous glint in her eyes. "Speak your terms." Feng Qi smirked. He was no fool. He recognized the regard Count Feng Laiye held for her, although he did not know the reasons behind it. He understood he could not harm her under Feng's watchful eye. Her questions were indeed unnecessary, or perhaps she was deliberately toying with him. "All right, I want you to be my father's candidate for a bride and eliminate all opponents." With a resounding clap on Feng Qi's chest, Feng Laiye beamed triumphantly, having received the expected answer. "Is this what you desire?" Feng Qi skindel, observing Feng Laiye sidoplites. Nodding vigorously, Feng Laiye's request seemed rather modest. Given his strength and resources, as long as he didn't deliberately lose, victory would be assured. "Fine, I accept your proposal." He cared little for the reasons behind the girl's demands. All he needed was to safeguard the secret. Regardless, he would manage to suppress the situation for now. As for the bride, that was merely a selection. If a wedding were to be held, time was on his side, and he had many ways to thwart such a ludicrous affair. "Agreed. It's settled then." Feng Laiye was quite pleased, pulling Feng Qi's hand to seal the deal with a pinky promise. "Now that we've made a pact, anyone who reneges must prepare for dire consequences." Feng Qi narrowed his eyes, puzzled by her alternating shrewdness and childlike innocence. One moment she was cunningly leading him into a trap. The next, she displayed a charming naivety, sealing their agreement with a promise. "All right, Sister Feng Qi, hurry and change your clothes. Otherwise, Father will come up to hurry us." Feng Laiye, quite self-aware, climbed off Feng Qi's body and sat beside him as he got up. "Aren't you coming out?" Feng Qi glared at the still-seated Feng Laiye. Was she planning to watch him change? "Sister Feng Qi, don't be shy. We're all girls here." Feng Laiye showed no sign of embarrassment, her face radiant with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qi suppressed the anger that surged within him for the first time in centuries and turned away to change clothes. Yet, the occasional remarks about his physique from behind made the process feel unbearably lengthy and torturous. "We could go now." After Feng Qi finally dressed, Feng Laiye unexpectedly extended her arms. "Carry me." What? Was her hearing impaired? She wanted him to carry her? "My foot hurts," Feng Laiye said with a grin, as if jesting. But Feng Qi noticed the sweat beads forming on her forehead and the bandaged ankle, causing a pang of concern in his heart. She was serious. Turning around, Feng Qi crouched down, and Feng Laiye climbed onto his back. Though his shoulders were not as broad, they were sturdy enough. Feng Laiye felt no jolt as she settled onto him. In the dead of night, Feng Laiye, enduring her foot injury, tiptoed into Feng Laiye's room. As she opened the door, Feng Laiye, who had been alert, recognized the familiar sweet scent and feigned ignorance to see what the little girl was up to. Just as he was puzzled, a figure suddenly leaped onto him, that familiar sweet scent wafting into his senses. "Daddy, are you awake?" "I know you are." Like an octopus, Feng Laiye pounced onto the bed, hugging the blankets tightly around her father, not caring about the antics she was enacting. "Little Sierra, what brings you here at this hour?" Realizing he could no longer pretend, Feng Laiye sat up, causing Feng Laiye's body to slide down slightly, yet her large eyes gazed up at him. "Daddy, my foot really hurts," she said with a beaming smile, raising her bandaged ankle. Worry flickered in Feng Laiye's eyes as he scooped her up, cradling her in his arms and unwrapping the bandage. The bright red wound showed no sign of healing, and flecks of light powder were faintly visible, buried deep within her flesh. The situation was worse than he had imagined. "Daddy?" Noticing Feng Laiye's silence as he stared at her injury, Feng Laiye waved her small hand in front of his eyes. "Tomorrow, I'll have Hus help you get some painkillers." Coming back to his senses, Feng Laiye rewrapped her injury, speaking calmly. "Daddy, I really want to watch the races with the sisters tomorrow." Feng Laiye blinked her big, watery eyes, wrapping her arms around Feng Laiye's neck with a pitiful expression. "No," Feng Laiye replied decisively. Feng Laiye secretly stuck her tongue out during dinner. The ever-just black feather and Crolla had clashed again over differing opinions. Unbeknownst to her, she had innocently added fuel to the fire, which escalated into a competition, horse racing. Hearing about it made Feng Laiye gleeful, nearly clapping her hands in delight, but alas, Feng Laiye extinguished her excitement with a cold splash of reality. Due to her foot injury, she had been ordered to stay away from the racetrack. Not long ago, when her father took her to see the magnificent steeds of the demon realm, she felt an overwhelming desire to touch a particularly imposing black horse. Just as she was about to reach out to the creature, which had been resting with its eyes closed, it suddenly erupted with wild energy, raising its front legs as if to trample her. Fortunately, her father intervened just in time. Otherwise, her delicate spirit would have been crushed beneath the hooves of that formidable beast. Considering the horse's size, a gentle tap would have been more than enough to send her away. A flicker of malevolence crossed Feng Laiye's eyes at the thought of that arrogant horse, daring to refuse her touch. One day, when she brought her little white companion to the demon realm, she would make sure it nipped at the horse's rear. "Father, I truly wish to see it. I promise to behave and not run around," she pleaded, cuddling closer to him, employing her ultimate strategy, acting innocent, feigning distress, and being adorably persistent. She was confident that she could soften her father, the stoic bastion of resolve. Surely, all she desired was to visit the stables to offer the black horse some treats. A little bellyache wouldn't harm her. It would even aid in detoxification and beautification. How noble she was, harboring no grudges and repaying grievances with kindness. "If you want to see, I can have someone record the entire process for you. But you mustn't come along." Feng Laiye completely disregarded her pitiful expression. He was determined to avoid any situation that might endanger her, especially since her health was currently fragile, something she remained blissfully unaware of. "Oh, but I don't want to watch a recording. Could we perhaps negotiate for a live broadcast instead?" She attempted to bargain, having already lowered her demands, convinced that her great father would not fall for her little tricks. How to proceed? Feng Laiye raised an eyebrow, suspecting her intentions. "Father, I know you have a way," she chimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Contract could be quite useful. Even if they were ineffective in foreign territories, they would surely work on her father's turf. Magic could replace high-tech solutions, saving money, effort, and resources. What was not to love? After a moment's contemplation, Feng Laiye nodded, acquiescing to her request. After all, she was injured, and it wouldn't hurt to let her have her way just this once. Moreover, he should make an appearance before the candidates, regardless of his true intentions. He needed to maintain a semblance of propriety to avoid upsetting the Bloodlord. "Long live father," she exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his chin, though her efforts fell short. Observing the sudden shadow in his gaze, Feng Laiye couldn't help but smile internally. The essence of temptation lay in the allure of the unattainable, and what was out of reach often sparked more desire than what was readily available. She couldn't be blamed for her attempts at seduction. Her petite stature and limited strength made it entirely reasonable that she couldn't reach her intended target. Feng Laiye narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing down at the bashful girl nestled in his arms. A 15-year-old girl, exuding a faint fragrance, made his heart stir. He effortlessly lifted her, cradling her in his arms. "It's time for you to sleep," he said in a frosty tone, devoid of emotion. Yet, his icy demeanor only delighted Feng Laiye further. Who would have thought that her seemingly unyielding father could exhibit shyness? As Feng Laiye carried her down the corridor, they unexpectedly encountered Feng Qi, who was emerging with a pitcher of water. The three stood facing one another, two exuding indifference and one beaming with joy. "Sister Feng Qi, tomorrow father will be attending the competition of Sisters Lingyu and Koluo La. You must stay behind to care for poor me," Feng Laiye casually greeted. Feng Qi paused, momentarily taken aback, as he caught a glimpse of the wicked glimmer beneath the girl's radiant smile. A foreboding sense washed over him. Someone was destined to suffer. "Very well," he replied succinctly, recognizing he had no choice. The little girl held the reins of control, and he had no option but to comply. Father, you can rest easy now." Feng Laiye tilted her head back, concealing the mischievous spark in her eyes. Her father's gaze was too sharp. A moment's lapse could unveil her little plots, so caution was paramount. Feng Laiye regarded the girl, who was well received among others, and nodded before striding toward her room. Feng Qi, still clutching the blanket, watched the retreating figure, suddenly losing any desire to drink water. The following morning, when He Lingyu and Koluo La stood in the hall, clad in their fitted riding attire, exuding confidence as they awaited Feng Laiye, they were taken aback to find Feng Laiye instead. The prideful demeanor of the two women instantly diminished, replaced by hopeful glances, eager for a hint of favor. It is said that not only did they vie for the title of countess, but also sought to undermine one another's arrogance by winning Feng Laiye's affection. After all, both were acutely aware that Feng Laiye's strikingly beautiful visage was unmatched within the bloodline. Capturing the heart of the blood realm's most exquisite man would be a significant boost to their self-esteem. However, Feng Laiye merely cast a fleeting glance at them before leading them toward the stables, offering no further acknowledgement. Once they departed, Feng Laiye, who had been quietly observing from the second floor, allowed a radiant smile to grace her lips as she turned to Feng Qi, beckoning him with a playful gesture. "Now, you shall carry me back to my room." Feng Qi, unable to resist the mischievous grin on her face, bent down to lift her. At only 15, and with her slight frame, she was nearly weightless upon his back. The first time he had carried her downstairs, he had been astonished by her lightness, never having imagined a girl could be so delicate. Upon returning to her room, Feng Laiye eagerly rummaged through her backpack, excited to retrieve the treasures she had brought from the human realm. She produced a small vial, a precious item she had acquired from Hanyu and Langsha. Despite its diminutive size, its potential for chaos was astonishing. Feng Qi stood by, observing as she extracted an array of seemingly random items from her tiny backpack, curious about her intentions. Why had she insisted on keeping him around instead of allowing the Count's steward to arrange for proper care if she were incapacitated? After rummaging for quite some time, Feng Laiye turned to face Feng Qi, holding two small spheres in her palm, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. "Sister Feng Qi, the success of this endeavor rests entirely in your hands." Her emphasis on the word sister was laced with playful menace. "Please place these two balls in the wardrobes of Sisters Lingyu and Koluo La, then drip a drop of water on them," she instructed, handing the spheres to him with a bright smile. Had it not been for her desire to communicate with her father without revealing her little schemes, she would have executed the surprise herself. Yet, to effectively divert her father's attention, she had to sacrifice her personal involvement and rely on Feng Qi to orchestrate the surprise. "Were these?" Feng Qi questioned, eyeing the small spheres with a sense of unease, convinced that they could not possibly bode well. "It's a secret," Feng Laiye replied, batting her eyelashes innocently. She warned him to leave the room swiftly after adding water, as she didn't want to be caught in the fallout. After all, everything she did was to help him ascend to the future countess's throne. How noble she was, personally aiding her father in selecting a wife, valiantly choosing the most beautiful and capable one among them. None of the photographs could compare to Feng Chi's beauty, despite him being male. Thus, when stripping away the male privilege in terms of looks, lineage, demeanor, and refinement, Feng Chi surpassed all those foolish women. He merely lacked two qualities, but he had an extra one to make up for it. Trust that her esteemed father would not mind such a trivial flaw. Feng Chi felt a shiver run down her spine as she glanced at the time. Feng Laiye was impatiently urging her to leave. She certainly did not wish for anyone to discover the existence of her contract with her father. As she was unceremoniously kicked out, a golden light appeared on Feng Laiye's hand, revealing the figures of Lingyu and Luo before him. One tall and graceful, the other alluring, each embodying their own charm. Was this the perspective of her father? Feng Laiye lay on the bed, captivated by the golden glow in her hand. Observing the two women, who resembled peacocks displaying their plumage, she grew increasingly eager to witness their reactions upon returning to the surprise she had prepared for them. The contest between Lingyu and Luo persisted for an entire afternoon, leaving Feng Laiye's stomach growling with hunger. Finally, she saw the two of them dismounting from their horses, drenched in sweat, as the light dissipated. These two sisters were truly tiresome. After competing all morning, they had reached a stalemate. Indeed, the absence of her presence rendered the situation rather dull. Her father had remained silent the entire morning, causing her to yawn repeatedly. Unable to resist stretching, she covered her little rumbling belly and reclined on the large bed. She found herself missing her little white companion, who had mysteriously vanished. She wondered if Grandpa, Husi, had helped find it. With it around, she could at least amuse herself by tormenting it, as its bashful appearance lingered in her mind. "Sister Feng Chi, I am starving," Feng Laiye called out, lying on the bed. Feng Chi, who had been lingering outside the door without entering, sighed and pushed the door open. She was unsure what the little girl was up to, having instructed him not to enter until she called for him. As Feng Chi led Feng Laiye downstairs, Feng Laiye, with a look of defiance, had just returned alongside Lingyu and Luo. Feng Laiye shamelessly reached out for a hug from her brother, swiftly diverting attention. After a morning of vigorous competition, the two were quickly rushing to wash up and change clothes. Feng Laiye gazed at the pair dashing upstairs, her little face beaming with delight, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Feng Laiye quickly sensed the flicker of cunning in her gaze and whispered, "Little Xie, what have you done?" He had a premonition that this mischievous little girl would not remain obediently in her room without orchestrating some extraordinary mischief. "I didn't do anything," she replied. "I spent the whole morning watching the live broadcast in my room. Sister Feng Chi can vouch for me." She insisted she had indeed remained in her room. Yet she cleverly omitted mentioning that she had not instructed anyone else to assist her. Having said this, Feng Laiye tossed the question to Feng Chi, her playful gaze charmingly disarming. However, Feng Chi understood the subtle cunning hidden beneath that adorable facade. Just then, a horrifying scream erupted from upstairs, piercing through the air. Feng Laiye immediately cast a suspicious glance at the little one in her arms. Feng Laiye, with a knowing grin, covered her ears and widened her eyes, eager to see which of the unfortunate souls would be the first to fall victim. Suddenly, Lingyu rushed down the stairs in a flurry. Wrapped in a white towel, her wet hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders. One hand clutched her towel while the other frantically patted herself down. In her clumsiness, she slipped and tumbled down the stairs, landing unceremoniously at Feng Laiye's feet. "Are you all right, Sister Lingyu?" Feng Laiye peered down, concerned that her little surprise might have overwhelmed her, leading to her unfortunate fall. Just then, another scream echoed through the air, anticipating the chaos. Feng Laiye raised her head to see Luo, half-dressed, one hand clutching her bra and the other holding her clothing, racing down the stairs. Fortunately, she managed to avoid falling like Lingyu. However, as she rushed down, she accidentally stepped on the still motionless Lingyu, causing her to spring up in a startled manner. Oddly enough, instead of rushing to confront Luo, Lingyu appeared alarmed, frantically scratching at her own body. Feng Chi observed the unfolding scene, noting that the little girl nestled in his arms wore a look of innocent curiosity, her large eyes brimming with amusement. If he was not mistaken, the peculiar reactions of Lingyu and Luo were triggered by the two strange little spheres Feng Laiye had given him. Feng Laiye frowned, casting a cold glance at the duo, before stepping back a few paces and calling out, "Husi." "Yes, Xi snapped back to attention. Fetch the lice treatment. Feng Laiye squinted at the two distressed women and then turned his stern gaze to the seemingly innocent Feng Laiye in his arms. She flashed a mischievous grin, fully confident that her father would not scold her. Soon, Xi returned with 2 buckets of water, and with Feng Laiye's permission, doused the 2 hapless women. In an instant, the irritation and itchiness on their bodies vanished, leaving them utterly defeated as they collapsed into the water. Take them back to their rooms, Feng Laiye commanded, then turned to the little one, feigning innocence in his arms. You come with me. But I don't want to go with you. Feng Laiye pouted, realizing her father had no intention of letting the matter rest. She would do well to consider her own well-being and behave herself. Little Xie, don't you think you should explain the situation to me? He tossed her onto the bed and leaned over, pinning her down before she could sit up. Please, father, let me explain. Feng Laiye curled up her little body, fully aware of the importance of being diplomatic in this moment, remaining still and adopting a posture of honest confession. I merely released a few cute little lice into their wardrobe, she said, poking her fingers together shyly. Besides, aren't lice and vampires distant relatives? I thought they would get along splendidly. Both are blood-sucking creatures, just differing in size. The fundamental principle is the same, isn't it? Did I say something wrong? She wondered, noticing her father's face darkening. Who said lice and vampires are related? Feng Laiye narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to tap the little girl's head to see what was going on inside. The audacity of equating the noble bloodline with mere parasites gave him a perfect reason to throttle her. Isn't it all about blood-sucking? She retorted, adding that she hadn't mentioned blood-sucking bats, as she found their appearance unappealing. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind adopting a couple to enhance her relationship with her father. Taking a deep breath, Feng Laiye gazed at Feng Laiye with a sardonic smile. She was undoubtedly a challenge to his patience. Do not allow lice within the bloodline, or else. Feng Laiye leaned closer, whispering a warning in her ear. He could tolerate her antics, but introducing lice into the vampire domain had violated their laws. For vampires, these parasitic creatures posed significant harm, being among the few things they truly feared. The audacious young girl, oblivious to the consequences, dared to act recklessly, truly embodying the fearless spirit of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. If the elders of the Blood Clan were to discover her misdeeds, the repercussions would be dire. Yet, she reassured him that she would refrain from such actions in the future. The seriousness in her father's tone suggested the gravity of the situation. It was wise for her to conform to his wishes. After all, she was acutely aware of his indulgence towards her, as he had consistently turned a blind eye to her minor infractions. This time, however, he had issued a warning, indicating that the matter was far more complex than she had presumed. With a single hand, he lifted her delicately pointed chin, expressing his skepticism. Her mischievous nature often led her to engage in unexpected antics. She vowed never to bring lice into the Blood Clan again, raising a hand to solemnly assure him. However, she secretly added a caveat in her heart. Under normal circumstances, if an extraordinary situation arose, she could not guarantee her compliance, especially since she had painstakingly gathered the lice with Han Yu and Long Sha, and she did not wish for her efforts to go to waste. Feng Laiye nodded, though he did not entirely believe her words. He resolved to keep a closer watch on her antics to prevent her from unwittingly stirring up trouble. He fully believed in her potential for chaos. Father, since I have been so obedient, could you perhaps reward me? Observing the improvement in his demeanor, Feng Laiye seized the opportunity. What reward? Feng Laiye intuited. She began, lowering her gaze, her long lashes concealing the mischief in her eyes. Just as Feng Laiye awaited her response, Feng Laiye suddenly reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft lips pressing against his sensuous ones. He jolted in surprise, attempting to push her away, but she had already ensnared his neck, making it difficult to rise. My lord, the Count. Huss abruptly entered, stunned into silence by the scene before him. Feng Laiye opened his mouth to angrily command Huss to leave, only to remember that his lips were still intimately pressed against the alluring lips of Xiaoxia. Taking advantage of his slightly parted lips, Feng Laiye shyly slipped her delicate tongue between them. This bold kiss, her first, was marked by a certain awkwardness. Her tongue, soft and fragrant, danced hesitantly against his pristine teeth. Feng Laiye gasped, wishing to retreat, yet her soft tongue grazed against his sharp canines, an intimate territory reserved for beloved companions. Such gentle contact with a blood clan member's teeth could incite overwhelming excitement. Unintentionally, Xiaoxia's innocent advance triggered Feng Laiye's sensitive spot. In a fleeting moment, he lost his awareness and cradled her face, kissing her back, their tongues entwining in a sensual embrace. Huss quietly closed the door. The mischief of Feng Laiye had truly caused Black Feathers and Crawler to suffer greatly, leaving them bedridden for 2 days before they could barely rise. Their pale faces were a fright to behold. Had it not been for Count Feng Laiye announcing an important matter today, they would have adamantly refused to leave their beds. With the assistance of servants, they descended the staircase. The 3 brides-to-be, including the protagonist Feng Laiye and Feng Laiye, settled onto the sofa. After savoring the last piece of cake, Feng Laiye licked her lips in satisfaction and turned her gaze towards the 3 brides with varied expressions. I have summoned you 3 sisters today to announce a matter of great significance regarding the final selection of the bride, which has now been confirmed. I, in place of my father, shall declare the chosen one. With a radiant smile directed at her father, she cleared her throat and began. Crawler, congratulations. Feng Laiye addressed the eagerly awaiting Crawler first. Upon hearing her name, Crawler was overwhelmed with excitement, hastily rising to her feet, her weary face slowly lighting up with joy. You may reclaim your single status. The instant those words left Feng Laiye's lips, Crawler's initial joy turned to disbelief. Her expression frozen in shock. Why is Crawler so excited? Did she foresee her return home? Feng Laiye chuckled, patting Crawler's rigid form before turning to Feng Qi. Feng Qi, congratulations. Feng Qi lifted her gaze, seemingly interpreting the same words directed towards her. Could it mean she too was free to leave? Upon hearing Feng Qi's name, Black Feather's face broke into a wide smile, though she struggled to maintain her poise and grace, her expression betraying her inner turmoil. You will become my father's prospective bride, and soon ascend to the position of stepmother. Feng Laiye's smile was particularly radiant. Even though Feng Qi had mentally prepared for the potential deception, the term stepmother still made her twitch in discomfort. She was certain Feng Laiye had said that intentionally. Meanwhile, Black Feather's face had completely stiffened, utterly shocked by the turn of events. Father, is this acceptable? Ignoring the murderous glare from Black Feathers, Feng Laiye turned to her father, who appeared indifferent. Where could one find a figure like her father, so unconcerned about his own bride, allowing his adoptive daughter to make the selection? Since her father had such unwavering trust in her judgment, should any dissatisfaction arise later, she could not be held accountable, as she had sought his approval. Feng Laiye nodded slightly. Among the trio, Feng Qi had the highest standing within the blood clan, but such distinctions held no weight for him. He merely sought a pure blood vampire of the opposite sex, indifferent to their identity or character, for ultimately, the outcome would be the same, regardless of who it was. As for Black Feathers and Crawler, I shall arrange for someone to assist you with your belongings, allowing you to return home before nightfall. She was considerate, aware of her sister's longing for home, kindly offering to facilitate their early departure for a reunion with their families. There was no need for excessive gratitude, as she had always been understanding. Crawler's face had turned ashen, while Black Feathers appeared green with rage, glaring fiercely at the ever-smiling Feng Laiye. I don't want anything. I'm leaving now. She could no longer endure the implied dismissal from the young girl, especially with the infested belongings that were utterly unacceptable. Even in the face of her last shred of dignity, Black Feathers refused to appear flustered. Very well, Huss shall prepare a carriage for Sister Lingyu to escort her home. Feng Laiye seemed unbothered, even welcoming her early exit, though the infested clothing would need to be disposed of. With a huff, Black Feathers stormed off, while Crawler quietly retreated to her room, leaving only Xiaoxia, her father, and Feng Qi in the vast living room. Father, if you're engaged, shouldn't you propose? Feng Laiye inquired curiously, blinking her large eyes, only to be met with 2 frosty glares. Did I say something wrong? Why did their expressions seem so cold? Is it too hot out today? In the carriage, Black Feathers clenched her fists tightly, her narrowed eyes glinting with malice. The following morning, Feng Laiye and Feng Qi made their way to the royal palace to inform the Blood Lord of their decision. Feng Laiye lazily stretched her arms. Father and Feng Qi were unaware of the outcome. It was akin to an engagement proposal, yet they had glared at her yesterday, merely for using a more commonplace term. She was human, after all, and somewhat ordinary in her expressions. Lost in thought, a sudden cacophony erupted from downstairs, piquing Feng Laiye's curiosity. She sprang from her room and bounded towards the staircase. A petite figure clad in a pink princess gown, adorned with a Barbie-like curly hairstyle and a butterfly bow, appeared in the hall, prompting one to question whether a real-life doll stood before them. However, behind this doll trailed a rather peculiar gentleman dressed in a tailcoat, reminiscent of an old British noble. What was this? A cosplay? A princess and her attendant? Feng Laiye couldn't help but grin in fascination. Suddenly, the doll-like girl sensed something, lifting her head slowly to meet Feng Laiye's amber gaze. "Who are you?" came the stern and haughty voice of the child. Who is she? Feng Laiye blinked in surprise at the elegant yet youthful inquiry. Sharing the same question, where had this diminutive girl come from? "Why are you in my fiancé's home?" the doll demanded possessively before Feng Laiye could respond. "Fiancé?" Feng Laiye's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the petite Lolita. Someone please explain this unfolding drama to her. Inside the palace, upon hearing Feng Laiye's decision, the Blood Lord chuckled softly. Observing the identical expressions of two individuals before him, his cherished daughter and the indispensable Feng Laiye, he laughed heartily. "Feng Laiye, I would very much like to accommodate your request, but..." "Why not?" Feng Laiye asked coldly, devoid of indignation or excitement, merely a pure inquiry. "You cannot marry Feng Qi." The Blood Lord gestured to Feng Qi, who dutifully approached and stood respectfully beside him. "Father, Feng Qi, do you wish to marry Feng Laiye?" the Blood Lord inquired, gazing at his exemplary daughter, a source of pride, a woman of unparalleled excellence within the Blood clan. "I shall abide by father's arrangements," Feng Qi replied dutifully, her gaze gently lowered. "Feng Laiye, you are an irreplaceable member of my clan, and Feng Qi is my most beloved daughter. Originally, I had hoped for your union, yet." The Blood Lord paused, rising to stand beside Feng Laiye. "Yesterday, we received word from the Western Blood clan. Today, your true fiancée, the princess of the Western Blood Lord, will soon arrive." This unexpected turn of events left the elders perplexed, as they had confidently speculated that the Western Blood Lord would be displeased with the envoy's description and would never send his precious daughter to wed into the Eastern Blood clan. Yet, plans often falter amidst change. "Initially, I worried about how to persuade you to break your engagement should you choose another maiden, but..." The Blood Lord looked towards Feng Qi and continued, "Since she is my daughter, there is no need for concern." Feng Laiye's gaze chilled, a smirk emerging with a hint of disdain. "Oh, the princess of the Western Blood Lord, is it? To knowingly send your daughter to her demise. What a noble father indeed. Feng Laiye, you know this union is crucial for both our clans, thus." The Blood Lord chuckled lightly. Had it not been so, he would have preferred Feng Qi and Feng Laiye as a pair, which was the very reason he permitted Feng Laiye to select a pure-blood bride from the clan. He had confidence that his daughter was the finest among all female vampires. However, those sentiments were now irrelevant. "Rest assured, I am unfazed." With an elegant bow, Feng Laiye narrowed his eyes, speaking nonchalantly. He had declared that regardless of the adversary, the outcome would be the same. Death would ultimately arrive. Chapter 43. Tormenting affection. Before I respond to your inquiry, might I request you to tell me, who are you? Feng Laiye smirked, tilting her chin and looking down with an air of superiority at the doll standing in the hall. "I am the princess of the Western Blood clan, Mo. I am also the fiancée of Count Feng Laiye," Mo declared, her head held high, speaking with considerable arrogance. "State your identity. Why are you in my fiancé's home?" Feng Laiye arched an eyebrow, realizing this was the master of the envoy who had incited her wrath. Hadn't he, her father, already become engaged to Feng Qi? How was it that a little girl had appeared out of nowhere? Moreover, didn't she find her age rather inappropriate? If she stood before her father, she might appear more like his daughter than herself. A sudden idea sparked within her, and her expression transformed from haughty to sweetly charming. Having never faced a challenger of such tender years, perhaps a trial would yield a different flavor. "Ah, so you're the princess. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Feng Laiye, the adopted daughter of Count Feng Laiye, and thus your future stepdaughter." Feng Laiye beamed radiantly, completely unaware of any impropriety. However, as her words settled, Mo, standing downstairs, staggered back, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, followed by a piercing scream. "Ah!" Feng Laiye licked her lips, relishing the prelude to the unfolding drama. who would willingly accept that their fiancé's daughter was 5 years their senior, especially considering the latter appeared to be merely a 10-year-old princess. Li Mo's scream drew her accompanying servant's anxious attention, who hurried to comfort her. Yet, the little princess, her heart shattered, ignored their words, covering her ears and wailing, determined to shatter the glass with her cries. The servants, helpless, exchanged glances, and one hastily departed, returning with an iron cage in hand. Upon sighting the cage, Li Mo's screams finally ceased, while Feng Laiye erupted in a joyful exclamation. The little white creature imprisoned within the cage heard Feng Laiye's voice and squeaked excitedly, leaping towards the iron bars, only to be struck by the barrier, leaving a dark mark upon its pristine fur. The little white creature cried out in pain. "One must consider the master. How dare you mistreat my pet?" Witnessing her beloved treasure being tormented, Feng Laiye's fury ignited. Li Mo, seemingly oblivious to the anger flashing in Feng Laiye's eyes, commanded her servants, "Quickly bring my little darling." At that moment, the little white creature, having spotted Feng Laiye, became increasingly agitated, colliding against the barrier, which repeatedly sent electric shocks coursing through its body. Fearing for the esteemed princess's safety, a servant extracted a slender black metal rod from his pocket, thrusting it through the bars towards the already battered little white creature. The metallic rod, evidently more potent than the cage's barrier, made contact, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry from the creature as it was flung against the top of the cage, only to be struck back down by the electric current, lying motionless within. Very well, Feng Laiye seethed, witnessing her cherished pet reduced to a mere shadow of itself, a sardonic smile creeping across her lips as she spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. With a low command, the bracelet in her hand emitted a radiant glow, and a whip of lightning swiftly lashed out towards the servant who had tormented her beloved pet. The servant, taken aback by the seemingly inconspicuous girl's ability to strike, instinctively swung the metal rod in a futile attempt to defend himself. The electric whip struck the metal rod with tremendous force, melting it into scrap iron in an instant. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of the strike, the servant reflexively released the rod, fearing he would otherwise become a smoking carcass. However, Feng Laiye was no mere saint. Driven by a philosophy of vengeance, she flicked her wrist, straightening the previously serpentine whip. Before the servant could react, the whip jabbed forcefully into his abdomen, resulting in a scene reminiscent of what had transpired with Xiaobai. But this time, the protagonist was the princess's servant. A piercing scream escaped the servant's lips as he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the marble floor with a deafening thud, causing cracks to spiderweb across the once pristine surface. As the servant was hurled away, Feng Laiye deftly reeled in the trembling Xiaobai, not wishing for her beloved pet to experience the same airborne fate. Observing the servant sprawled awkwardly on the floor, she playfully stuck out her tongue. What an ugly position. Yet considering all that he had done to her precious Xiaobai, she had been rather lenient. Otherwise, he would have surely been reduced to a mere pulp to nourish the flowers in her garden. "Oh, my little darling." Li Mo gasped in horror as she witnessed her servant being flung away, struck dumb by the sight. Upon seeing Xiaobai in Feng Laiye's grasp, she could not contain her shriek. "Yours? I beg your pardon, future stepmother. It is my pet." Feng Laiye retorted with a mocking smile, brandishing the whip that shattered the iron cage, cradling the quivering Xiaobai with a heart full of compassion. "My dear Xiaobai, you have suffered." Fury coursed through her veins. How could someone be so cruel to such an adorable creature? She cursed the scoundrel to be reincarnated as a tortoise. No, a toad would be more fitting. With an almost instinctual response, Xiaobai nuzzled against Feng Laiye's palm, emitting a cooing sound that resembled a plea for affection. Having never seen the stubborn creature display such docility, Li Mo felt a pang of jealousy, her lips pressed together in a near-crying visage. The surrounding servants hastily interjected. "Your Highness, do not fret. We shall retrieve it at once. Is it customary for you Western bloodline folk to lack manners? Just because you desire something, does it give you the right to seize it?" Feng Laiye scoffed at the sycophants below, her mood darkening. Her pet was not to be trifled with. The audacity of those below, who dared to attempt to snatch, was beyond belief. "How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner?" One man scowled, pointing out Feng Laiye's disrespect. "Dade, am I the one being bold, or is it you?" Feng Laiye shot back, her glare fierce. Do you not understand? Your princess is to wed my father, making me her daughter. How dare you speak to me this way? Where's your sense of hierarchy? Her assertive words rendered the man speechless. Though her demeanor was haughty and her tone combative, her assertions held undeniable truth. Once the princess married Count Feng Laiye, Feng Laiye would indeed be regarded as the princess's daughter. Yet, the juxtaposition of a 10-year-old princess and a 15-year-old girl left the man in a state of perplexity. Your Highness, if you adore Bai, I welcome you to befriend it. However, I cannot abide by its mistreatment. Her temper was generally amicable, yet she would not tolerate any harm towards her beloved pet. She was fiercely protective, and any injury inflicted upon it would incite her retaliation. I did not. Liamo protested. I simply wished to keep it as my pet. It was uncooperative and refused my touch, which is why I had it confined. Heaven knew how many servants she had lost in her quest to capture it. After finally succeeding, it still ignored her, delivering a blow to her usually proud self-esteem. Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, observing the pride and uncertainty etched on the young girl's innocent face, and a smile crept into her heart. How amusing it was to find herself engaging seriously with this little princess. It contradicted her principles. Perhaps witnessing Bai's plight had rekindled her long-buried anger, but continuing the game would render it tedious. She decided to end it here. Time was on her side, and she would gradually teach this willful princess the meaning of respect. Grandfather Hughesy, please escort the princess and her servants to rest. We shall discuss everything upon my father's return. Uncertain of the developments, she believed her father owed her a satisfactory explanation, or else her recent efforts to help him select a bride would be in vain. Hughesy, standing below, nodded, surprised by Feng Laiye's demeanor, strikingly different from her usual playful self, and he sensed a flicker of anger beneath her charming visage. Cradling Bai, Feng Laiye returned to her room, a radiant smile lighting her face. No one would dare to steal her father away from her. Upon returning home alone, Feng Laiye learned from Hughesy that the princess from the western bloodline had arrived and had clashed with Xie. A frown creased his brow as he issued a few commands and headed towards Feng Laiye's chamber. Entering, he found her angelic visage as she slept on the floor, curled up with a small white figure peeking from her embrace, its watery eyes meeting his violet ones. With a gentle smile, Feng Laiye lowered himself to lift Feng Laiye into his arms. Even his soft touch roused her from slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She gazed up at his handsome face. Father, is polygamy permitted in the vampire society? No, aside from the Bloodlord, who may have one primary wife and one secondary wife. All other members are limited to one spouse. A new marriage is only permissible if the current wife dies or is unable to bear children, he explained in a calm tone. Then why are you engaged to two princesses? Xie inquired, her large eyes blinking in confusion as she held up two fingers. Although the notion of two wives was enviable, one masquerading as a man and the other being utterly ridiculous made her question whether her father was exceptionally fortunate or merely unlucky to have such peculiar prospects. There is only one. I'm not engaged to Feng Qi. The suddenness of the situation caught him off guard. Sister Feng Qi must be heartbroken now, he mused, picturing her likely celebrating her newfound freedom at home. Did you come to blows with Liamo? Feng Laiye was less concerned about Feng Qi and more worried about this reckless little girl and whether she had clashed with the princess. After all, she was merely human, and though the opposing party was only a 10-year-old vampire, they possessed considerable strength, especially since Hughesy had reported that they were accompanied by numerous subordinates. I merely greeted her and took back what rightfully belonged to me. She was well behaved, understanding that she should not bully the smaller ones. At most, she would merely incapacitate the one holding the cage. Daddy, may I keep it? Feng Laiye asked, pointing at the little white creature standing on the ground, her voice laced with pity. Feng Laiye glanced at it and nodded. Daddy, I want to shout array, but I cannot bring myself to do so. You are, after all, a lowly lover. Feng Laiye potet, poking Feng Laiye's test. 10 years old. A 10-year-old girl is no different from a child. Has Daddy become so fond of raising daughters that he wishes to have another? A line of frustration crossed Feng Laiye's forehead. He felt utterly helpless at her choice of words. I will wait for her to grow up. Time held no real significance for him. A decade felt akin to a mere 10 days. He had lived for so long that he had forgotten how many decades he had already traversed. I dislike your words. A pang of bitterness surged within her. She refused to admit to feeling jealous, merely a tad unbalanced. I certainly do not wish to call a girl 5 years my junior mummy. In the human realm, such a thing would surely incite laughter, becoming a sensational tale in the news. A 20-year-old father, a 10-year-old mother, and a 15-year-old daughter. She believed that if her father desired, he could easily father 17 or 18 daughters of the same age. Do not overthink. Rest well. A tender kiss graced her forehead, as if imbued with magic, drawing a profound drowsiness over Feng Laiye's mind, and moments later, she succumbed to deep slumber. Gently, he laid her on the bed, unveiling the bandage around her ankle. With a slowly healing wound still revealed fresh, tender flesh. Heal it, Feng Laiye commanded coldly to the little white creature standing nearby. The once adorable creature suddenly leapt onto the bed, lowering its head to lick the wound on her foot with its soft, damp tongue. When Feng Laiye awoke again, she was astonished to find that her ankle wound had miraculously healed. Immediately, she recalled the little white creature's extraordinary healing abilities and scooped up the sleeping creature, twirling joyfully. Heaven knows how much her limited mobility had dampened her enjoyment, and how many opportunities she had lost to fully express herself. However, the drowsy little white creature, upon being spun around, found its head spinning, and even after Feng Laiye stopped, it continued to circle in place, cradling the disoriented little white creature. Feng Laiye bounded down the stairs, only to find Mo sitting elegantly on the sofa, sipping tea, surrounded by a line of servants, presenting a picture of a wealthy young lady. Those unaware might have thought she was filming a movie. Ignoring the scene, Feng Laiye sat down, cradling the little white creature in affection, while the creature shyly nestled against her, extending its soft tongue to lick her fingers. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet dark clouds loomed nearby. Watching the pair enjoy themselves, a wave of acidity rose in Mo's stomach. Her facade of calm and indifference began to falter as she subtly inched closer to Feng Laiye. Just a little closer, she wished to sneak a touch, just one. Ah, Grandpa Hu Si, do you know if there's anything the little white creature can eat? Feng Laiye caught sight of the little princess's covert movements just as she was about to reach out for the little white creature, prompting her to stand and inquire coincidentally. The little princess's face instantly fell. Hu Si, suppressing a laugh, glanced at the little white creature in Feng Laiye's embrace, his eyes filled with complexity. I believe it can eat ordinary food. Initially, he had not intended to assist the young lady in finding food, but had inadvertently been led into it by Princess Mo. Then please prepare something for me, she requested. As she scratched the little white creature's chin, it emitted a contented purr, so adorable that Mo, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but salivate in envy. When Hu Si brought fresh steak to the table, Feng Laiye placed the little white creature atop it, watching as it began to eat. However, the little creature appeared hesitant, glancing between Feng Laiye and the steak, its large eyes darting between its paws, shooting Hu Si a disapproving glance. Little white creature, you do not expect me to feed you, do you? Observing the little one's reluctance to dig in, she instinctively poked its soft little bottom with her finger. Ow, that feels quite nice. To her surprise, the little creature plopped down on the table, gazing back at her with a look of profound grievance. Could she interpret its expression as a blend of longing and expectation? The more Feng Laiye pondered, the more she found the little white creature fascinating. She decided to take matters into her own hands, tearing the steak into small pieces and offering them to the little creature. This time, it eagerly opened its mouth, devouring the food with gusto, resembling a famished refugee, its endearing manner of eating bringing immense joy to Feng Laiye. The servants behind her, standing tall and straight, discreetly watched their elegant and proud princess, who was gazing at the scene of Feng Laiye feeding the little creature with an expression of insatiable desire. If they weren't mistaken, the princess was inching closer to the table, her lips glistening with a hint of moisture. They swore they had no idea that it was saliva. Hey, eating steak is sufficient. You need not nibble on my fingers anymore. Feng Laiye squinted, warning the little creature that persistently gnawed at her fingers, as if it had become overly ravenous, mistaking her fingers for a sausage. Fortunately, the little one retained some sense, merely giving gentle nibbles without breaking the skin. The little creature lifted its round head, peering at Feng Laiye with its large, watery eyes, pretending to be upset. Its adorable demeanor nearly caused Feng Laiye to lose her composure. No, this little creature is far too charming. A somewhat stiff, timid voice emerged from behind Feng Laiye. She turned to see her future stepmother, Princess Mo, regarding her with suspicion. I really like it. As a princess, am I not allowed to feed it? Taking a deep breath, Mo straightened her back, attempting to sound authoritative, though her gaze timidly avoided Feng Laiye's. She understood that her leniency towards her subordinates yesterday had displeased Feng Laiye. Yet, no one had ever dared to defy her when she discovered the adorable creature. It had ignored her entirely, leaving her no choice but to capture it by force. However, witnessing Feng Laiye's harmonious interaction with it stirred an inexplicable bitterness within her. Oh, it seems I detect a strong scent of jealousy. Feng Laiye observed the awkward little princess, a wicked smile blooming within her. It seemed that her charming little white companion had captivated even the princess, inciting envy. How delightful! Little white creature, she wishes to feed you too. Poking the little creature's plump cheeks, Feng Laiye relinquished control. As it enjoyed its meal, it nestled beside Feng Laiye, its fearful eyes darting towards the eagerly expectant Mo. Trembling slightly. Was it choking from overeating or frightened? Feng Laiye raised an eyebrow, watching the remarkably perceptive little white creature. Though Mo was spoiled, she was not foolish. Observing the little creature's actions, her heart felt a heavy blow, her small face contorted with distress, her large eyes rimmed with red. She could not possibly be thinking. Before Feng Laiye could finish his guess, he noticed large teardrops sliding down Mo's cheeks. What astonished him even more was that this willful little princess did not cry out loud like other little girls. Instead, she stubbornly widened her eyes and bit her lip, suppressing her sobs. As a result, her silent tears went unnoticed by the row of servants behind her. Look, you made her cry. Feng Laiye playfully nudged the small white creature in his palm, acknowledging that it was a male, and it was indeed inappropriate to make a little girl cry. If the little princess had cried out, he would have been more than willing to discipline the spoiled little brat, but instead, she unexpectedly revealed a resilient side. This involuntarily shifted Feng Laiye's perception of the little princess. Chirp! The small white creature protested as it swallowed its food, glancing at Mo before turning its back on her again. You're so petty, for a male. Feng Laiye chuckled, amused that the little creature could hold grudges. He then flipped the small white creature onto its back, exposing its smooth belly and chirp, chirp. In a flash, the small white creature sprang up, waving its front paws in protest. Its fluffy cheeks puffed up, clearly indicating its annoyance at Feng Laiye for invading its privacy. It was not as if he had never seen it before. Why be so petty? With a gentle flick of his slender fingers, he sent the protesting creature rolling backward, causing it to crash into a plate behind it, landing in a rather undignified manner. PFF. The tearful Mo could not help but be amused by the comical scene before her, her lips finally curving into a smile, albeit a rather awkward one with tears still lingering on her face. All right, little beauty, crying is not a good look. It will make you ugly. Feng Laiye gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, displaying the grace of an adult who does not hold grudges against children. It seemed that this little princess had developed her willfulness from a young age, yet appeared her nature was not entirely bad. At least better than the other two brides his father was considering. I won't become ugly, Mo insisted, rubbing away her tears with a serious expression. With her large eyes blinking, Feng Laiye felt an urge to burst into laughter. Indeed, women are creatures who cherish their beauty, regardless of age or race. Their innate desire for beauty remains unchanged. Here, you feed it. Feng Laiye tore off a piece of beef and handed it to Mo, encouraging her. Is it really okay? Die Montag blinked, unsatine. Feng Laiye nodded, then shot a glance at the small white creature lying on the table, pretending to be dead. Reluctantly, it climbed up, moving at a pace akin to a tortoise, and opened its mouth in readiness. As Mo offered the beef to the small white creature and watched it swallow, Feng Laiye distinctly noticed the sparkle of innocence and joy in her eyes. Tempting the little girl, step 1. Successful. With Feng Laiye's clever mind, she knew how to handle matters uniquely, and after all, she was merely a little girl. She had plenty of ways to lead her into her trap. Abuse? Kicking her away? Oh no, did one not know that children are the most malleable? With sufficient capability, she believed that under her subtle influence, the adorable little princess Mo would become her second ally after Feng Qi. After that, whatever she desired would be at her disposal. An evil smile blossomed on Feng Laiye's lips, but regrettably, Mo, who was focused on the small white creature, failed to notice. At this moment, Mo's impression of Feng Laiye had unconsciously elevated. Upon arriving in the territory of the blood clan, Feng Laiye, hindered by her foot injury, had not yet ventured into the streets of the blood clan. Now that her wound had finally healed, she eagerly insisted on Feng Laiye taking her to explore the streets. As Feng Laiye's legitimate fiancé, Mo was captivated the first time she laid eyes on Feng Laiye. His strikingly handsome face had left her in awe. However, perhaps due to the nature of children, Feng Laiye's inherent coldness and chill made her hesitant to approach him. Instead, she preferred to spend more time clinging to Feng Laiye, so she could see the small white creature that was always by Feng Laiye's side. Thus, when Feng Laiye was preparing to go out with Feng Laiye, she handed the small white creature to Mo, perfectly aligning with Mo's wishes while allowing her to enjoy some quality time with her father. However, the image of the small white creature's woeful eyes floated in Feng Laiye's mind, prompting her to chuckle. Hearing Feng Laiye's laughter, Feng Laiye looked up from the carriage at the contemplative little girl. Upon seeing Feng Laiye shake her head, he returned his gaze to the documents in his hands, though he could not help but worry about the lingering poison within her. The small white creature had only healed her surface wounds. The powder had long since permeated her entire bloodstream. "Father, how much longer until we reach the market?" Mo curiously poked her head out of the carriage window, gazing at the passing streets, reminiscent of ancient British architecture. Had she not known her whereabouts, she might have believed she had traversed time and returned to the past. "Come here." He reached out to pull the curious little girl back inside the carriage, cradling her to keep her from moving about. The scent of humanity still clung to her, and vampires are highly sensitive to the scent of humans. Even a gust of wind through her hair could carry her blood's sweetness to every vampire in the city, inciting their frenzy. I'm so excited." Nestled in her father's embrace, Feng Laiye behaved like a little kitten, her small face pressed against his chest, though she could not hear the sound of a heartbeat. A vampire's body, upon reaching adulthood, would cease to live, existing instead in a state of agelessness, their appearance unchanged for millennia, embodying what people often referred to as eternal life. However, they no longer breathed, nor did they have a heartbeat, their skin devoid of warmth, cold as that of a corpse. "Wait, you must stick close to me." He grasped her tiny hand, a gentle warmth radiating from his palm to his chest, a sensation he had not felt in ages, so long that he had forgotten the very existence of warmth. "Why?" Feng Laiye blinked curiously. In the bustling market, if she were to gaze around in wonder, she would certainly struggle to keep up with him, especially as it was her first time. And the allure of the unknown filled her with curiosity. "Unless you want to be their lunch." Leaning closer to her neck, he inhaled the sweet aroma of her vibrant, flowing blood beneath her skin. Her blood was enough to set vampires aflame, and she belonged to him. How ticklish. Giggling, Feng Laiye shrank her neck, looking up at his violet eyes. "Father, you will protect me, right?" She believed that as long as he was present, her safety was assured. "To the best of my ability." He took her hand and gently pressed a kiss upon it, gazing at the blooming smile on the young girl's face. Like a flower ready to blossom. Resting on Feng Laiye's lap, Feng Laiye gently closed her eyes, as he had promised, to the best of his ability. The market was not as bustling as Feng Laiye had imagined. In fact, it could be described as somewhat desolate. It was not that there were few vampires. On the contrary, there were many. However, the market was eerily quiet, with each person's footsteps barely audible, devoid of the sounds of vendors hawking their wares or the bustling noise of crowd. Only the sound of fabric brushing against each other and the clopping of hooves could be heard. Feng Laiye instinctively shrank closer to her father's embrace. She did not like this place. Deep down, she felt an aversion to it. It was too quiet, so quiet that it felt as though she were watching a silent film. Feng Laiye seemed to have anticipated her reaction, wrapping his strong arm around her shoulders, pulling her small form into the folds of his cloak as they stepped into the market. Feng Laiye observed the vampires passing by, their youthful and beautiful faces rarely adorned with smiles, each expression frigid, each visage devoid of vitality, resembling a horde of the undead. "Father." She silently gripped Feng Laiye's garment, gazing up at him with a hint of bewilderment. They were ordinary vampires, their bodies infused with the genes of other races. And the corruptive power of their vampiric lineage was formidable. It would instinctively devour any foreign essence, along with surplus emotions. Were they truly alive? In comparison, she found her father remarkably humane. Existence was merely a transitional phase, and as generations proliferated, the fourth generation of ordinary vampires had come to align their thoughts with those of humans. Yet, why do they remain so? Humans? Had her father never ventured into a bustling marketplace, where elderly women often clashed over mere pennies, unwilling to relent until one lay defeated? Such tranquility was unfathomable. Habits formed by the first 3 generations of ordinary vampires were not easily altered, especially since their longevity allowed multiple generations to coexist within a singular territory, necessitating the preservation of established customs to avoid interference. I shall take you to the square. Noticing her discomfort, Feng Laiye gently steered her away from the throng of the marketplace. However, Feng Laiye, too preoccupied with the vampires around her, stumbled over a protruding stone, her slender form slipping from her father's cloak and exposing her to the open air. A sweet aroma erupted like an atomic explosion, causing the previously aimless vampires to halt in their tracks, all eyes fixated upon Feng Laiye. How delightful! The scent of humanity, blood, fresh blood coursing through her veins. Staring wide-eyed at the vampires rushing towards her, she momentarily forgot to rise, remaining dazed on the ground. How careless! Just as a vampire's hand was about to reach her, Feng Laiye swiftly appeared, effortlessly lifting her from the ground. Blood. We crave blood. The intoxicating sweetness lured them, the scent wafting through the air, inciting a frenzy among the vampires, who yearned for fresh blood, ready to pierce soft flesh with their sharp fangs and savor the sweet nectar within. With a deft push off the ground, Feng Laiye leapt into the air, holding Feng Laiye securely as they hovered above the frenzied throng of vampires, driven mad by the mere hint of blood. Father, gripping Feng Laiye's collar tightly, Feng Laiye gazed down at the vampires, their hands outstretched and their eyes ablaze with a ravenous thirst for blood. Such utter lack of self-restraint. Feng Laiye's tone was cold as frost, his gaze condescending, as if he did not regard them as kin at all. Roars of desperation echoed as the vampires writhed in their desire. Amidst the chaos, several figures darted through the crowd, enveloping the frenzied vampires in a blinding flash of light. Once the agitated vampires collapsed, 5 men clad in blue military garb bowed respectfully before Feng Laiye. We apologize for alarming the esteemed count. It is of no consequence. You may withdraw. Feng Laiye nodded, signaling them to leave. At that moment, Feng Laiye pointed towards the departing officer. Her curiosity piqued as she looked up at Feng Laiye. They are chosen guardians among the pure bloods, maintaining order among the ordinary vampires. They are commendable individuals, Feng Laiye explained as he watched the 5 figures retreat. Children? The term struck Feng Laiye as peculiar. Did her father truly have an obsession with adopting children? Did he regard everyone as a child? Do you wish to explore elsewhere? Feng Laiye inquired, though he sensed her disinterest in further exploring the vampire domain. If I express reluctance, will we have to return? Pouting slightly, she felt torn. She desired to explore further, but dreaded encountering another such incident. She understood that her father's status as a count prevented him from harming his own kind, even amidst a vampire uprising. It was not as if he could treat them as he would feral wolves. I shall take you to the square. Noticing the girl's reluctance, Feng Laiye smiled gently. As expected, a radiant smile soon illuminated Feng Laiye's previously sullen face. Meanwhile, from a carriage lingering at the corner, Haiyanjiu lowered the curtain of the window, her eyes filled with intense animosity. She had merely passed through the area, drawn by the commotion in the marketplace. Upon witnessing the scene, she encountered the face she despised. Feng Laiye. She knew precisely why Feng Qi had become the final candidate, and was all too aware of the pest that had caused her and Keluola such distress. The humiliation and failure she had never experienced before were entirely due to this human girl. Her slender fingers tightened around her fragrant fan, snapping it with a sharp crack. The carriage continued forward, her gaze fixed ahead, yet a sinister light glimmered in her eyes as a nefarious plan began to take shape in her mind. A cold smile blossoming upon her lips. What brings you here? Returning from a date with her admirer, Keluola was met with the sight of her most detested rival, Haiyanjiu, brazenly seated upon her family sofa. Flames of anger surged within her as she demanded, "What are you doing here?" With a cold smile, Haiyanjiu set down her teacup. lifting her gaze to meet her former fiercest adversary, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Me? I am here to propose a collaboration. Keluola erupted into laughter. Ha! Did I hear that correctly? Collaborate with you? Get out of my sight, or I shall have you thrown out. Folding her arms defiantly, Keluola showed no mercy, deeming Hyenjiu's presence as self-inflicted embarrassment. Do not let your temper flare. Do you not seek revenge? Hyenjiu anticipated Keluola's reaction, remaining calm as she approached, whispering so only they could hear, "Are you truly content to be toyed with by that human girl, losing your title as countess and being ridiculed by her?" Keluola's expression stiffened at the insinuation, and Hyenjiu's smile deepened, a sinister glint dancing in her eyes. She would exact 100-fold revenge for the debts owed to her. You mean? Keluola gazed at Hyenjiu in surprise, beginning to grasp her intent, but surveying the servants around them, she cleared her throat and urged, "Let's discuss this in my room." With that, she ascended the stairs, while Hyenjiu followed, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. Once inside the room, Keluola promptly locked the door, fixing her gaze on the relaxed Hyenjiu seated in the chair. "What exactly do you want?" Hyenjiu chuckled softly, crossing her legs as she regarded her. "Let's speak plainly. Keluola, are you willing to remain a pawn in Feng Laiye's game?" Keluola bit her lip, responding with a scoff. "Aren't you? I loathe her, thus. I seek revenge." Hyenjiu made no attempt to conceal her disdain for Feng Laiye, harboring a deep-seated desire to eliminate that insufferable human girl. Recalling the torment she had endured at the Count's estate. "I am but a mere human, unworthy of anything beyond being her sustenance. Yet I dare to endure the unchecked humiliation she imposes upon me, all because of her connection to Count Feng Laiye. This cannot be forgiven. Are you not afraid that Count Feng Laiye will seek retribution?" Clara inquired cautiously. Though impulsive, she was not foolish, despite her numerous grievances against that little girl. She felt compelled to suppress them, due to the Count's esteemed position. Heilun chuckled lightly. "Do not jest. She is merely a human child. Regardless of how favored she may be, she is but a fleeting interest of Count Feng Laiye. One must not forget the limited lifespan of humans. And surely the Count is aware of this. At most, she is treated like a pet, and I do not believe that, given our status, he would react strongly to the treatment of a mere pet. The reason I sought Clara as an ally was twofold: her father's rank and the fact that two highborn ladies would compel Count Feng Laiye to restrain his anger out of respect for her statuses. Furthermore, should any trouble arise, I trust Clara's intellect will enable her to deflect blame onto that empty-headed girl." Clara nodded gently, acknowledging the validity of Heilun Yu's words. Deep down, she harbored significant resentment towards that little girl, and if Heilun Yu's words held true, she would not mind seizing the opportunity for vengeance. Moreover, if retribution were indeed warranted, I would ensure that our involvement remained undisclosed, cleverly coaxing the little girl into revealing herself to us for our revenge. Casting the most enticing bait, Heilun Yu observed the glimmer in Clara's eyes, knowing she had already been swayed. "Feng Laiye, prepare to witness. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your ignorance and folly." Feng Laiye sat by the window, gazing at the slumbering face of Feng Laiye, whose features radiated innocence. He reached out, delicately brushing his fingertips against her soft cheek, warmth transferring from his touch. A soft murmur escaped her lips, as if sensing the intrusion, and she turned away, seeking to escape her father's disruptive hand. "Little Xie, it is time to rise," he said, unable to suppress a smile as he admired her cat-like charm. "Ugh," she groaned, reluctantly opening her eyes to find her father's handsome visage before her. "Good morning, Daddy," she exclaimed, rubbing the lingering sleep from her eyes and flashing an angelic smile. After a tiring day at the square, she had collapsed into slumber upon returning, unaware of how swiftly time had passed until dawn broke. "I have received a summons from the Blood Lord and must go to the palace this morning. I cannot accompany you to Blood Lake as planned." The disappointment of having to cancel their outing weighed heavily on him. Feng Laiye potet visibly displaced. Feng Laiye zuchlet, patting her head. "I shall make it up to you." With a sly smile, she bit her lip and softly replied, "But I wanted a kiss." Not one to be easily dismissed, Feng Laiye raised an eyebrow, already sensing her intentions. She instinctively closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and clung tightly to his collar, displaying a willfulness that suggested she would not release him without a kiss. With a resigned sigh, Feng Laiye leaned down, pressing his lips gently against her cheek before attempting to rise and leave. Father, that is not fair. I wanted a real kiss. Feng Laiye protested loudly, her discontent evident as she waved a placard of dissent. As he gazed into her sparkling eyes and luscious lips, Feng Laiye could not help but recall a previous enchanting moment, and in an impulsive act, he leaned in to kiss her lips. The cold, seductive touch of his mouth met her fiery warmth, igniting an unexpected passion within them both. Feng Laiye softly moaned, her tongue eagerly dancing with his, as she surrendered herself to the sweetness of the kiss. The boundaries between them blurred as they succumbed to the intoxicating embrace, her hands caressing his strong chest while his fingers explored the softness of her form. Just as Feng Laiye's hand was about to venture further, a knock at the door startled him, breaking the spell. He quickly untangled himself from her. Feng Laiye gusped, her cheeks flushing crimson as she pulled the covers tightly around herself, feeling exposed and bashful. Master, the time has come. Shall we depart? Called the butler, Husey, from outside. Feng Laiye cleared his throat, his voice slightly awkward. I am leaving now. She murmured softly in response. As Feng Laiye adjusted his slightly disheveled clothing, his eyes lingered on Feng Laiye, wrapped in the covers, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips before he turned towards the door. Flushed with embarrassment, Feng Laiye lay back on the bed, savoring the memory of her father's kiss and embrace. Big sister Xie, a soft voice called from the door, jolting her back to reality. Li Montauk, Feng Laiye exclaimed, quickly sitting up and shaking off her dreamy expression. Little White ran away, Li Mo pouted, her expression a mix of disappointment and concern. Feng Laiye smiled gently. Little White usually slept beside her, taking up little space. But she had entrusted it to Li Mo last night, so it was likely in her room. When did it run away? She asked, nonchalantly beginning to change her clothes, unconcerned about the little creature's disappearance. It was last night, Li Mo replied, her gaze fixated on Feng Laiye as she changed, casting glances at her own modest form. Feng Laiye continued dressing, unfazed, her focus on finding Little White, when suddenly, she spotted two bright eyes staring back at her from beneath the bed. Little White. Feng Laiye glared at the small white creature concealed beneath her bed, beckoning it with her finger and grasping the scruff of its neck to pull it out, placing it before her. When did you return, little rascal? You scare me to death, keeping silent. Did you just witness me change clothes? Does that mean you saw the passionate kiss I shared with Daddy? With narrowed eyes, Feng Laiye cast a dangerous glance at the small white creature, which blinked innocently in her grasp, evoking a sense of sympathy in Li Mo, who stood nearby. Chirp, chirp. The little creature flailed its limbs, emitting a pitiful sound. Feng Laiye pouted and tossed it onto the bed, while she urged the reluctant Li Mo to join her for breakfast, leaving the creature alone in the room for a moment of reflection. After all, it was a male. After a satisfying meal, Feng Laiye let out a contented burp, patting her full belly as she reclined on the sofa. Li Mo, clearly her devoted follower, sat silently beside her, while a row of servants behind her irked Feng Laiye. What is the point of them standing there like a wall while two young girls enjoy their playful banter? The most alarming part is that they can remain utterly silent for days, resembling fossils. Hey, Li Montauk, could you instruct them to return to their quarters for some solitude? Their presence is dampening my mood. Even if the demon realm lacks sunlight, their standing here obstructs ventilation. Down you go. Li Mo obediently issued the command. Yet the servants stood there, seemingly oblivious, their silence indicating that her words held no sway over them. Feng Laiye shook her head and rose from the sofa, exclaiming, breezy winds. A flash of light emanated from her wristband. So you choose to remain? Then allow me to assist you in your departure. Adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict, she decided to take matters into her own hands since they had disregarded their mistress's wishes. As the onlookers watched in confusion, a gust of wind swept through, sending the neatly lined servants flying outside the castle, their figures diminishing into mere black dots. Feng Laiye waved sweetly, bidding them farewell. Li Mo gasped in astonishment, to which Feng Laiye offered a reassuring glance. Don't worry, they'll find their way back by afternoon. All I desire is a brief respite and a taste of freedom. Surely that is not too much to ask. The two seemingly bored individuals wandered within the castle, observing the servants trimming the newly bloomed roses. Feng Laiye glanced at her window, where a white figure was plaintively pawing at the glass, silently protesting. Let me out. Miss, the Earl requests your presence in the square. He will arrive shortly. A soldier from the Earl's castle knelt before Feng Laiye. Isn't Daddy at the palace? Feng Laiye tilted her head in confusion. The Earl returned early and instructed me to escort you to meet him. The soldier replied dutifully, head bowed. Feng Laiye broke into a smile, her previously dark mood brightening instantly. But then a small hand tugged at her sleeve. Turning around, she saw a hopeful face gazing up at her. Sister Xiaoxia, may I accompany you? I want to see everything about the Eastern Blood Clan. Liemo blinked eagerly, anticipation shining in her eyes. Seeing her pleading expression, Feng Laiye contemplated the sacrifice of her time alone with Daddy. Yet, she realized that Li Mo's interest in him seemed negligible. In fact, she appeared frightened at the thought of facing him, often falling silent like a timid quail in his presence. Feng Laiye was more than willing to deepen her fear of Daddy. For if the Western Blood Lord intended to hand Li Mo over to him, she doubted Li Mo would consent, considering her tender age. All right, but you must behave. She patted Li Mo's head, feigning kindness while secretly relishing the role of a gardener, nurturing a fragile sapling. Li Mo nodded vigorously, but suddenly, a guard interjected, disapproving. This may not be appropriate. The Earl only requested that Miss Xiaoxia go alone. His gaze flickered, though he kept his head lowered, avoiding drawing attention. Nonsense. Daddy won't mind. Who am I? How could he ever be angry with me? A warm kiss will surely make him forget everything else. As she recalled the lingering kiss from the morning, Feng Laiye couldn't help but touch her lips, still infused with Daddy's scent. Yes. Upon hearing Feng Laiye's decisive reply, the guards ceased to protest, leading her and Li Mo to the carriage, which departed from the castle. Meanwhile, the little white creature, left behind in the room, anxiously paced the balcony, watching the carriage vanish. As they traversed the unfamiliar forest, a strange sensation crept into Feng Laiye's previously jubilant heart. Peering ahead at the unrecognizable path, she squinted. She had accompanied Daddy to the square before and had an excellent memory of the journey. Yet, everything now appeared unfamiliar, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Brother Guard, are you certain this is the way to the square? Feng Laiye raised her voice in inquiry. However, the driver quickened the pace instead of responding. Understanding his intent, Feng Laiye realized that this was not the route he claimed. Sister Xiaoxia? Li Mo, still oblivious to the unfolding situation, looked at Feng Laiye, whose smile had faded. With a determined kick, Feng Laiye flung open the carriage door, observing the rapidly passing scenery with a cold smile. Did he think she would surrender so easily? Even if she had to leap from the speeding carriage, she was confident in her ability to land safely. However, glancing at Li Mo beside her, she abandoned her plan, choosing instead to sit back and await the traitor to deliver her to their destination. If need be, she could resort to drastic measures. It had been a while since she had engaged in combat. Li Mo, no matter what happens, remember to run at the first opportunity. She could manage her escape, but bringing along a small anchor would complicate matters. If they only aimed for her, Li Mo's escape would likely not provoke an extreme reaction. Li Mo, overwhelmed with confusion and fear, gazed up at her with wide eyes, filled with trepidation. Feng Laiye sighed, drawing her close. Let us hope that the sapling remains unscathed, and I do not fall prey to the hidden puppet master behind this traitor. As the carriage jostled, its speed gradually decreased, and Feng Laiye heard footsteps departing. Presumably, the guard had fled, but when she peeked outside, a black whip descended from the top of the carriage and, with a swift motion, ensnared her slender neck, yanking her out of the vehicle. Li Mo gasped in horror, attempting to leap from the carriage, only to be thwarted as Feng Laiye kicked the door shut, leaving her to watch helplessly through the window as Feng Laiye was unceremoniously tossed into the air. Stay inside. Suspended in midair by the whip, Feng Laiye executed a deft somersault, freeing herself from its grasp and landing gracefully on the ground. Her large, expressive eyes met the sight of two slender figures atop the carriage. It was none other than her sisters, Ling Yu and Ku Luo La, clutching her neck. Which stung from the whip's pull, Feng Laiye beamed at the two disdainful women. Hai Ling Yu retracted her whip, casting a cold smile at the notably frail Feng Laiye. Little imp, do you have any idea why we summoned you today? Kiskiviko lo antai inkurit. Tilting her chin defiantly, Feng Laiye tilted her head, feigning confusion. I have no clue. If you two have something to discuss, just say it outright. I will certainly be at your beck and call. There is no need for such theatrics. In conversation, I doubt anyone would believe that. However, judging by their demeanor, I sense that today would not be pleasant. Feng Laiye today, without Count Feng Laiye here, I am curious to see how arrogant you can still be. Ling snapped her whip, the black tendril slicing through the air with a harsh crack. Let us speak civilly. Even if Feng Laiye were dim-witted, she understood their intentions. It was clear they brought her out for revenge. Why were the women of the blood clan so petty? She had merely indulged in harmless mischief, yet they bore such a grudge. The ferocious look on Ling's face suggested a relentless desire for retribution. I have nothing to say to you, little brat. Prepare to face me. Luo, tired of the banter, had been waiting impatiently alongside Ling and was determined not to let this opportunity for revenge slip away. With a powerful push, she lunged at Feng Laiye, her shining sword glinting ominously. Hey, how can you bully the weak with numbers? Feng Laiye swiftly evaded, gasping as she glared at the two women, one in front and one behind. If possible, she wished to avoid a direct confrontation. Her pranks were mere trifles. But if a fight ensued, the situation would escalate dramatically, and she feared for her father's safety. I want her life. Luo's pride was wounded when her attack missed and was easily dodged by the young girl. Anger surged within her, and she retaliated with renewed ferocity. A gentleman speaks rather than fights. Feng Laiye dodged left and right, avoiding Luo's chilling blade. Though her movements were frantic, she sustained no injuries. Observing from the sidelines, Ling narrowed her eyes, watching Feng Laiye's seemingly difficult yet skillful maneuvers with a growing intensity. She hadn't anticipated that this human girl possessed any martial prowess. If you cannot handle this, I shall step in, Ling taunted, her voice laced with provocation. You dare? This little brat's life belongs to me. Luo seethed with frustration. She had assumed capturing this delicate human would be effortless. Yet the girl continuously eluded her strikes, causing her to tremble with rage. She launched a series of ruthless attacks aimed at Feng Laiye's vital points. I'll give you 10 more minutes. If you cannot eliminate this girl, I shall intervene myself. Ling glanced at her pocket watch, aware that she had orchestrated this ambush while Count Feng Laiye was preoccupied. If he returned home only to find his daughter missing, it would be too late. She was confident the mysterious Count would easily track them down. Luo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that Ling's threat was not idle. If she failed to subdue Feng Laiye within 10 minutes, she would undoubtedly take matters in her own hands. However, she was unwilling to leave the girl's fate in Ling's hands, as doing so would imply her own inferiority. No matter what, she refused to show weakness in front of that woman. Thus, Luo shifted her tactics swiftly, her sword slicing through the air as Feng Laiye kicked to deflect it. Using the momentum, Luo's blade arced toward Feng Laiye's legs. Just as the sword was about to sever her lower limbs, Feng Laiye sprang high into the air, leaning forward as she narrowed her eyes and shouted, "Break the golden!" A golden light whip extended from her wrist, aiming directly for Luo's face. She wished to de-escalate the situation. Yet Luo's attacks were lethal, and with Ling's instigation, she realized she had no choice but to retaliate. She had many unfinished matters. She could not afford to lose her life so easily. Luo, shocked by the sudden appearance of Feng Laiye's light whip, attempted to evade but found it too late. She hastily conjured a magical shield with her left hand, shimmering with a blue glow, just in time. Feng Laiye's whip crashed against the shield, sending arcs of electricity dancing across its surface, creating ripples, yet the shield held firm against her fatal strike. However, the sheer force of the blow pushed Luo back a few steps, revealing her momentary vulnerability. Using magic, are we? A cold smile curved Feng Laiye's lips, her narrowed eyes reflecting seriousness. If they regarded her as merely an ordinary human to toy with, she was more than willing to showcase her abilities. Little human, do not be so arrogant. Luo scoffed, though inwardly she was drenched in cold sweat. She had not anticipated this small human would possess such formidable skills. Had she not managed to defend herself, she might have been the one lying on the ground. Arrogant? Sister Luo, I wonder who the truly arrogant one is. A charming smile spread across Feng Laiye's face, her eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. Starkly contrasting her usual demeanor, and sending shivers down spines. Calling the kettle black? It seems necessary to make you pay dearly for your foolishness. Underestimating me, Feng Laiye, will be something you regret profoundly. As Kuluo La watched Feng Laiye inch closer, her legs instinctively recoiled, drawing a sharp breath. She steeled herself, glaring at the smiling Feng Laiye. How could a pure-blood noble like herself fear the presence of a mere human? Yet, that smile, though identical to her usual one, sent a chilling sensation through her body. Lingyu, observing from the side, also sensed the tension in the air, tightening her grip on the whip. Remember the Kyushu Literature Station's permanent address for future reading. After dozens of exchanges, Feng Laiye grew bolder, forcing Kuluo La to retreat repeatedly. The shimmering light whip grazed Kuluo La's ear, severing a few strands of hair, while she clumsily evaded, leaving a trail of blood on her cheek. You dare mar my face. Kuluo La touched her cheek, crimson blood staining her fingertips, her fury palpable. Her pride, her beautiful visage, had been disfigured by this insufferable human. Enough. Time's up, step aside. Lingyu, who had been anxiously waiting, leaped into the fray, locking eyes with Feng Laiye, her whip poised for action. Wait, what did I agree to this? Enraged, Kuluo La was clearly unwilling to withdraw. She could not allow a mere human to dictate her actions, especially after sustaining an injury to her most prized feature. You're too slow. If you're unwilling, let us join forces. Lingyu smirked, her intentions clear. She was not interested in competing with Kuluo La. Her sole aim was to eliminate Feng Laiye by any means necessary. Feng Laiye observed the two individuals engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Taking a deep breath to steady her slightly labored breathing, she warily scrutinized their every movement. While she could manage to contend with Corolla alone, the prospect of facing both Lingyu and Corolla in unison was an uncertain variable. Instinctively, she sensed that Lingyu's combat prowess exceeded that of Corolla, compounded by Lingyu's cautious and sinister demeanor. Unlike Corolla, who was straightforward in battle, she would need to be exceptionally vigilant to avoid being outmaneuvered by these two proud women. You may attack first when you find yourself at a disadvantage. I shall step in to assist. Corolla feigned arrogance as she retreated to the side, ostensibly conceding the battlefield to Lingyu, but secretly hoping to witness Feng Laiye's struggles against Lingyu, allowing herself a moment to recuperate. Truthfully, Feng Laiye's strength was not proportional to her appearance. Her hand trembled as it grasped the sword. The formidable power concealed within her petite frame was something one could only truly comprehend through first-hand experience. As it exuded an aura of dread, Lingyu snorted derisively, utterly indifferent to Corolla's machinations. With a flick of her wrist, the tip of her whip lashed out, creating a resounding crack that reverberated through the air. Your life is mine for the taking, she declared, a cruel smile curling upon her lips, her eyes glinting with unrestrained malice. Sister Lingyu, how ruthless you are! I bear no grudge against you, yet you seek my demise? Feng Laiye feigned innocence, her brows furrowing in apparent confusion, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Isn't there a saying in your world, the most venomous of hearts belong to women? How could you be unaware? Lingyu retorted, her chin lifted defiantly, her gaze ablaze with lethal intent as she whipped her black leather whip toward Feng Laiye like a striking serpent. Truly, it seems fitting that your surname is He. You ought to be called Black Widow, Feng Laiye exclaimed as she leaped into the air to evade the lethal lash, her heart sinking as she beheld the deep gouge left in the ground where she had just stood. Lingyu was indeed intent on taking her life. Her initial strike imbued with lethal intent, sharp-tongued and conceited. Let us see how long you can maintain such bravado. Lingyu sneered, her whip never ceasing its pursuit, striking the air with menacing precision as it sought Feng Laiye's form. Then allow me to spare you the trouble, dear Sister Lingyu. Having narrowly avoided Lingyu's long whip once more, Feng Laiye's arm, however, fell victim to the leather lash, a gaping wound appearing on her forearm, causing her expression to tighten in pain as cold sweat broke forth. How's my whip taste? Lingyu inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of blood that filled the air, her excitement evident as she licked her fangs. The aroma of this girl's blood was undeniably enticing. Had it not been for her intent to kill, she would have relished the thought of making her a delightful meal. since Sister Ling Yu is so fond of whips, allow me to introduce you to the taste of my light whip. Feng Laiye, ever tenacious, disregarded the searing pain in her arm, commanding her light whip to surge forth toward He Lingyu. Yet, during her skirmish with Corolla, He Lingyu had already discerned the properties of Feng Laiye's whip, fully aware that a head-on confrontation was ill-advised. With an agile movement, she evaded the attack, simultaneously lashing out at Feng Laiye. In a desperate attempt to counter He Lingyu's assault, Feng Laiye retracted her light whip, attempting to intercept the striking leather whip midair. When the two whips intertwined, however, He Lingyu's leather whip did not shatter as Feng Laiye had anticipated. Instead, it resiliently entwined with her light whip. He Lingyu, reading the astonishment in Feng Laiye's eyes, burst into laughter. Feng Laiye, you underestimate the strength of my bloodline. You thought your whip could sever mine? Let me inform you. This whip is crafted from the tendons of 3 dragon warriors. Not even your so-called indestructible whip could hope to sever mine. He Lingyu's laughter was brazen and arrogant, while Feng Laiye listened intently, realizing the formidable nature of the whip in He Lingyu's grasp. It was no wonder she had faced such hardship. Moreover, as both wielded whips as their weapons, it was evident that He Lingyu's proficiency far surpassed Feng Laiye's, as she had not diligently trained in whip techniques prior to acquiring her wristband. Damn it, how can she be so powerful? Feng Laiye gritted her teeth, her expression growing grave. However, after a moment of contemplation, Feng Laiye replaced her serious demeanor with a radiant smile. I was merely teasing you, Sister Lingyu. No sooner had the words left her lips than Feng Laiye leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Break this soul," as her voice rang out. The color of her light whip underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from brilliant gold to a translucent gray. In that moment, the once indomitable black leather whip in He Lingyu's possession bore multiple jagged remnants. What? He Lingyu, staggered by the force of the impact, gazed incredulously at the severed portions of her whip, her eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. How could you sever my whip? He Lingyu glared furiously at Feng Laiye, unable to fathom that the legendary resilience of Dragon Tendon could be rendered null by this human girl. Sister Lingyu, how do you find the taste of my whip? Are you satisfied? Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, licking her lips. Break the wind, break the wood, break the boundaries, break the gold, break the soul, break the divine, break. Her master had cautioned her against using the third of the 4 breaks lightly when handing over the wristband. She had not intended to employ it, but He Lingyu's relentless pressure left her no choice but to unleash the 5th whip, break the soul. If one could cleave the very essence of a soul, what material substance in this world could remain uncut? He Lingyu gasped, her gaze fixed on Feng Laiye's smiling face, realizing she had gravely underestimated this human girl. The fact that she had caught the attention of the enigmatic Count Feng Laiye signified her extraordinary nature. Overwhelmed by hatred, He Lingyu had lost her composure and clarity of judgment, unwittingly placing herself on the precipice of danger. Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, slowly advancing toward He Lingyu. But a cold glimmer swept past her side, halting her approach. He Lingyu, you are not all that formidable. Since this is the case, I shall lend you a hand. After observing for some time, Corolla finally regained her composure. While she wished for Feng Laiye to vanquish her most despised He Lingyu, she could not guarantee that she herself would escape unscathed from Feng Laiye's retribution. Thus, it was prudent to join forces to eliminate Feng Laiye first. We must eliminate her. Otherwise, we shall be the ones to perish. He Lingyu steadied herself, leaning on Corolla's arm, squinting at Feng Laiye, who was obstructed by the long sword flung by Corolla. Your weapons are gone. How do you plan to kill me now? Feng Laiye tilted her head slightly, her light whip sweeping through Corolla's sword, reducing it to mere ashes in an instant. I seal. However, He Lingyu clasped her hands before her chest and uttered a low incantation, instantly encasing Feng Laiye within a massive block of ice, freezing her last smile in place. Do you think we are mere humans? He Lingyu scoffed, her disdain revealing one of the key differences between them and humanity, magic. However, the exertion required for magical attacks was immense. The more one used it, the more it depleted one's energy. Unless one was a top-tier mage, it was nearly impossible to fight solely with magic, as one would likely collapse from exhaustion before defeating the opponent. Hence, They typically reserved defensive magic for dire situations. However, the current situation no longer permits them to harbor any reservations. The peculiar light whip in Feng Laiye's hand is sufficient to compel both of them to employ attack-type magic, which they are not particularly adept at. Feng Laiye returned to the city from the royal palace, but did not encounter Xiao Xie, which sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Upon inquiring with Huzi, he received only an indifferent response. Just as he prepared to investigate Xiao Xie's room, a group of ragged, disheveled men limped toward the hall. Squinting his purple eyes, Feng Laiye recognized them as Mo's subordinates. What on earth is happening? Feng Laiye inquired, his voice steady, addressing the leader of the group. My lord, the young lady Feng Laiye from your household was whisked away by a strange wind and carried 10 miles away, the man said, sniffling, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. It was unbearable for anyone, especially a large man, to be swept away by a girl no taller than their chest, which gravely wounded their pride. Xiao Xie. Feng Laiye lowered his eyes, his keen ears catching the sound of shattering glass. A gust of wind arose beneath his feet, and in an instant his tall figure was outside the castle, gazing upward as a snow-white silhouette descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon his shoulder. The small head leaned close to Feng Laiye's ear, whispering secretively. With this movement, the look of confusion in Feng Laiye's eyes transformed into a hint of displeasure. A cold glimmer flashed as he tore off his cloak and, with a swift gesture, summoned the wind, vanishing with the small white figure from the side of the crowd. Yet, the laughter of the black-feathered you did not last long. A massive ice block erupted with a blinding light from within, shattering into countless pieces. The frigid air enveloped Feng Laiye, causing her to gasp in shock as she trembled while clutching her hand marked by the contract. The six-pointed star insignia glowed vividly upon her hand. Father has found her. A smile graced Feng Laiye's pale face, her small fists clenched tightly as she struggled to free herself from the biting cold. Not good. Do not allow her to regain her strength. Black-feathered you felt a surge of dread, setting aside the mysterious entity that had liberated Feng Laiye from her icy prison. The smile on her face alone sent alarm bells ringing in Yu's mind. If she did not act quickly, unforeseen calamities would surely ensue. Little brat, give up. You won't escape today. Clara, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, hoped desperately to eliminate Feng Laiye before she could recover. Gathering magical energy into her hand, she formed a magical sword, her victorious smile illuminating her face as she lunged forward to strike before Feng Laiye regained her mobility. However, Feng Laiye, hindered by the frost, could only fall clumsily to the ground to evade the lethal blow, but the edge of the sword unfortunately grazed her shoulder, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed freely. There was no time for respite, as Clara attacked again, the magical sword poised to cleave down upon her forehead. With gritted teeth, Feng Laiye could no longer concern herself with anything else. She forced her still recovering hand to unleash the gray light whip from her wrist. Clara was utterly unprepared for the movement of Feng Laiye. She was swept by the light whip, and what shocked everyone was that as the whip struck Clara's wrist, she seemed to freeze in place, all motion halting instantaneously, with shock becoming her final expression. The next moment, Clara transformed into a stone statue before Feng Laiye's eyes, the wind swirling past, scattering her into dust, leaving nothing behind. Gray dust settled upon Feng Laiye, who could only stare wide-eyed at the empty space before her. What has transpired? What happened to Clara? You killed her. Black-feathered you stood by, aghast, witnessing the transformation of her rival Clara into dust beneath Feng Laiye's whip, vanishing completely. A profound fear surged from the depths of Yu's heart, causing her legs to weaken, and she collapsed to the ground. Unimaginably, the situation had escalated to this extent. Feng Laiye's own astonishment equaled that of black-feathered you. She merely sought to defend herself and had no intention of killing Clara. Slowly blinking her large eyes, her gaze shifted to the gray light whip extending from her wrist. Soul severing. One whip to sever the soul, scattering the spirit. She swallowed hard, hastily retracting the whip. Recalling her master's previous admonitions, she finally understood why her master had prohibited her from carelessly wielding the last 3 whips. Just the consequence of the soul-severing whip alone had resulted in such severe repercussions. What would the use of the remaining 2 whips entail? The wind stirred, kicking up dust. A slender figure descended before Feng Laiye, gently cradling her in an embrace and lifting her effortlessly. Father. Xiao Xie looked up at Feng Laiye, who appeared like a celestial being, her voice slightly hoarse. She had taken a life, and the victim was the daughter of a baron. What transpired? Anger ignited within her as her purple eyes met the sight of Feng Laiye's numerous wounds, a hint of displeasure detectable in her tone. Father, take me home. I wish to return. Xiao Xie gripped Feng Laiye's collar, burying her face within it, her small shoulders trembling. She truly did not intend to kill Clara, nor did she wish for her to be obliterated without a chance of reincarnation. Do not be afraid, I am here. Observing the rare vulnerability in Xiao Xie, Feng Laiye felt no inclination to say more. His cold gaze swept over the dazed, black-feathered youth, and he began to comprehend the situation more clearly. He resolved that even if he was the daughter of a duke, anyone who bullied a Xiao Xie would certainly pay the price. For now, however, his priority was to return and tend to Xiao Xie's injuries. Just as Feng Laiye prepared to depart, Mo, who had been hiding in the carriage, finally burst through the doors, tumbling down in disarray. Princess? Feng Laiye regarded Mo as she scrambled to her feet, her reddened eyes betraying that she had been crying. He could even see the tears that had yet to dry at the corners of her eyes. My lord! Mo gazed at Feng Laiye as if he had seen a savior, hurriedly rushing toward him. Upon noticing the small white figure perched on Feng Laiye's shoulder, she paused momentarily. Let us discuss this later. Feng Laiye's tone grew cold as he observed Xiao Xie, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss, cradled in his arms. He summoned the wind, and a whirlwind swept through, causing them to vanish from Black-Feathered You's sight. Once everyone had disappeared, Black-Feathered You shakily rose to her feet and approached the pile of dust that had been Clara. With a sharp tear, she ripped her skirt, gathering the fine dust into it. Bowing her head, a sinister smile slowly emerged on her pale face. That smile sent chills down the spine, a feeling of dread radiating from her very bones. In her eyes burned a new plan, one capable of utterly destroying Feng Laiye. At the Earl's residence, Feng Laiye entered with Xiao Xie, who was unconscious, swiftly laying her down upon the bed in her room and dismissing everyone. He flung the small white figure from his shoulder to the ground. I want her to be whole again. Meeting the large, watery eyes, Feng Laiye commanded softly. With a word, a blinding white light radiated before him. Feng Laiye's expression bore no surprise, only a deep concern. He focused intently on the unfolding scene, watching as the wounds on her delicate hands gradually healed, and the furrow in Xiao Xie's brow slowly relaxed. He unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. The purple of his eyes flickered slightly, as if mysterious shadows flowed beneath his gaze. Volume 1, Chapter 51, Parting. For an entire day, Xiao Xie remained in a state of unconsciousness. Feng Laiye sat beside her bed, observing her pale face. He gently brushed aside the hair from her forehead. Troubled by the absence of her lively eyes, a strange unease settling in his heart. Miss Xiao Xie had lost a great deal of blood. Beside her, the small white creature, Xiao Bai, surprisingly emitted a human-like voice, its doe-like eyes devoid of childishness, now filled only with contemplation. In its quest to heal the two deep wounds on Feng Laiye's body, it had expended too much of its energy and could only lie there, recuperating. Feng Laiye gazed at Xiao Xie's tightly shut eyes, a flicker of emotion passing through his own. Then, under Xiao Bai's astonished gaze, he rolled up his sleeve and bit into his own wrist. Master! No! Xiao Bai immediately understood Feng Laiye's intention and attempted to rise to stop him. However, its still recovering body brought on a wave of dizziness, causing it to collapse back onto the bed. Xiao Bai could only watch helplessly as Feng Laiye, unblinking, drew his own blood. Soon, Feng Laiye released his grip, and two small punctures on his wrist began to bleed profusely. He lifted Xiao Xie's delicate face, leaning down to press his sensual lips against her slightly pallid ones, deftly prying open her tightly sealed lips and letting the warmth of his blood flow into her mouth. His purple eyes never left Xiao Xie's closed eyelids, and as the last drop of blood entered her mouth, he tenderly kissed her lips, staining her pale complexion with a vibrant red. Xiao Xie, please wake up. Open your eyes and see me. I need those mischievous orbs of yours. I long to witness your clever and charming expressions, rather than seeing you lie motionless on the bed. Master, the Council of Elders will send someone to find you. Outside the room, Hussi's voice echoed. Feng Laiye sighed, stroking Xiao Xie's cheek before rising to leave. Before departing, he instructed Xiao Bai, "Take good care of her." Understood. As Feng Laiye entered the hall, he was met by a group of messengers sent by the Council of Elders, their faces rigid and expressionless, stirring within him a sense of foreboding. Lord Feng Laiye, the leader, greeted formally upon seeing him, yet his demeanor remained stiff, resembling a machine devoid of emotion. Feng Laiye nodded, accustomed to the coldness of the elder subordinates, and gracefully settled onto the sofa, crossing his long legs, fingers intertwined, regarding the assembly with elegance. What could the Council of Elders possibly mean by sending their enforcers to my Countess' estate? I cannot recall any actions that would warrant such attention, let alone the involvement of enforcers. His tone was serene, yet it carried an undeniable weight of pressure. However, the seasoned enforcers had long learned to handle any situation with composure. Even in the presence of the uniquely positioned Count Feng Laiye, they maintained their calm demeanor. "Lord Feng Laiye, we request that you surrender Feng Laiye," the enforcer stated bluntly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the icy chill of Feng Laiye's gaze, freezing him in place. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his back. "What did you say?" "Repeat it." Feng Laiye's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his voice low yet resonating with an undercurrent of menace that instilled inexplicable fear among the enforcers. As though beneath his seemingly calm exterior lay an overwhelming terror. "Please surrender Feng Laiye. This is the decision of the elders." The leader cleared his throat, mustering the courage to repeat himself. Heaven knows, conversing with Feng Laiye had left him trembling. He could not fathom why such a minor noble could exert such a terrifying presence. "Why? Surrender, Xiao Xie?" Feng Laiye genuinely felt the urge to twist the head off the messenger before him, to see what thoughts resided within. The messenger took a deep breath, forcing himself to meet Feng Laiye's captivating purple gaze, and spoke with trepidation, because Feng Laiye killed Duke's daughter, Crola, and scattered her soul. Hence, the Council of Elders has decided to bring her back for questioning. Feng Laiye's expression shifted slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. The previous day, upon discovering the black feather, although her expression had been strange, his concern for Xiao X had clouded his judgment, and he had overlooked her peculiar behavior. Now understanding dawned upon him, yet killing the Duke's daughter and scattering her soul. These two charges alone could easily predict the judgment of the elders, a fate he could not allow to transpire. "Oh, is that so? And what if I refuse to comply?" Feng Laiye elegantly lifted the cup of milk tea that Husi had handed him, savoring a sip. The enforcer, clearly taken aback by Feng Laiye's response, hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure. His expression hardened, his tone growing more forceful. "We implore Lord Feng Laiye to comply with the Council's decision. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to treat you with disrespect." In the realm of the bloodkin, the balance of power between royal authority and the Council of Elders was delicate. In matters of noble judgment, the Council's decisions held supreme authority, and no noble could resist, for it represented the same power as that of the Bloodlord. Disrespect? Feng Laiye raised his gaze, letting his purple eyes sweep disdainfully over each enforcer. He merely flicked his fingers, indicating that they would all meet their end. And how could they dare to speak of disrespect? "Lord Feng Laiye, please do not defy the Council's orders. If you truly wish to protect Feng Laiye, then the Council will charge you with the crime of harboring her and issue an arrest warrant against you." The intensity of Feng Laiye's gaze sent chills down the spines of all present, yet the enforcers' identities compelled them to suppress their overwhelming fear, threatening him resolutely. Despite Feng Laiye's unique status, the authority of the Council was not to be trifled with. They would act if necessary. "Then go ahead and apply for the arrest warrant. Come and seize me." Feng Laiye chuckled softly, shaking his head. He had no belief that the Council dared to lay a finger on him, if they had the capability to do so. "Lord Feng Laiye, do you truly wish to oppose the Council for the sake of a mere human girl?" The enforcer's tone revealed his disbelief at Feng Laiye's unwillingness to surrender. The Count, who had always been cherished by the bloodkin and the Council, perplexed them with his refusal to sacrifice someone who was merely meant to be food. And what of it? As the image of Xiao Xie's pale, sleeping face filled his mind, Feng Laiye's heart tightened involuntarily. Handing her over to the utterly unfeeling Council was akin to leading a lamb to slaughter. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he felt unprecedented pressure under Feng Lai's otherworldly purple gaze, a color that symbolized his unique standing among the bloodkin. They could not treat him with the same force they would apply to other nobles. Any enforcement involving Feng Laiye required the dual approval of both the council and the Blood Lord to execute. Then I shall leave this matter to the Blood Lord and the council's discretion. Do not send me off, Feng Laiye shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Just as the enforcers prepared to depart, a voice halted their steps. Please wait. Xiao Xie appeared at the top of the stairs, her pale face looking extraordinarily frail. She lifted the hem of her long white dress, her bare feet descending the stairs. Xiao Xie. Upon seeing her awaken from her stupor, Feng Laiye felt a wave of relief wash over him, but his countenance darkened at the thought of her recklessly getting out of bed. Swift as the wind, he rushed to her side, his long arm extending to lift her up. You must not move about carelessly. Your body has yet to recover. She had lost a considerable amount of blood. Had it not been for him infusing his own blood into her body, she might have succumbed to her injuries and died from excessive blood loss. For the first time, he found himself realizing the potential utility of his own blood, capable of merging with another S to provide a sufficient source of life. Father, I am fine, she shook her head. She had awoken earlier and had been eavesdropping on the conversation between her father and the strangers upstairs. Thus, she hurriedly spoke to retain them. You are Feng Laiye? The enforcer gazed at the fragile human girl in Feng Laiye's arms. Her skin was pale, and her large eyes sparkled with glimmers of light, evoking a profound sense of compassion. How could such a delicate human girl have slain their pure-blooded kin? He pondered in disbelief, for such a feat seemed almost impossible. It was I. Please do not mind my father's words. I am willing to accompany you to the Council of Elders. Little Xie nodded weakly, uttering words that took everyone by surprise. Little Xie. Feng Laiye was astonished that she would say such a thing. He had sensed something amiss when she sought to retain the strangers, yet he had not anticipated her foolishness. Father, I do not wish to be a burden to you. Killing Kaluo La was an accident. I never intended to stir up trouble, yet often things do not go as planned. Father, you can protect me for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Do you truly wish to risk being captured alongside me if the council issues an arrest warrant? His status as a count within the bloodline would undoubtedly subject him to the constraints of their laws. Feng Laiye sighed softly, a shadow of despair passing through his gaze. Big brother, please take me away. I willingly go with you. Little Xie beamed at the enforcer. Lord Feng Laiye, the enforcer, noticing little Xie's frail condition, perhaps out of respect for Feng Laiye's status or due to the surprising innocence in little Xie's smile before her impending capture, found himself inexplicably drawn to her. He stepped forward, opening his arms to carry her away. Wait for me. Gently kissing little Xie's cheek, Feng Laiye promised in a voice only they could hear. I believe in you, father, forever. Little Xie turned into the enforcer's embrace, her weak yet radiant face looking up at her father's exquisite visage. She trusted him implicitly, confident he could rescue her from any perilous situation. Watching the enforcer take little Xie away, Feng Laiye inadvertently crushed the armrest of the chair. His violet eyes narrowed, a tightness gripping his heart, long dormant. Remember the permanent address of Kyushu Literature Station for future reading. Chapter 52. Conspiracy in the Dark, Damp Castle. Feng Laiye gazed upon the foreboding structure before her, feeling no warmth of affection rise within her. Big brother, how will the elders treat me? Feng Laiye tugged at the enforcer's collar, tilting her small face to ask. According to the laws of the bloodline, the enforcer, known for his cold demeanor, felt a flicker of compassion when he met her amber eyes. His tone softened despite its usual hardness. He did not wish to divulge that she was about to face the bloodline's most brutal punishments, which her fragile body would struggle to withstand. Vilidi? Feng Laiye turned her wide eyes toward the encroaching shadows, her curiosity overwhelming her fear as she remained blissfully unaware of the challenges ahead. Treating the encounter as an unexpected game, the enforcer remained silent, carrying her into the council chamber, his expression grave. Bang! The massive doors swung open, flames flickering, revealing the elders with their white beards seated in a circle. In their midst lay a circular arena reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum. She was gently placed on the platform in the center, where she noticed a glimmer of sympathy in the enforcer's gaze. She smiled back in gratitude. Once the enforcer withdrew, she found herself alone in the vast arena, helplessly seated on the platform, gazing up at the elders whose faces were as stiff as corpses. Their eyes were sharp and stern, piercing her with a cold detachment. She smiled brightly, innocently, wondering if a vampire's anger could lead to a cerebral hemorrhage. "You are Feng Laiye," an ancient voice echoed in the hall. Feng Laiye could not find anyone to respond to, so she nodded to the elders surrounding her. "I am Feng Laiye, the one who killed Koluola," she openly confessed. "Very well. Since you have acknowledged your transgressions, are you prepared to accept your punishment?" The voice resonated again, clearly satisfied with her admission. "I am willing, but—" Feng Laiye steadied herself, unsteadily rising, surveying her surroundings, raising her chin defiantly. "I have a question for the esteemed elders." "What is it?" Perhaps due to her commendable attitude, the elders granted her the opportunity to inquire. "If someone wishes to kill me, should I stand defenselessly on the ground to be slaughtered, or should I resist to protect myself?" Feng Laiye's sweet smile, her twinkling eyes, met the subtly shifting expressions of the elders. "I know that in human society, there's a law that states defenders are innocent. But I wonder, in the illustrious bloodline, is there a similar principle?" She was gambling on whether this self-proclaimed noble bloodline would admit that their laws were less comprehensive than those of humanity. Her confidence in choosing to come here stemmed from a certain assurance that she would not be slain in the immediate future. The rest depended on her father's influence. Her current objective was to buy time. Her words sparked a flurry of murmurs among the elders, who exchanged whispers among themselves. "The human girl. We bloodlines are not a barbaric race. If it were indeed self-defense, we would not wrong the innocent." One elder, surprised by the audacity of such a seemingly fragile human girl to question them, admired her composure and thus granted her the opportunity to defend herself. "I have another question." Feng Laiye's smile deepened, realizing that this group of elders was not entirely ignorant, as they still possessed some understanding of reason. Who is more powerful, humans or bloodlines? Naturally, the bloodline. Humans are merely prey providing blood. If they were truly powerful, how could we treat them as food and slaughter them at will? The elder spoke with a hint of pride and disdain. Feng Laiye stifled a laugh internally and continued. "Then please, esteemed elders, tell me how a mere human like myself could possibly kill a noble? What could provoke such murderous intent? I am not foolish. I would not provoke a formidable opponent. Even ants strive to survive. Why would I seek my own demise?" She was unaware of how they had learned of Koluo's demise so swiftly, but in reason and justice, she was not deserving of death. If the Council of Elders were not incompetent, she knew she could survive. That Feng Laiye's reasoning silenced the elders, effectively rendering them speechless. "Do you dare to remove the bracelet from your wrist?" Suddenly, another ancient voice interjected. Feng Laiye sharply followed the sound, spotting a shrewd-looking elder scrutinizing her. "Are you referring to this?" She touched her bracelet, wondering how this elder had discovered its secret. Her bracelet was inconspicuous, and judging by his words, he must have known its secret for some time. But who informed him? She had scarcely used the bracelet in the territory of the bloodline. As she pondered, a figure suddenly emerged in her mind. Black Feather. Feng Laiye took a deep breath, her mind clear and resolute. She understood the secrets of her bracelet, the truth behind Cora's death, and the identity of the one who had been struck down to the depths of despair. Only Black Feather. That woman, for reasons unknown, harbored an intense hatred towards her. Indeed, could one truly claim that there was nothing extraordinary about it? The elder approached with relentless scrutiny, offering Feng Laiye no respite. With a flicker of her eyes, she smiled at him, declaring, "Yes, without it, I would not be standing here today. I would have long since become a voiceless corpse." She had no intention of delving deeper into her grievances with Black Feather. It appeared that Black Feather sought to use the Elder Council to orchestrate her demise. "Elder, are you aware of the entire truth? Do you know why I killed Cora in a moment of weakness?" Feng Laiye smiled, tearing her sleeve with a sharp motion, revealing 2 vivid red marks on her arm and shoulder before the assembly. Just yesterday, those wounds had been deep enough to expose bone. However, thanks to my father, Lord Feng Laiye's treatment, they had healed remarkably fast. You may not believe it, but I trust that even the swiftest healing cannot restore internal tissues in such a short time. Therefore, if you doubt me, I could easily cut through the healed skin for you to examine the nature of my injuries. Feng Laiye smirked, raising her chin, her powerful words leaving the assembly in shock. She could still feel the pain emanating from within her wounds. Thus, she was willing to wager that her internal injuries had not fully mended. Moreover, I wish to uncover the truth. I should not be the sole one standing here. Feng Laixie's gaze swept across the elders. Please bring forth the other key witness. I wish to hear Black Feather herself testify. Attempting to wield a blade against her, she would not allow it to go as they pleased. If they truly wished to engage in conflict, then let it be so. However, she would ensure that the mastermind behind this was revealed before all, for that would be only fair. Impudent! You dare to murder a pure blood of the Blood Clan, and still speak so brazenly here. What do you take our Elder Council for? A place where your words hold any weight? An elder erupted in fury, his bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on the resolute Feng Laiye, as if he were ready to devour her whole. Kyle, calm yourself. The initial elder rose from the assembly, hands clasped behind his back, attempting to pacify the agitated Elder Kyle. Do you think that the lives of your blood clan are of greater worth than mine? Or must I, even as the adopted daughter of a count, remain at the mercy of others? Feng Laiye regarded the furious Elder Kyle with disdain, feeling no trace of fear towards his hardened stance. Human girl, I will investigate the matters you speak of thoroughly. If you are indeed innocent, we shall not wrong you. However, should it be proven that you struck first, you shall endure a punishment far worse than death. The elder, standing with hands clasped behind him, spoke with a calm authority that silenced the whispers within the Elder Council. Feng Laiye regarded him with a sense of foreboding, suspecting he was the core figure of the Elder Council, the Grand Elder. I trust you will not err in your judgment. Performing a courteous courtly bow, she sensed Kyle's eyes, filled with hatred, never leaving her. When had she provoked this elder? Why did he glare at her, as if he yearned to pounce and strangle her? Bring Feng Laiye to the dungeon, commanded the Grand Elder, and the enforcers swiftly approached to escort her away. After her departure, Elder Kyle turned to the Grand Elder, seething with indignation. Regardless of who struck first, a human's audacity to harm a pure blood warrants her death 1,000 times over. Why complicate matters further? The Grand Elder observed the enraged Kyle with a patient demeanor. Kyle, I understand that Cora was your granddaughter, and your desire to kill the human girl is natural. However, do not forget your other identity as one of the 12 elders of the council. You must recognize your position and refrain from bias. Though the girl bore the mark of humanity, she was already recognized by Feng Laiye as a daughter, thus severing her ties to human society and becoming a part of our blood clan. The Grand Elder's tone carried a hint of reprimand. He could empathize with Kyle's grief over his lost granddaughter, yet it must not tarnish the council's dignity and impartiality. She is merely a human. You might as well admit your fear of Feng Laiye. Kyle growled in fury, unable to accept that his cherished granddaughter had been slain by a human, shattered to the core, leaving no chance for her soul to transcend. He recalled the anger and sorrow that washed over him when his son delivered the dreadful news. That human girl who ended his precious granddaughter's life must die. No, he wished her to endure a fate worse than death. Kyle, mind your words. How dare you speak to the Grand Elder in such a manner? The second elder interjected, unable to tolerate Kyle's recklessness. No need for more words. Bring Black Feather as well tomorrow. We must uncover the truth behind this matter. The Grand Elder remained unperturbed by Kyle's outburst. One does not attain the esteemed position of the Elder Council without possessing exceptional composure and grace. Kyle stormed off, leaving the remaining 11 elders behind. Grand Elder, what shall we do? After Kyle's departure, the other elders turned to the Grand Elder, their faces marred with concern. Logically and emotionally, a human who harmed a pure blood should face the harshest punishment. However, Feng Laiye's connection to Feng Laiye complicated matters. Within the Blood Clan, it seemed only he would prompt the usually unyielding Elder Council to reconsider. Since Feng Laiye had acknowledged Feng Laiye as his daughter, she was no longer considered human. Thus, the truth must be uncovered and handled through the proper channels. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder dismissed the assembly. He pondered a solution to the dilemma at hand. One side comprised of the elders and pure-blood aristocrats, while the other was Feng Laiye. Balancing this scale would prove to be no simple task. In the damp dungeon, Feng Laiye found herself confined within a small, sealed room, its black walls and moss-covered floor offering little comfort. A rickety wooden bed was her only respite. However, the kind enforcers had provided her with some clean bread, alleviating her hunger after a day and night without sustenance. Alas, her cherished bracelet had been confiscated, just as she bit into the bread. A mocking voice echoed from outside the dungeon. Look at our precious Miss Feng Laiye, reduced to such a state. Black Feather appeared unexpectedly, her face adorned with a triumphant smile as she beheld the disheveled Feng Laiye, her tone dripping with derision. Sister Lingyu, you need not worry about me. Soon enough, you shall join me here. Feng Laiye shrugged nonchalantly, recognizing that the most effective weapon against her enemy's taunts was indifference. The more Black Feather yearned to see her in despair, the more resolute she became in denying her satisfaction. Dream on, Black Feather scoffed, continuing her laughter. I forgot to mention, Cora's grandfather is a member of the Elder Council. He has always doted on her. Tell me, how do you think he will deal with a vile human who has slain his beloved granddaughter? At last, Feng Laiye comprehended the reason behind Elder Kyle's intense loathing. It was Cora's grandfather. No wonder. There is a saying that enemies are particularly fierce upon meeting. She could understand his fury, merely hoping that the elder would not be driven to a fit of rage that could lead to his demise. Otherwise, she would have inadvertently caused yet another death. There is no need for Sister Lingyu to worry. However, I am quite curious about what Elder Kyle would do if he discovered that it was you who instigated Sister Crolla to attempt my demise, and even stood by in silence as I took her life. Feng Laiye, seemingly lost in thought, bit into a piece of bread with a smile. I truly look forward to it. What do you mean? Lingyu immediately retracted her smug smile, her tone turning ominous. Is it not clear what I mean, Sister Lingyu? Feng Laiye blinked innocently. Crolla's straightforward and volatile nature would lead her to express any displeasure openly. She would never conceive of being lured into a trap to hasten her own end. Only someone as cunning and resentful as Lingyu would resort to such treachery. However, this was merely her conjecture, yet Lyingiyu's nervous demeanor suggested that her guess might indeed be accurate. Do you think I would allow you to live until that moment? Lyingiyu's gaze hardened as she maliciously laughed, revealing a black cloth bag from which she unleashed dozens of azure serpents. The snakes, with their glistening red tongues, slithered into the dungeon. Black Widow, you can't be this ruthless. Feng Laiye's eyes widened in horror as she beheld the writhing creatures covering the floor, leaping onto the bed in terror. Although she had learned to control snakes, these were entirely different from those she had encountered before. Each bore a gleaming red upon its forehead, resembling rubies embedded in their skin. She sensed that these serpents were far more formidable than the ones Uncle Mudu had unleashed upon her in the wolf tribe, and her methods of hypnosis would likely be ineffective against them. Listen well, this is our blood clan's blood snake, thriving on blood, its venom unmatched by any serpents of the human realm. You shall enjoy a delightful playtime with them. Lingyu cackled with wild glee. She initially intended to eliminate Feng Laiye with Kyle's backing, but Feng Laiye's words ignited a murderous intent within her. Why not take the initiative and help Elder Kyle avenge his grandson? She believed he would surely cover up her actions. Ultimately, Feng Laiye's death would be attributed to the Elder Council, and if Feng Laiye truly sought trouble, she would not trace it back to her. With a triumphant laugh, Lingyu departed, anticipating the sight of a lifeless corpse drained of blood by the serpents come morning. That wicked Black Widow! How truly vicious you are! You must be a spider. Feng Laiye muttered in indignation as she watched the blood snakes slither across the ground. While she enjoyed collecting such creatures, it was only under her control. She had no desire to become their meal. However, the blood snakes were already drawn to the sweet scent of her blood, writhing in agitation as they surged towards her. Just then, one of the snakes leaped directly at her. Feng Laiye shut her eyes and let out a primal scream. I do not want to be bitten to death by these bizarre blood snakes. At that moment, a flash of lightning struck the airborne serpent, cleaving it in two. Feng Laiye, after waiting in vain for the anticipated pain, opened her eyes to find a silver figure standing protectively in front of her, with the severed snake lying at its feet. Xiaobai. To her astonishment, she had not expected to see her long-missed companion, Xiaobai. Feng Laiye's mouth fell open in excitement as she gazed at the imposing silver wolf, Xiaobai. Xiaobai howled triumphantly, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Laiye, conveying his thoughts telepathically. You fool! If you were to be bitten by these little nuisances, I would never forgive you. Xiaobai, I miss you so much. Pouting her lips, Feng Laiye disregarded Xiaobai's disdainful expression, nuzzling against him affectionately. Climb onto my back and avoid being bitten, Xiaobai instructed, unwilling to let his master become prey to such trivial foes. Otherwise, he too would perish alongside her. Being bitten to death by a swarm of snakes would be utterly humiliating. Obediently, Feng Laiye clambered onto Xiaobai's broad back, clutching his sturdy neck tightly. "Hold on," Xiaobai confirmed one last time, and upon her nod, he howled, baring his snowy fangs, and tore through the advancing blood snakes with his sharp claws. Those peculiar blood snakes stood no chance against Xiaobai's might, being ripped apart like mere strands of straw, their blood splattering across Feng Laiye's white skirt and Xiaobai's silver fur. "Awesome. Xiaobai, you are so cool." As she witnessed her beloved companion vanquishing the bloodthirsty serpent that had moments ago threatened her, Feng Laiye could not help but smile. "See, I'm not one to be trifled with." Seemingly pleased by her praise, Xiaobai let out an excited roar before dismissing the few remaining blood snakes with a flick of his claws. "What is happening?" Ailanjiu, who had not strayed far, was drawn by the sudden howl and hurried to the dungeon door, only to find a massive silver wolf slaughtering the blood snakes that she had unleashed, with Feng Laiye perched atop its back. Sister Lingyu, you have returned. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you to my beloved companion." Feng Laiye grinned, having unexpectedly spotted Ailanjiu's return. The bond between her and Xiaobai was profound. What Feng Laiye contemplated, Xiaobai was surely aware of. With a long howl, Xiaobai charged, crashing through the iron door with a powerful impact, causing Ailanjiu, who stood by the entrance, to leap aside in fright. As she saw Feng Laiye riding the silver wolf escape the confines, dread filled her heart, prompting her to flee toward the dungeon's exit. "Sister Lingyu, do not hurry away. I still wish to introduce you." Feng Laiye refused to let her go, urging Xiaobai to pursue the fleeing Ailanjiu, her face alight with malice. As the tides of fortune shifted, the once mocking Ailanjiu now found herself in a most precarious position, being chased in a panic by Xiaobai, much to Feng Laiye's delight. "Curse you!" While fleeing, she muttered under her breath, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the silver wolf and its connection to the detestable Feng Laiye. As Xiaobai closed in, Ailanjiu, in desperation, unleashed a spell aimed at the pursuing wolf. To her astonishment, Xiaobai swallowed the magical projectile whole, licking his lips in satisfaction. "What kind of monster is this?" Ailanjiu gasped, drenched in cold sweat. Just as she was about to escape the dungeon entrance, she stumbled and fell. With a mighty leap, Xiaobai pounced upon her, baring his fangs that seemed capable of crushing bones. Ailanjiu trembled in fear as the enormous wolf loomed over her, its fangs many times larger than her own, leaving her with no hope of survival should it choose to bite. "Xiaobai, do not frighten Sister Lingyu. Be gentle, all right?" Feng Laiye gently stroked Xiaobai's sleek fur and leaned down to observe Ailanjiu's pallid face. "Sister Lingyu, do not be too anxious. Xiaobai does not bite indiscriminately. He only eats when he is hungry." Feng Laiye smiled reassuringly, though her words only deepened Ailanjiu's pallor. Xiaobai, unable to contain himself, grumbled internally about the absurdity of ever having eaten a person. He was simply terrorizing the quaking woman beneath him. "Hey Xiaobai, have you not had breakfast yet? Why not? Dear Lingyu, be generous and offer your 2 arms as a token of your meeting with Xiaobai." Feng Laiye's wicked smile was as radiant as the sun, yet his words sent shivers down one's spine, more terrifying than any demon. No, don't." Black Lingyu fervently shook her head. Yet, to complement Feng Laiye's intimidation, Xiaobai, with impeccable timing, opened its wide mouth and lowered its head, revealing a row of sharp wolf teeth poised to bite down on one of Black Lingyu's shoulders. However, just as Xiaobai's teeth grazed Black Lingyu's shoulder, the sheer terror caused her to faint, her eyes rolling back. Xiaobai extended its hefty paw, nudging the unconscious Black Lingyu to confirm her loss of consciousness. "Hey, no way, this Black Widow is far too timid." Feng Laiye frowned, slightly disappointed. He had expected Black Lingyu, with her cunning and treachery, to be an entertaining opponent, only to have her faint from a mere fright. What a letdown. Xiaobai could not help but roll its eyes, having regained its usual stature under little K's care. It mused that even a robust man would likely foam at the mouth if faced with its menacing presence. I have an idea." Feng Laiye's eyes sparkled with mischief as she gazed at the unconscious Black Lingyu, her playful demeanor suggesting a prank was afoot. A small, devilish tail swished behind her. Surely, when Black Lingyu awoke, she would regret fainting, as it granted Feng Laiye the opportunity to manipulate her entirely. When the castle guards made their rounds in the dungeon, they barely caught a glimpse of a silver flash, too swift for their eyes to comprehend. Driven by curiosity, they ventured inside, only to find a cell that should have been tightly shut had been burst open from within, and the floor was strewn with the mangled bodies of blood serpents. In that instant, they sounded the alarm throughout the castle. "Oh, it seems someone has discovered our escape," Feng Laiye remarked, glancing back at the distant castle as the shrill alarm echoed. "Where are we going now?" Xiaobai inquired while sprinting, eyes fixed on Feng Laiye's back. "To a place where we can find a cross," Feng Laiye replied with a radiant smile, channeling the route in Xiaobai's mind through telepathy. She then looked down at Black Lingyu, who was slumped on Xiaobai's back, her eyes gleaming with excitement, the flames of anticipation igniting within her. The trio soon arrived at the square, where the twilight had just begun to cloak the world in darkness. The vampires had all departed to hunt for prey. Dimly illuminated by the faint light, a large column stood proudly atop the central fountain. Feng Laiye gracefully leaped off Xiaobai's back and yanked Black Lingyu down, her limp form collapsing onto the ground. "Where's the cross here?" Xiaobai's wolf-like eyes scanned the area, its keen vision allowing it to perceive everything clearly, even in the dark. "It will be here shortly," Feng Laiye replied with a sly grin, her gaze darting around until it settled on a slender railing. "Xiaobai, help me take that down, but be careful not to break it. It must remain 2 meters long," she instructed. Xiaobai regarded her curiously, but complied, using its paws to pry the railing loose and present it to her. "What do you intend to do with this?" it asked. "A secret," Feng Laiye said playfully, winking at Xiaobai as she picked up the railing and pointed towards the column above the fountain. "Now, make a hole in the middle of it so that this railing can pass through." Xiaobai, though puzzled, found the task simple and leaped into the fountain, piercing the center of the stone column. However, the water splashed up and drenched its beautiful silver fur. "Now, let us climb onto your back," Feng Laiye urged, struggling to hoist Black Lingyu onto Xiaobai. Though Xiaobai remained somewhat confused, it soon understood Feng Laiye's intentions as it observed her deftly tearing Black Lingyu's skirt into strips and binding her unconscious limbs to the railing and column. It dawned on Xiaobai that Feng Laiye's earlier requests were all in service of constructing a cross. Watching Feng Laiye bind Black Lingyu in a manner reminiscent of Jesus, Xiaobai's facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably, but what happened next truly sent chills down its spine. Once everything was complete, Feng Laiye held up the garments she had stripped from Black Lingyu, gazing at the fountain where a bare female figure resembling Jesus stood, her smile sweet as honey. "Xiaobai, you must be male, right?" Feng Laiye suddenly remarked, her comment causing Xiaobai, who stood nearby, to glare at her with indignation. "Of course," it retorted, its entire being radiating masculinity. You're quite the lecher," peeking at Sister Lingyu's nakedness, Feng Laiye teased, adopting a mocking expression while casting a disparaging glance at the flustered Xiaobai. "What do you mean I was peeking? It was you who stripped her clothes off," Xiaobai protested, its conscience clear. Upon realizing her ulterior motives, it had immediately closed its eyes, having no interest in the woman whatsoever. To Xiaobai, a naked female form was merely a piece of meat, one of its potential meals. "Xiaobai is a pervert," Feng Laiye maliciously accused, finding the sight of Xiaobai's anger utterly adorable, prompting her to tease the serious beast further. "Ow!" Xiaobai growled in protest, warning her not to test its patience any further, for it was nearing its limit. "Please, don't bully the cute me, or you shall be labeled a beast," Feng Laiye quipped, clutching her chest dramatically, relishing the game. Yet, it seemed that she was indeed a beast, was she not? As Xiaobai neared the brink of exploding with rage, a series of howls erupted, expressing its urge to silence her once and for all. However, the loud howls attracted the attention of a passing figure, none other than Feng Laiye himself, seated in a carriage. "Xiaojiao," Feng Laiye called out, having followed the howls to the square, only to discover Feng Laiye, who was supposed to be at the Elder Council. "Ah, Daddy," Xiaojiao exclaimed, throwing herself into Feng Laiye's embrace without a shred of decorum, her voice laced with feigned sorrow. "Why, Daddy, I missed you." "What? Is it wrong to miss someone after just half a day?" "Who said that?" "Drag them out and trample them to death." Feng Laiye was astonished, but felt warmth in his heart upon seeing Xiaojiao. "Daddy, I was almost harmed by that Black Widow. Black Lingyu, she actually set that blood serpent on me." Thankfully, Xiaobai arrived just in time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me now. As she continued, her grievances against the cowardly Black Lingyu grew, and she silently cursed her for what was to come the next day. Upon hearing Xiaojiao's words, Feng Lai's eyes darkened with rage, but upon ensuring her safety, his heart finally eased. As for that woman, he would ensure she paid dearly for her actions. Xiaojiao, did you receive approval to leave the Elder Council? Feng Laiye inquired, glancing at Xiao Bai and then back at Xiaojiao. No. Did you think she would allow a potential murderer to run wild? They would never approve it. Then hurry back. In no more than 2 days. I will certainly rescue you, he said affectionately, ruffling her hair. Really? Have you already thought of a plan? Xiaojiao looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Trust me. Lowering his head, Feng Laiye gently touched the smooth forehead of Xiao Xie, whispering softly. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to extricate Xiao Xie from that damned Elder Council as soon as possible. Just the thought of the harsh conditions there made him unwilling to let her, still recovering, remain even a second longer. Then I shall take my leave, he said. Reluctantly, Xiao Xie stepped away from Feng Lai's embrace, pouting her lips as she walked toward Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai cooperatively lowered himself, allowing Xiao Xie to climb onto his back. As they approached Feng Laiye, Xiao Bai's wolf-like eyes met Feng Lai's violet gaze. Take good care of her, Feng Laiye instructed. He believed that with the strength of the Silver Wolf, Xiao Xie would face no issues returning to the Elder Council. Should any danger arise, the Silver Wolf would undoubtedly protect her. With a low growl, Xiao Bai took off, running swiftly. Daddy, I'll wait for you. Xiao Xie turned her head, shouting with all her might. Soon, the pair of human and beast vanished from Feng Lai's sight. He then turned to return to the carriage, heading towards his destination, the royal palace. However, as the cold wind swept through the square, a pair of stark black feathered wings hung desolately on a cross. When Feng Laiye and Xiao Bai returned to the Elder Council, the place was still brightly lit by torches. Soldiers, organized and ready, were preparing to set off in search of the fugitive, her. Grandpa Elder, what happened? Riding leisurely on Xiao Bai, she approached the Grand Elder, startling the soldiers holding torches and swords. You, how come? The Grand Elder, who was in the midst of organizing a search, turned to find that the very person they were hastily trying to capture had returned on her own. And even more astonishingly, she was riding a massive silver wolf. Even the well-informed Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Grandpa Elder, what's wrong? Xiao Lai innocently blinked her large eyes, seemingly oblivious to the chaos she had caused. You audacious little human. How dare you escape on your own? Guards, seize her. Kyle, his face flushed red, immediately ordered his subordinates to apprehend her. However, the presence of Xiao Bai made the soldiers hesitate to step forward. What a joke. A silver wolf much larger than them. Charging him would surely result in being devoured. You, Kyle, seeing his men frozen in place, was filled with fury. Calm down, Grandpa Kyle. Look at you. Your face is turning red, like the legendary Guan Yu from human history. He was born that way, but if you keep getting so worked up, you might burst a blood vessel at your age. It's quite dangerous, Xiao Lai said, her tone genuinely concerned for Kyle's health. However, upon hearing her words, Kyle's anger only intensified, shaking with rage as he pointed at her. You dare. Besides, I didn't run away. I merely took my dog for a walk, Xiao Lai exclaimed, her tone earnest, though internally a voice protested angrily. Who are you calling a dog? Xiao Bai, beneath her, protested in defense of his dignity. Wolves and dogs belong to the same family, so don't take it to heart. We are all relatives. Xiao Lai smiled soothingly at the agitated Xiao Bai. The exchange between the girl and the wolf was indeed peculiar to outsiders. Who believes your nonsense? Leaving the dungeon without permission is a crime, and you deserve punishment. Guards, Kyle was unwilling to miss the opportunity to reprimand Xiao Lai, his face red with anger. Unable to suppress her disdainful gaze towards Kyle, Xiao Lai thought him rather foolish. If she truly intended to escape, why would she stand before him now, listening to his ranting? Kyle, since she has returned voluntarily, the matter of her escape is no longer valid. The Grand Elder interjected rationally. However, the reason she provided, walking a dog, was far too outrageous. The blood snakes discovered in her dungeon raised his suspicion. It appeared someone intended to harm her, a matter he would need to investigate privately, hoping it wasn't a reckless act by Kyle. Naturally, Xiao Lai would not mention this, for the identity of the assailant was still uncertain, and if it were indeed Kyle. Ganpa Elda, may I return to the dungeon to rest? Tilting her head, Xiao Lai selectively ignored the fuming Kyle beside her. She was in a good mood today, and chose not to argue with the elderly man. Wait, the Grand Elder said after a moment of thought. I've arranged a room for you in the castle. There is no need to return to the dungeon. The guards are weak, and it's not under the oversight of our elders' barrier. If incidents like today's, where someone attempts to harm you, were to occur again, I would be quite reluctant to see it. After all, should anything happen to you, it would be difficult to explain to Count Feng Laiye. Thank you, Grandpa Elder. However, may I trouble you for one more thing? Xiao Lai smiled brightly. Please prepare some food for Xiao Bai. If he gets hungry, he might hunt for himself. Her request seemed innocent and naive. The Grand Elder, gazing at the massive silver wolf beside her, swallowed hard, immediately agreeing. Once back in her room, Xiao Lai finally relaxed. Reclining on the bed, she watched as Xiao Bai, having finished the fresh beef sent by the elders, leisurely licked his paws. Xiao Bai, how did you come here? She was genuinely curious as to how he, who should have been in the human realm, suddenly appeared in the demon realm. Do you think a contracted beast exists for no reason? When you encounter peril, I will naturally be summoned to your side, no matter where you are. He recalled being in pursuit of that insufferable cat when he felt a dangerous aura emanating from her heart, and the next moment, he found himself in the blood snake-filled dungeon. Xiao Bai, you truly are a dedicated guardian, Xiao Lai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Bai's words assured her that he would always appear by her side to protect her, even amidst chaos, proving more effective than her father's contract. It was a double assurance. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Bai continued to groom himself, secretly relieved that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, she would have indeed become a feast for those venomous snakes. Why did he concern himself with her safety? Xiao Bai pondered, finding solace in the thought that he merely feared being implicated. After all, if his master perished, he would not survive either. Yet, deep down, a small voice contradicted his reasoning. As night fell, both human and beast succumbed to sleep, each lost in their own thoughts. The flickering flames illuminated a tall figure as a cold wind swept through the grand hall, his face set in ice. The door slammed shut with a gust, pulling the Bloodmaster's attention from the documents before him, revealing a hint of surprise in his dark gaze. What brings you here today, my lord? He found it curious, recalling that Feng Laiye typically disliked visiting the royal palace. Even when invited, it depended on his mood. I have come to propose a transaction, Feng Laiye said, his gaze sweeping over a nearby chair, which then floated to position itself behind him, allowing him to elegantly take a seat opposite the Bloodmaster. A transaction? The Bloodmaster looked on in astonishment at Feng Laiye, who remained as icy as ever. The Bloodmaster was somewhat dazed. It was utterly surprising that Feng Laiye, a person who typically regarded everything with indifference, sought to negotiate with him today. Was the sun rising in the west? Who could explain to him what had caused Feng Laiye's unusual behavior today? Feng Laiye squinted, visibly displeased, as he had little patience for ambiguity and certainly did not wish to squander time on it. I apologize. I must admit I am somewhat perplexed. What sort of transaction does Lord Count wish to engage in with me? Do I possess something of value that would prompt Lord Feng Laiye to propose a trade? The Bloodmaster set aside his work, gazing thoughtfully at Feng Laiye, considering that this individual, who seldom sought assistance, had come to him. He felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Simultaneously, he was deeply curious about the matter that could rouse the usually composed and unflappable Feng Laiye to such agitation. Feng Laiye's gaze turned cold, his dissatisfaction with the Bloodmaster's nonchalant demeanor evident, as he replied in a frigid tone. Do not tell me that the Elder Council has not informed you of the death of Crola. You should comprehend the purpose of my visit. The Bloodmaster gently rubbed his chin, closing his eyes in contemplation. It appeared that the Elder Council had handed him a document concerning a human girl who had killed Elder Kyle's granddaughter. And it mentioned that this human girl was Feng Laiye's adopted daughter, though he could not quite recall her name. His curiosity intensified. What manner of human girl could compel the typically aloof vampire count to seek a trade with him? Enough of the pleasantries. Within 2 days, retrieve the girl from the Elder Council, Feng Laiye insisted, unwilling to engage in further trivialities. Beyond the Bloodmaster's identity, he had no desire to negotiate with him. Had it not been for the comfort of his dear companion, he would not have sought this meeting at all. His public persona as a count did not afford him the power to influence the Elder Council's decisions. Only royal authority could contend with them. Although the Grand Elder was a reasonable individual, not every member of the Elder Council was virtuous, nor did all the elders recognize the significance of his companion's identity. Thus, he was compelled to propose a transaction he had always scorned. That is acceptable, but my esteemed former brother-in-law, what benefits can you offer in this trade? The blood master readily acquiesced, his astonishment morphing into the cunning demeanor of a seasoned fox, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Feng Laiye understood that the blood master would not easily concede. "I shall honor the terms we discussed previously," Feng Laiye stated, his expression inscrutable, his tone icy. "Very well. The deal is struck. You shall rescue her from the Elder Council within 2 days." The blood master trusted Feng Laiye's integrity. No one was more steadfast than he. After obtaining the desired answer, Feng Laiye chose to remain silent, rising to depart. The blood master watched him leave, a strange smile on his face. "Count Feng Laiye," a voice called out as he exited the study and traversed the corridor. "Prince Feng Qi," Feng Laiye acknowledged, nodding. His demeanor softened towards Feng Qi, the only member of the royal family he truly admired. "Please do not worry, Count. I will visit Miss Xiao Xie at the Elder Council tomorrow," Feng Qi reassured him. "Thank you, Prince Feng Qi," he replied, unsurprised that Feng Qi was aware of Xiao Xie's predicament. As the appointed successor of the Grand Elder, it was only reasonable for him to visit her. "You are too courteous, my lord," Feng Qi said with a gentle smile. Feng Laiye nodded in acknowledgement and departed without further conversation. The following morning, the plaza's fountain was the liveliest spot within the blood domain. All passing vampires marveled at the sudden appearance of a female version of Jesus, her flawless body bound to a cross, exposed to the splashing waters and the wind. "Isn't that Duke's daughter, Miss He Lingyu?" someone exclaimed from the crowd, and the news spread rapidly, igniting a fervor among vampires. When He Lingyu groggily awakened from her unconsciousness and attempted to move her limbs, only to find them immobilized, the gravity of her situation struck her. She opened her eyes wide, staring in horror at the throngs of vampires gazing down at her, their eyes filled with raw desire and lust. Realizing her predicament, she let out a piercing scream. Feng Laiye, I will make you pay for this." Humiliation and fury intertwined in He Lingyu's mind. Yet the male vampires continued to stare unabashedly at her. As one of the rare beauties among the Blood Clan, her exposed form was a sight not often witnessed. Though oblivious to who had stripped her of her garments, the male vampires silently expressed their gratitude to the instigator. By the time soldiers arrived to rescue her, she was trembling with rage, her lips pale with fury. "Arrest them! Capture them all!" She ordered the soldiers who had come to her aid, vowing that none who had seen her body would escape her wrath. And Feng Laiye, He Lingyu's eyes burned with vengeful rage. "The humiliation you have inflicted upon me, I shall repay 100-fold. I will make you wish for death." Achoo! Feng Laiye suddenly sneezed upon waking, rubbing his small nose, pondering who might be so kind as to curse him so early in the morning. "Feng Laiye, someone has come to see you," a guard announced from outside the door, which swung open to reveal a tall figure. A smile spread across Feng Laiye's face at the sight. "Sister Feng Qi," she said, deliberately emphasizing the word sister. Feng Laiye noticed Feng Qi's slight grimace, but he quickly masked it. Closing the door, Feng Qi sighed. "Are you adjusting while here?" She surveyed the room, noting its adequacy, and felt reassured. "Adjusting? What made you think to visit me, Sister Feng Qi?" Feng Laiye replied with a bright smile, causing Feng Qi's forehead to crease with annoyance. Fortunately, his upbringing was sufficient to restrain his urge to retaliate against her. "Just call me Feng Qi. Hearing you call me sister makes me think you are mocking me," he mused. "Don't be shy." Feng Laiye grinned wickedly, relishing the amusement of teasing a boy disguised as a girl. Every time she looked at Feng Qi, she couldn't help but imagine her father in feminine attire, undoubtedly a beauty that could outshine the stars and captivate every male in existence, provided, of course, that her father did not smite her for such thoughts. "You still have the audacity to smile after causing such a ruckus? Aren't you the least bit concerned?" Feng Qi shook his head in disbelief. Though he had little connection with Crola, her family was deeply intertwined with significant affairs. Her grandfather ranking among the top 5 in the Elder Council, making her lineage formidable. Should I simply present my neck and await my demise at their hands? I'm not that helpless. However, murder is not my desire. It is all merely a series of coincidences. If possible, I would prefer to avoid trouble, as I hold no deep-seated grudge against Crola. There is no need to kill her. All of it stemmed from He Lingyu. The mere thought of that girl, abandoned in the plaza fountain as a representation of the Virgin Mary, brought a smile to Feng Laiye's face. As long as I wait for the emergence of Black Feather to confront me, the truth will inevitably be unveiled. Should Black Feather dare to face her, She possesses numerous means to extract every detail from her. However, Feng Qi sighed and gently shook her head. I regret to inform you of an unfortunate piece of news. I received word while en route that Black Feather has gone mad. She can no longer stand up to you. The startling news brought forth by Feng Qi left Feng Laiye in shock, her innocent eyes blinking as she instinctively swallowed. Although she understood that the widow was timid, it seemed implausible for her to have succumbed to such madness. Could her insanity be linked to the divine presence she had encountered yesterday? Feng Laiye's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, how could she have gone mad without cause? Feng Qi, perceiving no oddity in Feng Laiye's inquiry, proceeded to explain. This morning, she was discovered completely unclothed, bound to the fountain in the square. Given her usual prideful demeanor, this incident must have dealt her a heavy blow, leading to her inability to bear the humiliation and ultimately resulting in her mental breakdown. Their interactions have been limited to mere matters of business. Just then, an unfamiliar aura invaded the room, prompting Feng Qi to become alert, her demeanor turning icy as she issued a low warning. Suddenly, a massive silver wolf sprang forth from beneath Feng Laiye's bed, baring its fangs and emitting a low growl, its crimson eyes scrutinizing Feng Qi with suspicion. Xiaobai, you're awake. Feng Laiye approached to stroke the silver wolf's head, treating it not as a fearsome beast, but rather as a docile pet. I was disturbed from my slumber by you two, the wolf protested internally, having spent the night in restless thought regarding Feng Laiye's well-being. When dawn finally arrived, it had barely closed its eyes when this unfamiliar presence intruded, disrupting its peace. Xiaobai had initially prepared to attack this sudden intruder, but Feng Laiye's affectionate demeanor caused Feng Qi to retract her brewing magical assault. This is my pet, Xiaobai, she introduced with a smile, prompting a dismissive roll of the eyes from the wolf, who chose to ignore her. Xiaobai, this is my brother Feng Qi. Don't be misled by his appearance. He is very much male, albeit with certain unspoken complexities that necessitate his current guise, Feng Laiye stated nonchalantly, unaware of the growing irritation evident on Feng Qi's face as he struggled to maintain his composure amidst her jest. Once Xiaobai discerned that Feng Qi was not an enemy, it wagged its tail and leapt onto Feng Laiye's bed, finding a comfortable spot to resume its slumber. Do not disturb my sleep, it grumbled, oblivious to the playful taunting of Feng Laiye as she teased. Let us go eat. I'll starve you. As they prepared to leave, the guards at the door halted their passage, reminding them that Feng Laiye's status as a suspect in a murder case necessitated restrictions on her movements within the Elder Council. However, upon meeting the cold gaze of Feng Qi, the once stern guards hesitantly retracted their spears. As the appointed successor of the Grand Elder, Feng Qi held a position of great authority, yet he wielded it with discretion, never imposing his rank upon others. Ironically, this restraint only amplified his standing in the eyes of others. With Feng Qi as her shield, Feng Laiye boldly traversed the Elder Council, though Feng Qi trailed behind, nearly suffering a heart attack from her recklessness. Stop! That's the third Elder's precious porcelain vase, she shouted, but before she could finish, Feng Laiye accidentally knocked the vase to the floor, shattering it into countless pieces. Oh dear, it was unintentional, Feng Laiye exclaimed, her large eyes blinking innocently as she gazed at Feng Qi, feeling unjustly accused. She had merely reached out to touch it, unaware of its precarious placement. Feng Qi sighed as he surveyed the shattered remnants, a wry smile on his lips. It seemed he would have to compensate the third elder for his cherished vase. Oh, what a beautiful crystal ball. Feng Laiye's attention was captured by another object perched on a shelf, and she flitted over like a swallow. No, that's the Grand Elder's amethyst orb. Feng Qi barely had time to react before Feng Laiye seized the orb and began tossing it playfully in the air. His heart skipped a beat as he witnessed her mischief unfold. Just then, Feng Laiye, noticing Feng Qi's tense expression, felt a surge of mischief and tossed the orb towards him. It soared through the air, and Feng Qi instinctively reached out to catch it. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Feng Laiye's hands reaching for a sword hanging on the wall. Be careful. Feng Laiye struggled to lift the ornate sword, but her foot caught on a display of ornaments, causing the entire rack to topple. In a split second, Feng Qi gasped, leaping into action with remarkable speed to prevent the precious items from crashing to the ground. As the rack fell, he managed to catch several priceless artifacts in his arms, precariously balancing a dragon-shaped pot on his foot. Relieved to have salvaged the treasures, he exhaled deeply. Wow, Sister Feng Qi, you're so impressive. Feng Laiye exclaimed, wanting to applaud him for his heroic rescue. However, a mischievous glint sparked in her eyes as she abandoned the heavy sword and rushed toward him. In her haste, she slipped and collided into Feng Qi, resulting in a chaotic tumble. To shield her from harm, Feng Qi relinquished all the precious items he had just saved, watching helplessly as centuries-old treasures shattered around them. Feng Laiye, feeling a sharp pain, squeezed her eyes shut, unaware of how solid Feng Qi was, as if she had crashed into a wall of flesh. The impact left her tender skin stinging. Meanwhile, Feng Qi, regaining his senses, realized that his hand had inadvertently touched something soft and warm, causing him to leap back in shock. What just happened? Feng Laiye, dazed by Feng Qi's sudden movement, remained oblivious to the close contact they had just shared. What on earth transpired here? The elders who rushed in upon hearing the commotion gazed at the disarray before them, two of them nearly fainting from shock. Oh, the treasures they cherished as precious. How could they have turned into a heap of refuse in just one night? With tears unshed, they stared helplessly at the mangled remnants on the ground, their hearts aching, wishing they could piece the shattered fragments back together. The elder, Feng Qi, was jolted back to reality by the lamentations of the elders. Shaking her head in a daze, she politely spoke up. The great elder, witnessing the numerous cracks in his precious amethyst orb, bent down to cradle it, only to see the fissures instantly rend the orb into countless pieces. What could be more heart-wrenching than witnessing the destruction of one's beloved possession? A flicker of anguish crossed the great elder's otherwise composed face. Feng Qi, what on earth happened here? He expected a satisfactory explanation from her. It was my oversight. I accidentally knocked over the shelf, Feng Qi admitted, lowering her head and taking full responsibility. Standing beside her, Feng Laiye was taken aback. In truth, the incident had nothing to do with him. It was merely her prank to annoy the elders. Why should he bear the blame for her mischief? Hey, that's not. Feng Laiye stepped forward, eager to clarify, insisting that she alone should be held accountable, not involving an innocent party. However, Feng Qi did not allow her the chance to finish, promptly stating, I will have someone document the losses incurred by each elder and send individuals to the 3 realms to seek compensation. As a princess and the designated successor of the great elder, she would face no punishment for this. At worst, she would receive a scolding. But if Feng Laiye were to admit her involvement, it would provide others with an opportunity to exploit the situation. With Black Feather unable to confront Feng Laiye directly due to her current state, it would be impossible to determine whether she acted out of malice or self-defense. Better to avoid trouble altogether. I hope you can resolve this satisfactorily, the great elder remarked, understanding that his chosen successor was unlikely to make such a childish mistake. It was evident that the blame lay with that human girl. However, since Feng Qi willingly accepted responsibility, he would indulge her. Yes, Feng Qi nodded, knowing the great elder would not pursue the matter further. The other elders, influenced by his words, fell silent, their reluctant gazes still fixed on the pile of fragments. Their hearts heavy with sorrow. It pains me to see this. By the way, Feng Laiye, we shall deliver our verdict this afternoon. Be prepared. The great elder informed her. Verdict? Feng Laiye tilted her head in confusion. Sister Feng Qi told me that Sister Ling Yu has gone mad this morning. How can I confront a madwoman in court? This is unheard of. The great elder cast her a knowing glance, though Black Ling Yu is mad. She keeps murmuring one phrase. What phrase? Feng Laiye asked, curiosity piqued. Little Xie, do not kill me. I will not tell anyone that you killed Ko Luo La. The great elder's voice resonated like a tolling bell from the depths of hell, old and hollow. Feng Laiye's eyes widened in disbelief, while Feng Qi beside her was equally stunned. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Feng Laiye, shackled and dragging heavy iron chains, ascended to the judgment seat. A circular arena reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, filled with 12 elders, and one, Feng Qi. Observing Feng Laiye's pale visage, Feng Qi felt a sense of dread wash over her. Quietly, she moved to the door, her fingers intertwining, sending a faint glow through the crack, which transformed outside into a small butterfly, escaping unnoticed by the guards, heading towards the Count's manor. Feng Laiye, do you have any further arguments to make? Kyle, at the forefront, demanded aggressively. I did not intend to kill Black Lingyu. Feng Laiye shot a cold glance at the arrogant Kyle, her composure barely contained. Then can you explain where you went after escaping the dungeon last night? Kyle pressed relentlessly, intent on exacting vengeance for Kuluo La Feng Laiye bit her lip, defiantly meeting Kyle's increasingly crazed gaze, sensing the murderous intent and excitement in his bloodshot eyes, as if her death was already predetermined. I went to the square, she declared, lifting her chin proudly. What were you doing at the square? Kyle's eyes flickered, eagerly awaiting her confession. I tied Black Lingyu to a cross. Feng Laiye proclaimed, unabashedly revealing everything. Having no way to deny the truth, she accepted that she and Xiao Bai had indeed escaped the dungeon, with everyone witnessing their return to the Elders' Council. They could easily verify whether they had been to the square the previous night. There was no need to conceal it. Very well, since you admit it, we shall dispense with pleasantries, Kyle exclaimed, excitement coursing through him, his hands trembling. Locking eyes with Feng Laiye, he sneered, bring this criminal away and prepare for punishment. On what grounds do you punish me? Feng Laiye retorted, casting a cold gaze at the soldiers attempting to approach her. Her once adorable, cat-like eyes now emitted a piercing cold light, momentarily stunning the soldiers. You have confessed your guilt. Do you still wish to argue? Kyle scoffed. Confessed? What have I confessed? I admit I went to the square last night to prank Black Lingyu, who wanted to kill me with a blood snake. What grounds do you have to punish me? Feng Laiye smirked, her demeanor devoid of the innocence she once displayed, her sharp gaze sweeping around, instilling a chill in the hearts of those present. Do you still wish to deny it? If you weren't feeling guilty, why would you see trouble with Black Lingyu? Why would she have been driven to madness overnight, only uttering that one line? Kyle's anger boiled over, ignoring Feng Laiye's defiance. His singular focus was avenging his granddaughter. Everything else was inconsequential. Clap, clap. Feng Laiye began to applaud, the clinking of her shackles echoing in the silence. She raised her eyes to meet Kyle's, enunciating each word. Lord Kyle, do not forget. It was I who proposed confronting Black Lingyu. If I truly had guilt, would I dig my own grave? Seeking trouble with Black Lingyu? Lord Kyle, how do you explain the venomous snake that appeared in my dungeon last night? Who set it loose? Why was Black Lingyu captured by me? If she hadn't unleashed the blood snake in the dungeon to poison me, I would not have been able to locate her so quickly and bring her to the square. She harbored malicious intent first. I merely retaliated. She sought my life, and I merely sought to embarrass her publicly. Please tell me, where did I go wrong? If there's fault, it lies first with Black Lingyu. Standing aside, Feng Qi was genuinely astonished by Feng Laiye's sharp retorts and her proud demeanor. Was this the naive and mischievous girl he had once known? Why did she, even in shackles, exude such brilliance that made her impossible to despise? Feng Laiye's words left Kyle red-faced, his previous arrogance and mirth crumbling in an instant as he glared at her, his fury boiling over. Enough. You continue to err and refuse to admit it. Seize her. Kyle fumed, visibly agitated. The other elders, seeing that the great elder remained silent, withheld their opinions. At Kyle's command, soldiers yanked at the chains binding Feng Laiye, using brute force to pull the frail girl to the ground, leaving her in a disheveled heap. Feng Qishio felt a tightness in his chest, nearly rushing forward to sever the iron chains. However, the grand elder cast him a warning glance, halting his movement. Feng Laiye, her body aching from the fall, was being dragged away by the chains, the rough ground chafing against her delicate skin. Gritting her teeth, Feng Laiye glared coldly at Kyle, who bore a smug smile, and shouted Xiao Bai, roar. As her voice echoed, a bolt of lightning struck down, cleaving through the 4 iron chains, which snapped immediately, freeing Feng Laiye from her restraints. A massive silver wolf appeared at the center, standing beside Feng Laiye, its crimson eyes glaring fiercely at all present. In an unexpected turn of events, the wolf pounced upon the once arrogant Kyle, pinning him down upon the table with a triumphant roar. The assembly of elders was thrown into disarray. Never having encountered such audacity, someone had dared to retaliate during an elder council meeting, even laying hands on one of their own, Kyle. They were momentarily at a loss for what to do, while the grand elder maintained a semblance of composure, observing Feng Laiye and the sudden appearance of the silver wolf. He calmly stated, "You are the ones who should not act recklessly." A derisive smile crept upon Feng Laixie's lips as she retorted, "Just moments ago, Elder Kyle had me dragged away without a second thought, and not a single elder intervened. Not even you, the esteemed Grand Elder. I have completely lost faith in this obstinate assembly of elders. I am not someone to be trifled with. If they seek my demise, they are sorely mistaken. Grand Elder, I respect your wisdom, but I refuse to become a sacrifice under your blood clan's laws. Until a fair judgment is rendered, I will require Elder Kyle to cultivate his relationship with Xiao Bai. If you dare to act against me, I cannot guarantee that Xiao Bai will not impulsively sever Elder Kyle's throat." Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, casting a smile at the assembly. Before her father could devise a rescue plan, her only goal was to buy time for her own safety, regardless of the means employed. "You are threatening me," the Grand Elder said, his expression darkening upon hearing her words. From his elevated position, he was the most powerful figure in the Blood Clan, second only to the Blood Lord. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. She was the first. "I merely seek fairness," Feng Laiye shrugged, unwilling to elaborate further, fearing that these stubborn elders would utter something infuriating, prompting her to unleash Xiao Bai upon them. In her current state, she was more dangerous than ever. Taking a deep breath, the Grand Elder stroked his beard. "Everyone, remain calm. Bring Black Feathers here. Since this situation involves the two of them, let us summon the main characters." Feng Laiye watched with satisfaction as soldiers departed the tribunal to fetch the individuals in question. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Feng Qi standing at the entrance, his expression complex as he looked at her, a mixture of curiosity, surprise, and confusion in his gaze. When their eyes met, she found no trace of the vibrant light she once recognized. His cold, icy demeanor led him to mistake her for Count Feng Laiye. "Elder Kyle, if you move again, Xiao Bai's claws will surely slice through your carotid artery. I believe excessive blood loss would be a fatal flaw for your blood clan," Feng Laiye said, her eyes gleaming with mirth as she glanced down at Kyle, who still struggled against Xiao Bai's grasp. Due to his frantic efforts, Kyle's skin had already been scratched by the wolf's sharp claws. "Have the courage to kill me," Kyle growled fiercely, utterly humiliated by a mere human girl. "Ha, Elder Kyle, you truly have a sense of humor. I am a girl. How could I possibly possess such courage?" Observing Kyle's mortified and enraged demeanor, a playful smile returned to Feng Laixie's face, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. "You," Kyle seethed, both ashamed and furious, yet powerless to escape. "I advise you to behave yourself. Don't you still wish to avenge your granddaughter? If it were that simple for my Xiao Bai to eliminate you, how could you possibly help her seek revenge?" Feng Laiye provocatively remarked, her taunts seemingly effective as they subdued Kyle's frantic struggles. He lay quietly on the table, though his crimson eyes remained fixed angrily upon Feng Laiye. The interrogation hall fell silent, punctuated only by the heavy panting of the silver wolf. A moment later, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Feng Laiye faintly discerned Black Feather's familiar voice. However, the words she uttered brought a cold smile to Feng Laixie's lips. No, please don't kill me. I won't tell anyone you murdered Cora. Feng Laiye, please spare me." Accompanied by her piercing screams, Black Feathers was brought in by two soldiers, her hair disheveled, her gaze unfocused, appearing almost deranged. "Feng Laiye, now you have heard Black Feather's words and witnessed her descent into madness. What more is there to be dissatisfied with?" The Grand Elder intoned, his voice steady as he scrutinized Black Feathers before casting a stern look at Feng Laiye. "Is she truly insane? I must see for myself." Feng Laiye shrugged, lightly jumping down from Xiao Bai's back. Patting the wolf's head, she deliberately spoke in a tone loud enough for all to hear. "Keep a close watch on Elder Kyle. Ensure he doesn't meet with any mishaps." The implication was clear. Kyle's fate lay firmly in Xiao Bai's claws, and should anyone dare to act against her, Kyle would be the first to pay the price. "Sister Lingyu, do you remember me?" Feng Laiye approached Black Feathers, her face adorned with a saccharine smile. Yet, Black Feathers, as if seeing a ghost, thrashed wildly, shrieking in terror. No, please don't kill me. Don't kill me," she screamed, flailing her limbs in a desperate attempt to escape Feng Laixie's approach. Feng Laiye furrowed her brow, seizing Black Feather's wrist with a grip honed from 3 years of training under Shuali, firmly restraining her struggles. "Look at me." Feng Laiye narrowed her eyes, locking gazes with Black Feather's chaotic eyes. Skilled in hypnosis, she could discern between feigned insanity and true madness, having self-hypnotized at the tender age of 5 to conceal her consciousness. She knew if Black Feather sought to deceive her, it would only backfire. Delving into the depths of Black Feather's gaze, she sought any signs of deception. However, as she released her hold, disbelief washed over her, and she took a step back. No, it cannot be. How could Black Feathers be mad? She cannot truly be insane. Clenching her fists tightly, Feng Laiye recognized the chaotic turmoil within Black Feather's eyes, an unmistakable sign of genuine madness. Black Feathers was not feigning insanity. She was truly lost to it. The shock within her heart was difficult to quell. Feng Laiye could never have anticipated why, in a moment of tranquility, Hailing You would suddenly go mad. What perplexed her even more was the incessant stream of incomprehensible words that poured from Hailing Yu's lips after her descent into madness. Have you discerned reality from illusion? The Grand Elder inquired, keenly observing the expression on Feng Laiye's face, which betrayed the truth. She was truly insane. Feng Laiye bit her lip, reluctant to admit such a fact. If Hailing You had genuinely lost her mind, her own innocence would be nearly impossible to vindicate, given the nature of Hailing Yu's words. A madman speaks no falsehoods, rendering her statements a grave threat to her. Very well, the Grand Elder nodded, subtly gesturing to his subordinates, while Feng Laiye was lost in thought. Do you have anything else to say? Feng Laiye, feeling a twinge of despondency, shook her head. She truly has lost her sanity, yet I had no intention of harming her. Hailing You, do you truly despise me so? Even in madness, you seek to cast me into disrepute? A bitter smile crossed her lips, astonished by the depth of Hailing Yu's enmity. Then why do you persist in pleading for your life? One only collapses mentally after enduring blows beyond their capacity for endurance, and a shattered psyche cannot be manipulated. Hailing Yu's words were not mere fabrications. They were the echoes of her innermost thoughts. I do not know, Feng Laiye exclaimed fiercely, her fists clenched in frustration. She genuinely did not understand why this was happening. A low chuckle escaped the Grand Elder. Before she could react, a massive net descended from above, ensnaring her. Xiaobai! Feng Laiye cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers took advantage of the distraction caused by her shout to ensnare Xiaobai with 5 magical rings, which were then pulled in different directions by 5 burly soldiers, swiftly subduing the once mighty silver wolf. Roar! Xiaobai emitted a furious cry as he was brought down. Xiaobai! The ensnared Feng Laiye watched anxiously as her companion was restrained, a fire igniting in her eyes. She glared at the composed Grand Elder, her voice seething with rage. You dare to deceive me. Betrayal is a part of warfare. Little girl, you are still too naive, the Grand Elder replied, stroking his beard with a calm sigh. This human girl, possessing extraordinary intelligence and courage, could rival their pure-blooded elite if nurtured properly. However, she had violated the laws of the Blood Clan far too soon, and now he found himself compelled to extinguish a promising talent, albeit with some reluctance. Yet, the law of the land supersedes all. Despicable! Feng Laiye scoffed coldly, disdainful of the aged man attempting to outsmart her. Despite her remarkable talents, she was merely 15, with limited experience and naturally no match for a millennium-old vampire. Little girl, I advise you to remain silent. I might grant you a swift end out of respect for Count Feng Laiye. The Grand Elder harbored a degree of admiration for Feng Laiye, having recognized her potential since meeting Feng Qi. Yet it was a pity. Grand Elder, no. I must ensure she suffers as retribution for my grandson's death. Kyle, supported by soldiers, raised his spear menacingly toward Xiaobai, furious that the creature dared to stand beneath him. Kyle, if you harm a single hair on Xiaobai, Feng Laiye, swear by my very soul that I will make you wish you were dead, and I shall turn your entire family into accompanying sacrifices. Her fierce protectiveness for Xiaobai overshadowed her own predicament as she glared fiercely at Kyle. You, Xiaobai, who was immobilized, trembled at Feng Laiye's vow. He had never imagined she cared for him so deeply. A warm sensation coursed through his chest. Take care of yourself first. Kyle sneered dismissively, disregarding Feng Laiye's threats. Once he dealt with the creature, he would turn to her. Kyle, halt! To Feng Laiye's surprise, the Grand Elder intervened, halting Kyle's advance. Kyle wanted to protest, but was silenced by a fierce glare from the Grand Elder, compelled to reluctantly lower his spear. Feng Laiye, do you plead guilty or not? You wouldn't want to implicate Count Feng Laiye, would you? Yet if you continue to resist, we will have no choice but to apprehend him as well, given that he is your adoptive father. The Grand Elder raised his chin, delivering his ultimatum. You have the audacity to threaten my father. Feng Laiye's eyes widened. Her lips pressed tightly together. If you have the courage, then kill me. Do not disturb my father. I alone am responsible for my actions. I killed Kaluo, and I took Lingyu to the square. Direct your ire at me. With a defiant stance, she proclaimed her accountability, her eyes radiating determination. Xiao Xie. Upon hearing her words, Feng Qi felt an inexplicable pang in his chest, unable to tear his gaze away from her. The Grand Elder's smile was one of satisfaction mingled with regret as he signaled for Feng Laiye to be taken away, for death awaited her. Xiao Xie, you are truly foolish. Suddenly, a fierce wind burst through the interrogation hall's doors, a whirlwind sweeping away the net that ensnared Feng Laiye. As the tempest subsided, she found herself enveloped in a familiar embrace. With wide eyes, Feng Laiye's amber gaze reflected a stunning visage, warmth unexpectedly flooding her eyes as tears began to spill. Little fool, everything will be all right. The gentle touch wiped away her tears, and the concern in those violet eyes was palpable. Father, a low whisper, filled with longing and grievance, as she buried her head into the familiar embrace. Fear not, I am here. No one shall harm you. No one. The cold purple eyes scanned the gathered crowd, an icy chill rendering them motionless, as though cloaked in the shadow of death. Feng Laiye, what is the meaning of this? The Grand Elder, taken aback by Feng Qi's sudden appearance, felt his astonishment fade, replaced by a deepening frown. Feng Laiye was becoming increasingly audacious, daring to intrude upon the Elder Council. I share the same question. What are you doing here, Grand Elder? Feng Laiye retorted, a smirk tugging at his lips as he regarded the anxious faces of the elders and the soldiers gripping their weapons. Count Feng Laiye. Feng Laiye has confessed to her crimes. I hope you understand that the laws of the Blood Clan cannot be disregarded. The Grand Elder's expression darkened, but Feng Laiye's gaze remained cold and piercing, devoid of civility. Confession? What do you mean? She is innocent. What crime has she committed? The stubborn little girl had spoken her truth clearly. Her so-called confession was merely an attempt to shield him from blame. Since the moment he decided to adopt her, he had embraced all her safety as his own. What do you mean by that, Count Feng Laiye? The Grand Elder's tone grew irate. Nobles were not permitted to intrude upon the Elder Council without summons. He had already shown restraint. Did Feng Laiye intend to push his luck further? Feng Laiye remained silent, his gaze shifting to the dazed Lingyu standing nearby. I have brought someone with me today, someone who can attest to Xiao Xie's innocence. Upon hearing this, not only were the Grand Elders taken aback, but even Xiao Xie herself widened her eyes in disbelief, blinking rapidly as tears began to flow anew. Father, who do you mean? She asked, confused about who could possibly validate her innocence, unaware of the identity of this individual. Feng Laiye wore a knowing smile as footsteps echoed from outside. Breathless, Princess Limo burst into the room, clutching her skirt. Princess Limo. Feng Qi recognized this little girl, who shared a similar status with him, and was astonished by her sudden appearance. Your Highness Limo, please recount everything you know to the esteemed elders, Feng Laiye urged, directing all eyes towards Limo. Though slightly flustered, Limo had prepared herself for this moment when she had come with Feng Laiye. Her large eyes sparkled with determination, yet revealed a hint of uncertainty. She glanced at the little Xie in Feng Laiye's arms, took a deep breath, and began. On the day Miss Krola was murdered, I was present. That day, I and Sister Xie were lured out of the castle and taken to a place where Miss Krola and another young lady attacked us. They intended to kill Sister Xie. Fearing for my safety, Sister Xie locked me in the carriage, and I witnessed everything unfold, clearly hearing Miss Krola and the other young lady shouting their intent to kill her. Limo's words stirred a tremendous reaction in the interrogation hall, prompting Kyle to leap up and shout, "Who are you to spread such slander here?" I am Princess Limo of the Western Blood Clan, she declared proudly, lifting her chin. Though small, she held steadfast principles. On that day, Sister Xie's willingness to protect her had profoundly moved Limo, and today, she was determined to speak out about all she knew. Taken aback by the revelation of her identity, Kyle fell silent. Princess Limo, are you certain of what you claim? The Grand Elder's brow furrowed, clearly troubled. I swear on my royal title, if I utter a single falsehood, I shall willingly accept the punishment of the demon Lord Satan. Limo asserted resolutely. Daddy, Limo. The little Xie, held in Feng Laiye's embrace, had not recalled Limo's presence at the time. Limo's unexpected arrival made her feel as if a new turn of events was unfolding. The Grand Elder lowered his gaze, contemplating Limo's words. If what she said was true, the truth would soon be revealed. However, if so, what a black feather. Please hold on. We need to discuss this matter further. The identity of the Western princess was of great significance. Despite her youth, her words held weight. The Grand Elder promptly convened the other elders for a discussion. In the interrogation hall, Feng Laiye, Little Xie, Limo, Xiao Bai, and Feng Qi gathered together. Little Xie remained silent, burying her face in Feng Laiye's embrace. While Feng Laiye held her quietly, offering comfort, Limo stood awkwardly to the side, and Xiao Bai scrutinized Feng Qi with an unsettling gaze. Daddy, would I have been sentenced to death without Limo's testimony? Little Xie's soft voice reached Feng Laiye's ears as she nestled against his chest. A pang of sympathy flickered in Feng Laiye's eyes, aware of her fear. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, I will not allow such a thing to happen. Regardless of Limo's testimony, he would find a way to ensure her safety. He would not permit any harm to come to her. Oh, Little Xie squinted, pressing her face closer to Feng Laiye's chest. Although she knew she could not hear the steady beat of his heart, she yearned to be closer to him, seeking a semblance of safety. I will not let anyone harm you. Feng Laiye's grip on her tightened slightly, and when he received an urgent message from Feng Qi through magic, an unprecedented worry and urgency surged within him. Without concern for whether Limo could withstand the speed of his movement, he whisked her away, transmitting all she needed to know into her mind. Disregarding the potential effects on her still-developing brain, he was solely focused on reaching the Elders' Assembly before any harm befell Little Xie. She nodded gently, trusting her father's words. As she always did, time passed, and unexpectedly, just after the elders had concluded their discussion, an unanticipated figure appeared in the interrogation hall. Your Majesty, Father. Everyone gasped upon seeing the newcomer and immediately knelt in respect. Feng Laiye lifted her head from her father's embrace, unexpectedly meeting the deep gaze of the Blood Lord. In that instant, she thought she saw a flicker of something intriguing in his eyes, but it vanished too quickly for her to discern. I merely came to observe, the Blood Lord chuckled, motioning for everyone to rise before taking his seat, accompanied by his attendants. The Grand Elder stood respectfully beside him, holding a judgment document. Count Feng Laiye, you are here as well, the Blood Lord remarked, his gaze landing on the cold-faced Feng Laiye. The latter had not bowed when the Blood Lord entered, yet the latter had grown accustomed to such behavior from Feng Laiye's proud demeanor. Indeed, Feng Laiye's expression was a mixture of emotions, but he tightened his embrace around Little Xie, causing her to look up at him curiously. What's wrong, Daddy? Ha. I presume the girl in your arms is Feng Laiye, the Blood Lord said with a smile. Feng Laiye remained silent, his expression far from respectful, even bearing a hint of displeasure. Feng Laiye silently stuck out her tongue, puzzled by her father's demeanor. It appeared he had a significant grievance against the Blood Lord. However, Feng Laiye stole glances at the Blood Lord and then at Feng Qi. If Feng Qi hadn't called him father, she would hardly believe that this seemingly youthful Blood Lord was indeed Feng Qi's father. Their ages appeared so similar, and their resemblance could easily mislead one into thinking they were siblings. Nonetheless, both were undeniably handsome, though perhaps slightly less so than her own father. Grand Elder, has a decision been reached? The Blood Lord inquired with a smile. The Grand Elder nodded and handed the judgment document to the Blood Lord. After a quick glance, the Blood Lord tore the document to shreds with a resounding rip. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief at this unprecedented reaction, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, what is this? The Blood Lord had not issued any unlawful sentence. He had merely decreed that Feng Laiye would serve 10 years in the dungeon and receive 50 lashes. Standing, the Blood Lord smiled at the Grand Elder. None of what you have stated is valid, for Feng Laiye is not an ordinary human. She is the adopted daughter of Count Feng Laiye. Moreover, I intend to bestow upon her a great honor, formally making her a noble member of the vampire clan. And I have just extended an invitation for her to visit my palace. The Blood Lord's declarations left everyone astounded. To make a human a vampire noble, this was inconceivable, as nobility had always been reserved for pure-blood vampires. Feng Laiye instinctively grasped her father's collar, blinking her large eyes in disbelief as she whispered, "Daddy, is he your superior? Why does he seem so strange? When am I supposed to visit his palace? Please, I've only just met him today. Do not speak yet." Feng Laiye gently shook his head, his gaze hardening as he looked into the Bloodlord's eyes, a flicker of anger surfacing. It was true that he had aided in saving little Xie, but that did not grant him the right to unilaterally alter the terms. However, before the Grand Elder could voice his concerns, the Blood Lord raised his hand to silence him. "Little Xie, do you wish to accept my kind offer to become one of my people and visit my palace?" The Blood Lord smiled as he extended his invitation to Feng Laiye. Feng Laiye furrowed her brows as she gazed at the beaming Blood Lord. To be frank, although this Blood Lord exuded a vibe akin to a smiling tiger, she did not harbor any animosity towards him. For reasons unknown, a sense of fondness for him seemed to blossom naturally within her, leaving her utterly astonished. Father? Whether he would accept her sentiments was uncertain. Feng Laiye lifted her small face, seeking an answer from him. However, Feng Lai's eyes were half squinted, his violet irises swirling with anger. "Thank you, your majesty," Feng Laiye coldly stated, which was tantamount to Feng Laiye embracing everything that the Blood Lord represented. "Ha!" The Blood Lord chuckled, nodding in satisfaction. The Grand Elder was taken aback. Why would the usually cautious Blood Lord suddenly take an interest in a human girl? Observing the grim expression on Count Feng Lai's face, he suddenly felt that the matter was far from resolved, and that even greater issues might just be emerging. Then, Feng Qi shortly, "You shall accompany Xiao Xie back to the Count's residence to fetch some clothing, and then bring her back to the palace," the Blood Lord instructed Feng Qi, who stood to the side. "Yes, father," Feng Qi replied, filled with confusion, while he was not surprised by his father's appearance. After all, Feng Laiye had reached an agreement with him the day before. He was astonished that his father would invite Xiao Xie to the palace. However, this invitation was a veiled threat, clearly indicating to Count Feng Laiye that if Xiao Xie did not accept the royal invitation, they would be unwilling to accept the honor bestowed by the king, relegating her to the status of merely a human adopted by nobles, which would place her at a severe disadvantage in the judgment of the Elders' Council. "Must we be in such a hurry?" Feng Laiye pouted, her small lips forming a slight frown. She wished to spend more time with her father and had no desire to visit that so-called palace. But why did her father's expression appear so grim? Feng Laiye narrowed his purple eyes, watching the Blood Lord depart from the Elders' Council, a barely perceptible fury brewing within him, causing a faint silver hue to glimmer in his violet gaze. This was a sign of his genuine anger, yet none noticed his peculiarity. Only Xiao Bai, sensitive to the killing intent emanating from Feng Laiye, instinctively tensed up, its beastly instincts on high alert. As Feng Laiye gazed up at the resplendent palace, her pouting lips reflected her reluctance. She longed to be with her father rather than in this palace. Yet since her father had already consented, she could only follow Feng Qi and Xiao Bai to the palace with a heavy heart, reflecting on her departure from the Count's residence. Where she had clung to her father's waist, she couldn't help but sigh, internally cursing the presumptuous Blood Lord for disrupting their precious time together. "What is wrong with Xiao Xie?" Feng Qi asked, observing the myriad expressions flitting across Feng Laie's face. Curiosity piqued about her thoughts. "Is it because you've grown tired of domesticated humans that you wish to sample me, a wild human, hence inviting me to the palace?" Feng Laiye poted, speaking with a sense of grievance. It had to be that way. Otherwise, why would they coax her into the palace? She could clearly sense her father's displeasure. Yet he still brought her along. She was dissatisfied, deeply so, and thus felt compelled to complain. "What are you thinking? How could that be?" Feng Qi thought he might weep. Could this little girl's imagination not be so vivid? There ought to be limits to fantasy. "If you intend to eat me, you must knock me unconscious first. I fear pain," she declared. Watching a group of vampires reveal their fangs to devour her would surely send her into despair. "No one wishes to eat you." Feng Qi sighed helplessly, finding her to be a far cry from the fierce debater she had been in the interrogation chamber. Reverting back to the quirky little girl she was. "You are certainly not human. You are a vampire," Feng Laiye retorted petulantly, patting Xiao by beside her. "If I am eaten, you must avenge me. Your teeth are bigger than theirs, so you'd fare better in a bite." Xiao Bai rolled its eyes in exasperation at her whimsical thoughts. As Feng Qi listened to Feng Laie's incessant chatter about the possibility of being devoured, He genuinely began to wonder if his father's invitation to the palace was indeed for the purpose of feasting upon her. In truth, he was quite aware that his father's actions were entirely aimed at restraining Count Feng Laiye. Although he was uncertain about the agreement made between his father and the Count to save Xiao Xie, bringing a mere human like Feng Laiye into the palace undoubtedly held significant reasoning. He could not interfere with his father's decisions, but he would ensure Feng Laiye's safety within the palace, especially considering the presence of a dangerous individual. Ah, Feng Qi, did you bring food? Yes. This time it should be quite a delectable treat. It smells wonderful. Just as Feng Qi pondered, a shadow suddenly swooped down beside him and Feng Laiye. A pair of pitch-black eyes locking onto Feng Laiye's gaze, inhaling deeply the sweet aroma wafting from her. Ah. Feng Laiye was startled by the sudden appearance of the enlarged face before her, clutching her chest as she darted behind Feng Qi, her large eyes wide with terror. "Brother, don't frighten her," Feng Qi exclaimed, momentarily stunned, thinking of the phrase, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." "I didn't frighten her. She looks genuinely delicious," the man replied, extending his tongue to lick his pristine white fangs, his eyes glimmering with hunger as he gazed at the half-hidden Feng Laiye behind Feng Qi. "You truly intend to eat me?" Feng Laiye's face fell in an instant, her voice filled with despair. "Roar!" Xiao Bai stepped protectively in front of Feng Laiye, emanating hostility towards the suddenly appearing man. "That's not it," Feng Qi hastily clarified. "Is it wrong to eat you? You smell divine. It would be a pity not to." The man interjected, inching closer to savor the fragrance emanating from Feng Laiye. "It truly is fragrant, 100 times sweeter than the fresh blood provided daily. Though I haven't bitten yet, my appetite is stirred." "Roar!" Xiao Bai bared its fangs, stepping forward as if to warn the man that should he dare approach again, it would not hesitate to rend him apart with its own teeth. When did you get a pet, Feng Qi?" the man asked, curiously furrowing his brow at Xiao Bai's presence. Feng Qi nearly fainted, pulling the timid Xiao Xie from behind him, casting a reproachful glance at the man. "Brother, she is a guest invited by our father, the daughter of Count Feng Laiye, Feng Laiye. She is not a meal brought for you. You cannot eat her." "A guest of father? Then I cannot eat her?" the man replied, stepping back with a face of regret, rubbing his chin as he gazed at Feng Laiye with a forlorn expression, as though missing out on a great opportunity, causing Feng Laiye to shiver. "Whoever he is, I must keep my distance from him." Feng Laiye varnit herself internally. Yes, Feng Qi nodded helplessly, finding the man's erratic thoughts utterly beyond him. He then introduced Feng Laiye, Xiao Xie. "This is my elder brother, the prince of the blood clan, Feng Ge." Feng Laiye stuck out her tongue and made a face at Feng Ge, regardless of whether he was a prince or a royal descendant. He had immediately expressed an intention to swallow her whole, and she had no inclination to be cordial. Feng Ge, amused by Feng Laiye's antics, blinked and bent down to meet her gaze. "Little snack, although you are a guest of father, I wonder if I merely take a sip of your blood. Would father truly hold it against me?" Saying this, he revealed a remarkably sunny smile. All right, he admitted he was intentionally trying to frighten her. Feng Laiye shivered at once, retracting her half-extended tongue and retreating behind Feng Qi. She had no intention of being devoured, if there were any such thoughts. Only her father could be the one to consume her. As for her elder brother, she found herself utterly helpless against his playful antics. If this continued, she feared that little Xie would only grow more convinced of her impending doom. Observing the tiny figure hiding behind her, Feng Qi felt a surge of compassion swell within him. "Very well, I understand. You shall go hunting. Sister, you could take the little one for a stroll around the palace. I am off now." Feng Ge, noticing the cold demeanor of his sister and sensing her imminent wrath, decided to make a timely exit. Although Feng Qi was merely a princess and he, the crown prince, there was a significant disparity between their statuses. Nevertheless, her icy visage was enough to keep him in check. Watching Feng Ge depart, Feng Qi sighed in resignation. She had not intended for him to discover that Feng Laiye was visiting the palace, but the very thing she feared had indeed come to pass. It was as if he had been lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal himself. "I detest him," Feng Laiye pouted, openly expressing her disdain for Feng Ge. "He merely seeks to play." Feng Qi attempted to defend her brother, but upon seeing the deep skepticism radiating from Feng Laiye's eyes, she quickly abandoned that notion. Xiao Bai, from now on, if you see him, bite him without hesitation. Do not spare me any consideration. Feng Laiye commanded Xiao Bai with utmost seriousness. I am aware without your prompting, Xiao Bai replied, sharpening its formidable fangs, eyes glinting with resolve. Observing the dynamic between the girl and the wolf, Feng Qi could not shake the feeling that Feng Laiye's visit to the palace would not be entirely tranquil. She hoped that it would not escalate into chaos. As Feng Ge left the palace, the carefree smile on his face faded. He elegantly mounted the magnificent steed, led by a servant, and glanced at his companion. Why have you arrived so late? His friend inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. It's nothing, merely stumbled upon an intriguing delicacy. Feng Ge chuckled lightly. Intriguing delicacy? The other raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Feng Ge's cryptic remark. Let's not dwell on that. What about your treasure hunt? Did you uncover any new man-eating flowers? Feng Ge shifted the conversation, eager to steer clear of the prior topic. At the mention of the man-eating flowers, his companion's countenance darkened. No, finding a millennium-old man-eating flower is no simple task. I have scoured the Eastern Demon Realm thoroughly, yet to no avail. If this continues, I may have to send someone to the Western Demon Realm. If he discovers who had the audacity to sever his man-eating flower, I shudder to think of the consequences. Perhaps it's best to let it be. After all, your collection of rare beasts is already quite impressive, Feng Ge consoled, realizing that a venture to the Western Demon Realm might be an overreaction. His friend had amassed a veritable treasure trove of exotic creatures, which should suffice for now. Can you fathom the despair of losing 2 treasures in a single day? His companion lamented, tightening his grip on the reins. Are you still fixated on that white mythical creature? Feng Ge asked, surprised that he hadn't forgotten about it yet. Of course. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to trap it? Just as it was within my grasp. I was struck down by the rest of his words faded into a grimace as he recalled the unfortunate encounter. The memory of that creature, adorned with strawberry patterns, lingered painfully in his mind. He was determined to find the woman clad in the strawberry-patterned attire and exact his vengeance. Feng Ge couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's obsession with the rare beasts. The Demon Realm's martial arts tournament is approaching. What are your plans? Dependent on circumstances. However, I may stay with your blood clan for a while, as my father has asked me to confer with the Blood Lord regarding the upcoming angel hunting day. His friend replied, adjusting his demeanor to reflect seriousness. What plans do your kind have? Feng Laiye inquired. We must show those bird people that we are not to be underestimated. We cannot allow the celestial realm to look down upon us, he declared, lifting his chin defiantly. Nodding in agreement, Feng Ge and his companion fell silent as they urged their horses towards the hunting grounds. Feng Qi diligently guided Feng Laiye through the palace, allowing her to familiarize herself with the surroundings. In a moment of mischief, Feng Laiye seized the opportunity to leap onto Xiao Bai's back while the wolf was momentarily distracted, treating the massive silver wolf as her steed. This act provoked a low growl of protest from Xiao Bai, but Feng Laiye chose to ignore entirely. As dusk fell, Feng Qi led Feng Laiye to the dining hall, where Xiao Bai was escorted by a servant to another area for its meal. Do you always dine at such an elongated table? Feng Laiye frowned at the 10-meter-long table before them. If people at either end wish to converse, they might as well shout to be heard. Do they believe that distance breeds beauty? Feng Qi nodded, finding nothing amiss with the arrangement. I do not drink blood, nor do I consume raw meat. Leaning on the table, Feng Laiye raised her hand, hoping that the forthcoming dishes would not completely quench her appetite. Feng Qi smiled, acknowledging her sentiments. Shortly thereafter, the Blood Lord entered the dining hall, prompting Feng Qi to stand and greet him respectfully. Father, Feng Laiye blinked, contemplating whether she should mimic ancient humans in their reverence to emperors, exclaiming, Long live the Emperor! The Blood Lord nodded, a gentle smile gracing his youthful features, reminiscent of a cultured scholar, eliciting a warm response from those around him. However, Feng Laiye harbored resentment towards him for disrupting her time with her father, and her face bore no trace of smile. Little Xie, do you enjoy your time here? The Blood Lord inquired, his expression still cheerful, seemingly unfazed by her apparent disrespect. Suppressing an eye roll, she wished she could honestly express her dislike. While the palace was indeed grand and beautiful, she would much prefer to return to the human realm with her father, residing in what now seemed a modest villa. I do not like it. Ah, a forthright child. She does not tell lies, the Bloodlord remarked, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Although he recognized her reluctance, he did not anticipate her boldness in voicing it. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Oh, what is it about this place that you find displeasing?" Feng Laiye blinked innocently at him. "Do you truly want me to say?" "Indeed," the Bloodlord encouraged with a smile. "Because someone wishes to eat me." She pouted, her cheeks puffed out. "What?" The Bloodlord was taken aback. "Who?" "Your son, Prince Feng." Feng Laiye smirked internally, relishing the opportunity to reveal her grudge, for she was not one to forget easily. The prince better tread carefully around her on days when she felt particularly irritable. Feng Qi, witnessing this exchange, nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. However, the Bloodlord paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ah, little Xie, you are quite an amusing child." He shook his head, thoroughly entertained by her candidness, rather than offended. "Is this truly amusing? Did I say something humorous?" She questioned, bewildered by his reaction. Why does he smile so exaggeratedly? Furthermore, when she speaks ill of his son, shouldn't he cast her out? Yet, he continues to gaze at her with a beaming smile. "I assure you, he will not devour you, so you may rest easy. No one here will harm you." The Bloodlord restrained his mirth, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Feng Laiye, soothing his tone. If she were to trust his words, it would be akin to a naive little rabbit believing that the big bad wolf had turned vegetarian. "Little Xie, I hope you can adapt to living here. Do you understand?" The Bloodlord lifted his head, and within his gaze directed at Feng Laiye flowed a current of warmth. Feng Laiye was perplexed, while Feng Qi, standing nearby, felt a foreboding sense wash over him. He could not pinpoint what was strange about his father's demeanor, yet he sensed something was amiss. After dinner, Feng Qi escorted Feng Laiye back to her chamber. However, she felt a sense of unease at the sight of the Bloodlord smiling as she departed. The reason for her discomfort eluded her, yet his demeanor did not appear malicious, and she did not instantly harbor any aversion towards him. Upon returning to her room, little Xie saw Little Bai peacefully sleeping beside her, its round belly indicating it had feasted well and felt quite content. The bloodstains lingering at its mouth made Feng Laiye frown. Could it be that they had fed Little Bai live prey? A gentle breeze stirred the curtains as she stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the night sky while wrapping her arms around herself. Suddenly, a pair of arms enveloped her from behind, pulling her into a warm embrace. "Daddy!" The familiar scent made her instantly recognize the person behind her, filling her with surprise as she leaned back into the comforting embrace. "Be careful," Feng Lai's voice came from behind her. Little Xie nodded obediently. Though she was unsure of what she needed to be cautious about, at least she could see him, and her heart felt at ease. "Daddy, why did you come to see me?" She had not anticipated his presence in the palace, which was a delightful surprise that she cherished. "I cannot rest easy." Feng Laiye narrowed his eyes. Leaving her in a place more perilous than the Elder Council was something he could not bear. The Bloodlord, that cunning fellow, had leveraged their agreement to threaten him. While he had indeed rescued little Xie from the Elder Council, he had not promised to return her afterward. That sly fox was truly full of schemes, and he had failed to consider this aspect at the time. "Daddy, please don't go. Stay with me." She turned, wrapping her arms around Feng Lai's waist, resembling a child seeking warmth and security. "I will not leave." Although he was reluctant to place her in a dangerous situation, he could not openly defy the Bloodlord's orders and had to allow his schemes to unfold. "Little Xie, be wary of Feng Yin. If anything happens, seek out Feng Qi. She will protect you. I will come to see you every night. While I am not by your side, take care of yourself." He cupped her small face, his heart brimming with concern, an unfamiliar tension and worry coursing through him. This was the first time he felt such anxiety for another. "Feng Yin? Who is that?" Little Xie tilted her head, puzzled. Feng Laiye sighed softly, his violet eyes peering deeply into hers as he spoke slowly. "Feng Yin is the Bloodlord." Feng Yin. Feng Yin. Little Xie felt a familiar sensation wash over her heart, yet it was elusive and intangible. With a loud burp, Little Bai awoke from its slumber, shaking off the remnants of sleep and savoring the memory of yesterday's tender, dear delicacy. However, upon turning, it spotted Feng Laiye facing away from it, seated on the balcony. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, you're awake?" Feng Laiye momentarily paused, as if coming out of a dream, before turning to face Little Bai. "Has someone been here?" Little Bai's keen nose quickly detected an unfamiliar scent that lingered in the room, faint yet distinguishable. "Are you hungry? Let's go find Feng Qi." I'm hungry. Feng Laiye smiled brightly, skillfully shifting the topic. She wished to conceal the fact that her father had visited. As she opened the door, Feng Laiye unexpectedly stumbled into a broad and sturdy embrace. Wow, little treat, you're so enthusiastic this early in the morning. A playful tease came from above her. You. She pushed him away, glaring at Feng Gu's nonchalant face. What are you doing at my door so early? No need to be so irate. I merely wanted to invite you for breakfast. Feng Gu shrugged innocently. He bore no ill intent, yet seeing Feng Laiye's wary expression, akin to an angry cat, compelled him to tease her further. Narrowing her eyes, Feng Laiye beckoned Little Bai with a finger, lifting her chin in defiance, choosing to ignore Feng Ji's presence. Growl. Little Bai shot a warning glance at Feng Gu, signaling him not to disturb them. You dare to be so fierce after devouring my deer. Feng Gu smiled at Little Bai, drawing Feng Laiye's attention. What did you say? Her amber eyes narrowed as she scrutinized him. Yesterday, I hunted a small deer, and I brought it to treat your guardian. He was indeed quite hospitable. Little Bai, Feng Laiye groveled, for she had warned it to keep its distance from this guy, yet it dared to eat his food. I didn't know. Little Bai quickly defended itself, explaining that it had only eaten a deer brought by a soldier, unaware it was Feng Ji's catch. Little Bai, do you feel unwell? Does your stomach hurt? Is your head okay? How are your paws? Under Feng Ji's stern gaze, Feng Laiye knelt before Little Bai, inspecting its wolf head and checking its paws with great concern. Hey, I didn't poison it. Feng Gu's smile faltered as he questioned the need for such exaggeration. Was he really that nefarious? Surely, he wasn't a villain who would poison her silver wolf. Painting a tiger's skin cannot conceal its bones. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Feng Laiye scrutinized him with suspicion. I mean, well, why did she perceive him as so sinister? You ungrateful little imp. He had kindly offered his prey to her pet, yet she doubted him. I am called Little Xie, not Little Imp. Rising, Feng Laiye lifted her chin defiantly and turned away, leaving Feng Gu behind. Little Xie. Feng Gu stood there, rubbing his chin, watching her stride away with poise, a knowing smile creeping across his lips. As Feng Qi passed by Feng Laiye's room, he noticed Feng Gu lost in thought and approached him. Brother, what are you doing? If he recalled correctly, this was Little Xie's room. Nothing. Feng Gu snapped back to reality, shaking his head as he admired his beautiful sister, smiling. By the way, are you preparing to participate in this year's martial arts competition? Feng Qi hesitated, contemplating before responding. It depends on Father's decision. Feng Gu shook his head lightly, observing his sister, who remained cold yet obedient to their father. He had always cherished her. However, he felt sorry for her, as she seemed like a puppet still controlled by their father. Although they were not born of the same mother, their similar ages afforded them the experience of growing up together. However, Feng Qi's demeanor had always been quiet and unassuming, akin to that of doll. Furthermore, she instructed in the afternoon for a room to be prepared. Is someone moving in? Feng Qi inquired. Feng Gu nodded, a playful smirk adorning his face. Feng Qi, true to her nature, did not ask further questions. Due to certain matters, Feng Qi was dispatched by the Blood Lord, while Feng Gu went to fetch someone. Feng Laiye wandered aimlessly through the vast palace with Xiao Bai, observing the exquisite oil paintings on the towering walls, each face representing the illustrious history of the Eastern bloodline royalty. As Feng Laiye admired the beauty captured in the portraits, she mused that perhaps Feng Qi and the others had long since grown weary of such beauty, becoming entirely immune to it. Fomin, the Blood Lord, imposed no restrictions on Feng Laiye. As long as she remained within the palace, she was free to traverse any area. Counting the paintings, Feng Laiye halted before the last four. The first was a portrait of the Blood Lord, Feng Yin, while the last two depicted Feng Gu and Feng Qi. The middle painting, however, captivated Feng Laiye's attention. It was an unfinished piece, vaguely revealing the silhouette of a woman, yet the face remained blank. Curiosity piqued. Feng Laiye pondered who the unfinished subject might be and why such a painting would be displayed here. Just as she became engrossed, a voice startled her from behind. Are you curious about her appearance? Startled, Feng Laiye turned to find the Blood Lord, Feng Yin, standing behind her, amusement dancing in his eyes at her surprise. Feng Yin, with a playful demeanor, inquired again, Are you curious? When was this painted? Feng Laiye asked, noting the striking similarity between the painting and the Blood Lord himself. The oil painting seemed to possess a history, yet Feng Yin appeared unchanged, his youthful visage untouched by time. Are you asking about mine or the unfinished one? Were they not painted simultaneously? Feng Laiye furrowed her brow, lacking expertise in oil painting to discern which was older. Mine was painted a century ago, while the unfinished one dates back over a decade. Feng replied patiently. May I inquire about your age? Feng Laiye hesitated, aware that asking such a question might be impolite. Yet her curiosity overwhelmed her. A century ago, Feng and I seem unchanged. I cannot fathom your true age. Feng smiled enigmatically, replying, What do you think? Feng Laiye felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. If she knew, there would be no need to ask. Her understanding of vampire ages was limited, and she dared not apply human logic to their lifespans. This painting was commissioned when I was 1,000 years old, Feng stated, gazing at his portrait. 1,000 years. Feng Laiye blinked, realizing he must now be over 1,000 years old. She swallowed hard, contemplating the ageless visage of the vampire, a dream for many human monarchs. While humans struggled to attain longevity, Count Feng Laiye is even older than I, Feng noted, recognizing Feng Laiye's astonishment before adding, Father is even older, much older. Feng Laiye shook her head, daunted by the implications of such age, whether it be centuries or millennia. It was unfathomable to consider how a being could endure through such vast stretches of time. As a mere human, her lifespan would scarcely extend beyond a century, her beauty and form inevitably fading with time. She could envision a future where her father remained eternally youthful, while she withered into an old and feeble state. Such thoughts cast a pall over her spirits. The age of the bloodline is beyond human comprehension, Feng remarked, his gaze drifting to the unfinished painting, a flicker of wistfulness in his eyes. Yet, even immortality can be abruptly interrupted by unforeseen events. Unforeseen events? Feng Laiye observed the longing and obsession in his expression as he gazed at the painting, sensing a profound sorrow that was both hidden and suffocating. This painting was created by me, but the subject departed before I could complete it. I can no longer finish my work. As he brushed his fingers along the frame, melancholy seeped through his words, his handsome face momentarily marred by sadness. Though he quickly masked it with a smile. Is she the queen? So the blood lord harbors a romantic sentiment? Feng Laiye mused, yet Feng gently shook his head. Only pure-blooded royals possess these portraits. Those wed to royalty cannot be depicted here. She is my sister. His gaze turned to Feng Laiye, a faint smile gracing his lips. Or did she misinterpret something? She distinctly sensed an undercurrent of affection in his eyes. Xiaoxia, could you assist me with a favor? Feng suddenly requested. You say, what could I possibly do? She pondered, bewildered by the notion of aiding him in any significant manner. Don her garments and allow me to complete this painting, he suggested with a gentle smile, presenting an unexpected request. Huh. Feng Laiye was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Could she have misheard? He wanted her to masquerade as his sister for a portrait? Your physique resembles hers closely. From behind, you are indistinguishable, Feng explained, hoping not to frighten her with his request. You may take your time to consider. I need only your response within 3 days. He was not in a hurry. All right. While she wished to refuse immediately, a nagging thought lingered. Would the bloodlord become incensed enough to snap her neck if she declined? Feng Laiye's thoughts flitted about as she pondered how to dissuade him from this notion in the coming days. Though she lacked knowledge of oil painting, she understood the basic requirement of remaining still for hours, if not days, an ordeal more torturous than death for her. By the way, what is your sister's name? She asked, attempting to shift the topic. Feng gazed at the unfinished portrait, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Her name is, just as he began to speak. A commotion erupted from the grand hall, prompting Feng to furrow his brow. I'll check it out. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Laiye beckoned Xiao by and hurried away, not wishing to pose as a model for a deceased person's likeness. What is happening? Feng Laiye squeezed through a throng of soldiers, trying to ascertain the source of the disturbance. However, her small frame was pushed to the front, causing her to tumble to the ground. As she looked up, she found herself staring at a pair of male shoes. Feng, are you accustomed to carelessly discarding food? A voice echoed from above Feng Laiye, causing her to prop herself up in annoyance, eager to discover which scoundrel had once again mistaken her for sustenance. However, upon standing, she was startled by the gaze of the owner of a pair of mismatched eyes, one a delicate lavender and the other a radiant gold. Chapter 60. The Fire Emperor Feng Laiye was momentarily taken aback by those peculiar hues, staring blankly at the mesmerizing orbs, rendered speechless. "What are you staring at?" The tone was somewhat unfriendly, as the owner of those striking eyes was displeased by her astonishment. He roughly grasped her slender chin, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Ouch! The abrupt movement caused a twinge of pain, and she instinctively furrowed her brows, a flicker of discomfort flashing in her eyes. A roar resounded through the hall as a silver shadow lunged at the owner of the mismatched gaze. He effortlessly evaded the attack by spinning away, retreating a few steps and watching the sudden assault from the silver wolf with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "What a beautiful silver wolf!" "Xiaobai!" Feng Laiye called out to her companion, but the grip on her waist was unyielding, and despite her desperate attempts to push away, she remained firmly in place. "Let her go." Xiaobai's wolfish eyes brimmed with warning. What a spirited creature, the owner of the mismatched eyes observed, captivated rather than intimidated by the wolf's fierce demeanor. "Browski, please refrain from targeting my pet." Feng Laiye sensed his interest in Xiaobai, a gaze filled with familiar fascination reminiscent of her own upon first encountering the wolf. "Browski, big brother?" He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the struggling girl in his grip, a smirk playing on his lips. He could easily snap her neck for her earlier remarks. "Fire Emperor, please don't frighten my little delicacy." With a sudden gust, the Fire Emperor's hands found themselves empty, and Feng Laiye had unknowingly shifted to Feng Gu's side. "Little delicacy?" The words struck a chord in the Fire Emperor's memory, recalling what Feng Gu had said during their hunting expedition the previous day. He nodded, realizing who she was. However, she appeared rather petite and unappetizing. "What do you mean, petite? I am graceful. Do you not understand grace?" Feng Laiye retorted indignantly, pushing Feng Gu's hand away as she leaped before the Fire Emperor. This individual clearly lacked any appreciation for aesthetics, not recognizing that in the human realm, slenderness is deemed beautiful. Though she had no intention of being devoured, she felt compelled to prove her delectable qualities. "Xiaobai, bite him." She commanded her contracted beast to teach this man, resembling a Persian cat, a lesson. Understanding her intent, Xiaobai lunged forth. Yet the Fire Emperor deftly dodged each ferocious strike, his eyes glinting with excitement rather than fear. "Feng Gu, if you intend to consume your little delicacy, may I keep this silver wolf?" Having already lost a rare beast and a millennium-old man-eating flower, he was quite displeased. The silver wolf intrigued him greatly. If he could tame it, it might alleviate his irritation. "Fire Emperor, I cannot make that decision." Feng Gu shrugged, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Laiye, who was silently seething at the Fire Emperor's ease in handling Xiaobai's fierce attacks, her heart sinking. It seemed Xiaobai was no match for this man. A smile crept onto her lips as she discreetly activated the hand ring she had retrieved the day she left the Elder Council. Breaking wind. A powerful gust erupted from the hand ring, catching the Fire Emperor off guard and sending him crashing against the Grand Hall's wall. What is this strange contraption? The bewildered Fire Emperor stared at the luminous whip extending from Feng Laiye's hand ring, astonished. "Browski, has no one ever taught you the meaning of politeness?" she remarked, gazing up at the Fire Emperor as he descended from the wall. This man was truly disrespectful, first bullying her and now attempting to snatch her pet. She felt compelled to show him her mettle. He could not assume she was a frail creature simply because he resembled a Persian cat. "Do not call me a Persian cat." The Fire Emperor shot her an irked glare. "Yes, big brother Persian cat." She feigned compliance, her expression and tone devoid of sincerity, prompting a stifled laugh from Feng Gu, who watched her friend squirm. "What is it you have there?" Xiaobai, unusually agitated, jumped to Feng Laiye's side, fixated on the hand ring adorning her wrist. "My weapon," she replied, raising her hand without a hint of concern. However, she soon remembered that she had acquired the hand ring just before arriving in the demon realm, and Xiaobai had coincidentally lost it to the elders of the Elder Council, explaining its unfamiliarity. "Where did you obtain it?" Xiaobai's tone shifted to one of tension and seriousness, causing Feng Laiye to furrow her brow. "What is the matter?" Xiaobai looked peculiar, prompting her to wonder if the hand ring held some significance. "What are you doing?" the Fire Emperor queried, observing Feng Laiye speaking as if to herself. "I'm talking to Xiaobai," she replied, giving him a look that implied he was rather dense. "How can you converse with it?" the Fire Emperor pressed, relentless in his questioning. Isn't it natural for a master to communicate with their contracted beast? Feng Laiye tilted her head, bemused by the Fire Emperor's ignorance. Despite his handsome features, contracted beast. Upon hearing her words, both Feng Gu and the Fire Emperor exchanged bewildered glances, as if arriving at a mutual understanding. Feng Laiye was undoubtedly human. Her essence could not deceive them. Yet, a true human could not command a contracted beast. The mental connection required immense spiritual strength, which humans lacked, rendering them incapable of such communion. If attempted, it would lead to mental collapse. However, Feng Laiye communicated effortlessly with the silver wolf, rendering the situation exceedingly strange. Feng Yi. Just then, Feng Yin approached, her expression solemn, devoid of the warmth she had shown during their private moments. Father. Feng Gu immediately knelt in respect. Blood Lord. The Fire Emperor mimicked the gesture, shedding his previously nonchalant demeanor. How fares your father? The Blood Lord inquired, nodding slightly. Father is well. Thank you for your concern, the Fire Emperor replied. Since you are in the Blood Clan, you should remain for a few days, allowing Feng Gu and Feng Qi to accompany you in exploring our territory until the martial arts conference begins. Thank you, Blood Lord. I appreciate your guidance regarding this year's martial arts conference, the Fire Emperor acknowledged. Following the tradition of being held every 3 years, this year the event was hosted by the Blood Clan. No need for courtesy. I am quite eager to see the performance of the demon warriors this year. Feng Yin replied with a gentle smile, her gaze softening as it fell upon Feng Laiye, whose cheeks were puffed out in indignation. Little Xia, do you know who he is? Feng Laiye pouted, responding defiantly, a relative of the Persian cat. Indeed, the Fire Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it not been for Feng Yin's presence, he might have been compelled to discipline this insufferably audacious girl. He is the second prince of the demon clan. The violet gold eyes are a hallmark of the royal lineage. Feng Yin chuckled softly, gently patting Feng Laiye's small head. The second prince of the demon clan? Feng Laiye squinted at the smug Fire Emperor, who wore a self-satisfied grin. She thought him akin to the second prince of the cat clan, stingy, petty, and lacking in magnanimity. Unable to resist, Feng Laiye made a face at him, sticking out her tongue. Was this little girl truly fearless? The Fire Emperor raised an eyebrow at her blatant provocation, yet it was evident that the Blood Lord favored her. Out of respect for Blood Lord Feng Yin, he chose not to hold a grudge against a mere child. Feng Gu, please take the Fire Emperor to rest. Tonight, we shall host a banquet in his honor to welcome him. Feng Yin instructed with a nod. Understood. With that, Feng Gu led the Fire Emperor away. However, as they passed Feng Laiye, the Fire Emperor shot her an icy glare, to which she promptly responded with a cheeky grimace. Even more infuriatingly, Feng Laiye raised her round little rear and disdainfully gave him a playful pat. As she twirled, her skirt fluttered, revealing the charming strawberry-patterned shorts beneath. After walking a considerable distance, the Fire Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the culprit he had been searching for was right before him. What is the matter? Sensing something amiss, Feng Gu turned to see the Fire Emperor staring blankly at Feng Laiye. Feng Yi, I believe this journey to the Blood Clan is the wisest decision I have made this year, he remarked, a wicked smile playing on his lips. What a fortunate discovery. I shall express my gratitude to that little pastry lady for her previous kindness during my stay in the palace. A chill ran down Feng Gu's spine as he observed the Fire Emperor's eerie, yet fearsome grin. What was wrong with this fellow? His smile was rather unsettling. Feng Laiye felt a cold breeze sweep past her, causing her to glance back at the two elongated figures retreating into the distance. She lowered her head, intending to speak to Xiao Bai, only to find it unusually drooping its head. What is wrong with you? Did you overindulge in the venison yesterday and upset your stomach? Or did Feng Gu really drug your precious snack? I'll return to my room first. I have something to ask you later, Xiao Bai remarked, casting a quick glance at Feng Laiye before nimbly hopping away, leaving her feeling perplexed. Xiao Xia, shall I take you to see the garden? Once everyone had departed, Feng Yi naturally draped an arm over Feng Laiye's shoulder and kindly inquired. All right, she acquiesced. It would serve as a pleasant distraction. Feng Laiye felt uneasy about Xiao Bai's odd behavior and resolved to check on it later. With a smile, Feng Yin led Feng Laiye toward the garden. At that moment, Feng Qi had just finished his business and returned to the palace. Noticing Feng Yin escorting Feng Laiye away, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. Surely it wouldn't he? The expansive rose garden resembled an ocean of blossoms, with blooming roses adorning the vast green expanse, their beauty compelling one to linger. The garden was filled with roses in striking red and white, vivid and alluring, intertwining in a breathtaking display. So beautiful. Feng Laiye marveled at the sight of the roses, recalling her childhood home, surrounded by flourishing roses that were both enchanting and exquisite. They were her mother's favorite, particularly the white roses, which she deemed symbols of pure love, unpretentious yet everlasting. In contrast, red roses, vibrant and passionate, burned like flames, capable of inflicting wounds. Do you like them? Feng Laiye observed the smile gracing her face, a smile blossoming in his eyes as well. Gazing at the endless sea of flowers, he pondered something. They are lovely, but why are there only roses? Feng Laiye stepped onto the path between the flowers, curious as to why only roses were planted amidst such floral variety. Red roses are the clan flower of the blood clan, Feng Laiye explained, bending down to pluck a red rose, inhaling its fragrance before tucking it into Feng Laiye's hair. Watching the vibrant bloom atop her lustrous black locks was a sight to behold, captivating and enchanting. Feng Laiye nodded in understanding, glancing up at the flower adorning her head, while acknowledging that the blood lord might have a penchant for floral arrangements. Her thoughts briefly wandered to the widely revered figure, young Mu, the woman of flowers. A shiver ran down her spine, and she scrunched her nose, setting the rose aside to play with it. She swore she held no bias. It was merely a matter of personal taste. As Feng Laiye took a step forward, a flurry of butterflies that had settled on the ground took flight, their wings shimmering like scattered petals in the air, breathtakingly beautiful. The delicate wings seemed to reflect glimmers of light, resembling diamonds in their allure. Feng Laiye squinted at the butterflies fluttering around her, feeling a surge of fondness. In a burst of spontaneity, she twirled, her skirts swirling around her, her movements akin to an angel descended from the heavens. Her radiant smile and crescent-shaped eyes captivating even more than the flowers or butterflies. Be careful. Just as Feng Laiye turned her head, feeling dizzy and on the verge of falling, Feng Laiye swiftly moved behind her and steadied her swaying form. Feng Laiye shook her slightly dazed head, meeting Feng Laiye's face mere inches away. Feng Laiye was exceptionally handsome, exuding a charm that surpassed Feng Chi's allure and a refined elegance that outshone Feng Gu's sophistication. His youthful visage belied his incredible age. Had he been in the human realm, he would have undoubtedly captivated countless beauties. Yet, Feng Laiye couldn't help but wonder if vampires were ranked by appearance. It seemed that the higher the rank, the more stunning the looks, aside from her father. Feng Laiye believed Feng Laiye to be the most beautiful person she had encountered in the Blood Clan. Blood Lord, has anyone ever told you how beautiful you are? Feng Laiye asked candidly. No, Feng Laiye replied, shaking his head. He could tell she was still somewhat dazed, but her adorable demeanor was undeniably charming. You are truly beautiful, just a smidgen less so than my father. She extended a finger, indicating the slight difference. Count Feng is the most handsome man in the Easter Blood Clan. Feng Laiye nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. At school, she was the center of attention, but in her father's presence, she felt like an ugly duckling, plain and unremarkable. You are quite lovely as well. Feng Laiye reassured her with a smile. Lovely. I'm not as pretty as you, Feng Chi and Feng Ge. Although admitting this was disheartening, she had to acknowledge that her self-assured beauty had been severely challenged since entering the Blood Clan. The other vampires were not so bad, but the Feng clan members were each more beautiful than the last, outshining even the legendary beauties of history, leaving her, a genuine woman, envious. No, you are very attractive. Feng Laiye's voice was slightly hoarse, his gaze lingering on Feng Laiye with an imperceptible shift, his head slowly bowing. Father, a voice suddenly interrupted, startling him. Feng Chi appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. Feng Chi. Feng Laiye lifted his head, looking at his daughter's sudden appearance, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, though it vanished quickly, unnoticed by others. Have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you? All is taken care of, Feng Chi replied obediently, but then noticed Feng Laiye bouncing toward him, and to Feng Laiye's astonishment, she leaped into his embrace. wrapping her arms around his neck. Wow, dear sister Feng Laiye, it's been quite a while since I last saw you, and I truly miss you. Feng Laiye, nestled in Feng Laiye's embrace, spoke playfully. To be honest, she cherished the moments spent with Feng Laiye far more. Although the Blood Lord was quite affectionate towards her, and she bore no ill will towards him, she often felt a strange awkwardness that she couldn't quite articulate. Xiao Xia. Feng Laiye, catching a glimpse of Feng Yin's reaction from the corner of his eye, subtly lowered the arm Feng Laiye had draped around his neck. My Lord Bloodmaster, may I accompany Sister Feng Laiye for some amusement? With her large, expectant eyes, she made a request that even the sage could not overlook. Feng Yin could only nod in agreement. Immediately, Feng Laiye joyfully took Feng Laiye's hand, leading him away from the rose garden. As soon as they were out of Feng Yin's sight, the gentle smile on Feng Yin's face faded, replaced by a cold smirk. How terrifying! Suddenly pressed against the wall, Feng Laiye gasped for breath, covering her mouth. Feng Laiye observed her odd behavior with confusion. Why was she acting so strangely now that they had returned to the deserted corridor? Thank goodness you arrived just in time. Feng Laiye took a deep breath, tilting her head to look at the bewildered Feng Laiye. She had a premonition that had Feng Laiye not come at that moment, the consequences would have been dire. Instinctively caressing her still, trembling lips, a sense of tension lingered in her heart. You noticed? Feng Laiye discerned her implication, and with a hint of helplessness, he leaned against the wall and sat down. I'm not a fool. How could I not notice? Feng Laiye, following suit, sat beside Feng Laiye, attempting to suppress her tremors. Indeed, she was frightened, undeniably so. Do not fear, it is all over now. Feeling her slight shivers, Feng Laiye hesitated for a moment before reaching out, enveloping her in his embrace, hoping to soothe her anxieties. Do not leave me alone in this palace. Instinctively clinging to Feng Laiye, a fragile tone laced her voice. Here, she could rely solely on him since her father had assured her she could trust Feng Laiye. Thus, she placed her faith in her father's words and revealed her vulnerable side. This palace, seemingly tranquil, was fraught with peril. Feng Laiye remained silent, as he could not ascertain whether he could always be by her side, just like that morning, when he had been dispatched elsewhere, leaving her alone. However, the sight of her frightened demeanor tugged at his heartstrings. After all, she was merely 15, not even a fraction of his age, and her ability to endure such circumstances was remarkable. If I'm not here, seek out Fenga. Feng Laiye's soft words reached Feng Laiye's ears, and she looked up in surprise. You want me to find Fenga, the one who would devour me at first sight? That would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. Fenga would not truly harm you. Although we are not of the same mother, I do know him to a degree. If I am sent away again, you must find him. Feng Laiye spoke with a hint of resignation. It mattered not with whom she was, as long as she was not left alone. The danger would significantly diminish. When can I leave? She yearned to escape this place. Just one day felt unbearable, and she dreaded the thought of what might transpire if she lingered longer. Would today's incident become a frequent occurrence? And would Feng Laiye always arrive just in time? Feng Laiye shook his head. It all depended on when the king would permit her to depart. However, judging by today's events, the likelihood of her father allowing Xiao Xia to leave seemed slim. Do not worry. As long as you follow my instructions, nothing will happen. Feng Laiye reassured her, wishing to alleviate her concerns. All right, but if that rogue brother of yours attempts to devour me, I shall pluck out his teeth as a souvenir. Feng Laiye pouted, serious in her declaration. She had no desire to be treated as a delicacy. Feng Laiye chuckled softly, silently praying for Fenga to refrain from actions that might lead to misunderstandings with Xiao Xia, lest he truly face her wrath. In the warm afternoon light, Feng Laiye nestled in Feng Laiye's arms, sitting in the deserted corridor, gazing out at the beautiful sky through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Below the sky, an ocean of roses stretched endlessly, their petals dancing in the wind, reds and whites swirling gracefully. Feng Laiye squinted at the fluttering petals, slowly closing her eyes, drifting into a serene slumber. Embracing her, Feng Laiye gazed at her peaceful profile, a flicker of warmth and a faint smile gracing his lips as he enjoyed a tranquil afternoon with the sleeping Feng Laiye. As dusk approached, Feng Laiye returned Feng Laiye to her chamber and departed. Upon entering her room, she found Xiao Bai standing on the balcony, turned away from her. Xiao Bai, Feng Laiye gently called. You have finally returned. Xiao Bai turned, its wolf-like eyes scanning Feng Laiye as it approached, catching the scent of Feng Laiye. There's a ball tonight. Are you going? Feng Laiye lay back on her bed, pondering the upcoming Persian cat ball and whether it would resemble those in the human realm. No. Xiaobai leapt onto the bed beside Feng Laiye. Where did you get that bracelet? After waiting an entire afternoon, Xiaobai finally posed a question. This. Feng Laiye removed the bracelet from her wrist and placed it before Xiaobai, noticing its unusual behavior upon seeing it. Was there something amiss with the bracelet given to her by her master? Yes, Xiaobai's eyes flickered with excitement as it gazed at the bracelet. Quickly tell me, who gave you this? Feng Laiye furrowed her brows at Xiaobai's sudden intensity. Pouting, she playfully grabbed its ears, rubbing them vigorously. How dare you speak to me like that? She teased, her small frame leaping onto Xiaobai's back, pressing it down while still gripping its ears. Speak. You are mistaken. Xiaobai, initially flustered, was taken aback by Feng Laiye's antics, wishing to roll its eyes in exasperation. Yet, for the sake of its future safety, it restrained its urge to retaliate. I was wrong. Humans often say, under the eaves, one must bow their head, and a wise person knows when to yield. Good. Feng Laiye, satisfied, patted Xiaobai's head, comfortably resting on its soft fur, which was far more pleasant than the bed. This bracelet was given to me by my master. What of it? Feng Laiye replied. Who is your master? Xiaobai inquired nervously. You seem rather anxious about this bracelet. Is there something wrong with it? Feng Laiye wondered, perplexed by Xiaobai's unusual interest. It is a magical artifact of the wolf clan, the seven-colored bracelet. Xiaobai knew that if it did not satisfy Feng Laiye's curiosity, she would likely withhold the bracelet's origins from it. How do you know that? When she first received the bracelet, her master had indeed mentioned that it could extend 7 different colored light whips, leading to its name, the seven-color bracelet. But how did Xiaobai know this? The seven-color bracelet is a magical artifact passed down through the royal family of the Eastern Wolf Clan, and only the Wolf Clan's heir can possess it. Xiaobai contemplated as it gazed at the seven-colored bracelet in her hand. Could it be that master is the crown prince? After taking his bracelet, he must be feeling quite gloomy, Feng Laiye said, sitting up and pouting at the bracelet. She had never imagined the significance of the bracelet. She had only taken it from her master because she thought it looked impressive. What is your master's name? Is he from the Wolf Clan? Xiaobai inquired further. My master is called Li, and indeed, he is from the Wolf Clan, Feng Laiye replied honestly. The moment the words left her lips, she distinctly felt Xiaobai's body tense beneath her, and then it suddenly stood up in excitement, causing her to tumble onto the bed. Are you saying Li? He is not dead, Xiaobai exclaimed, filled with fervor. How can my master possibly die? Feng Laiye said, astonished by Xiaobai's strange reaction. From the tone of its voice, she sensed that Xiaobai was acquainted with her master, Li. Is there a young man named Yan by his side? Xiaobai continued to question. How do you know that? Feng Laiye nodded. They are both alive. They are both alive. Xiaobai leaped off the bed and began pacing, murmuring to itself, before it dashed to the balcony and emitted a long wolf howl. Ack! Feng Laiye was taken aback by Xiaobai's sudden outburst, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Where are they? Where are they now? Xiaobai asked eagerly, desperate to find them. They are in the human realm. The human realm. I want to return to the human realm. Xiaobai excitedly hopped to Feng Laiye's side. What's wrong? Do you know them? Feng Laiye looked at Xiaobai, which seemed to exhibit symptoms of rabies. Should she take it for a rabies vaccination? I know them. How could I not? But how will you return to the human realm? Although Feng Laiye did not wish to dampen its spirits, she reminded Xiaobai that it had been summoned by her and questioned how it would manage to go back. Indeed, her words felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing its fervent heart. I can help you open a portal to the human realm, but I cannot accompany you. How will you locate your master? The simplicity of an animal's thoughts was truly remarkable. They were indeed creatures of brawn over brain, rushing back without considering potential issues. The harsh reality shattered Xiaobai's dreams, transforming it from a proud being into a wilted flower. All right, I promise you, after leaving the palace, I will take you back to the human realm to find my master. Observing the despondent expression on the once magnificent creature, Feng Laiye felt a pang of sympathy. Although she enjoyed teasing it, she genuinely cared for her adorable pet. Xiaobai looked up at Laiye and nodded its large head, though its spirit remained low. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Feng Qi opened it, holding a large gift box. Xiaobai lazily glanced at him and then trudged over to the bed to lie down. This is the gown prepared for you tonight. You should change into it later. I will take you to the ball, Feng Qi said, placing the gift box on the bed. Feng Qi, may I ask you a question? Feng Laiye suddenly said earnestly, gazing at Feng Qi. Go ahead, Feng Qi nodded. Will you also wear formal attire tonight? Will it be a tailcoat or an evening gown? Feng Laiye asked, tilting her head seriously. She swore she was not asking on purpose. She was simply curious about what Feng Qi would wear that evening. Feng Qi's lips twitched. This girl seemed to enjoy teasing him about his gender. Really? Must you always bring that up? Come on, she said, playfully clutching his arm, looking up at him with her big eyes that sparkled, making it hard for him to refuse her request. A dress, Feng Qi replied helplessly, figuring that since she would see it anyway, he might as well tell her. Don't the Blood Clan members notice your identity? Feng Laiye squinted, unable to shake the suspicion that the Blood Clan members were blind. Although Feng Qi did resemble a girl, any normal person would easily notice the subtle hints of masculinity in his beauty. After all, regardless of whether one was from the Blood Clan or human, a male's Adam's apple would not vanish. At least she had questioned his gender the first time she saw his photo. Feng Qi shrugged and smiled lightly, choosing to remain silent. When the time for the ball arrived, Feng Qi appeared in Feng Laiye's room, dressed in a stunning backless gown. All of Feng Laiye's previous worries vanished upon seeing him, not to mention the Blood Clan members. Even she, who already knew Feng Qi's true gender, felt a rush of blood at the sight of his breathtaking attire. He wore a flowing ice blue gown that perfectly accentuated his tall figure, with a design that elegantly concealed his neck, and his long hair cascaded down, draping over his shoulders and bare back, exuding an alluring charm that made one hesitant to approach. Feng Qi, you look so beautiful. What should I do? I've fallen for you. Feng Laiye feigned a lovesick expression, covering her flushed cheeks as she stared dreamily at Feng Qi. Feng Qi glanced at her with indifference, outwardly ignoring her playful antics, but inwardly, her jest had stirred something within him. Why haven't you changed yet? Feng Qi sighed, noticing that Feng Laiye had not yet donned her gown. He shoved the gift box in her arms and pushed her into the bathroom. While waiting in the room, Feng Qi's gaze inadvertently fell on the still, listless silver wolf lying on the ground. Was it just his imagination, or did this wolf seem off today, lacking any spirit? Xiaobai lazily opened its eyes and glanced at Feng Qi before returning to its slumber. Who chose this outfit? Suddenly, Feng Laiye's voice echoed from the bathroom. Curious, Feng Qi opened the door, only to find Feng Laiye emerging in a striking red gown that resembled a blooming rose, enhancing her fair complexion. However, what took her breath away was the dangerously low neckline, exposing a generous expanse of her flawless skin, provoking infinite fantasies. Feng Qi quickly turned his back, averting his gaze from Feng Laiye, who was almost glued to him. Who selected such an outfit? It suits you perfectly, but it is also dreadfully revealing, he thought, feeling a rush of warmth in his abdomen. Taking a deep breath, he tried to regain control. Can I please not wear this out? Feng Laiye frowned at the expanse of bare skin before her. If she discovered who had prepared such a scandalous gown, she would surely want to strangle him. This. Feng Qi, regaining composure, looked at Feng Laiye's attire with a hint of helplessness. Honestly, he had not wanted her to wear something like that to the ball, but time was of the essence. With a resigned sigh, Feng Laiye left the room. Who would have thought that such a small sparrow could possess such grandeur? Came a teasing voice from behind them. Feng Laiye turned to see those purple and golden eyes fixed on her, filled with mischief. The Fire Emperor tilted his chin, sizing her up with a smirk that was both strange and flippant. Feng Laiye glared at him, gritting her teeth, but soon softened her expression, replacing her anger with a sweet and innocent smile. Brother Fire Emperor, do you think I look good in this dress? Laiye approached the Fire Emperor, gracefully twirling in her fiery red gown. The Fire Emperor, astonished that she did not unleash her fury upon him, raised an eyebrow and nodded in acknowledgement. Despite having knocked him unconscious and allowing a rare beast he was about to capture to escape, one must admit that the young lady's appearance today was breathtaking. Standing alongside her in icy blue attire, Feng Qi, they created a striking contrast of warmth and coolness that captivated onlookers. Feng Laiye beamed at the Fire Emperor, and just as he thought she would continue her charming smile, she swiftly lifted her skirt and, in a swift motion, stepped down hard on his foot with her high heel. The sound of his anguished cry echoed throughout the corridor as he immediately crouched down, cradling his foot, nearly crushed. Meanwhile, Feng Laiye seized the opportunity to drag Feng Qi away, escaping with alacrity. Curse it! I will have my revenge. The Fire Emperor groaned through gritted teeth as he glared at the swiftly retreating Feng Laiye. What happened? Feng Ge, arriving late, noticed the Fire Emperor in distress and curiously inquired, having been absent only briefly to fetch something. How'd he end up like this? That Feng Laiye. I must eliminate her. The Fire Emperor vowed, using Feng Ge's hand to pull himself up, grimacing in pain. Feng Ge observed his friend's plight with amusement, secretly cheering for Feng Laiye. After all, not many could bring the Fire Emperor to such a state. In a grand venue, elegantly dressed vampires held glasses brimming with crimson liquid, exchanging smiles. The entrance of Feng Laiye and Feng Qi drew numerous gazes. In the face of Feng Qi's striking cold beauty, the unfamiliar Feng Laiye became the focal point, her fiery attire accentuating her delicate waist and flawless features, accompanied by the sweet scent of blood that tantalized the desires of many. Feng Laiye's human identity sparked whispers among the crowd, speculating her origins. Feng Qi, if I lose you at this ball, will they drag me away to feast upon me? She murmured, retreating close to Feng Qi, wary of the predatory stares surrounding them. No, they won tea, Feng Qi reassured, gently patting her hand. Although the aroma of Feng Laiye's blood was intoxicating to the vampires, her unique status at this exclusive gathering ensured her safety. Feng Laiye blinked at the goblet presented to them, the sight of the blood within making her stomach churn. That's human blood, she remarked, scrunching her face. Feng Qi, noticing her discomfort, shot a cold glance at the servant to dismiss him, then offered Feng Laiye a glass of juice instead. He had forgotten that the banquet would serve blood for the vampires, overlooking that his companion was indeed a true human. Feng Qi, Feng Ge called out, spotting the pair and approaching with a smile. Brother, Feng Qi nodded, then noticed the brooding Fire Emperor behind him, still sulking from his earlier encounter with Feng Laiye. Little snack, you look stunning today, Feng Ge said, bending down to meet Feng Laiye's gaze, his smile warm. Thank you, she replied, blinking innocently. I just want to devour you, Feng Ge continued, only to see her expression stiffen. Feng Qi, your brother is teasing me. She pouted, turning to complain to Feng Qi. Brother, Feng Qi sighed, recognizing his playful nature had not changed. All right, since she's under your watch today, I want to tease her, Feng Ge conceded, raising his hands in mock surrender. Where's father? Feng Qi inquired, scanning the ballroom for their father, Feng Yin. Father said we could manage tonight. He fears the Fire Emperor would be restrained by his presence, so he wanted to attend, Feng Ge replied with a shrug. Feng Qi discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. As the music began, the ball commenced. However, the Fire Emperor, who had been glaring at Feng Laiye, suddenly broke into a charming smile. He reached out, pulling her from behind Feng Qi and encircling her in his arms. Since tonight is in my honor, I should have the right to choose my dance partner, he declared, a mischievous grin on his face as he looked down at the struggling Feng Laiye. I refuse, she protested, shaking her head fervently. She could see the glint of revenge in his smiling eyes, and she knew all too well that he was no innocent rabbit. You have no say in this matter. The Fire Emperor laughed, effortlessly dragging Feng Laiye toward the dance floor. Feng Qi, help me, she cried out, struggling for assistance. But Feng Qi merely exchanged glances with Feng Ge, shrugging helplessly. Little one, give it up. Even if you scream, no one will come to your aid, the Fire Emperor asserted, his grip firm around her waist as he guided her in rhythm with his steps, her petite form dwarfed by his stature, moving like a puppet upon his strings. Could you not be so klitsch? Feng Laiye thought to herself, rolling her eyes. She longed to educate him that threatening girls was no longer in vogue. The Fire Emperor raised an eyebrow, his dual-colored eyes flashing with intrigue. Fire Emperor, I know you're not so petty, she smiled sweetly, attempting to charm him. No, I am quite petty and hold grudges, whatever debt others owe me. I will collect in full, he replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he tightened his hold around her waist, drawing her closer. Lowering his voice dangerously, he whispered, What do you think I should do with you, little Xia? His smile radiated danger, sending a chill down her spine. Fire Emperor, I am young and naive. Please show mercy and forgive me this once, she pleaded, her big eyes glistening with innocence, evoking sympathy. The Fire Emperor raised an eyebrow, and had it not been for the lingering pain in his foot, he might have been swayed by her pitiful demeanor. Once? You might have more than one transgression to be forgiven for, he teased. What? Feng Laiye blinked in surprise, momentarily bewildered. Had she not merely stepped on his foot lightly? She hoped he wasn't falsely accusing her. She could sue him for defamation. Your memory seems quite faulty. Do you not recall me? He taunted, leaning closer, their breaths mingling, the sweet scent wafting from her. Sir, may I ask your name? She stammered, genuinely confused, having thought they were just meeting for the first time. Oh, still can't remember? Perhaps if I devour you, it might jog your memory? Holding her slender waist tightly against him, the Fire Emperor released her hand and gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Drawing in a sharp breath, Feng Laiye could not help but widen her eyes. Were the creatures of the demon realm omnivorous? Why was there always someone eager to devour her? Did they not have anything else to feast upon? She had scarcely a few pounds to satisfy their hunger. With a playful smile, the Fire Emperor slowly lowered his head, poised to cover her delicate, trembling lips. Suddenly, he felt an emptiness in his arms. Feng Laiye had slipped into another's embrace. Esteemed Prince, I wish to change my dance partner, said the masked figure, revealing only a pair of purple eyes that gazed lightly at the Fire Emperor. Holding the still-dazed Feng Laiye, he bowed slightly and twirled away, vanishing among the throng of dancers. Hey! The Fire Emperor glared at the unexpected intruder, watching helplessly as his prize slipped away. Frustrated, he huffed, but could not push through the crowd to find them, retreating instead to the side of Feng Qi and Feng Ge. Where's Xiaoxia? Feng Qi asked, puzzled by the solitary Fire Emperor. She was taken from me, he replied, annoyance evident as he lifted a glass of crimson liquid, only to spit it out at the taste of blood. Why do those bloodsuckers adore blood so much? Meanwhile, the masked man led Feng Laiye into the dance, and as she regained her senses, she looked up to meet those familiar purple eyes. Father, long fingers pressed against her lips, silencing her unfinished words. Feng Laiye blinked, gazing at his alluring lips. He withdrew his fingers, guiding her into a graceful dance as the melodious music filled the air. Biting her lip to stifle her laughter, Feng Laiye beamed with joy, surrendering herself to the rhythm of the dance. Their gazes intertwined, radiating a familiar warmth and tender affection that allowed her to relax completely. She did not understand why her father had appeared or why he wore a mask, but at least he was here by her side. As the enchanting melody played on, she boldly pulled him closer, rising on her toes to plant a daring kiss on his cold lips. The fleeting contact drew a frown from him, his eyes reflecting struggle and disapproval. She was far too audacious, and should anyone witness this, it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, they stood amidst the dancers, who were too engrossed in their revelry to notice their brief, intimate encounter. With a flushed face, Feng Laiye leaned against his chest, following his lead in the dance. However, the tender moment was abruptly interrupted by a loud crash from above, bringing all movement to a halt. Even the musicians ceased playing, staring at the staircase in alarm. A silver figure suddenly burst forth, soaring through the air with fierce wind. The howl of a wolf echoed, as a silver wolf chased after something ahead. A small white figure hurriedly landed, having arrived before the silver wolf. Free chapters and full text of Daddy, Please Be Gentle are available for readers. If you enjoy this book, please share it with your friends on QQ groups and Weibo. As the diminutive white figure touched the ground, it swiftly turned and unleashed a fireball towards the silver wolf, which nimbly dodged and lunged forward with bared fangs. Xiaobai! Xiaobai! Feng Laiye exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise at the sight of the two creatures. Their bond forged a tacit understanding, and Xiaobai quickly noticed her call, rushing to her side, displaying an aggressive stance against the small white orb. Squeak, squeak! The little white figure retaliated defiantly. The two beasts prepared for another clash. What was happening? Feng Laiye blinked, observing her beloved pets poised for battle. It sneaked into the room, but I caught it, Xiaobai replied proudly, raising its chin. Xiaobai fox. A deep growl interrupted, before she could comprehend the situation. A tall figure charged towards the small white creature. Upon closer inspection, it was the Fire Emperor. Squeak! Xiaobai dodged the Fire Emperor's embrace, skillfully leaping towards Feng Laiye, only to be deterred by Xiaobai's threatening growl. The small creature's eyes brimmed with tears, looking utterly pitiful as if bullied by the silver wolf. Xiaobai! No! Feng Laiye admonished, scolding Xiaobai for scaring the timid Xiaobai. reminding it that picking on the smaller one was wrong. Growl. It is of unknown origins. Do not be deceived by its appearance, Xiao Bai retorted, glaring at Feng Laiye. Displeased by her reprimand, the Fire Emperor gazed at the two unique beasts before him, his eyes gleaming with interest as he observed their playful skirmish. He had not expected to encounter the little white fox again, yet the silver wolf had recently captured his attention. Both creatures were equally intriguing, but their audacity left him in a dilemma. Which one should he assist? While he pondered, Feng Laiye had already soothed Xiao Bai's distress, cradling the trembling creature in her arms. Glaring at the small white creature feigning innocence in her embrace, Xiao Bai nearly gnashed its teeth in frustration. Who would believe that this quivering little thing had almost set its prized fur ablaze? A facade, a complete facade. That adorable appearance is merely an illusion. Xiao Bai, you must not bully Xiao Bai. It is also my pet, Feng Laiye declared earnestly, glaring back at Xiao Bai. Noticing its disdainful expression, she promptly delivered a light smack to its head. How dare it disregard her? Daddy! Just as Feng Laiye resolved the dispute between her two pets, she turned to seek the familiar figure, only to find the place empty, devoid of her father's presence. A hollow ache filled her heart. Has father left? Why? Just then, the Fire Emperor, startled by her earlier words, stepped forward to grasp her shoulder. Did you just refer to that silver wolf as your pet? Who allowed you to touch my Xiao Bai? In a foul mood, Feng Laiye had no desire to engage in idle chatter with the Fire Emperor. Narrowing her eyes, she commanded Xiao Bai, and a surge of flames erupted from its mouth, engulfing the Fire Emperor's stylish hair in a fiery blaze. Oh! Caught off guard by Feng Laiye's sudden attack, the Fire Emperor hurriedly released her, employing his magic to extinguish the flames. Glaring at the Fire Emperor, whose hair was singed and smoking, Feng Laiye couldn't help but chuckle. He truly lived up to his name, Fire Incarnate. What just happened? Feng Qi and Feng Gu watched in astonishment as the Fire Emperor's hair became a charred mess, observing Feng Laiye, who held a silver wolf and a small white fox. With confusion, they had only stepped away for a moment. How had everything spiraled into chaos? Brother Fire Emperor was careless and brought misfortune upon himself, Feng Laiye remarked innocently, her large eyes wide as if the situation were entirely beyond her control. Before the Fire Emperor could protest, she lifted her chin defiantly and sauntered away from the noisy hall. How infuriating! Don't you dare leave. Engaged in the care of his hair, the Fire Emperor glared at the retreating figure of Feng Laiye, scarcely able to believe that such an audacious human existed. Not only had she stolen the pet he had coveted, but she had also commandeered two at once, commanding his long-adored little white fox to breathe fire at him, leaving him devoid of his once proud hairstyle. To be insulted rather than killed was an unbearable affront. Her insolence knew no bounds. Just then, as the Fire Emperor seethed with rage, Feng Gu erupted into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face, which drew a curious glance from the Fire Emperor. What could possibly be so amusing? Had he suffered a fit of pain? Yet Feng Gu continued to guffaw, clutching his aching stomach and leaning against Feng Qi, who looked equally perplexed at his brother's behavior. What is wrong with your brother? The Fire Emperor asked, his lips twitching in irritation. If this laughter persisted, he would not hesitate to deliver a punch. Perhaps you should return to your room, Feng Qi suggested, diverting her gaze. What does that mean? The Fire Emperor regarded the siblings with a bemused expression. Ah, Fire Emperor, you truly ought to take a look in the mirror. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Feng Gu managed to stammer between fits of laughter. The Fire Emperor immediately grasped the implication, nearly grinding his teeth in fury, and promptly pushed past the others to retreat to his chamber. That accursed Feng Laiye would one day pay for all that had transpired, and she would learn the dire consequences of inciting the wrath of the demon prince, the Fire Emperor. As Feng Laiye departed the grand hall with the little white fox and Xiao Bai, she intended to return to her room. However, a voice halted her steps. Little Xie. The gentle summons made Feng Laiye shiver. She turned, her perfect smile gracing her lips as she beheld Feng Yin standing by the window. Lord Bloodmaster, she replied, perplexed that he had said he would not appear tonight. What, then, was he doing on the path to the grand hall? Why did you leave early? Was the ball not enjoyable? Feng Yin approached her. Meanwhile, the little white fox at Feng Laiye's side emitted a low, unfriendly growl. Sensing the danger that emanated from Feng Yin cast his gaze downward, regarding the little white fox with a flicker of icy light in his dark eyes, sending an unprecedented chill coursing through the fox's body, making its teeth chatter uncontrollably. "No, I'm just a bit tired," Feng Laiye said, keenly aware of the little white fox's unease through their telepathic bond. She tightened her hold on Xiaobai and smiled brightly. "Tired? What is it? Are you unwell?" The blood master inquired with a furrowed brow, reaching out to caress Feng Laiye's cheek. Startled, she took a step back, awkwardly evading his touch, and casually shook her head. "No, I'm perfectly fine." If only he would maintain a little distance from her. "Are you afraid of me, little Xie?" Feng Yin smiled gently, retracting his hand, his warm expression betraying a hint of melancholy as he gazed deeply into Feng Laiye's eyes. "How could I be?" she exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously, hoping for divine forgiveness for her occasional white lies. She simply did not wish to bruise his pride. "I do not want you to fear me, you know?" Feng Yin stepped closer, his gentle smile tinged with an air of wistfulness. Feng Laiye's smile faltered, the familiarity of his words echoing in her ears, reminiscent of her dear father's sentiments, though the effect from these two speakers was starkly different. "Little Xie, I wish to paint you. Allow me to complete the portrait." Feng Yin moved closer, his dark eyes penetrating hers, his soft, deliberate voice surging into her ears, seeping into her consciousness, permeating her thoughts. Gradually, Feng Laiye's body softened, her grip on Xiaobai slackening until the little creature leaped down. Feng Yin gently cradled her now limp form in his arms, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The amber in Feng Laiye's eyes finally closed. Nearby, Xiaobai growled anxiously, yet with a mere glance from Feng Yin, the wolf faltered, trembling and collapsing onto the ground, its fierce red eyes glaring defiantly at Feng Yin, as if wishing to tear him apart. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had already discreetly hidden away, leaving Feng Yin oblivious to anything but the enchanting figure of Feng Laiye in his embrace, her flawless skin radiating allure, and the enticing neckline of her gown captivating him. This attire suited her perfectly, just as he had chosen it for her. With a soft chuckle, Feng Yin departed silently, leaving behind the furious silver wolf and the little white fox concealed behind the curtains. His tall silhouette swiftly vanished from their view. Volume 1, Chapter 65, Disappearance. "Excuse me, have you seen Sister Feng Laiye?" Just as Feng Qi and Feng Gu shook their heads in helplessness at the Fire Emperor's retreat, a small figure approached Feng Qi, timidly tugging at his skirt. Princess Liemo Feng Qi recognized the young royal from the Western bloodline and was not surprised by her presence. After all, this was a gathering attended by all noble families, and it was only natural for Princess Liemo to be there. I think I saw Sister Xie just now, but now I cannot find her," Princess Liemo said, biting her lip. Having previously encountered Feng Qi, she felt compelled to seek her assistance amid the vast hall. "You are the Western Princess, Liemo?" Feng noted the little girl in the pink gown and bent down to shake her hand. "Who are you?" "Li Montauk in Kviot. Eom Feng Yi." "The Eastern bloodline prince, and also Feng Qi's brother," he replied with a courteous smile. "Hello." Limo's good upbringing shone through as she presented herself with poise, though her wide eyes were scanning for the elusive figure of Feng Laiye. "Sister Xie should have returned to her room. Allow me to take you to her." Feng Qi extended kindness to the young princess. After all, in the bloodline, underage purebloods were exceptionally well protected, making encounters with adult purebloods rare. Li Montauk nodded, instinctively grasping Feng Qi's hand. For a 10-year-old, the unfamiliar environment of the gathering was daunting. She had anticipated that her fiancé, Count Feng Laiye, would accompany her, but he had merely dropped her off at the venue before leaving her hesitating at the entrance for some time before finally making her way inside. Feng Gu observed as Feng Qi led the young princess away, smiling as he lifted a cup of blood to his lips. "What is that?" As they passed through the corridor, Feng Qi and Princess Li Mo unexpectedly discovered the trembling silver wolf on the ground. Feng Qi immediately recognized it as the pet of Feng Laiye, Xiaobai. Approaching, he was astonished to find that it had been ensnared by magic. Brushing his hand over its forehead, the silver wolf sprang up, its crimson eyes ablaze with fury. "Roar!" Xiaobai glared at Feng Qi, emitting a low growl. Yet, Feng Qi could not decipher its intent. Where's little Xie? If his intuition served him correctly, this silver wolf should have always been by Feng Laiye's side. They had left together, and now only it remained trapped here. Roar! Roar! At the mere mention of little Xie, the silver wolf grew increasingly agitated. Yet its urgent growls left Feng Qi baffled. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Something had gone amiss. Rising, he turned toward the corridor leading to the underground palace. Noting the wolf's persistent howls directed that way, could it be? Crimson roses blanketed the ground, the velvet carpet obscuring any visible seams. The slumbering figure, with cheeks as rosy as the blossoms surrounding her, donned a red gown that resembled a magnificent rose in full bloom, evoking a sense of serenity. Feng Yin sat gracefully on a nearby chair, his legs elegantly crossed, cradling a wine glass in hand. His pitch-black eyes, however, remained unfocused as they gazed upon the splendid scenery before him. With a flick of his hand, the vibrant red gown he wore transformed instantaneously into a pure white garment, akin to the metamorphosis of a blooming red rose into a pristine white one. A glimmer of infatuation crossed his eyes as his lips curled into a subtle smile. Tilting his head back to drink from the glass, the crimson liquid staining his lips in an alluring manner. He raised a finger and gestured towards Feng Laiye. In an instant, the slumbering figure arose, yet her suspended feet and limp body indicated that she had not risen of her own accord. Her tightly shut eyes and tilted head revealed she was still ensnared in the realm of dreams. A soft call escaped Feng Yin's lips. Though no one heard the name, he murmured. Feng Laiye's eyes slowly opened, devoid of their usual playful sparkle, now appearing vacant as they stared blankly ahead. Resembling a lifeless doll, Feng Yin's fingertips twitched slightly, and Feng Laiye's soft form, like a marionette on strings, complied with his movement. Settling upon a chair amidst a garden of blossoms, her hands resting gently on her knees, Feng Yin smiled as he beheld the familiar scene, extending his hand as the incomplete painting materialized before his eyes. With narrowed, profound eyes, he peered deeply into Feng Laiye's vacant gaze. Feng Laiye had vanished. After leaving the ball that evening, she completely disappeared from sight. Feng Qi scoured the palace, searching every nook and cranny, yet Feng Laiye's presence eluded him. As 3 days had elapsed since her disappearance, Feng Qi's anxiety burgeoned, and upon receiving news from the Earl's residence, he sank helplessly into a chair, his hands tangled in his hair. Damn it, he should not have let her depart alone. He ought to have ensured she returned safely to her room. Overwhelmed by regret and frustration, Feng Qi longed for a reversal of time. Feng Gu, witnessing this rare display of urgency from the usually composed Feng Qi, felt a surge of surprise. How could he, typically unfazed by any circumstance, now exhibit such concern for a mere human girl? Was there still no word from the Earl? Unable to bear Feng Qi's distress, Feng Gu spoke soothingly. No, the Earl's residence has already reported that Earl Feng Laiye departed 2 days ago, and currently, his whereabouts remain unknown. Feng Qi shook his head in despair. He should have consulted Feng Laiye, yet now he could not find him, and even if he did, he was uncertain how to explain the situation to Earl Feng Laiye. Do not rush, Feng Gu sighed gently. Over the past 3 days, Feng Qi had not closed his eyes, tirelessly seeking Feng Laiye's whereabouts. He could not fathom why he was so invested in that little girl. Feng Qi looked up, uncertain of the reason behind his anxiety and concern, yet a voice within urged him to find Feng Laiye, whether as an obligation to Earl Feng Laiye or for his own sake. A low growl emanated from Xiao Bai, who lay at Feng Qi's feet, its crimson eyes bloodshot. For 3 days, it had attempted to use its psychic abilities to locate Feng Laiye, but found only silence, as if she were in an eternal slumber. Its worry surpassed Feng Qi's. It knew full well who the perpetrator was, but could not articulate this knowledge, leaving it in a state of frantic search for Feng Laiye's essence. Has that little girl still not been found? The Fire Emperor approached the two, his lips curled in a smirk. The area where his hair had been singed was now magically restored, leaving no trace behind. He had intended to settle accounts with the little girl the following day, yet since that evening, it was as if she had evaporated from existence. Feng Gu shook his head. I'm going to find father. Feng Qi abruptly stood. Having exhausted all possibilities, he realized that his father had been notably absent lately, and his concerns about his father's attitude towards the little girl had only intensified. After Feng Laiye's disappearance, he had scarcely seen his father. Every time doubt arose in his heart, his father had already departed, leaving no opportunity for inquiry. You've lost your mind. Feng Ge frowned, pulling the impulsive Feng Qi back. What do you intend to ask father? If he is the one who took Feng Laiye? I. Feng Qi stared at Feng Ge, who now displayed a stern demeanor, his eyes reflecting a serious light. Feng Ge was right. He indeed wished to confront his father and ascertain whether he was implicated in this matter. Feng Qi, do not forget, he is the bloodmaster, our father. Feng Ji's words were firm, laced with a hint of warning. Feng Qi opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. For so long, he had been his father's most obedient child, never defying any of his father's decisions. Was he truly prepared to confront his father, whom he had always obeyed? Over Feng Laiye, Feng Qi pondered deeply. All he had done thus far, would it lead to— Calm yourself. I am aware of your concern for that little girl, but I do not wish for you to incur our father's wrath on her behalf. The tone of Feng Ge was that of a protective elder brother. The usual carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious countenance. The Fire Emperor observed the siblings' exchange, his enigmatic eyes flickering momentarily. He diverted his gaze to the silver wolf's crimson eyes, something passing between them that struck him with surprise, though he quickly masked it with his usual nonchalance. Rising to his feet, he addressed Feng Qi and Feng Ge. Continue your discussion. I shall take my leave for a while. I feel stifled here. Stretching languidly, he strode out of the grand hall. Shortly after, the silver wolf quietly departed, leaving Feng Qi and Feng Ge behind. As it turned a corner, the silver wolf was abruptly yanked back by a pair of strong arms, causing it to roll its eyes in exasperation. Do you know where your master is? The Fire Emperor still found it hard to believe he had deciphered the message in the wolf's gaze. Roar. Xiaobai nodded, its massive wolf head bobbing. The Fire Emperor smirked. Despite his past grievances with the little girl, he would not allow anyone else to bully her. If he hadn't done so, no one else would have a chance. Take me to her. If you delay, do not blame me. He playfully patted its large head, chuckling. He was uncertain why the silver wolf had chosen him, yet he understood that it did not wish to reveal the truth to Feng Qi and Feng Ge. Whatever the reason, gaining the trust of such a divine beast was a stroke of fortune for someone who cherished love so deeply. They stood in a dark corridor, the place where Xiao Bai had been discovered. The Fire Emperor and Xiao Bai gazed into the unknown abyss ahead, shrouded in darkness. Is her master inside? The Fire Emperor raised an eyebrow at the inky void. Roar. Xiao Bai affirmed with a nod. The Fire Emperor shrugged, his curiosity piqued. Yet he hesitated to trespass into forbidden territory within Feng Ji's domain. However, if he truly found Feng Laiye, the situation would change entirely. He ignited a flame at his fingertips, using its light to guide him and the silver wolf into the depths of the corridor. With each step forward, he noticed the flame flickering weaker, nearing extinction. Instinctively, he waved his other hand, transforming the crimson flames into azure, icy flames. The deeper they ventured, the thinner the air became. If they continued further, they might find themselves devoid of oxygen. The icy flames did not consume air, thus providing illumination. Fortunately, as a demon, he had no need for air, being of a race birthed from the realm of magic. Lowering his gaze upon the still, formidable silver wolf, the Fire Emperor found clarity within himself. It was likely that this majestic creature hailed from the demon realm. However, he feared that if someone like Feng Laiye were present, the situation could become dire. Without the air's communion, how would she breathe? How could she survive? A twinge of concern gripped the Fire Emperor's heart. Little girl, you are not permitted to perish so soon, not before I reclaim the honor owed to me. The path ahead descended further, leading to a massive iron gate adorned with ornate totems, inscribed with bizarre characters that seemed to be incantations passed down through the Blood Clan's history. The existence of such a spellbound gate intrigued the Fire Emperor immensely. The more enigmatic the object, the stronger its allure to him. He extended his hand to grasp the handle, and purple flames erupted from it, enveloping him entirely. The heat compelled the nearby little white wolf to take a step back, eyes wide as it watched the Fire Emperor engulfed by the fearsome flames. Roar! He exclaimed. Fear not. Such trifles do not daunt me. With a confident smirk, he moved his lips slightly, uttering a series of incantations. Once completed, the flames encasing him transformed into solid purple ice, fissures radiating outward. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, revealing the Fire Emperor unscathed before the little white wolf. His lips still curled in a proud grin. This man is extraordinary, the little white wolf mused, recognizing the Fire Emperor's prowess in his calm demeanor. Now, let me uncover the secrets concealed behind this gate. Driven by insatiable curiosity, the Fire Emperor gently pushed the heavy iron door open. As it swung wide, clusters of purple flames ignited along the corridor that stretched within. On one side of the corridor stood several tightly shut iron doors, devoid of handles. Yet both the Fire Emperor and the little white wolf could sense the chilling aura of death emanating from each. Such places exist even within the royal palace of the Blood Clan, the Fire Emperor remarked with a wicked grin, stepping boldly inside. Before a series of iron doors, he casually glanced around, while the little white wolf's keen sense of smell detected an unpleasant stench. As they reached the depths of the dungeon, they encountered a golden door with bat-shaped handles, the eye sections adorned with 4 red gemstones that radiated an eerie glow, sending shivers down one's spine. Do you suppose your master is behind this door? The Fire Emperor pondered, crossing his arms in front of the golden gate, observing the little white wolf's reactions. After a moment of sniffing, the little white wolf emitted a low growl, as if affirming the Fire Emperor's inquiry. With a sudden kick, the Fire Emperor flung the door open, revealing a lavish chamber filled with rose petals sparkling like embers upon a golden carpet, a veritable sea of roses. However, what astonished him was the sight of Feng Laiye, reclining in a chair amidst the blooms, eyes closed in slumber. "Little Xie," the Fire Emperor called out, but the little white wolf leapt ahead, bounding over the layers of petals to reach her side. With a gentle nudge of its large head against Feng Laiye's drooping one, the little white wolf realized she remained unresponsive, as if in a deep, death-like sleep. What has happened to her? The Fire Emperor thought, striding forward to support her, checking for breath. There was none, yet her rosy cheeks bore no hint of death. He pressed his fingers against her carotid artery, feeling a faint pulse. She was alive, albeit in a state of suspended respiration. This bizarre phenomenon perplexed even the seasoned Fire Emperor. Feng Laiye had been missing for 3 days and nights. If she had been confined to this room since her disappearance, the absence of air would have suffocated her long ago. Even a human capable of holding their breath could survive only a day and a half at most. Yet, her vibrant complexion and strong heartbeat revealed that all her organs were intact. She was alive, merely in a deep sleep without breath. What manner of creature is your master? To endure 3 days without air and remain well? He mused aloud to the little white wolf, who appeared just an ordinary human, fragile against his might. "Roar," the little white wolf replied. "Very well, you likely do not know either," the Fire Emperor sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He truly began to wonder if he possessed the ability to converse with animals, perceiving meaning in the silver wolf's gaze. Having confirmed Feng Laiye's well-being, he turned his attention to the room itself. Aside from its extravagant decorations, it was rather simple, furnished only with a large bed and a table surrounded by chairs. Yet, a painting on the wall captivated his interest. A beautiful woman, still unfinished, yet with distinct features and an ethereal charm. As he gazed, the resemblance between the figure in the painting and the sleeping Feng Laiye struck him. He reached for the canvas to examine it closely for comparison, but as he turned, he heard the little white wolf's low growl. Upon focusing, he was taken aback to see Feng Laiye sitting upright, her gaze fixed intently on him, void of recognition. At that moment, in a study filled with documents, Feng Yin faced an unexpected visitor, Feng Qi, who stood before his desk. Head bowed, hesitating to articulate his purpose. Curiosity piqued, Feng Yin wondered what matter could render his proud daughter speechless. Just as he prepared to inquire, he suddenly felt a disturbance in the barrier he had placed upon his painting, narrowing his eyes. "Who goes there?" he demanded, casting a cold glance at Feng Qi before taking a deep breath and rising. "Return for now. We shall discuss matters later. I have an important task to attend." With that, Feng Yin departed, leaving Feng Qi in astonishment. Were it not for his previous encounter with Feng Laiye, he might have thought he was seeing a ghost. The girl who had been lifeless moments ago was now sitting upright, hands neatly placed on her lap, her eyes devoid of focus, resembling a lifeless doll. The little white wolf sensed a shift in the atmosphere, on guard as it approached the Fire Emperor. Despite his proximity, Feng Laiye's vacant stare remained unchanged, as if oblivious to his presence. "Feng Laiye, are you awake?" he inquired, extending a hand to wave before her eyes. However, Feng Laiye remained unresponsive. The Fire Emperor sighed in relief as he turned to retrieve the painting. In doing so, his elbow inadvertently knocked over a glass filled with fresh blood on the table. The crystalline glass shattered upon hitting the floor, and the crimson liquid splattered across the soft carpet, instantly saturating the room with a metallic scent. The Fire Emperor frowned. He was not particularly fond of the blood-soaked aroma that lingered in the presence of vampires. Yet at that moment, as the blood spilled, Feng Laiye's eyes suddenly blinked. With each flutter of her eyelids, her amber gaze transformed into violet orbs, a spark igniting within her purple irises. How? Xiaobai, who had been fixated on Feng Laiye, watched in astonishment as the transformation unfolded. An uneasy growl erupted from him, prompting the Fire Emperor to turn around in confusion, only to be met with those mesmerizing purple eyes. The Fire Emperor inhaled sharply. Those violet orbs seemed to possess an irresistible enchantment that momentarily ensnared him. Cursed be it! As a prince of the demon clan, he had an unparalleled resistance to magical influences, and he quickly averted his gaze, escaping the spellbinding allure of her eyes. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fire Emperor! Feng Laiye slowly parted her lips, softly calling his name. Her gentle voice, like a melodic incantation, flowed into his ears. Feng Laiye, what has happened to you? The Fire Emperor took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as a noble demon prince. Unwilling to be intimidated by the peculiar behavior of a human, he steadied himself and glanced back at Feng Laiye, this time intentionally avoiding her gaze. Fire Emperor! Feng Laiye suddenly extended her arms, tilting her head as she gazed at him. What do you intend to do? The Fire Emperor asked nervously, eyeing her inviting embrace. Fire Emperor! It seemed as though she had not heard his question, continuing to call his name in that ethereal voice. Her wide violet eyes, so beautiful they beckoned him to surrender. Unwittingly, the Fire Emperor found himself once more locked in the depths of her emotionless violet gaze, which was even more alluring than his own. It resembled an ocean of purple, gradually drawing him closer. Captivated by her enchanting eyes, he saw her reflection within them. She was clad in a flowing white gown, arms outstretched, smiling at him with a sweetness capable of melting the coldest of hearts. Suddenly, a warm, soft body nestled against him, and before he realized it, the Fire Emperor had stepped into Feng Laiye's embrace, holding her close. Fire Emperor! The whisper was tantalizingly close, and as he regained a modicum of clarity, he found himself lost once again in her call. She was calling for him, beckoning him. The Fire Emperor tilted his head slightly, exposing the delicate skin of his neck. Feng Laiye narrowed her violet eyes, a seductive smile gracing her lips. A sharp pain shot through his neck, followed by a warm sensation coursing down. What had happened? When Feng Laiye finally released him, the Fire Emperor's body, deprived of support, collapsed onto the chaise lounge. Beside him, Feng Laiye's smile had faded, crimson blood staining the corners of her lips, contrasting with her pale complexion, rendering her exceedingly enchanting. Her violet gaze met the watchful silver wolf, and she cracked a gentle smile, revealing blood-stained teeth. Who is she? Xiaobai stared at this unfamiliar entity that occupied Feng Laiye's body, perplexed by the stark contrast to her true self. Feng Laiye extended her delicate tongue, licking away the blood at her lips. Then, with a sweet smile, her eyes rolled back as she succumbed to slumber, her soft form collapsing against the Fire Emperor. The gentle contact stirred the Fire Emperor from his daze, and he wearily lifted his head, focusing on the unconscious Feng Laiye sprawled over him. His brow furrowed in concern. A lingering pain throbbed in his neck, leaving him slightly dizzy. Yet, what alarmed him more was the encroaching sense of danger. Struggling to prop himself up, his legs felt weak and unresponsive. Gritting his teeth, he lunged toward Xiaobai, barely managing to cast a spell that rendered the room empty. The door swung open, revealing Feng Yin, whose expression was dark as he surveyed the room, his sharp eyes taking in the signs of a struggle. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he approached the chaise lounge amidst the sea of roses, gently lifting the collapsed Feng Laiye and laying her softly on the plush bed, affectionately brushing her delicate cheek. His black eyes scanned every corner of the room. Who's been here? Meanwhile, Feng Gu, who was changing clothes in the adjacent room, was taken aback by the sudden arrival of the Fire Emperor and the Silver Wolf, halting his tasks in shock. What has happened? His gaze immediately fell upon the Fire Emperor, Emperor's ashen face. Feng Laiye rushed to assist him, but noticed blood seeping between the fingers covering his neck. Startled, he helped the Fire Emperor to the bed, prying his hand away to reveal 2 small puncture wounds on his neck, clearly the work of a vampire's fangs. But who possessed the audacity to attack the Prince of Demons? "Please, don't make a fuss," the Fire Emperor managed to utter, his considerable blood loss rendering him dizzy and his speech laborious. "Take this blood pellet," Feng Laiye replied, retrieving a small red orb the size of a glass marble from his pocket and placing it in the Fire Emperor's mouth, watching as he swallowed it. This was a remedy for blood vampires, meant to temporarily replenish blood in cases of excessive loss, providing a feeble reprieve for the Fire Emperor. Gradually, color returned to his pallid complexion, and his lips regained some hue, no longer resembling a ghost. Ugh! The pungent scent of the blood pellet made the Fire Emperor grimace. As his strength returned, he propped himself up and regarded Feng Laiye. "Your kind's taste is truly difficult for me to endure. The flavor is not the issue. What truly transpired? Who attacked you?" Feng Laiye asked, raising an eyebrow in exasperation. "No one attacked me," the Fire Emperor exhaled, providing an answer that caught Feng Laiye off guard. "No one? Did you not bite your own neck?" Feng Laiye teased, arching an eyebrow at the Fire Emperor's blatant lack of deceit. Given the evidence, it was clear that the Fire Emperor had been assaulted by a vampire, leading to his significant blood loss. Yet, who could possibly subdue such a formidable figure? Do not inquire further. Keep today's events to yourself. Otherwise, there will be consequences, the Fire Emperor warned, dismissively turning away, signaling the end of the conversation. Feng Laiye sighed, contemplating reminding him that he was in Feng Laiye's room, sleeping on his bed. However, considering the Fire Emperor's still fragile state, he opted to let it slide for the time being. "Hey, are you staying here with him, or are you coming with me?" Feng Laiye asked, glancing at the silver wolf, who appeared to be contemplating something. He chuckled to himself, realizing that spending time with the Fire Emperor had made him overly sensitive to the peculiarities of rare creatures. The silver wolf approached the bed and laid down beside the Fire Emperor, silently affirming his allegiance. Feng Laiye fruited, vacating the room to allow the demon and beast to rest undisturbed. As he stepped out, the playful smile faded from his face, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Was it his father, or Feng Qi? Why did the Fire Emperor refuse to reveal the other's identity? Feng Laiye's gaze deepened as he spotted Feng Qi approaching from a distance. Instantly, he concealed his seriousness and donned a nonchalant grin as he walked towards her. The Fire Emperor, lying on the bed, had not closed his eyes. Whenever he did, that pair of bewitching purple eyes would invade his thoughts, profoundly unsettling him. Was she truly Feng Laiye? For reasons he could not fathom, he wished to keep this knowledge from Feng Laiye. The eerie visage of Feng Laiye, the secret chamber in the dungeon, the scattered red roses, and the unfinished painting. All these images whirled rapidly in his mind like countless stars in a vast cosmos. The increasing velocity of these thoughts filled him with nausea. Suddenly sitting up, he leaned against the bed's edge and violently expelled a pool of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he recognized it was not his own, but the result of the blood pill Feng Laiye had given him. Excess blood that his body had failed to absorb. The silver wolf cast a sidelong glance at the blood on the floor before looking back at the breathless Fire Emperor, seemingly inquiring after his well-being. "Nothing serious. I'm not dead yet," he chuckled, before reclining back on a bed. His fingers instinctively brushed against the wound where he had been bitten, which had ceased to bleed thanks to Feng Laiye's ministrations, though remnants of blood still lingered on his neck. He opened his bloodied fingers before his nose and inhaled, grimacing at the unpleasant scent. Feng Qi, initially seeking Feng Laiye, felt a wave of relief upon seeing him approach. After a moment's contemplation, she moved towards him. "Elder brother, Feng Qi, do you require something of me?" As she walked directly toward his room, Feng Laiye realized she must have a matter to discuss. "May I speak with you privately?" Feng Qi glanced around cautiously. "Your room?" Feng Laiye turned to survey his own quarters, shrugged, and informed her that it was not a convenient time to enter, as the demon and beast had only just begun to rest. He feared that if she entered, she would discover the Fire Emperor's injury. "Very well," Feng Qi nodded, indicating that the location was inconsequential. What mattered was the conversation they needed to have. Once in Feng Qi's room, Feng Laiye listened intently as she offered a series of speculations. He quickly suppressed his earlier frivolity, regarding her with seriousness. Are you suggesting that you suspect Xiao Xie is in our father's dungeon? He discerned her meaning from her conjectures. Indeed, Feng Qi affirmed, having harbored this suspicion for some time, but had refrained from voicing it due to their father. She had previously considered probing their father's reaction, but that attempt had failed when he left in haste. This Feng Ge leaned back on the sofa, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Feng Qi, you know that even if this were true, you would be powerless to act. If it were anyone else, it might be manageable, but it is our father. I know you have your doubts. Otherwise, you would not have made such comments. However, I fear that bringing this to light may only serve to create discord between you and our father, which would be unwise. The dungeon lacks the air necessary for human survival. Even if she were truly there, she would likely. Feng Ge spoke with a hint of resignation. He and Feng Qi were among the few who had ventured into the dungeon, but they had only entered its outer chambers and had never accessed the secret rooms, nor had they seen them opened. The absence of air in the dungeon made it impossible for Feng Laiye, being human, to survive, especially after 3 days and nights. Xiao Xie is dead. Feng Ge's words struck Feng Qi like a death knell, sapping her strength in an instant, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, she leaned against the wall, concealing her distress from Feng Ge. Impossible. How could she die? That is absolutely inconceivable. Feng Qi's hands trembled as she resisted accepting Feng Ge's words. Yet reason whispered to her that his analysis was largely correct. Nonetheless, I have resolved to visit the dungeon myself. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, I must try, even if all I find is a lifeless body. Sighing, Feng Ge remained perplexed at his cold, aloof sister's profound concern for a mere human girl. I will accompany you. If our father lays blame upon us, I shall share the burden. Elder brother, you need not, Feng Qi said, surprised by Feng Ge's offer. Should their father discover their intrusion into the dungeon, the repercussions would be severe. They both understood that his punishment would be merciless, and his cruelty would not soften merely because they were his offspring. Let us leave at once. The sooner we go, the greater our hope. Feng Ge stood, ruffling Feng Qi's hair and granting her no opportunity to oppose him, his cheerful demeanor leading them toward the dungeon. Feng Yin sat beside Feng Laiye's bed, gazing at the slumbering beauty. With a subtle flick of his finger, the shattered pieces of the wine glass were magically gathered and discarded, while the blood on the carpet evaporated, leaving no trace. This space would not harbor filth. He was determined to provide her with the cleanest, most pristine room, surrounded by roses. Placing his hand on Feng Laiye's carotid artery, he felt the rhythmic pulse beneath, astonished. Feng Laiye, are you truly human? He pondered her serene visage, releasing a gentle sigh. He had expected her to perish in this airless chamber, suffocating from oxygen deprivation. He envisioned her body preserved in a state of beauty, untouched by decay, safeguarded by his spells for centuries to come. Yet, the steady heartbeat and functioning internal organs shattered his plans. She had not succumbed. After 3 days and nights without air, water, or sustenance, she remained alive, albeit in a deep slumber induced by his magic. He could not help but question her nature. However, when he cut her wrist and tasted her blood, the sweet nectar assured him that she was indeed human, an exceptionally sweet-blooded human. He had cast a spell upon her. Whenever the painting was touched, she would awaken like a doll, sitting in the chair, perfectly mimicking the pose depicted in the artwork. Someone had disturbed his painting. Someone had discovered her. He would seek out that individual and ensure they paid the price. Her beauty was his alone to admire, and her essence must remain confined to this room, untouched by anyone but him. Feng Laiye's continued existence both astonished and troubled him. If she were alive, her body would inevitably age over time, losing her current beauty and youth, transforming into an unattractive old woman, a fate he could not bear to witness. He resolved to preserve her beauty, ensuring she remained forever in her present form, untainted by decay or age, eternally encapsulated in her most exquisite moment. Yet, the time was not right. He would wait until she turned 18, the age at which a young woman's beauty blossomed most vibrantly, akin to a flower in full bloom. He would then pluck her, taking her with his own hands. Cradling Feng Laiye's face, Feng Yin smiled softly, lowering himself to press his icy lips against her delicate, rosy ones, lingering in a reluctant kiss. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching the dungeon, prompting him to withdraw from the lips he cherished. Rising to his feet, he gestured grandly, casting a spell that unveiled everything at the entrance of the dungeon before him. Upon discerning the two figures at the threshold, a cold smirk crept across Feng Yin's lips. These children truly possessed an audacity that was growing bolder by the day. Fixating on Feng Qi and Feng Gu, who stood observing the imposing iron door, a cruel smile flitted across Feng Yin's visage. Little Xie, I must discipline my wayward offspring. You wait here obediently, Feng Yin murmured as he caressed Feng Laie's cheek, a moment of infatuation flickering in his eyes. In the very next instant, he turned, his expression hardening into one of cold detachment, and with footsteps as swift as the wind, he strode towards the entrance. Brother, allow me to handle this. Feng Qi stepped forward, gazing at the enigmatic door. Previously, it had always been their father who opened it for them, but this time they were trespassing. They needed to exercise caution regarding the incantations and mechanisms that adorned the door. I believe we need not open it ourselves. Feng Gu's lips curved into a smile, for he could sense the immense spiritual pressure emanating from behind the iron door. With a loud clang, the door was brutally flung open from within, an overwhelming gust of magical energy surging towards the two. Feng Qi and Feng Gu swiftly dissipated the violent wind, but were taken aback to find Feng Yin standing there, arms crossed behind his back, a dark expression marring his features. Father, they exclaimed in unison. How dare you two intrude upon the dungeon? Feng Yin's piercing black eyes swept over them, his voice laced with unmistakable anger. Father, I merely wish to inquire about something, Feng Qi interjected before Feng Gu could speak, hoping to shield his brother from any repercussions. After all, this had been his idea. If their father were to cast blame, he would take it upon himself. Oh, what is it? Feng Yin tilted his head slightly, regarding his usually obedient daughter. Father, do you know the whereabouts of Count Feng Laiye's adopted daughter, Feng Laiye? Feng Qi asked, his tone resolute, though he felt a potent spiritual pressure envelop him as soon as the words left his mouth. Feng Yin appeared before him in a flash, their proximity allowing Feng Qi to see his own reflection in Feng Yin's dark eyes. Are you suggesting that I have captured her? Feng Yin's lips curled into a chilling smile, his tone deceptively gentle. Feng Qi barely began before he was violently hurled away by a surge of magical force, his back colliding painfully with the hard wall. Pain radiated from his spine, causing him to grimace silently. Father, please calm down. Feng Gu rushed to Feng Qi's side, helping him to his feet. Calm down? Feng Yin scoffed coldly. You dare question your father over a mere human? Have you lost your mind? Feng Qi? He growled in indignation. This daughter, who had always been so docile and obedient, was now challenging him for the sake of an insignificant human. This was not the behavior he wished to witness. Feng Qi hung his head, covering his heart with his hand, feeling as though he had disappointed his father. Feng Yin's gaze remained icy upon her. Yet, just as he prepared to reprimand these insolent children, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from the hidden chamber. Alarmed, he abandoned Feng Gu and Feng Qi, rushing towards the source of the disturbance. The door swung open violently as he approached, a flurry of rose petals obscuring his vision. Lord Bloodmaster, I have fulfilled my promise. Now, I have come to retrieve my daughter. Feng Laiye's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated from within the chamber. Feng Yin brushed aside the distracting rose petals and was met with the sight of Feng Laiye, clad in white, cradling the slumbering Feng Laiye amidst the sea of roses. Feng Laiye's stunning yet frigid visage bore no trace of a smile or anger. He tossed a golden object into the air, which arced gracefully before landing in Feng Yin's hand. Feng Yin stuttered, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Feng Laiye, unsure of how to respond. He should not have been within the Blood Clan. He was supposed to be attending to matters pertaining to their prior dealings elsewhere. Yet, he had returned far too swiftly. I thank Lord Bloodmaster for taking care of little Xie these past few days. However, I must now take her home. Feng Laiye hovered in the air, his gaze icy as he regarded Feng Yin, his tone calm, yet impossible to refute. Ignoring Feng Yin's potential objections, Feng Laiye glided past him, cradling Feng Laiye, and without so much as a glance in his direction, departed from the seemingly opulent yet chilling space. At the dungeon's entrance, Feng Qi and Feng Gu stood in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld Feng Laiye's sudden appearance, holding Feng Laiye in his arms. A flicker of anxiety crossed Feng Qi's expression. Count Feng Laiye, Feng Qi hesitated, wanting to say something, but Feng Laiye entirely disregarded both his and Feng Gu's presence, soaring out of the dungeon and vanishing through the crystalline windows of the palace. Little Xia, I have come to bring you home. In the tranquil chamber, a gentle breeze stirred the curtains. Feng Laiye sat by the bedside, gazing intently at the slumbering Feng Laiye. His low-hanging purple eyes meticulously traced every inch of her delicate skin, her rosy cheeks, and the gentle rise and fall of her chest confirming her vitality. Gently clasping her pale hand, Feng Laiye lifted it, lowering his head to place a tender kiss upon her hand. Little Xia, I have returned. We are home. As he caressed her cheek, a hint of tenderness surfaced in Feng Laiye's eyes. Though he was assured of her safety, watching her lifeless form stirred a deep-rooted concern within him. His large hand covered Feng Laiye's eyes, prompting her to close them as he softly recited an incantation. A violet light emanated from his palm. As he released her hand, Feng Laiye's tightly shut eyes quivered slightly. Feng Laiye discreetly withdrew, standing upright. In a daze, Feng Laiye felt as if she had crossed the boundary of death, yet a force pulled her back, compelling her to open her heavy, aching eyes. A familiar face came into view, vividly etched in her vision. Father, she rasped, her voice hoarse and dry from 3 days without water. Little Xia, Feng Laiye nodded, a faint smile playing upon his lips, a glimmer of relief passing through his gaze. Where am I? She questioned, recognizing the room, which was not the palace, but rather reminiscent of her home in the Countess' estate. You have returned home, Feng Laiye replied gently, easing the burden that had weighed heavily on her heart. Father, you mean I am back at the Countess' estate? I am home. Her amber eyes widened with disbelief as tears welled up, blurring her vision. With Feng Laiye's affirmation, tears of joy cascaded down her cheeks, drenching her face as she beamed brightly, wiping her eyes clumsily. Feng Laiye, witnessing her overwhelming joy, felt an indescribable ache in his chest. Do not fear. It is all right now, he said, finally unable to restrain himself, enveloping her in his strong embrace, feeling the warmth of her tears soaking through his clothing. Father, I am so frightened. You are so cruel to leave me all alone there. I despise you. The comfort offered by my father did little to quell my tears. Instead, it deepened my sense of injustice. The terrifying palace and the eerie bloodmaster, all of it now seemed so distant. My father's familiar embrace finally allowed the tension in my heart to dissipate, akin to a tightly strung violin string that finds relief. In that moment, all my grievances and fears gushed forth uncontrollably. Feng Laiye silently held me, permitting me to vent all my frustrations and sorrow as my small fists pounded against his chest. It was only when exhaustion swept over me that I fell into a deep slumber, at which point Feng Laiye reluctantly released me, placing me gently back on the bed. Master, Hurst called from outside. Gumin, sitting at the edge of the bed, Feng Laiye tenderly wiped away the tears from my eyes and spoke softly. Hurst entered, pushing a food cart, observing Feng Laiye's actions. Master, the items you requested are ready. Without turning, Feng Laiye nodded for him to leave. After Hurst departed, Feng Laiye lifted a cup of water, tilting it to my dry lips. My frail body was in dire need of nourishment. It seemed I hadn't eaten for several days, and I was on the brink of collapse. Feng Laiye gently pried my lips apart, pouring the cool water into my mouth. Once I had swallowed, he pressed his lips against mine, sharing the moisture. He then sat up, releasing my lips, but furrowing his brow. He sensed the presence of someone else in my mouth, a scent that, if he was not mistaken, belonged to. A surge of anger ignited within him, causing the glass he held to shatter in his palm, scattering sparkling shards across the carpet. Feng Yin, after ensuring I had consumed all the food, Feng Laiye cast a lingering glance at me before quietly leaving the room. At the door stood a striking silver-haired youth, eagerly awaiting Feng Laiye's appearance. Master, upon seeing Feng Laiye, he stood straight and bowed his head respectfully. Feng Laiye nodded. You should rest. You've just endured 3 days and nights of battle. If you do not recuperate, your body will. The youth's concerns were cut off by Feng Laiye's raised hand. It is of no consequence. I must shorten the duration. 3 days and nights have already been too long. If I had reduced the time further, Xiao Xia would not have suffered. The sooner I complete the transaction with Feng Yin, the sooner I can take Xiao Xia away from the palace. Master, please do not jest with your health. You have already faced 2 of the 7 great angels of the heavenly realm alone. If you do not recuperate, the injuries you sustain may. The youth frowned, watching Feng Laiye disregard his own well-being, his anxiety palpable. This had initially been a prolonged battle. It was not unusual for it to last 10 days to half a month. Yet, Feng Laiye had boldly confronted 2 of the great angels single-handedly. He had returned and immediately rushed into the palace without a thought for his own exhaustion. Qian, stay and look after her. Feng Laiye cast a glance at the youth before departing, leaving the latter clenched-fisted, watching his master's retreating figure with concern. Yes, master. Qian, as he was called, pushed open the door and entered. Gazing at the sleeping Xiao Xia, worry flickered in his eyes, but upon seeing her gently rising chest and fatigued expression, he sighed. He approached the bedside, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes, murmuring softly. A flash of white light enveloped him, and in an instant, the handsome youth transformed into a fluffy white ball that rolled onto my face. With large, doe-like eyes, it regarded my sleeping visage before settling down beside my pillow, closing its eyes peacefully. Its snowy form radiated a gentle light, enveloping me in warmth. In my slumber, I felt as if I were submerged in warm water, the soothing flow caressing my skin, imparting a sense of tranquility throughout my limbs. When I awoke, it was already midday of the second day. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by a small, white creature staring back at me with wide, curious eyes. Overjoyed, I sat up and embraced my beloved pet, Little White, showering it with affection. Oh, Little White, I miss you so dearly. Pressing my soft cheek against its silky fur, I felt a rush of warmth. Little White, having been roused from slumber, looked at me with innocent eyes, rolling one in exasperation as it resigned itself to being my makeshift towel. Ah, a refreshing nap indeed. I lazily swung my legs off the bed and stretched, feeling unexpectedly invigorated. Miss Xiao Xia Hurst knocked gently at the door and entered upon my response, bearing a platter laden with food. Grandpa Hurst, having finally escaped the hellish palace, I found the elderly Hurst looking particularly dapper today. Miss Xiao Xia, the master has instructed you to eat all of this. He will be waiting for you in the hall afterward, Hurst said with a warm smile. I nodded, a sly grin forming as I snatched the platter from his hands and dashed barefoot out of the open door. In the hall, as Feng Laiye sipped his coffee, he felt a sudden gust of wind. Before he could set down his cup, a slender figure leaped onto his lap, claiming both his legs. Father. Beaming at my father's increasingly handsome face, I rushed to him and planted a kiss on his lips before he could react. Good morning. I flashed him the brightest smile, my eyes sparkling with delight at his bemused expression. You never eat properly. Feng Laiye shook his head in resignation, knowing I wouldn't stay obediently in my room to finish breakfast. I missed you, father. The moment I opened my eyes, I wanted to see you. I pouted adorably. Feng Laiye's lips curled into a slight smile. He had never intended to scold me. Seeing my rosy cheeks and bright eyes, his worries finally eased. As the blazing flames softly pressed their lips together, they rose to their feet, extending their hands and spreading their fingers wide, gently closing their eyes while silently reciting an incantation. A faint white glow enveloped Feng Laiye, who lifted his head and closed his eyes. Master, do you feel any discomfort in your body? After completing the healing spell, the flames observed Feng Laiye as he opened his eyes and spoke. I am merely a bit fatigued. It is not a significant issue. After all, I have hastily accomplished a task that transcends natural laws, and my body struggles under the weight of this burden. However, it is of little consequence to me. Master, will your condition allow you to participate in the martial arts tournament? The flames furrowed their brow, expressing concern. How long until then? Feng Laiye inquired. There remains a fortnight. The flames responded earnestly. Half a month, Feng Laiye mused, narrowing his eyes slightly. Would this span be sufficient for him to regain his normal strength? He was uncertain, yet this tournament gathered the elite from various realms of the Eastern and Western demon worlds. Ostensibly a showcase of martial prowess, it was, in truth, a competition among the factions, held once every 3 years. Master, if it proves too strenuous, please do not push yourself. After all, the 500-year deadline is approaching, and you have yet to wed Princess Laiye. Without the communion of your essence, your recovery will only slow further. The flames, having meticulously cared for Feng Laiye's well-being, were acutely aware of his condition. This period marked the weakest he had been in 5 centuries, and should he persist, unforeseen consequences could arise. Do you believe that if I refrain from attending, they will simply let me be? Feng Laiye chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at the flames. The burdens he bore compelled him to continue on, despite it not being his desire. Little evil is awakening, Feng Laiye remarked, sensing the stirring of Feng Laiye in his arms. The flames transformed back into their diminutive white form, resuming their position on the couch. Observing as Feng Laiye opened his eyes. "Daddy," he yawned, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Feng Laiye's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the Count's residence, and Feng Laiye keenly discerned a wolf's howl. "Little White!" Feng Laiye exclaimed with delight, leaping from Feng Laiye's embrace, having nearly forgotten that her beloved silver wolf remained in that terrifying place. As she dashed away, Feng Laiye exchanged a knowing glance with the little white figure, who promptly followed, scampering swiftly and nimbly leaping on a Feng Laiye's shoulder. Outside the door, Feng Gu was tugging on a rope attached to the frenziedly howling Little White, visibly struggling against its strength. Little White, upon seeing the wolf, Feng Laiye flew to its side like a swallow, but then noticed the rope around its neck and shot a cold glare at Feng Gu, who treated her precious wolf like a dog. "Only I can walk, Little White." "Oh, don't glare at me. I merely feared it might run away. I was following your instructions," Feng Gu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill, before squatting down to untie the rope from Little White's neck. "Roar." "Ugh, this is unbearable," Little White complained, shaking its massive head. "Hee, thank you for your hard work." Feng Laiye beamed, affectionately ruffling Little White's fur as she regarded Feng Gu. Her gaze then drifted behind him. "Strange, has Feng Qi not come? Isn't she usually the one to accompany you? Who are you searching for?" Feng Gu inquired, noticing her expression and chuckling. "Did Feng Qi not come with you?" Feng Laiye candidly revealed her query. "She." Feng Ji's gaze flickered momentarily before he laughed it off and shrugged. "She is unwell, so I took on the errand today." Feng Laiye nodded, dismissing the matter. She and Little White had safely returned to the Count's residence. Any unpleasant memories could remain buried within that ominous palace. Just as Feng Laiye turned to enter, Feng Gu blinked in surprise. "Hey, are you not going to say thank you or invite me in? How could she simply leave after retrieving the silver wolf? What's wrong?" Feng Laiye turned, perplexed by Feng Ji's expression. But upon seeing it, a light bulb went off in her head, and she broke into a sweet smile. "Thank you, Brother Feng Gu." "Hee." Feng Gu nodded in satisfaction, preparing to step inside, when Feng Laiye added, "Well then, goodbye. Do come by to visit often." With that, she flicked her sleeve and departed without a trace, leaving Feng Gu standing at the threshold, momentarily taken aback by the cold breeze before shaking himself back to reality with a wry smile, retracting his foot. Upon returning to the palace, Feng Gu cast his cloak aside to a servant and made his way toward the dungeon. Traversing the dimly lit corridor, he halted before a door, greeted courteously by the guarding soldiers. "Open the door," Feng Gu commanded. "Yes," the soldier replied, complying by opening the cell door. A foul stench wafting forth that made Feng Gu grimace, yet he pressed on. Inside the cell, a slender figure was shackled to the wall by thick iron chains. Upon hearing the entrance, the figure slowly lifted their head, revealing a face marred by lash marks. "Brother," a hoarse voice emerged, rendering it difficult to discern what the original tone might have been. "I have returned the silver wolf to Feng Laiye," Feng Gu said, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the figure with a hint of compassion. "Thank you," the figure managed to express, struggling to articulate the words. "She is well. 3 days of confinement have not affected her adversely. She is as spirited as a deer," Feng Gu replied with a gentle smile, sharing the details of his observations. "That is good. That is good." Such reassurances alleviated some of the weight of worry. "Feng Qi, is this truly worth it?" Feng Gu sighed, unable to bear the sight of his sister, Feng Qi, bound within the cell. She merely shook her head slightly, a bitter smile gracing her lips, the pain from her cracked skin stretching across her lips momentarily flickering in her eyes. "There is no question of worth. It is merely a matter of action or inaction. I have acted, and thus I harbor no regrets." Feng Qi's voice remained steady, devoid of any emotional upheaval, as if nothing had transpired. "I will plead with Father. He cannot continue to treat you this way." Feng Gu inhaled deeply, speaking with conviction. Since the day Count Feng Laiye took Feng Laiye away, the enraged Feng Yin had unleashed his fury upon Feng Qi, who bore the brunt of the responsibility alone. That very night, Feng Yin had imprisoned her in the dungeon, mercilessly punishing his beloved daughter with a whip, while Feng Ge was left standing by, forced to witness her suffering. The lash marks extended from her forehead to her chin, her clothing marred by bloodstains, a stark contrast to her previous elegance and poise. Do not provoke father. He is in a volatile state. Any word from you could lead to a fate similar to mine, Feng Qi cautioned, wishing to spare Feng Ge from danger, for if he did, her sacrifices would be rendered meaningless. Father's temperament is unpredictable. No one knows when he may be in good spirits or ill. Once provoked, disaster awaits. And he would not spare you simply because you are the crown prince. To him, familial ties hold no value. They are merely puppets, retaining his blood within them. Brother, I kindly request that you refrain from disclosing my affairs to Xiao Xia. Feng Qi raised her head to gaze at Feng Ge, who, with a resigned nod, acknowledged her plea. I am aware that she inquired about your absence today. I simply informed her that you were unwell. He is not foolish and naturally comprehends Feng Qi's intentions. Yet this leaves him perplexed. Thank you. Feng Qi exhaled in relief, for deep down, he wished for Xiao Xia to remain unaware of his current dire predicament. He held on to the belief that soon, his father would grant him freedom, especially with the martial arts competition approaching, a competition that necessitated his presence. Contemplating this, a bitter smile crept upon Feng Qi's lips. I shall summon my subordinates to apply medicine for you shortly. Feng Ge sighed in exasperation. No, there is no need. Father would be displeased if he found out. Feng Qi hastily interjected, for his concern lay not in his father's displeasure, but rather in the potential exposure of his true identity as a male disguised as a female. After all, his attire had become somewhat tattered, barely concealing his form. Should medicine be applied, it would be difficult to conceal his true gender. Feng Ge felt an overwhelming urge to tap Feng Qi's forehead, curious about the thoughts that occupied her mind. She remained so independent, so distant, even towards him, her half-brother. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that this seemingly indifferent girl would provoke their father for the sake of a human girl.